Chapter 561 Why are you being so polite? Ah. I'm going crazy. Why didn't anyone say that Sister Qiao and Wu Xia are good friends? Why? The netizens who were just shocked by the barrage suddenly had such a magical turn. They sat up straight in excitement. I thought Lin Jia would be proud of herself this time. But Sister Qiao killed her instantly. What kind of cool plot is this? Please tell me. Jiang Qiao was squeezed out from Wu Xia by these girls. She looked at the fans who had just called her sister sweetly, and now rushed to the front, pushing through the crowd for Wu Xia, with an expression of brother is so handsome. I am his most loyal fan. Jiang Qiao, are you here? Aren't you my fans? She looked at Wu Xia, who was surrounded by countless people with a sour look. He is quite popular. Wu Xia signed a few names, and saw that Jiang Qiao was about to be completely squeezed out. So he immediately handed the pen and paper to the fans, and then reached out and pulled the woman to his side. Wu Xia put her hand on her shoulder, showed a businesslike smile, and said to the fans, Sorry, I have something to do with my friends, so I have to leave first. The pretty fans then remembered their sister, and came back to their senses from the excitement of meeting Wu Xia. When they heard the word friend from Wu Xia's mouth, they thought of what happened on the internet, and took a breath, and soon understood what happened. At this moment, there were only a few people left on Lin Jia's side. The woman Lin Jia's face was ashen, and she was staring at this direction. Wu Xia was facing Jiang Qiao, the kind of closeness that could be seen at a glance. Compared with Liang Qi, Wu Xia's status was directly crushed. The anger that Qiao fans had been holding in their hearts was suddenly released, and they were instantly refreshed. That little bitch Lin He deserved it. At this moment, they simply loved Jiang Qiao so much, and said sincerely, Qiao Jia, we really love you. As long as Qiao Jia was there, they had never been slapped in the face. Jiang Qiao said directly, Don't love me, it will be fruitless. The fans were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing out loud. Qiao Jia is really cute. After Wu Xia said she was leaving, the fans felt sorry, but they still separated automatically, allowing them to leave. However, just after the two took 2 steps, Lin He's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait! Jiang Qiao paused slightly, turned her head, and met Lin Jia's sarcastic gaze. She looked her up and down, then sneered, and said, Didn't Mr. Jiang tell me to wait for bankruptcy? Why haven't I waited for it yet? She walked towards Jiang Qiao step by step, without haste or slowness, with a strong mockery in her voice. How long do I have to wait for President Jiang to fulfill her big words? Jiang Qiao glanced at her expressionlessly. Why, are you anxious? She smiled with curved lips. There must be a deadline, could it be? Decades? Jiang Qiao, don't worry, Dad won't let you wait too long. As soon as she finished speaking, laughter came from the crowd. Lin Jia's face changed slightly, and she walked towards her quickly. At this time, someone among the fans suddenly stretched out her foot, and Lin Jia was caught off guard, and was tripped, and her knees hit the ground heavily. There was a thumping sound, and she knelt in the right direction, facing Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao glanced at her lazily, and chuckled, Hey, why are you so polite? The laughter in the airport hall suddenly became louder. Lin Jia, who was already slapped in the face by Wu Xia's sudden appearance, was so angry that it was not enough to describe her expression at this moment. Jiang Qiao. Chapter 562 Sister Qiao is the most beautiful in the world. Jiang Qiao raised her hand to pick her ears, and said softly, Why are you shouting so loudly? Dad is not deaf. The bodyguard hurried forward and helped Lin He up from the ground. Lin Jia's breathing was unstable. After standing up, she shook off the bodyguard hand and stared at Jiang Qiao with a heavy look, as if she wanted to eat her alive. When Qiao fans saw the scene, they immediately started to be sarcastic. She is anxious. She is anxious. She is anxious. Lin Jia's face turned cold, and she suddenly turned her head to look at the person who was speaking. Her eyes were gloomy. The fan who had just spoken saw her glare, raised her eyebrows, and then raised her chin towards her without showing any weakness. Are you kidding? Do you think she is afraid of her? Their sister Qiao is so strong. How can they be cowardly as fans? Lin He has never suffered such humiliation before, and was mocked in person by a few little girls whose hair has not even grown out. Jiang Qiao looked at this scene and laughed happily. She put her hand on Wu Xia's shoulder, glanced at Lin Jia, who was very angry, and said to her fans slowly, I will go to Dongshi Films later and give you some gifts. This undisguised praise for them immediately made the fans cheer. Thank you, Sister Qiao. Jiang Qiao glanced at the embarrassed Lin Xiao, curled her lips, and left with Wu Xiao without saying anything. Our sister Qiao is the most beautiful in the world. The fans praised her, with rainbow farts behind her. Jiang Qiao didn't look back, raised her arm, and waved to them. Her back was beautiful and cool. The internet celebrity who was broadcasting live to netizens took a picture of Jiang Qiao walking out. Her fingers were shaking with excitement. The woman's temperament was lazy and calm. It was the kind of crushing and victory that could be felt through the screen. She couldn't help but scream in a low voice, "Jiang Qiao is so beautiful and handsome. I want to be her fan." She originally just wanted to get some popularity. But who would have thought that she would be a fan right away? To be honest, she felt that no one would dislike Jiang Qiao after getting close to her. No one. No one. And this was also the voice of the netizens watching the live broadcast at the moment. This sister is a fairy. The live broadcast camera turned to Lin Xiao. Compared with Jiang Qiao, Lin Xiao looked very embarrassed. The two were simply two extremes, and the gap was obvious at a glance. Lin Xiao stood in the airport lobby. She could feel that many people were looking at her without turning around. Moreover, someone was broadcasting live online today. Everything that happened was seen by countless eyes. She didn't need to think about it. She knew how much ridicule she had received online at the moment. Jiang Qiao. It was all because of her. Lin Xiao clenched her palms, staring at the direction where Jiang Qiao left. She didn't even care about Liang Qi. She walked away with a cold face. Because of Lin Xiao's neglect of Liang Qi. Liang Qi fans on the side were obviously not in a good mood. Even though Liang Qi's status was not as high as Wu Xia, Lin Xiao's obvious use and neglect still angered them. What was this woman doing? Treating their brother as a tool? Was she joking? Seeing this, the sweat on Lin Xiao's forehead fell. They hurriedly walked up to Liang Qi and his staff and said, "Mr. Liang, Our Lady has prepared a car for you. Please follow me." Liang Qi's face was not very good either. Unlike his appearance just now, his mood was obviously cold. Hearing this, he did not say anything and walked away. Lin Xiao's bodyguards laughed dryly and hurriedly followed. Chapter 563. Do you know a lady named Jiang? The farce of picking someone up ended at this moment. Lin Xiao not only did not slap Jiang Qiao in the face, but she became angry and lost control of her emotions and ignored Liang Qi, which attracted a wave of hatred. It can be said that she lost a lot. Sure enough, that day, Liang Qi's studio issued a statement, saying that due to Liang Qi's work, he would no longer attend Lin Xiao's banquet. It was said to be work reasons, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he had broken up with Lin Xiao. Liang Qi is a popular idol, so he can't stand such grievance. His fans are even more supportive, especially after a fan who went to pick him up at the airport posted the video of the day to the super chat. When Liang Qi's fans saw that Lin Xiao ignored Liang Qi, causing him to be thrown directly at the airport, they were so angry that they rushed directly to Lin Xiao's Weibo and scolded her more than a dozen times. Jiang Qiao Wu Xia. Lin Xiao Liang Qi. These two terms were on the hot search together, but one was praised and the other was scolded. The girls in foreign idol boy bands are even more amazing. They never repeat themselves when they curse people. There is no repeated sentence after turning a page. But the harsh descriptions are enough to make people want to go back to school and retrain. Netizens laughed to death. Lin Xiao offended a group of people again this time. And they are still some ruthless people. Mr. Liang and his team are very angry. They said they will leave tonight. "Miss, what do you think we should do?" The bodyguard looked at Lin Xiao and asked. If Liang Qi is allowed to leave like this, Lin Xiao's image in the hearts of netizens will only get worse. Lin Xiao took the phone, ignored the bodyguard question, and called her friend directly. Her voice was cold. "Have you found out the location of the party that Jiang Qiao is going to hold?" The person on the other end seemed to ask something. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rose. "She is a bitch. Why does she always make others look like a clown? Who does she think she is? Who is she?" The friend on the other end of the phone asked her to calm down. And Lin Xiao seemed to feel that she had just been too excited. She took a deep breath, looked at the vase in the room, and her eyes moved. Suddenly, she said, "Help me, investigate Jiang Qiao company. I want her." When she said the last few words, her voice dropped slightly. However, her friend was more emotional and excited than her. The voice leaked out of the receiver, full of disbelief. "What did you say? Do you want to bankrupt Jiang Qiao?" The person on the other end of the phone emphasized the word Jiang Qiao. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking of, sneered. She said on the internet that she wanted to bankrupt my family. What if she loses in the end? The person on the other end was silent for a while, said speechlessly, Gio, do you know what Jiang Qiao family background is like? Let alone the head office Jiang Group, which has been taken over by Jiang Qiao brother, even the Dongshire films under Jiang Qiao control. Do you know how much money it makes every year? Not to mention that Jiang Qiao is also the CEO of an airline company. You want to mess with her? Are you crazy? The people on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say. It's okay to make a small fuss. She can discuss Jiang Qiao from time to time. But wanting to bankrupt her is simply unrealistic. Lin Jia was ridiculed by her friends. She couldn't hold back her face. She said in a colder voice, so what? I don't believe that we can't find evidence against her. So what if we find evidence against her? Her boyfriend is the CEO of Ming Group. Speaking of this, Lin Jiao's friend on the phone was a little helpless, and couldn't help but persuade, Jiao, you better not go against her. Jiang Qiao is really not someone you can afford to offend. She didn't play with you seriously. If she really wants to deal with you seriously, it's not something we can handle. Look at her brother, her father, and her boyfriend. They are all big shots, not to mention that she has so many friends. I think all her friends treat her very well. You don't have any deep hatred with her. Let's stop here, lest you really anger her, you will suffer in the future. Lin Zio had been irritated by Jiang Qiao for a long time. So how could she possibly listen to this? I just ask you one question. Are you willing to help me? The man remained silent. Lin Jiu bit her lip and hung up the phone. She closed her eyes, walked around in the living room, thinking about Jiang Qiao's arrogant and complacent look. And it was like a fire was rolling and burning in her heart. Company. Boyfriend. Signed artist. Just one scandal. Lin Jia thought as she walked. Just one scandal for Jiang Qiao. And it would only take a few minutes to bring her down from the clouds. Just as she was thinking deeply, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Jia took a look and saw that it was a call from the university she was studying abroad. She collected her thoughts and answered the call directly. Hello? However, after just 2 sentences, her calm expression changed. The bodyguard next to her looked at Lin Zio and didn't know what she heard. Her face became paler and paler. Even the anger she had just felt towards Jiang Qiao disappeared. Only confusion and anxiety remained. What did you say? You have been expelled. Please take some time to come and handle the procedures. The specific situation will be explained in detail in the email. You? Lin Zia didn't listen to the next words. Only those 5 words were left in her mind. You were expelled? Expelled? How is that possible? What are you talking about? Lin Zia became emotional all of a sudden. I haven't done anything to get expelled. The other party interrupted her directly. This is what the principal said. If you have any opinions or dissatisfaction, you can come to the school. At this point, the man seemed to think that she was too ignorant. After a pause, he asked, perhaps, do you know a lady named Jiang? Lin Zia's question was blocked in her throat, and she heard a sentence from the other side. Do you know a lady named Jiang? She opened her mouth, and after a long while, she made a sound. What? Do you mean? Chapter 564. What does it mean in front of so many big guys? It is obvious enough. After the other party hung up the phone, Lin Yeo sat on the sofa, and she was stunned for a long time. The bodyguard saw that something was wrong with her and called her, Miss. He called her twice, but didn't hear Lin Zio answer. When the bodyguard wanted to speak again, Lin Zio picked up something at hand and threw it at him, accompanied by an angry voice. Get out. The bodyguard face changed, frowned at her, and left the living room. Lin Jia stared at the front with a gloomy look. Her fingers clenched tightly, and her joints turned white. This is just the beginning. In the M.Q club, Jiang Qiao snorted, aimed the dart in her hand at the dartboard in front, moved her wrist, threw it out, and said slowly, since she dared to do those things, she should have expected this day. She'd better hold on for a while, so that I can have some fun. With a snap, the dart hit the bullseye, steady and accurate. Wu Xiao looked at her expression and felt that what was in front of her was not a dartboard, but Lin Jiu's face. Wu Xiao. The club private room was very lively. Jiang Qiao friends had almost arrived. They came to the club to have a small gathering tonight. When the waiter came in with the wine, he didn't dare to look up. The whole private room was full of handsome men and beautiful women. More importantly, they were all celebrities. He accidentally bumped into someone. When he looked up, he saw Suzanne, the movie emperor. He apologized hastily. When he turned around, he bumped into the world superstar Wu Xia. The people sitting on the sofa, there are painters, singers, and models I saw in fashion magazines yesterday. Any of them are big names in a certain field. Waiter. I feel so tired, so scary. What wrong with this sister connections? And I heard that this is only a part of it. I can't even imagine how grand it will be on this sister birthday. The waiter lowered his head even more, and wanted to leave after delivering the wine, and hurriedly opened the door, and then almost bumped into his own boss. The man unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his beautiful collarbone, and exuding a lazy and noble vibe. Boss. Ming Siren glanced at him. Why are you panicking? The weak, helpless and penniless waiter. In front of so many big guys. He is already very courageous to stand here. Okay. Go down. Yes. The waiter was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly bypassed his big boss and left. Ming Siren walked in with long legs, and glanced around the box, and finally landed on the woman throwing darts. Ming. Brother Siren. Hello. Brother Siren. The people in the box noticed him coming, and greeted him. Ming Siren responded with a curled lip, and walked towards Jiang Qiao. Qiao Qiao, you are so good at throwing darts. At this moment, Wu Xiao was talking to Jiang Qiao. He put his hand on the chair she was sitting on, slightly bent over, and stared at the dartboard. The darts thrown by Jiang Qiao hit the bullseye every time. Without exception. Jiang Qiao snorted, leaned back, and said, Why am I not good? She. The coolest. Wu Xiao looked at the dartboard, and then at the distance Jiang Qiao was sitting. She could throw such a result even with her carefree look. Xiao Qiao must be a devil. He paused, and then said, I suggest you participate in the competition. It's a pity if you don't participate in the competition with your talent. Jiang Qiao was about to speak when a low and lazy voice came to his ears. What competition? Chapter 565. Can you play darts? Wu Xia turned his head and saw Ming Siren. His eyes lit up immediately. Brother Siren, long time no see. The room was a little noisy. Jiang Qiao and Wu Xia didn't notice him just now. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao. Hearing that, he raised his hand and touched Wu Xia's head casually. He hummed, without even looking at him, long time no see. Wu Xia. Jiang Qiao met Ming Siren's gaze and immediately said, I was wondering why my heartbeat suddenly accelerated just now. It turns out that my dear boyfriend came over. She quickly leaned over and kissed him. Look how I like you so much. Ming Siren chuckled, just listening to her nonsense. He stretched out his hand and pinched her face. His drooping peach blossom eyes seemed to be shining with stars. You better remember what you said. Jiang Qiao. I can't forget it. Wu Xia was shown off, and her teeth were almost soured by the two of them. Killing a dog. Right? Ming Siren stood behind Jiang Qiao. He was tall and straight, looking handsome and good-looking, and asked Wu Xia again. What competition? Wu Xia snorted twice, and told Ming Siren what he had just said. The man raised his eyebrows, then leaned over, and Jiang Qiao felt his hand empty, and the remaining darts were in Ming Siren's hand. He stood behind Jiang Qiao, raised his hand to the other dartboard, and threw several darts in a row, without even a pause in the middle, and each one hit the bullseye. For him, it was as if he had directly turned on the easy mode and completed it easily. Ming Siren supported Jiang Qiao's chair with his hands, and in boss mode with Jiang Qiao, looked at Wu Xia, and said lazily, That it? Wu Xia? Question mark. Jiang Qiao responded, Super simple. Ming Siren smiled at her, slid his fingers down slightly, pinched the back of her neck, leaned over, said in a casual and sexy voice, Would you like to go outside with your brother to talk for a while? Jiang Qiao tilted her head and met his beautiful peach blossom eyes, couldn't help but curl her lips, nodded, and happily agreed. Okay. The box was too noisy. Ming Siren took Jiang Qiao's hand and went outside to chat. Wu Xia was left alone. He stood there for a long while, took the dart and lowered his head to think. What was wrong? After a while, Jiang Zealand came over with a can of wine in his hand. The man had long and distinct fingers, cold and white skin, and was extremely handsome. He saw Wu Xia frowning and struggling, and asked lightly, What wrong? Brother Zealand. Because of the time they spent together abroad. Wu Xia and Jiang Zealand had some friendship, and he was naturally outgoing. He immediately approached and asked, Can you play darts? He looked at the dartboard, and the place where Jiang Qiao had just sat. Those two people were definitely perverts. It wasn't him who had a problem. Was it? Jiang Zealand glanced at the dart board, put the wine in his hand aside, picked up a few darts, and then the next second, he hit the bull eye of the dart board right in front of Wu Xiao's eyes that suddenly widened. Jiang Zealand's voice was flat, with a cold and low tone as always. It quite simple. Wu Xiao. Is it them who have a problem or him? Are you there? Teaming up? The kind that will beat everyone up. Jiang Zealand left. Wu Xiao was still staring at the dart in his hand. After a while, Jin Sheng came over with his hands in his pockets. Seeing his tangled look, she put her hand on his shoulder. What wrong? Brother? Why are you here alone this time? Where Rui's? He has surgery and can't come. Wu Xiao replied casually, and then, as if she remembered something, she looked at Jin Sheng. Just like she asked Jiang Zealand just now, she asked him, "Can you play darts?" Jin Sheng glanced at the dart in Wu Xiao's hand, raised his eyebrows, and laughed out loud. Who doesn't know how to do this? It's so simple. Wu Xiao, so he is the only loser? He also practiced throwing darts before. And he was definitely not like the three people in front. He looked at Jin Sheng's confident look, hesitated, and handed the dart to him. Then you try it? Could it be that Jin Sheng is also a master? Jin Sheng sighed lightly, took the dart from him, squinted his eyes, raised his hand with full posture, and saw the dart shot out from his hand in an instant. And then he missed the target. Wu Xiao. Jin Sheng. After a few seconds, Wu Xiao reached out and patted Jin Sheng's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Okay, I understand. I feel relieved to see that I am not the only one like this. It not that they are too stupid, but that those three people are too abnormal." Jin Sheng, who are you scolding? When Jiang Qiao friends were all there, and just waiting for the birthday party, Lin Zio place was a different scene. After Liang Qi refused to attend Lin Zio party, it was reported on the internet that many people would distance themselves from Lin Zio. Rumors are spreading everywhere. Lin Zio's popularity has dropped to the bottom. Negative news spreads especially fast. So Lin Zio is going to be sanctioned? Why do I feel like she's going to be in trouble? Using a dog to imply Jiang Qiao is too much. Jiang Qiao probably won't tolerate it anymore. Even if she can't bankrupt her, she will make her suffer. I feel like Lin Zio will be abused by the big guys next. Lin Zio responded to these rumors online immediately. She responded to netizens' questions in the comment section, and also forwarded this reply, "LGV, draw a clear line? Tomorrow is Tiao Tiao party. I promise that no one will quit next. Can someone spread rumors again? If she can do it, just do it. Is it fun to brag and boast?" The words were directed at Jiang Qiao. However, the Weibo ID named Bitch Killer Princess Jiang Xiaoqiao did not respond to her, as if she didn't want to fight with him anymore. Lin Zio didn't get a response, and mocked her twice in a row. When everyone in the comment area saw her like this, some people started to say that she was crazy. But Lin Zio ignored it, and continued to imply. Until a few hours later, the biggest celebrity invited by Lin Zio, a Grand Slam actor named Shen, his studio posted a Weibo saying that the actor was unable to attend Lin Zio party due to health reasons. Chapter 566 Jiang Qiao birthday is finally here. As soon as the studio of the movie star surnamed Shen released this Weibo, netizens immediately came to the scene. What? It was said that no one would withdraw from the future? Who is bragging? At LGU. I just made a promise to post a Weibo, but I was slapped in the face when I turned around. The bitch princess did not disappoint me. Is the movie star Shen sick? He was still energetic at the event yesterday. It seems that he just doesn't want to attend Lin Zio party. Netizens ridiculed the fact that the movie star Shen did not attend Lin Zio party. Before they finished ridiculing him, the studio of another popular young actress posted a Weibo after the movie star Shen, and the excuse was exactly the same as the movie star Shen. I was sick and couldn't attend. Two big names got sick in a row, how could it be such a coincidence? Netizens understood it instantly. Xiao Jia, you are amazing. Lin Zio, just do it if you can. Jiang Qiao, okay. Ha ha ha, the above is really insightful. Lin Zio reacted very quickly, and immediately replied under the studio of the two people, "LGO, I received the apology text message, have a good rest. Don't force yourself, we will meet again next time. Hug." Love seeing her reply, netizens rolled their eyes to the sky. It was obvious that they didn't want to attend her so-called banquet. But she was still trying to smooth things over with a thick face. Didn't the bitch princess feel awkward? Even to Lin Zio hug. Neither studio responded. The sense of substitution was too strong, and netizens felt embarrassed for her across the screen. However, Lin Zia acted as if nothing had happened. She posted a Weibo to explain that the two of them were really sick and it was force majeure. She also posted the 2 apology text messages and promised that no one would withdraw. There will definitely be a wonderful banquet tomorrow, so netizens should look forward to it. Netizens were very disdainful of her words, but no star announced that they would not attend. Even without those 2 people, the number of stars attending Lin Zia banquet was still considerable, and the remaining people were also well known and had high fan attention, so it was not a problem. This gave Lin Zia more confidence. Those 2 people. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Qiao's birthday finally arrived. Fans sent her birthday wishes on time, and on the display screens of the most conspicuous buildings in the city, birthday blessing videos began to scroll. Countless people sent their best wishes to her on Weibo at 12 o'clock. Star actors, big and small traffic, directors and employees. This sister has always been popular. In addition to these people in the circle, what shocked netizens even more were those company bosses. From the evening to the next day, they watched those rich fathers who were usually high and mighty wish Jiang Qiao a happy birthday one after another. They could feel their love for Jiang Qiao through the network cable. Netizens. Why do I feel that Jiang Qiao's birthday is shaken all circles? What wrong with this sister? And the more this happened, the more netizens looked forward to it. They really wanted to see the scene of this rich lady birthday. In the early morning, in the villa, Jiang Qiao was changing clothes in the cloakroom. She reached out and pulled the zipper on the back of her skirt with some difficulty. However, she couldn't get it up for a long time. She frowned and was about to look back. A slender white hand had reached out to replace her and slowly pulled up her zipper. Chapter 567. What wrong with me? The man's fingers were a little cold, brushing across her back skin, making her shudder. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but shrink forward, and before she turned around, his soft lips had replaced his fingers, and landed on the snow-white skin of her neck. Ming's siren voice was low and sexy, and it tickled people's nerves. Happy birthday, Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao slowly turned around, and met the man pair of casual and beautiful peach blossom eyes. She looked at her for a moment. Then, as a matter of course, she extended her hand to him. Ming's siren looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Don't play dumb. Jiang Qiao's lips curved, and she was obviously in a very good mood. Where is the birthday present you prepared for me? She had urged him a few days ago. Ming's siren eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's snow-white palm, and after a few seconds, he took out a box from his trouser pocket. Jiang Qiao didn't wait for him to hand it over, and took it over. Let me see what this is. As soon as the box was opened, a necklace with an extremely delicate and beautiful design appeared in front of her. Jiang Qiao exclaimed softly, took out the necklace, put the box aside, compared it to the mirror, and then turned around with bright eyes. It fits the skirt I'm wearing today. The woman had fair skin, delicate features, and a bright and charming face. Ming's siren was stunned by her big smile. His heart moved, and his eyes were calm and deep. Do you like it? Jiang Qiao nodded. Without hesitation, I like it. She handed the necklace to Ming's siren. Put it on me. Ming's siren put the necklace on Jiang Qiao. It was a thin necklace, simple but with a sense of design. It really suited her. Jiang Qiao looked at the mirror for a few seconds, then turned around and looked Ming's siren up and down. The man's white shirt was spotless. His legs were long and straight. His waistline was slim and beautiful. And when he saw Jiang Qiao gaze, he couldn't help but say, what wrong? Jiang Qiao stretched out her white little hand to her, and looked at him. What else? Ming's siren looked at her. What else? Jiang Qiao, other gifts. What other gifts? Jiang Qiao's eyes widened immediately, and she said in surprise, no way. Brother siren, the things you usually give me when you come back from business trips are more novel than this necklace. You only give me this for my birthday? Ming's siren chuckled. Is this the only thing you're not satisfied with? Jiang Qiao, this is very unlike you. She looked at him suspiciously. Is this really the only thing? Ming's siren eyes were dark. He leaned slightly closer to her, looking into her eyes, and said in a soft and seductive voice, Brother is very poor recently, Qiao Qiao's sister. Can you be more considerate of me? Poor? She didn't believe him. Jiang Qiao snorted twice, turned her head and looked at herself in the mirror again. But forget it, I won't bother with you, anyway. I like this necklace very much. Jiang Qiao was very good-tempered, looking at herself in the mirror. She became happy again. Her cat eyes were curved, looking lovable and cute. Ming Siren watched Jiang Qiao walk out happily, curled his lips, and then followed her out of the cloakroom with his long legs. You are lucky. Jiang Qiao walked while mumbling to him. Do you know how speechless my brother is? On my birthday, he actually gave me money directly, and didn't even let me choose a gift. It was so perfunctory. I also gave him money on his birthday this year, and I didn't choose a gift for him. Who made him treat me like this? Ming Siren leaned against the door and looked at her mutteringly. Lowering his eyes, his fingers fell into his trouser pockets, touching a small box. His eyes moved slightly. The sun was shining in the room. It was a good day today. Jiang Qiao. Si ran. Ming Siren suddenly came back to his senses, raised his head and looked at her. Jiang Qiao was wearing earrings. While wearing them, he looked at her curiously with his eyes. What are you thinking about so intently? Ming Siren slowly turned his eyes away. He coughed lightly and pulled his hand out of his trouser pocket. Nothing. Jiang Qiao watched him walk over, staring at him with her eyes. I think you are very strange today. The man chuckled casually and came to her. Oh? What wrong with me? Chapter 568. What surprise? Everything is wrong. Jiang Qiao looked him up and down, and suddenly reached out, and her slender white fingers touched his trouser pocket. Did you prepare some surprise for me without telling me? But before her hand touched him, Ming Siren grabbed Jiang Qiao's wrist, and then lowered his head, and kissed her directly. The man kissed her very delicately and tenderly, and easily stopped her movements. Jiang Qiao's hand stopped there, and instantly forgot what he was going to do. She felt a layer of water covering her ears, and she couldn't hear anything clearly. After a while, she felt his thin and hot breath brushing against her ears. He spoke slowly in her ear, and his tone contained a hint of teasing. Don't be so narcissistic. Qiao's sister. Jiang Qiao's face was still flushed, and her breathing was a little unstable. Hearing this, she subconsciously said, What? Ming Siren lowered his eyes, and looked at Jiang Qiao. The woman raised her head. Her lips slightly parted. Her hands unconsciously grasped him, and even her eyes were hot when she looked at him. Love filled the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Ming Siren Adam apple rolled slightly. He lowered his head and gently rubbed her nose, and laughed softly. Am I so good to you? She naturally thought there would be other surprises. When he asked the question, Jiang Qiao nodded without any hesitation, and replied, Okay. Ming Siren's eyes deepened a little. He tightened his hand around her wrist, and brought her closer to him, and said slowly, Then tell me, how good is my brother to you? At this time, Jiang Qiao glanced at the dressing mirror next to her. Her eyes widened slightly, and her hair stood on end. Ming Siren, you ruined my makeup. The man chuckled leisurely, glancing at her. Really? Isn't it pretty? Jiang Qiao pushed him away, looking at her face that could tell what she had just done, and glared at him. How can it be pretty? Ming Siren leaned on the dressing table, watching her put on makeup again, and said nonchalantly, Passionate kiss makeup? How sexy. Qiao's sister. I'm so annoyed with you. Ming Siren stretched out his hand to pinch her angry face, glanced at her, and chuckled softly. Just now you were saying I was good to you. Jiang Qiao slapped his hand away, and said fiercely, Don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. Lin Hiao had started live broadcasting early in the morning. The dog named Tio was dressed in a skirt by Lin Hiao again, and that dress looked like Jiang Qiao's usual style of dressing. There was a lot of scolding on the barrage. Lin Hiao, fearless, greeted the camera. Then, while stroking Tio's head, she said to the netizens in the barrage, The big names will be here soon. Today will definitely be a feast for the eyes. Our brother doesn't stop me from scolding you. You bastard. You feel uncomfortable if you don't take advantage of my sister Qiao's popularity for a day? Stop talking so much nonsense. Who wants to watch you? If my idol wasn't coming, I wouldn't open this crappy live broadcast. Ugh. Get out of here. It's a pity that Sister Qiao doesn't open the live broadcast. Otherwise you would have nothing to do. And speaking of this, I miss my baby Wuxia again. Wuxia, Jin Sheng, and Su Zan will be at Sister Qiao's birthday party. And there is also the evil father Ming, who is Sister Qiao's boyfriend. I really want to see it. I want to see +1. Wu. Although Jiang Qiao held a birthday party today, she kept a low profile and did not broadcast live, which made the netizens who had been looking forward to it early feel resentful. That why everyone could only gather under Lin Zia live broadcast to watch this woman act like a demon. Time passed by. And soon, it was time for the stars to arrive. Lin Zia pinched the paw of the papillon in her arms, and said to the netizens, "Today is our Tayo Tayo birthday. Wish our Tayo Tayo a happy birthday." This sentence made the netizens sick. But Lin Zia turned a blind eye to the netizens' dissatisfaction. She raised her eyebrows and said, "What do you want to see your brother do?" Hee. She said it as if we want to see, she can make them do anything. She is really good at pretending. It disgusting, I watch her live broadcast just to scold her. Lin Zia is like a retard. Lin Zia seemed to have guessed what the netizens were thinking, and said lightly, "Don't worry, say whatever you want, they will still give me face." Most netizens sneered at her words, but there were still a small number of fans of these popular male stars, who enthusiastically put forward a few small requests. As long as Lin saw it, he generously said that he would let them do it. And let them wait and see. If nothing else, at least the fans of these stars are looking forward to it. Lin Zia came to the entrance of the banquet venue with Tayo Tayo in her arms. At this time, the stars were almost here. She glanced at the door, and signaled a few bodyguards to arrange the flowers there more beautifully. She looked relaxed. However, in the next 10 minutes, there was no car at the door, and Lin Zia could only chat with netizens in the barrage to kill time. However, netizens had nothing to talk about with her, and soon the topic became dull. Most people were waiting to see the popular stars, to see their beauty. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone, they were getting impatient. Why hasn't she arrived yet? I've been waiting for a long time, and she's still not here? I heard that Xiao Jia's car is coming one after another. After all, she is a star, so everyone should be patient, since we have waited until this time anyway. Lin Zia looked at the door, frowned slightly. Her eyelashes trembled, and then asked the assistant beside her to urge her to see what was going on. Why didn't anyone come? It time. After hearing this, the assistant went there. At this time, the sound of an engine finally came from the door. Lin Zia's eyes lit up, and she looked at the door. At the same time, the netizens on the barrage were also full of expectations. Who would be the first to come? The engine sound was loud, full of momentum, and soon, several racing cars drove in from outside the door. A very technical drift was performed at the door, and the racing cars all stopped. At first glance, it was quite impressive. Lin Zia's eyes immediately lit up with a smile, and she walked over there. The car door opened. Gao Qi and his friends got out of the car, and when they saw Lin Zia, they tacitly bumped their fists. "Xiao, you look so beautiful today," Gao Qi praised, took out the gift, handed it to Lin Zia, and touched her jumping head. Lin Zia smiled and glanced at him. "Why are you here so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly." These people are all Lin Zia friends. Gao Qi lost the race to Jiang Qiao before, and was severely humiliated, seeing that it was him. The netizens' reactions were not very enthusiastic. Gao Qi. Chapter 569. The air was dead silent. Such a big scene. I thought someone as handsome as Ming Father would come down, but it turned out to be just like this. Disappointed, isn't Gao Qi just Lin Zia Liquor, the one who was abused by Sister Qiao and called him daddy? How dare he come? I laughed to death. Does he think he is so handsome? He came to Lin Zia's place and drove a racing car, and even did a technical drift. He is really good at pretending. It's simply confusing human behavior. Seeing Gao Qi, the netizens were not excited at all. Gao Qi was barely handsome, but he couldn't compare with the exquisite male stars in the entertainment industry, not to mention the stunning beauty like Ming Siren. The netizens were raised to a higher standard by Ming Siren, and they were not excited at all when seeing Gao Qi at this moment. Not to mention the fans who were looking forward to their brother arrival. They were too lazy to even post comments. Where did this fool come from? Climb on your own. Gao Qi friends entered the venue first. Gao Qi glanced at Lin Zia, and put his hands in his pockets. Are you going to stay here all the time? Lin Zia nodded. Yes, I pick everyone up. Gao Qi coughed lightly. Then, I go with you. Lin Zia didn't refuse. Gao Qi was interested in Lin Zia at first sight, and the atmosphere between the two seemed very good. However, at this time, a great comment appeared in the barrage. Hee. Welcome everyone to watch Rural Love. These two people are simply made in heaven. If Dad and Sister Qiao are the lazy and noble CEO, and the rich and bright Miss, then these two are the pretentious idiot boy who just came to the city, and the cerebral palsy, and mentally retarded bitch princess. They are simply one in heaven and one in earth. Sorry. It really makes me feel so unfashionable. They both put their hands in their pockets. But why is Gao Qi so stupid? Ha ha ha. I laughed my ass off. To be honest, I watched Lin Heo live broadcast just to see the stupid comments from netizens. Lin Zio stared at the door and didn't notice what the netizens were saying. But the faces of the bodyguards, who saw what was said in the barrage, were indescribable. Especially influenced by the netizens who commented on the comments. Seeing the two people standing together, it really felt like a rural romance for a moment. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she turned away. The team of Gao Qi cars drove over. Although the netizens were not very interested, at least they gave Lin Zia some face. But after Gao Qi, there was another long silence, and there was no car at the door. Lin Zia's face darkened slightly. Seeing the assistant come back, she whispered to him what was going on. The assistant shook his head, saying that he hadn't called those big shots. Gao Qi looked at Lin Zia. What wrong? Did something happen? Lin Zia smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Just then, another car came to the door. Lin Zia's expression changed slightly. She looked over and saw a low-key black car coming. Following it, Lin Zia's godmother Jiang Mingyan got out of the car. The smile on Lin Zia's face froze, but she still walked over quickly, reached out, and hugged Jiang Mingyan. Godmother. Jiang Mingyan smiled and said, there was a little traffic jam on the road. We are late. When she saw the row of cars, her eyes lit up slightly. Are so many people here already? She also knew about Lin Zia and Jiang Qiao. Although she didn't agree with Lin Zia's impulsiveness, since they were already competing, she still hoped that Lin Zia could win. Seeing so many racing cars at this moment, it was natural to think that many people should have come. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zia's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The netizens on the barrage burst into laughter. Sorry. Only 2 people came. And Jiang? You think too much. Why is there no one coming to Lin Zia's place? It was almost noon. Lin Zia didn't say much to Jiang Mingyan, but forced a smile, and asked someone to take Jiang Mingyan in first. She stared at the door, and her fingers clenched slightly. After Jiang Mingyan came, a few more people came, who were Lin Zia's friends, but the netizens didn't know any of them, and their looks were not outstanding, so the netizens had no interest, and were bored to death. After Lin Zia's friends came, no one came after that. For a full half hour, the entrance was so quiet that not even a bird could be seen. The netizens were getting impatient, some left directly, some got tired of waiting, and the fangirls, who were waiting to see their brothers, became impatient. What's going on? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Lin Zia. Are you kidding us? Didn't you say you would invite them? Where are they? And this impatience became stronger as time went by, and they started to greet Lin Zia's ancestors. Compared to these irritable girls, other netizens were also very surprised. No way. None of the stars invited by Lin Zia have come yet? After preparing for the promotion for so long. If no one comes, God, Lin Zia will be embarrassed. Lin Zia said it yesterday. If she is slapped in the face today. At this point, the netizens in the barrage were shocked and understood something instantly. Wait, is Jiajia waiting for this moment? No wonder there was no news of Sheningdi withdrawal yesterday. Are they waiting to embarrass her on the day of the live broadcast? My God, Dad Jiang is worthy of being Dad Jiang. He is really cruel. Lin Zia was looking at the barrage at this time, and she got a glimpse of what these netizens were saying, and her emotions suddenly rose. She hadn't settled the score with Jiang Qiao for making her drop out of school, and now netizens were praising Jiang Qiao and hitting her in the face? She immediately said, don't dream. It impossible. If those people dare not come, they will never be able to survive in the entertainment industry in the future. She can still kill 1 or 2 actors. In response to her denial, the netizen said directly, "It's not what it is, then why no one came to your party?" He blocked her mouth. Just when Lin Yi was extremely nervous, a black luxury car drove in. It looked very expensive, and as soon as the car came in, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The car slowly stopped, a waiter hurried to open the door for it, and then a man bent down and got out of the car with expensive black leather shoes on the ground. When Lin Yi saw the person coming, she had already walked up quickly, and when she looked at the man's face, she was slightly stunned. At this time, the netizens who saw the man's face clearly became excited instantly. It's Xiao Yang. Fuck, it really him. Oh, why is Xiao Yang here? Lin Zi's Weibo preview didn't say he was coming. What going on? Brother Xiao Yang. Look at me! Fuck Lin Zio. This is awesome, I just wronged her. Could Xiaoyang be the mysterious guest? Unlike just now, the netizens who commented on the bullet screen swept away their previous depression and suddenly became excited. Unlike other popular stars, Xiaoyang is always very popular. He has outstanding facial features, and his costume dramas are particularly outstanding. He has many fans who are all loyal. He is naturally popular with the public. However, he has paid more attention to the quality of his films in the past 2 years. He rarely attends events, so it is difficult for fans to see him. When they suddenly see the male god, they are naturally excited. Lin Ziyu looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. She had no friendship with Xiaoyang, so why would he come here? However, the thought only changed. Since Xiaoyang came, she didn't need to guess what the netizens' reactions would be. She didn't expect such a surprise to happen suddenly. Lin Ziya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she walked to Xiaoyang in a few steps. Mr. Xiao? Lin Ziyu looked at Xiaoyang's delicate face, and wondered. Perhaps he came here because he admired her? As soon as she said the word Mr. Xiao, Xiaoyang, who was opposite her, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Ziyu. Netizens in the barrage clearly saw that when he saw Lin Ziyu clearly, his expression was shocked. He said blankly, Isn't it the venue for Qiao's birthday party? Lin Ziyu's expression suddenly froze. As soon as these words came out, the air around them froze in an instant. Xiaoyang stood there, looking around in confusion, and touched the back of his head. At this time, his driver came out in a hurry and said, Teacher Xiao, I'm sorry. Okay, I think I drove to the wrong place. The place where Jiang Qiao and Lin Ziyu held the banquet was very close, and the driver was not familiar with the place. He didn't expect to turn directly to Lin Ziyu's place. This was a big misunderstanding. Xiaoyang frowned, reacted, and said to Lin Ziyu, I'm sorry. I went to the wrong place. After apologizing, Xiaoyang turned around and got in the car. The driver also nodded to Lin Ziyu apologetically, and then drove Xiaoyang back quickly along the original route. So everyone saw Xiaoyang's car went straight out of the venue gate, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. In the huge venue, the air was dead silent. Chapter 570. She must have done it on purpose. Lin Ziyu's hand was still in the position of preparing to shake hands with Xiaoyang, facing the direction where Xiaoyang was leaving, and she stood stiffly in the open space. Seeing this scene, the netizens were all silent for a few seconds, and then, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. The comments were like crazy. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. I am really dying of laughter. I can't take it any more. Help. What is this? So Xiaoyang is from Qiaojia's side, but he just came to the wrong place. Did you see Lin Ziyu's surprised face just now? Oh my god. Did she think Xiaoyang came for her? I am so embarrassed for her. Ha ha. After waiting for such a long time, finally a big name came, and he is from Qiaojia's side. Lin Ziyu's mentality is broken. Right? Off topic, anyone from Qiaojia's side is Xiaoyang level. I really want to see her birthday party guests. Xiaoyang suddenly appeared, and left in a second. Netizens thought he came for Lin Ziyu. Just after a few words of praise, they heard Xiaoyang say that he came to the wrong place, and they laughed like crazy. This slap in the face, oh my god, they felt sorry for Lin Ziyu even through the screen. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Ziyu, she was completely stiff in the face of this situation. The emotions in her eyes broke bit by bit, her face turned from red to blue, and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Whether it was the bodyguards or waiters nearby, watching this situation, they were too embarrassed to say a word, and secretly looked at Lin Ziyu's face, and felt their scalps tingling. This situation really made people want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Gao-Chi also saw what had just happened. He walked towards Lin Ziyu quickly, and asked Lin Ziyu in a low voice with a stiff face, Is Jiang Qiao's birthday party venue near here? Lin Ziyu nodded a little late, and slowly withdrew her stiff hand. She must have done it on purpose. Gao-Chi's voice could not help but rise slightly, thinking of the woman's usual arrogant and complacent face, and seeing Lin Ziyu's pale and helpless face at this moment. Gao-Chi couldn't help but feel angry. When Lin Ziyu heard Gao-Chi's words, her eyes flashed. She took the phone, strode to a place where the live broadcast could not reach, and called the studios of those stars one by one with trembling fingers. A few minutes later, a studio staff of a popular young actress finally answered her call. Lin Ziyu suppressed her anger and asked in a deep voice, Where are you? The staff of the studio over there said lightly, Sorry. Our Zihan is sick. I'm afraid he can't go to Miss Lin party today. She said sorry, but her tone didn't sound sorry. Sick? Lin Xiao was so angry that she laughed out loud. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "She was fine yesterday. But she's sick today? Well, what's wrong with her? Tell me, so I can send someone to see her." Hearing her say that, the other party didn't say anything. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't want your Zihan to disappear from the entertainment industry, get out of here right now." When the staff member in the studio of the popular actress heard her say this, he still did not respond. It was not until Lin Xiao could not help but scolded loudly again that someone else answered the phone. The woman's voice was slow and full of sarcasm. "Ms. Lin is so arrogant. You want me to disappear from the entertainment industry?" The popular actress herself laughed and was very disdainful of her threat. "If you can do it, try it. Is Miss Lin more powerful than Dong Shi?" When the two words Dong Shi came out of her mouth, Lin Xiao heard it, and her expression froze. "Dong Shi?" she repeated slowly. "Compared to Miss Lin, I dare not offend Mr. Jiang. This is not my fault. After all, in this circle, I can only listen to whoever is more powerful." Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt like she was slapped hard. She tightened her hand holding the phone a little bit, and said in a tense voice, "Did Jiang Qiao not let you come?" The little flower smiled and asked back, "Didn't you snatch Mr. Jiang people in the same way?" After 2 seconds, the phone call was suddenly cut off by the other party. You don't need to think about how furious Lin Xiao is at this moment. The young lady who was doing her nails threw the phone aside and snorted disdainfully. "What are you so arrogant about? You are still beaten by others." On the other side, Lin Xiao held the phone and closed her eyes. She didn't need to make the next call. No one will come today. It all Jiang Qiao fault. As soon as Gao Qi followed in, he heard Lin Xiao say, "Did Jiang Qiao not let you come?" He paused, and the anger in his heart suddenly increased to 10 points. "That woman bullied you again?" Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at Gao Qi. She saw the man clenched his fists. His face was ugly, and he said angrily, "I deal with her." After saying that, before Lin Xiao could react, Gao Qi turned around and rushed out. He got in his car, then started the engine, and the car flew away from Lin Xiao banquet venue. Lin Xiao eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly called Gao Qi, but the man didn't answer and hung up on her. She didn't care to say anything else, and hurriedly asked Gao Qi's friend for the car keys and drove another racing car to catch up. What happened? Why did Gao Qi and Lin Xiao suddenly leave? Fuck. Why do I feel like something is going to happen? Follow the live broadcast. Follow up quickly. Seeing Lin Xiao and Gao Qi suddenly leave, netizens were all stunned, and instantly smelled something was going to happen, and hurriedly asked the person filming the live broadcast to follow. The place where Jiang Qiao held her birthday party was not difficult to find. Gao Qi arrived at the destination quickly. He got out of the car and walked straight inside with a cold face. But he was stopped at the door. 2 security guards stopped him and said, "Sir, do you have an invitation?" Gao Qi didn't even look at them and pushed them away impatiently. "Get out, don't bother me." However, just after taking 2 steps inside, he was grabbed by the arm by the security guard. "You are not allowed to enter here without an invitation." Gao Qi looked at the person who was talking and angrily said, "I'm looking for Jiang Qiao. Tell Jiang Qiao to get out." Another security guard took the intercom and asked someone to add more people to this side, while reporting what happened at the door to Jiang Qiao's assistant. "Sir, please keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, we will not be polite." Gao Qi was repeatedly stopped, and he became even angrier. He yelled at the security guards, "I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me?" Chapter 571 Roadside Ants can also be crazy about girls. As he said this, he insisted on forcing his way in. Lin Xiao arrived later, hurriedly got out of the car, without even closing the door, walked over a few steps, pulled Gao Qi, "Enough, stop making trouble, come back with me." Gao Qi turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. "Can you swallow this breath?" Lin Xiao's face was extremely ugly. No. Of course she couldn't swallow it. This time Jiang Qiao made her look so ugly. After today, she would become the laughing stock of the whole network, and she would never be able to raise her head. But if he went to see Jiang Qiao now, except being slapped in the face by her and being laughed at by her, what else could he do? As if he knew what she was thinking, Gao Qi immediately said, "I will help you deal with her. You don't have to worry about anything. I will help you teach this bitch a lesson. Gao Qi, listen to me. We will find a way after this." I won't let her have an easy time. When the two were arguing, the sound of a car engine came from behind them. They turned their heads at the same time, and saw a black Maybach slowly stopping. Then the car door was opened from the inside, expensive and shiny leather shoes fell to the ground, and a slender and straight leg came into their sight. The man was wearing a neat suit, with a cold expression. A layer of frost and snow seemed to cover his eyebrows and eyes, and his skin was cold and pale, and his whole body was filled with a sense of strict abstinence that no strangers were allowed to enter. His eyes swept over here, and his handsome eyebrows slightly wrinkled. When Lin Jio saw the man's face, she froze. Her eyes seemed to be glued to the man, and everything else was instantly invisible to her. She let go of Gao Qi's hand and stared at him straight in the eyes. Jiang Zilan asked the security guard, his voice as cold as ever, "What happened?" The security guard hurriedly said, "These two people didn't have an invitation letter, but they insisted on getting in." After a pause, he added, "They were still talking dirty and were very rude to Miss Jiang Qiao." Lin Zio's heart trembled when she heard the last sentence of the security guard. Jiang Zilan's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at the two of them. He hadn't looked at them straight since he got off the car. At this moment, his eyes swept over, and Lin Zio clearly felt his eyes on her. That cold look seemed to have weight, scraping across her skin inch by inch. She couldn't help but clench her fingers, looking at him, and then she saw the coldness and disdain in his eyes. For a moment, Lin Zio felt as if someone was holding a hammer, hitting her chest hard. The dull pain spread throughout her body in an instant. No matter what netizens said before, or what Jiang Qiao did, it was no match for the strong impact this time brought her. She clenched her palms tightly. Because of the force, the joints were pale. At this time, the person in charge of Lin Zio live broadcast also arrived. Originally, as someone from Lin Zio's side, it was not appropriate to film her embarrassing scenes. But the person filming her today was the bodyguard, who was yelled at and hit by Lin Zio that day. Why should he care whether she was embarrassed or not? So when netizens asked to continue watching, he immediately followed. "This staff member is great. It made me laugh to death. I even suspected that he had a grudge against Lin Zio. Brother, keep filming. I'm optimistic about you. Ha ha ha. I guess even if you lose your job, Sister Qiao will hire you." The camera was pointed in the direction of Lin Zio. The bodyguard stood not far from Lin Zio and continued to broadcast live. Lin Zio was still in the shock of disgust and could not pay attention to him at all. At this time, the bodyguard live broadcast camera also swept Jiang Zilan, who was standing with Lin Zio. The man was tall and well-built, with a cold and noble temperament, and a superior and handsome face, impeccable. Seeing this top-notch beauty, who was no less beautiful than Ming Siren, netizens couldn't take their eyes off him instantly. They swallowed their saliva and began typing, "Please, who is this god? Fuck. Fuck, I like this brother, I'm crazy about him. Does this waist and legs really exist? Shit. He just as crazy as an ant on the street. This guy can bring world peace with his face. Ah. Within 3 minutes, I want to know all the information about this man." Netizens who were originally waiting to see what Lin Zio was going to do were caught off guard by a super handsome guy who was more handsome than her. They didn't even care about Lin Zio anymore and immediately let out a crazy roar. At this time, in front, Lin Zio felt a dull pain in her heart when Jiang Zilan looked at her. She pursed her lips tightly, turned her head, and whispered to Gao Qi, "Go back to the car first." Gao Qi was stunned, looking at her expression. He said, "I haven't dealt with that bitch for you yet." Before she finished the word bitch, Lin Zio's heart tightened, glanced at Jiang Zilan, and immediately said, "If you don't go, I can't be your friend in this life." Gao Qi's face changed. He glanced at Jiang Zilan with a cold expression, and then glanced at Lin Zio, who was staring at him without blinking, and in an instant, he seemed to understand something, stood stiff, and gritted his teeth, and returned to the car. Jiang Zilan glanced at Lin Zio, and then retracted his gaze. He said to the security guard, "If you make trouble again, you will be thrown into the police station." Then he took a long step and prepared to go in. But as soon as he took a step, he was hurriedly stopped by Lin Zio. The woman stopped him. Due to the height difference, Lin Zio had to look up at the man in front of her. Her breathing was a little unstable. She said, "Wait." The netizens in the barrage slowly calmed down after the rooster crowed. They kept staring at the two people. At this moment, seeing Lin Zio suddenly step forward to stop the man, they all widened their eyes slightly. At the same time, netizens also discovered that Lin Zio was different from usual. "Wait a minute. Did you notice the way Lin Heo looked at this godly brother? Why did this bitch princess suddenly become like this? Why did this little bitch suddenly become soft? It makes me sick. Look at Lin Heo reaction. Do they know each other? This look, is there a story between the two of them? Seeing the word story, the netizens watching the live broadcast were instantly shocked. No! The fairy brother cannot have any relationship with the bitch princess. Can patients with cerebral palsy stay away from handsome guys? Due to the distance, the netizens could not hear what they were saying clearly, but they saw Lin Heo standing in front of the man, and the admiration in her eyes could not be concealed. It can be seen at a glance that Lin Heo likes him. Who is this handsome guy? Kick her away quickly. Although Lin Heo is annoying, she is actually pretty good, and men should like her face. Fuck, don't be his ex-boyfriend. If Lin Heo relies on this to make a comeback, I will be sick to death today. Only Jiang Qiao old fans, looking at this man, took a breath of cold air. Chapter 572. Who do you think you are? They thought tremblingly. This man? Isn't this their sister Qiao brother? What, Lin Heo ex-boyfriend? Is this bitch worthy? Is she worthy of the most beautiful Jiang Zilan? What a joke. In front of this man, even their cool sister Qiao would become timid. Where did Lin Heo get the courage to approach like this? Jiang Qiao old fans looked at Lin Heo, who was standing in front of Jiang Zilan with admiration. Like a little girl, and felt a burst of burning eyes. Little bitch. Stay away from brother Zilan. Okay. In front, Lin Heo stopped Jiang Zilan. Facing his dark and indifferent gaze, her heart couldn't help but tighten a little bit. She licked her lips, after 2 seconds, said, "The security guard just misunderstood. We didn't scold your sister." As soon as she finished speaking, the security guard next to her immediately frowned and said, "Miss, do you need me to repeat what you and your companion just said?" They actually said they didn't scold, daring to do it but not to take responsibility. It too shameless. Lin Heo ignored the security guard. Her eyes fixed on Jiang Zilan. She explained, "Actually, it was your sister who was always looking for trouble with me. My friend saw that I was being bullied to the point of no return. So she couldn't help but come over and say that she would help me teach her a lesson. We didn't do anything. He was just showing off his power. He wouldn't really do anything to Jiang Qiao. I hope you don't misunderstand us." Jiang Zilan stood tall and graceful, with one hand in his pocket. He looked cold and noble. He looked at Lin Heo coldly, and his voice showed no emotion. "Oh, my sister has been looking for trouble with you?" Lin Heo heard this, and she couldn't help but lower her soft and white neck. She lowered her head and said, "I don't know how I offended her. She doesn't like me. For so many days, she has been playing tricks on me and slandering me. At the beginning, she made a child suffer from online violence. I couldn't bear it and went to her. Maybe she held a grudge against me. Since then, no matter what I do, she will come to destroy it." At this point, Lin Heo shook her head and smiled bitterly, looking at Jiang Zilan, not hiding her love for him, swallowing her saliva, and then said, "Even that day in the billiard hall, she saw my thoughts about you. She pretended to be your girlfriend to make me give up. I can understand that she didn't like me that much. So she did this. But I didn't expect her to hinder me to this extent." Jiang Zilan listened to her story with a dull look on his face and no expression, and did not express any opinion. Lin Heo clenched her palms involuntarily. She couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Zilan. "Of course. I'm not saying I'm innocent. Later, I was angered by her excessive behavior and did some childish things. I'm sorry about that. However, when it came to this," Lin Heo quickly skipped over what she had done to Jiang Qiao and continued, "I swear, I only did some small pranks that would not have any impact on her. But I never thought that Jiang Qiao would find my university and ask the principal to expel me." At this point, Lin Hio's eyes turned red. She was wearing a light-colored skirt today. In front of Jiang Zilan, she looked up at him with a soft expression, and the earrings on her ears swayed slightly. At first glance, she looked a little pitiful. The netizens in the barrage couldn't hear what she was saying, but only vaguely heard intermittent words. Jiang Qiao. Slander. And words like dropping out of school. Fuck. What is this bitch talking about? Although I can't hear it clearly. Is she complaining to Brother Fairy? Report Jiang Qiao? Fuck, Brother God. Please don't be fooled. I really can't stand this woman. Looking at her pretentious appearance, I really want to rush over and tear her face apart. Brother Filming, can you please come closer? We want to hear what they are saying. Netizens couldn't hear what Lin Heo was saying. They only vaguely felt that she seemed to be pitifully begging for the handsome guy, and they were immediately anxious. What else does this bitch want to do? Although Lin Zio's skin was not as cold and white as Jiang Qiao, it could barely be considered fair. There were bloodshot eyes and a slightly red nose, as if she had been badly bullied by Jiang Qiao. Even her voice was choked with sobs. Really? She too cruel. You may not know what she is like outside. In the circle, she can't tolerate others who disobey her in the slightest. Otherwise she will destroy that person. Take me for example. She even threatened to bankrupt my family later. At this point, she curled her lips at Jiang Zealand and said, although I don't think she can do it, it is enough to prove her arrogance and pride. Next to her, the bodyguard in charge of the live broadcast saw the request of the netizens in the barrage, and moved closer to Lin Jia and the others. He found a position where netizens could hear what the two were saying, but Lin Jia would not find out. In the camera, Lin Jia saw that Jiang Zealand did not show any rejection of what she said to her, and she boldly moved closer to him, and stretched out her slender hand, trying to pull Jiang Zealand's sleeve. I just want you not to misunderstand me. The netizens in the barrage just heard what the two were saying. Lin Zia's words, I just want you not to misunderstand me, reached their ears. Seeing her intimate action again, everyone was emotional in an instant. Oh my god. What is Lin Zia trying to do? Such an ambiguous conversation. No. Brother Shenxian is not really her ex-boyfriend. Right? Fuck. Handsome guy. Why are you so depressed? However, just when Lin Zia's hand was about to touch Jiang Zealand, a cold voice came from above her head. Are you done? Lin Jia paused as she stretched out her hand. She looked up and stared at the man in front of her in astonishment. Jiang Zealand said calmly, who gave you the courage to slander Qiao Qiao in front of me? Netizens who were furious because Lin Jia had a relationship with a handsome guy were stunned when they heard this. Huh? Everyone raised their eyes suddenly, and they didn't even care about getting angry. They quickly gathered in front of the screen and stared at the two of them. Qiao Qiao? Qiao Qiao? Why did this handsome guy call them Qiujia so affectionately? What going on? Lin Jia's expression was a little stiff. The man in front of her was cold. Although she stretched out her hand, she didn't dare to touch him at all. She opened her mouth. Jiang Zealand said lightly, also, whether you are bullied or wronged, what does it have to do with me? Who do you think you are? Chapter 573. I just want to ask you if you are handsome or not. Hearing the man cold and almost cruel words, Lin Zia's face turned pale, and her fingertips couldn't help but tremble violently. She stared blankly at this handsome man, and even forgot how to react. The netizens in the barrage opened their eyes wide, originally thought that the two were in a relationship of ex-boyfriend and girlfriend, but who would have thought that it was just the wishful thinking of the bitch princess? At this time, they were caught off guard to hear such a cold and heartbreaking words from the fairy brother. Everyone took a deep breath, and instantly had only one feeling. So cool. I said it. How could such a handsome guy with the same looks as Ming father fall in love with someone like Lin Zia? I was right. Ha ha ha. So Lin Zia was mocked by her lover? Who do you think you are? Oh my god, if the person I like said this to me, I will be traumatized for the rest of my life. Killing people and destroying their hearts, the handsome guy is really cruel. I am so happy. Who is this super handsome guy? Hearing him calling her Qiao Jia so affectionately, is there any relationship with Qiao Jia? In front, Qiao Jia has many handsome guys around her. We can only satisfy Ming Daddy with this kind of top-notch type. I don't expect it anymore. Jiang Qiao old fans looked at these comments, and couldn't help but reveal the expression of you kids are still too young. They shook their heads, and were about to send comments to explain the true identity of this beauty. But at this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came out in the live broadcast. Brother. These old fans stopped trying to explain. Okay, they don't need to explain now. On the camera, Jiang Qiao walked out. She was wearing a long skirt, high heels, and a necklace was elegant and appropriate around her thin white neck. She looked beautiful and noble, with the air of a young lady. When Galachi was about to force his way in, the security personnel notified Jiang Qiao's assistant, who happened to be next to Jiang Qiao, and told Jiang Qiao directly. Thinking something had happened, Jiang Qiao came out to see. When she saw Lin Jia, Jiang Qiao didn't look surprised. She just glanced at her casually, as if she was looking at a cat or a dog. After a casual glance, she set her sights on Jiang Zealand. She walked towards Jiang Zealand with a stern face. Why are you here just now? Do you know what time it is? Your sister's birthday is coming. And you didn't prepare a birthday present? You came so late. How can you be like this? Next time at your birthday, I won't prepare anything for you. Remember this. Jiang Zealand saw Jiang Qiao coming out of the door, and she started to complain to him. He endured it for a second, but when he saw that she was still talking, he reached out and pinched her face. Her brother looked at her expressionlessly. Shut up. Huh? Jiang Qiao had 2 marks on her face, and after hearing what he said, she rolled her eyes in anger. It was obviously his fault, but he still thought she was noisy? Watching the interaction between the two, Jiang Qiao old fans looked calm and not surprised, but the new fans who had just joined were confused. What is this situation? Jiang Zealand pinched Jiang Qiao's face. He didn't care if Jiang Qiao was pretty enough. The purpose was to make her shut up, so he directly pinched her face out of shape. Jiang Qiao tilted her head, her cheeks slightly puffed. The arrogant cat was angry, so angry that she directly gave him a claw. Jiang Zealand glanced at her puffed-up face. Not knowing where his silly sister had poked him, he couldn't help but curl his lips. The curve on the cold man's face softened a little, although he returned to a blank expression in just 2 seconds, but the contrast instantly fascinated all the women who saw him. The daily interaction between the brother and sister is full of warmth and harmony. Wait a minute. Did I hear it right? Did Sister Qiao just call this man brother? I heard it too. +1 for hearing and seeing this. The netizens in front of the screen swallowed their throats and started typing. So, this super handsome guy is Sister Qiao brother. Is that the brother Zaylon that Sister Qiao mentioned on Weibo? Who made the old fans so excited? It was time for Jiang Qiao old fans to speak up, and they responded immediately. Yes. This is Qiujia brother Jiang Zealand. Is he handsome? Is he handsome? I just want to ask you guys. Are you handsome? Seeing the malicious replies from Jiang Qiao old fans, other netizens almost shouted out loud. Fuck, this is more than just handsome. This is simply top-notch. Okay. I thought it was already a luxury to have such a top-notch father Ming. I didn't expect Qiujia to have such a brother, excuse me. What kind of happy life is this? Wait. So, was Lin He saying bad things about Qiujia to her brother just now? The last barrage was posted, and the netizens were silent instantly. Recalling what Lin Yeo had just done, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly became a little complicated. So, Lin Zia was counting on Qiujia brother to uphold justice for her? After realizing it, the netizens almost died of laughter. What kind of weird thing is this? She didn't think she was so charming that people would teach her own sister a lesson for her. Did she? Where does this confidence come from? This is a disease, it must be cured. Lin Yeo hadn't recovered from the blow of Jiang Zealand's words just now, when she saw Jiang Qiao coming out. She was playing with Jiang Zealand as if it was natural, and didn't even look at her. It was as if a fire suddenly ignited in her heart, almost burning her whole body. Seeing that the two were going to bypass her and leave, Lin Ziyu stepped aside and directly blocked Jiang Qiao. Jiang Zealand frowned slightly, and was about to call the security personnel to come and get them away, but Jiang Qiao said, Miss Lin is going to hold a banquet today, how come you still have time to come to my place? Without waiting for Lin Ziyu to speak, she said in a long tone, Oh, no one is willing to come. Lin Jia's face turned pale immediately, and she raised her hand to slap her. But before the slap landed on Jiang Qiao's face, Jiang Zealand clamped her wrist. Lin Jia froze, and Jiang Qiao in front of her looked at her with a smile, and the aura of a big boss on her body could not be concealed. She slowly said, You still have the mind to make trouble here? Can your grandfather hold on alone? Lin Yeo hadn't reacted to the meaning of her words, and subconsciously said, What do you mean? Jiang Qiao smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Lin Yeo's mobile phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated violently. Chapter 574 Comfortable. Jiang Zealand's eyes were cold, and he let go of her hand with a cold face. Lin Jia's fingertips moved slightly, and she subconsciously reached for her phone. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but it was her grandfather who called. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, Lin Ziyu didn't know why, and didn't answer it for a while. Jiang Qiao crossed her arms, and looked at her leisurely, and her eyes fell on her phone, and saw those 2 words. She raised her eyelids, and said slowly, What, Miss Lin, you don't want to answer it? Impossible. Lin Ziyu glanced at Jiang Qiao coldly, thinking lightly. Who does she think she is, to be able to touch the Lin family? How can she be frightened by such a bitch? Lin Jia withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, slid her finger, and answered the phone neatly. Hello? Grandpa, I have something to do here, if you have anything. Please go back. But before she finished her words, she didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, and the expression on her face suddenly froze. Jiang Qiao raised her chin slightly, seemingly appreciating her current appearance with a smile. Seeing Lin He, listening to the story of the person on the other end of the phone, her complexion changed little by little, the blood color on her face disappeared inch by inch, until her lips slowly turned pale, her expression became more and more joyful. She did so much, just to see her expression. Jiang Qiao narrowed her eyes, comfortable. The netizens in the barrage didn't know what happened, just saw Lin Zio's expression suddenly changed after answering a phone call. That face was so pale that it could be clearly seen, even through the camera, and immediately began to comment. What happened? What happened suddenly? Princess bitch face is not right. Did Sister Qiao do something to her? Look at Sister Qiao bossy face. She must have done something. When Lin He heard her grandfather say that the company was in trouble, her mind buzzed. She couldn't hear anything clearly. Grandpa was saying something sternly to her on the other end of the phone. Lin He's pupils trembled. She raised her head in a daze, and looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief. Jiang Qiao was standing next to the man in high heels, with a smile on her lips, as if she was just appreciating her current appearance. It was an expression that was obviously teasing. Grandpa said, "Go back immediately," and hung up the phone. This was the first time that Grandpa spoke to her in such a strong tone. Lin Zio's heart trembled violently, and she didn't even bother to ask Jiang Qiao for an answer. She immediately turned around and walked to the racing car parked on the side. Jiang Qiao said slowly when she opened the car door, "Ms. Lin, you are in such a hurry to go back. Is there something wrong at home?" Lin Zio paused. Her nails dug deep into her palms. She almost couldn't help but turn around and slap the proud woman hard. But she couldn't, as if she didn't hear her deliberate ridicule. Lin Zio opened the car door and got in directly, through the car window. She could also see the woman holding the man's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably, which was very proud. Gao Qi saw Lin Zio got into his car, and her expression was not right. So he asked, "What happened?" Lin Zio was in a state of confusion at the moment. She did not answer, but clenched her palms tightly, looked at the two people outside the car, and suddenly punched the car door, with a loud thump. Lin Zio's voice was even a little hoarse. "Drive quickly." Gao Qi pursed his lips, stopped talking, and started the car directly. The car quickly disappeared from sight. Jiang Qiao leaned over and looked in the direction they left, shook her head, and said regretfully, "Why did you leave like this? It boring." That what she said. But the expression of interest on her face didn't mean it was boring. Jiang Zilan glanced at her, didn't bother to pay attention, and turned to go in. Jiang Qiao also wanted to go in. But when she saw the bodyguard-like man holding a mobile phone and live broadcasting, her eyes paused and she stopped immediately. "Hey! What are you doing? Come here." Jiang Zilan also turned his head and looked over. The bodyguard trembled and walked over with the mobile phone. "Miss Jiang?" Jiang Qiao pulled the phone out of his hand. At this time, netizens in the barrage were all brushing the three words "hello, Sister Qiao," which seemed to be a welcome to the boss. Jiang Qiao was instantly happy, waving her hand. "Oh! Be low-key, be low-key. Happy birthday, Sister Qiao, forever 18 years old." "Sister Qiao, what did you do to Lin Zio? Tell us quickly." "Sister Qiao, we want to watch your birthday party. Please start a live broadcast, please." "Husband Zilan, look at me. I am your dear wife, who was left outside." There were all kinds of things in the barrage. Jiang Zilan went in directly, when he was sure that the bodyguard would not pose any danger to Jiang Qiao. Only Jiang Qiao, who always dotes on her fans, stayed there and chatted with netizens. Today there are too many big guys at the birthday party. Some people don't like to show up, so we won't broadcast live. Hearing her say this, there was a wailing sound on the barrage. But at the same time, it was also confirmed that there were indeed many big guys at Sister Qiao's birthday party. Thinking of this, everyone felt even more itchy. "I really want to see it." Jiang Qiao comforted her. "At worst, I can send you the video of Wu Xia's striptease just now." At this point, Jiang Qiao coughed lightly. But although she didn't say anything, the netizens on the barrage heard it clearly. "What going on? Can you elaborate? Prick up your ears. Is this woman trying to be funny? I love her." Jiang Qiao gave them a look that said, "You know what I mean," smiled, said goodbye to them. Okay, I'm very busy today, that it for now. I talk to you guys in detail tonight, bye." "Wait! Don't leave yet. Do you want to arrange Dad's striptease tomorrow? Jiang Qiao saw this comment, snorted, Don't dream, I'm the only one who can watch that brother's striptease. Amid the screams of the marmots, Jiang Qiao turned off the live broadcast, threw the phone to Lin Zi bodyguard, and returned to the birthday party. At this time, at the party, Ming Siren crossed his long legs elegantly, and sat on the sofa with his head lazily propped up. He held a wine glass in one hand, stroking it slowly, his eyelashes drooping slightly, as if thinking about something. He didn't even notice someone approaching him. So everyone saw Wu Xia, who lost the game, wearing a wig and a skirt, approaching Ming Siren timidly. The surroundings were very quiet, and everyone was watching this scene with suppressed laughter. Wu Xia, who was always happy in women clothing, bent down, her beautiful blue eyes like the sea, staring at the lazy and casual man in front of her. Her lipstick-coated lips slightly opened, and said, Brother Siran? Hold me. Chapter 575 My girlfriend is really so cute. Ming Siren came back to his senses from deep thought. He raised his eyes carelessly, but was caught off guard by a heavily made-up man face. Wu Xia met his gaze, and shyly winked at him. Ming Siren closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Shit! Wu Xia blushed when she heard this, and held up her long skirt with her hand. She said tenderly, This is not good. I feel a little sorry for Qiao Qiao. There was a burst of laughter all around. Jin Sheng laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He took a picture of the scene, and sent it directly to Rui's. Ming Siren held his forehead with his hand, looking at the man in front of him, so angry that he kicked him directly. Get out of the way! Wu Xia fell to the ground with a cry of ouch, looking at him in disbelief, pointing with a trembling hand. Brother Siran, you actually kicked someone, but... Ming Siren. Is this irresponsible? The people around were laughing so hard that they were almost out of breath. When Jiang Qiao came in, she saw Wu Xia, the bitch, pulling her man's sleeve and acting like a spoiled child, stomping her feet, whimpering and asking him to take responsibility. Jiang Qiao? ? Wu Xia glanced at her, his eyelids twitched, he lifted up his skirt and turned around and ran away. Jiang Qiao was shocked and quickly came to her senses, and immediately chased after him. Hiss! Stop right there. You little bitch, you're seducing my man. Right? I beat you to death today. Jin Sheng laughed so hard that he pounded the table. Tears were about to burst out. But he still did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Yes. Qiao Qiao. Beat him to death. He just tried to kiss Brother Siran. I think he has had bad intentions towards Brother Siran for a long time. Wu Xia held up her skirt and said shyly, Don't blame me. It was Brother Siran who said he wanted to fuck. I didn't say. Jiang Qiao. Look. She won't hack him today. The birthday party suddenly became lively. Ming Siran turned his eyes away. One of his good friends Fu Jiuxiu came over with his hands in his pockets. Sat down next to him. Glanced at him. What were you thinking about just now? You were so absorbed. You didn't even notice that someone was in front of you. Ming Siren touched the back of his neck and coughed lightly. Nothing. Fu Jiuxiu observed him carefully, looking him up and down. I feel that you are a little bit strange today. You are so absent-minded even on your girlfriend's birthday. Ming Siren glanced at Fu Jiuxiu and hesitated to speak. Fu Jiuxiu thought he had something important to say, so he put down the wine glass in his hand and wanted to listen carefully. But he stopped talking after hesitating twice. Fu Jiuxiu, will you tell me? Ming Siren moved closer to him. You. Fu Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows slightly. Ming Siren looked at him for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze, said in a light and lazy voice. Forget it, what do you know with your brain? Fu Jiuxiu? ? Ming Siren sighed, helplessly said, Among US brothers, I am the only one with high emotional intelligence, and I am good at dating, unlike you, who are always single. Fu Jiuxiu, I'm married. Okay. Ming Siren glanced at him, with sympathy. What the use? You still be alone in an empty room. Fu Jiuxiu. Say it again. Damn it. Ming Siren ignored him, and stood up directly, looking at Jiang Qiao in the field. She grabbed Wu Xia, and just pulled off his wig. She didn't know what her friend next to her said to her, but she laughed immediately. Jiang Qiao's beautiful cat eyes were curved, and she was as happy as a cat that had stolen some fish, looking bright and lovable. Ming Siren put his hands in his pockets, squinted slightly, couldn't help but sigh. My girlfriend is really so cute. Fu Jiuxiu. If he cares about him again, He'd be an idiot. Jiang Qiao caught Wu Xia and gave her a beating. She was a little tired, carried a stool, ate some snacks casually, watched other friends in the field, saw the funny scene, couldn't help but curl her lips. After watching for a while, she felt someone eyes on her. She turned her head, and met Ming Siren, beautiful and deep eyes. He was looking at her. I don't know what he was thinking, but when he met her gaze, his peach blossom eyes slightly curved. A smile appeared, his facial lines softened, with a very gentle expression. Jiang Qiao immediately hooked her finger at him. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows slightly, and walked towards her with long legs. As soon as he walked to her side, Jiang Qiao sneaked up to her and said, "Open your mouth." Hurry up. Ming Siren did as she said, and the next second, he felt a candy being stuffed into his mouth. The soft and sweet taste melted in his mouth, and seemed to spread all the way into his heart. The woman smiled at him, and asked softly, "Is it sweet?" Ming Siren looked down at her, and after a few seconds, he hummed softly, "Sweet." Jiang Qiao blinked and looked at him. "Really?" Ming Siren leaned down slightly, and chuckled softly in her ear. "Then you try it?" Jiang Qiao saw that no one noticed her here, and kissed him secretly. The man chuckled, and the two whispered in a low voice, with an intimate posture, and an indescribable harmony. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao for a while. His eyes turned slightly. His hand fell into his trouser pocket, touched the small box, and moved closer to Jiang Qiao. His voice was very soft. "Can you spare some time tonight?" Jiang Qiao grabbed a handful of melon seeds. Her eyes were black and white. She peeled them and asked curiously, "What wrong? Is there anything?" Ming Siren looked at her. His eyes were focused and deep. "Yes. There is something. Something very important." "What is it? Just tell me now." The man curled his lips. "I can't tell you now." This made Jiang Qiao more and more curious. What the matter? At this point, her eyes lit up, and she leaned over. "You secretly bought me a bag again?" "Right. What brand?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Siren reached out and tapped her head. "No." Jiang Qiao covered the place where he had hit her, muttered, "Why are you like my brother? Tap my head at every turn." Ming Siren ignored her, glancing at her fair and delicate little face, said, "Make time." Jiang Qiao waved her hand perfunctorily. I know. Ming Siren was amused by his perfunctory attitude, reached out, and pinched her neck. "Are you still impatient?" Jiang Qiao immediately raised her face. "No way, I'm not impatient at all." She smiled so brightly and cutely. "I like Brother Siren so much, I just like being with Brother Siren." The man snorted casually, not believing her. The two had just talked for a while, and Dai came over, put her hand on Jiang Qiao's shoulder. "I say, you two have been dating for so many years. Why are you still so clingy? Let go, and play with the little sisters for a while. Tonight we won't go home until we are drunk." Chapter 576. What surprise did he come up with? "Okay." Jiang Qiao turned around, and was about to go within Dai. As soon as she took a step, she suddenly saw Ming Siren put his hand to his lips and coughed lightly. Her eyes fell on him, and she saw the tall and straight man tapping the dial with his fingers, with a warning look. Jiang Qiao immediately behaved, and said to Dai seriously, "What do you mean you won't go home until you are drunk? Young people, you should rest earlier, and you can't drink so much." Andy's eyes swept over Jiang Qiao, then looked at Ming Siren, and stretched out her hand to pinch Jiang Qiao's little face. "We haven't even got married yet, and you are so afraid of him. Are you scared? Is this a sign of being scared?" "This is obviously because of love," Jiang Qiao said as a matter of course. She extended her hands affectionately, and made a hard shape to Ming Siren. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she said sweetly, "Right, Brother Siren." The man leaned there, his posture casual and romantic, looking at her, curling his lips and smiling, his expression visibly happy. And Dai was so jealous of these two people that she hooked Jiang Qiao's neck and said, "Okay, stop being so annoying. Let go." Ming Siren watched Jiang Qiao walk away. At this time, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look, then turned around and answered the call. "Everything is arranged." At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone was almost drunk. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, some chatting in low voices, some lying on the sofa to sober up, and it was very quiet around. At this time, Jiang Qiao's phone lit up. She took it and took a look. It was a message from Ming Siren. "Tell her to come out now." Jiang Qiao looked at the people around her, carefully took Dai's hand off her leg, walked past her friends lightly, and walked out. Outside, Fu Jiuxiu just came over, dressed in black clothes and black pants, with a ruffian temperament. He saw her at a glance, looked at her, raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are you going?" Jiang Qiao was speechless for a moment, pointing to the door, outside. Fu Jiuxiu put his hands in his pockets, walked back 2 steps, and glanced outside. From a distance, he saw a car parked there, and a man leaning next to it, who else but his good brother Ming Siren. Fu Jiuxiu turned his eyes, and his eyes fell on Jiang Qiao, and said after a few seconds, "What are you doing outside?" Although Jiang Qiao knew Ming Siren friends, she was not particularly familiar with them, let alone chatting about such daily topics. And as far as she knew, Ming Siren friend was not the kind of person who would talk about this kind of topic with others. What wrong with this long-legged brother today? Jiang Qiao looked at him strangely. While thinking about how to answer his question, Fu Jiuxiu had already said casually, "Do you want to go out for a second round of drinks?" Jiang Qiao? Fu Jiuxiu smiled, his expression showed a kind of intentional badness. He said lazily, "You should have said it earlier, I called him for you." He glanced at Ming Siren, who was still waiting at the door, and had already walked around Jiang Qiao, walking straight to the room with long legs. Jiang Qiao eyelids twitched, and hurriedly followed. No need. Don't be polite. Fu Jiuxiu kicked the door open with 1 foot, and the people who were sleeping in the room suddenly woke up with a start, looking up at the big man blankly. Fu Jiuxiu met their eyes and said lightly, "Brothers, don't sleep. The little birthday boy asked me to call you. Go drink the second round." Wu Xia rubbed his eyes. His hair was messy from sleeping. Xiao Qiao prepared so many things. He slapped Jin Sheng on the shoulder, pulled him up. Let go. Let go. Today is Xiao Qiao's birthday. As long as she is happy, I will give it my all. Following Wu Xia's words, the others also stood up, and a group of people stretched and staggered out the door. Jiang Qiao. She swallowed her saliva and hurriedly followed. No. If you are tired, don't go. Oh. For you, how can we be tired? Jiang Qiao. Fu Jiuxiu watched them go out, and thought of his brother face later. He felt comfortable all over. Glancing to the side, he landed on the woman who was sleeping with her head propped up, and hadn't woken up yet. Fu Jiuxiu looked at her for a while, walked over, stretched out a hand, took the wine glass on the table, and gently let go of his hand in front of her. The glass fell to the ground with a snap, making a shattering sound. And Dai opened her eyes with a start, and her whole body swayed to the side uncontrollably. Fu Jiuxiu reached out his hand, and held her head steadily. He met her confused gaze, raised his eyebrows, and said slowly, "Why are you still lying on someone else's hand?" And Dai glanced at the man's hand that he stretched out. Outside, Ming Siren glanced at his watch, and was about to call Jiang Qiao again. But when he looked up, he saw a group of people walking out of the door. His temples throbbed. Wu Xia came to the extended Lincoln behind him, and took the initiative to open the door, and get in the car, and poked his head out. "Where are we going?" "Brothers," he ran. Xiaoyang, Su Zhan, Jin Sheng and the others also got in the car one after another, and looked at him in unison like a few little puppies, with eyes full of anticipation. Ming Si ran. One car couldn't hold so many people at the birthday party, and the staff were already arranging cars, and the quiet entrance suddenly became lively again. Jiang Qiao followed them out, approached him innocently, and told him what Fu Jiuxiu had just done. After listening, Ming Siren raised his hand and pressed his forehead, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fu Jiuxiu. Very good. Very good. Seeing his expression, Jiang Qiao couldn't help but said, "You asked me to come out alone. It seems that there is something important." Ming Siren's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao. The woman's eyebrows were white, and she looked at him with a little worry. He stared at her for 2 seconds, reached out, and held her in his arms. The woman in his arms was soft and warm, with a faint fragrance. His slightly warm fingertips gently stroked her ears, and his lazy voice was soft and smiling. "Yes, very important." After a pause he said, "I originally wanted to show it to Xiao Qiao alone." Jiang Qiao's ears were tickled by him, like a cat with its fur smoothed, leaning on his shoulder and muttering, "I told you in the morning that you prepared a surprise for me, and you denied it. Now what should I do?" Ming Siren chuckled, "Yeah. I just listened to you." Jiang Qiao patted his back to comfort him. Forget it. Forget it. But I don't mind everyone watching you give me a surprise. Just follow the process." Ming Siren was silent for 2 seconds, and said, "I mind." Jiang Qiao. Question mark, what kind of surprise did he make? Chapter 577. Are you shy? Brothers, he ran? Fu Jiuxiu came out from inside, seeing the two of them hugging each other, and teased casually, are you still being affectionate? Ming Siren let go of Jiang Qiao, and kicked him. Fu Jiuxiu hissed softly, glancing at the dust on his trouser legs, and snorted and laughed. Brother won't bother with you. More than a dozen people got on the car one after another, and several cars drove towards the destination in a mighty manner. Ming Siren put his hand on his forehead, leaning back in the quiet and comfortable car, listening to Wu Xia and the others quacking like ducks. There are many dart competitions like this abroad. I can guarantee that Xiao Xiao, Brother Zealand, Brother Siren, plus me, will definitely sweep all the awards. Jin Sheng crossed his long legs and glanced at him. Why did they have to include you? Do you think your results are too good? Wu Xia. He immediately strangled the dog neck. I find that you can't spit out ivory from your dog mouth. Xiao Yang and Suzan were laughing there, and the car seemed very lively. Only Ming Siren was leaning there alone, looking like he had a headache. Wu Xia asked with concern, Brother Siran, are you in a bad mood? Ming Siran put down his hand, looked at him with peach blossom eyes, and said in a very gentle tone, No, I am in a very good mood. Better than ever before. Wu Xia shuddered for no reason. The car drove all the way to the riverside and stopped there. The area nearby had been cleared, and there were not many people. Young men and women got off the car, looking at the river view in front of them, and their minds instantly became clearer. The summer night breeze blew on my body, comfortable and pleasant. So it not a second round of drinks, but a river view? Jiang Qiao leaned on the railing, feeling very comfortable. Ming Siren came to her side, leaning with her, but his eyes were always on her. People around were talking in low voices, and laughter came from time to time. Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand to Ming Siren, whispering, while it dark? No one is paying attention now. Give me your surprise. Ming Siren leaned over slightly, kissed her wrist. I can't give it to you. What is it? He smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Qiao was tickled by his mysterious things, and immediately went to his pocket. I don't believe it yet, I want to see what you hide. Ming Siren glanced at his watch, and clasped her wrist with his slightly cool fingertips, and as she looked up with doubtful eyes, he gestured for her to look at the river. Jiang Qiao was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction of his sight. Is your surprise for me on the river? As soon as she finished speaking, the next second, a light sound of fireworks rising into the sky exploded in her ears. Jiang Qiao suddenly raised her head, and saw the night suddenly light up. The gorgeous fireworks suddenly exploded in the air, and countless small fireworks were ignited, and the whole sky was instantly as bright as day. Everyone's attention was attracted by the fireworks that kept rising and exploding. Surprise sounds were heard everywhere. The water surface was sparkling. The fireworks on the riverside were absolutely beautiful. Jiang Qiao was also shocked by the scenery. Her beautiful cat eyes slightly widened. The fireworks were reflected in her pupils. She slowly turned her head and looked at Ming Siren. She happened to meet Ming Siren's gaze. No matter how beautiful the fireworks on the riverside were, his eyes were always on her. She looked at the fireworks, and he looked at her. Seeing her looking at him, a smile appeared in her peach blossom eyes, asked her, Is it beautiful? In fact, the moment she saw his eyes, all the scenery was thrown behind her mind by Jiang Qiao. She tiptoed slightly, and motioned him to come closer. Ming Siren approached her doubtfully. Jiang Qiao put her hands into a circle, close to his ear, and whispered, Beautiful, but my brother's eyes are more beautiful than fireworks. Ming Siren paused, squinted at her with a smile, and chuckled lazily. Be more serious. Jiang Qiao looked at him, with a sincere expression. I'm very serious. The two looked at each other. After a while, Ming Siren touched the velvet box in his pocket, couldn't help turning his face away, and coughed lightly. Jiang Qiao was surprised by his appearance, and leaned over with bright eyes. Are you shy? Brother Siren? Ming Siren put his hand on her neck, and squeezed her like a cat. Don't make trouble. Jiang Qiao looked for his eyes, as if she had discovered a new world, and looked for his eyes wherever she looked. Brother Siren can be shy? It really rare. Don't you know that you are the most beautiful in the world in my heart? Ming Siren turned his gaze back, looking at her extremely sincere eyes. After a few seconds, reached out, and tapped her forehead lightly. His eyes were gentle and smiling. The fireworks on the riverside were still going on. Fu Jiuxiao leaned on the railing, said casually, It's so fancy, if you don't know. You might think it a request. The word proposal suddenly popped up in his mind. Fu Jiuxiu paused slightly. thinking of the progress of these two people, and Ming Siren absent-mindedness throughout the day. Fu Jiuxiu instantly, he took a breath. No way. If it was really Ming Siren, wouldn't he kill him? He comforted himself for a while, denying this guess. But having said that, his eyes still glanced at the two people, even when the fireworks ended. When the group was preparing to have a midnight snack, he took the initiative to propose to disband on the spot. Fu Jiuxiu glanced at the time on his watch, pulled Ming Siren aside, put his hand on his shoulder, and coughed lightly. Siren, to be honest, you are not going to propose today, are you? Ming Siren didn't say anything, looking at him coldly. Fu Jiuxiu's expression slowly solidified under his gaze. Are you really going to propose? His eyelids twitched, and he quickly hugged him. I just bought a sports car. I think it suits you better. Ming Siren took his hand off, and slowly adjusted his cuffs. It's useless. Just wait for death. Fu Jiuxiu. After the fireworks ended, Jiang Qiao asked the bodyguard to send her friends to their respective places, ending a lively day. As soon as she got in the car, she leaned on Ming Siren's shoulder, took a nap for a while. When she got home, after being gently woken up by the man, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. I take a shower first. Ming Siren glanced at her. Yeah. Jiang Qiao was quite sleepy, but after taking a shower, she was full of energy. After blowing her hair, she sat on the bed for a while, remembering what she promised her fans, and went on Weibo. In the morning, Lin Ziyu received a call, and suddenly left with a changed face. There was no news after that, which made netizens curious. They asked Jiang Qiao what happened on Weibo. Jiang Qiao was free, so she started a live broadcast. While Jiang Qiao was live broadcasting, Ming Siren was adjusting his tie downstairs while walking upstairs. He didn't know when he changed into a brand new suit. He looked gentle and handsome. When he came to the door of the bedroom, he stopped. His hand fell on the door handle and paused. It was rare, and he was a little nervous. Chapter 578 Proposal 1. After a few seconds of pause, he pressed his hand down and pushed open the door. Jiang Qiao had just set up her phone, and hadn't had time to talk to her friends online, when she heard the door open, and turned her head to see Ming Siren coming in from outside. She blinked, and her eyes fell on him for a few seconds, and when she saw his appearance clearly, she smiled instantly. Why did you change your clothes? Ming Siren coughed lightly, and didn't answer her. Jiang Qiao sat cross-legged on the chair leisurely, revealing her white legs. She was dressed comfortably and relaxedly. Her hair was not tied up. It had just been blow-dried, and was draped softly over her shoulders. She looked cute and lovely. Ming Siren looked into her beautiful eyes. After a few seconds, he could not help but look away first. Jiang Qiao, ? Her eyes suddenly curved into a smile, and she tilted her head as she looked at him as he walked over. What wrong with you today? I feel so weird. At this time, the netizens who were commenting on the bullet screen, their original bullet screen style was, what happened to that bitch Lin Ziyu? How did you slap that bitch Lin Ziyu in the face? Sister Qiao? When they suddenly saw Ming Siren coming in, their bullet screen changed all of a sudden. Ah! It Ming Father! Brother Siren, I love you. Look at the child. Ming Father looks particularly handsome in a suit today. Every frame can be used as a pictorial. It was as if the drama had suddenly changed from a quarrel to an idol drama. The netizens who were commenting on the bullet screen instantly forgot about Lin Ziyu, and only screamed like crazy at Ming Siren's appearance. Ming Siren came to Jiang Qiao. He didn't even notice that she was live streaming. His eyes were always on her face. He said, Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao looked at him with her eyes curved. Her face was bright, and her big eyes only looked at him. Ming Siren paused for 2 seconds, raised his hand, loosened his tie which he felt was a little tight, and said softly, I have something to tell you. Jiang Qiao was stunned, and nodded. You go ahead. Ming Siren looked at her, and under her gaze, he stretched out his hand and scratched his nose after a few seconds, and said slowly, Jiang Qiao was shocked when she saw him hesitating. Her eyes suddenly widened. Who is this person? Jiang Qiao stared at him for a long time, opened her mouth, and finally said, Ran. Are you nervous? Ming Siren. The netizens in the barrage were also confused. Is he nervous? Right. Definitely. Oh my god. What else in the world can make Ming Father nervous? Fuck. Ming Father was so nervous that he didn't even notice that Xiao Jia was live streaming. What happened? Not only were the netizens in the barrage surprised to see Ming Siren, but Jiang Qiao was also frightened. She had been with Ming Siren for so many years since she was a child, and she had never seen him nervous. Never. Ever. Today he suddenly behaved like this. She couldn't help but tremble her fingers, quickly grabbed his hand, and asked carefully, "What happened to you?" Ming Siren. Something happened at the company? Jiang Qiao held his fingers, stared at him, and asked nervously, "Are you still sick?" She quickly hugged Ming Siren, and touched his back to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, tell me." No wonder he was acting weird all day today. The air in the bedroom was exceptionally quiet. Ming Siren closed his eyes. The tension in his heart, after being disturbed by her, disappeared without a trace. He smiled helplessly, letting her hug him. He lowered his head, resting his chin on her furry head, and sighed, "My Qiao Qiao." Jiang Qiao was softened by his indulgent sigh. The hand that was touching his back slowed down. He raised his head in confusion. "What wrong? Is everything all right? Are you not sick?" Ming Siren looked at her with his eyes downcast, and said, "No." Jiang Qiao carefully looked at him for a few times, and let go of his hand after making sure that he was really all right. "Then why are you so strange today? I was worried about you for nothing, really." Jiang Qiao took off his claws, and didn't intend to pay attention to him, and prepared to start the live broadcast. However, just as she was about to leave his arms, Ming Siren twisted the chair, and made her face him again. The man leaned forward slightly, his hands on both sides of her chair, and looked at her. His expression was no longer tense. His peach blossom eyes were dark and deep, and his tone was sexy. "I said I have something to tell you. Don't move." Her big eyes were black and white, and she looked at him heartlessly. "Then you say it." Ming Siren looked at her for a while, and asked, "Do you remember how long we have known each other?" Jiang Qiao was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask this question suddenly at this time. After thinking for a while, she answered, "More than 10 years. No." She paused, and was slightly surprised. "It'd been almost 20 years. Yes. It'd been almost 20 years. He looked at her. "When I first saw you, I never thought that I would fall in love with such a little girl one day." Jiang Qiao immediately retorted, "I'm not little." Ming Siren curled his lips. He did not respond to her words, but in the quiet space, he said softly, "I love you." No one expected him to say this suddenly. Jiang Qiao raised her head, and bumped into the man's deep eyes, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Netizens couldn't help but take a breath, open their eyes wide, and lean close to the screen. This was the first time they saw this scene, and for a moment, they even forgot to post comments. In their impression, Ming Siren had always been lazy and casual, and they had never seen him so serious. Affectionate Father Ming, who could resist this? Jiang Qiao suddenly remembered that the live broadcast was still going on, and wanted to turn it off, but Ming Siren's actions made it impossible for her to turn around smoothly, and her ears felt a little hot. "Why did you suddenly say this?" She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I love you too." Ming Siren chuckled, "It's not sudden. I want to say this to you every day." At the beginning, she was the one who took the initiative to approach him. But later, he couldn't let her go. After a while, Ming Siren loosened his hands on both sides of her chair, and stood up straighter. The man had a noble and upright figure and handsome features. At this moment, he was concentrating on looking at Jiang Qiao, which was particularly touching. He suppressed the carelessness in his eyes, and said slowly, "I don't have many relatives. Besides Grandpa, there is only you. In this life, I don't care about much, as long as I can be with you. That enough." Jiang Qiao was a little out of her mind at first, thinking that he was just being intimate with his usual couple, but the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Her heart felt like it was soaked in warm water, sour and soft. Her lips moved. See Ran? Chapter 579 Marriage Proposal 2. "I was thinking, how can I stay with you forever?" The man lowered his eyes and smiled, reaching out to take the thing that had been on him all day. The netizens in the barrage realized something from the moment they heard him start to say that, especially now seeing his action. They stood up all of a sudden, and for a moment even their fingers were shaking uncontrollably. "No. No, this situation is not right. Fuck, it's no exaggeration to say that. My heartbeat is now soaring, I can't even breathe. Is it what I thought? Is it what I thought? I'm going crazy. I can't speak anymore." Netizens who were aware of what Ming Siren was going to do next felt like they were being scratched by a cat, itchy and excited, unable to sit still in their seats, walking back and forth in the room. Everyone stared at the screen closely, for fear of missing any details. Jiang Qiao old fans even held their breath, more excited than their own life events. No way. No way, is it really what they think? Jiang Qiao sat on the chair, her breathing became lighter, she stared at Ming Siren without blinking, an idea emerged in her mind, her eyelashes trembled closely, her mind was blank. And in the eyes of everyone, Ming Siren took out the small box, he stared at Jiang Qiao, and slowly opened it. A ring was quietly placed on it. Everyone, ah! In an instant, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast went crazy. All the netizens who were watching the live broadcast screamed at the same time. In the bedroom, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. One forgot that they were still live broadcasting, and the other didn't pay attention at all. Jiang Qiao looked at the ring in Ming Siren's hand, and heard her heartbeat, which was getting heavier and heavier. She stared at Ming Siren blankly, and forgot to react for a while. Ming Siren looked at her. His peach blossom eyes were affectionate and gentle, and his voice was smiling, and he spoke slowly, word by word, Qiao Qiao. My brother is 28 years old this year. It's time to get married. Right? He asked her this. After he said this, Jiang Qiao clearly felt her blood rushing up instantly. Her heart was beating so fast that she felt like it was going to explode, and before she could react, she saw Ming Siren take a step back, and then, in her eyes, he knelt on one knee. His voice was the most gentle she had ever heard. Will you marry me? Jiang Qiao's heart was numb and tight, and she stood up all of a sudden. She thought she would scream, but the first thing that fell was tears. Uncontrollably, tears fell down in big drops. She just looked at this lazy and casual man, who was more noble than anyone else, kneeling on one knee in front of her, asking her to marry him. She had seen many marriage proposals, but because he was Ming Siren, she couldn't bear it. Jiang Qiao didn't know how to describe this feeling. Her heart was a little painful. She couldn't control her tears. It was obviously a very happy thing, but the tears just kept falling. She never knew she could cry so much. She wiped the tears, and they flowed down again. She wiped them, and they flowed down again. She was not sad, but she just couldn't control it. At this moment, her mind flashed back to their past, all the good things he had done to her, his tolerance and indulgence, his gentleness and patience. They grew up together. He grew from a boy to a man. He was her Ran. Ming Siren thought that Jiang Qiao might cry, but he didn't expect her to cry like this, somewhat beyond his expectations. He was stunned for a moment, and said, Qiao Qiao. Jiang Qiao's eyes and nose were red, and she couldn't even speak clearly. But I was not good to you, and I always bullied you. Ming Siren looked at her self-reflection, and smiled. So you knew that too? She nodded obediently at this moment. Yeah. Ming Siren couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes were gentle, and he coaxed her in a slow voice. If you really weren't nice to me, how could I have liked you for so long? Qiao Qiao. You're very good to me. You have a good temper, and you always give in to me no matter what I say. Jiang Qiao cried harder and harder, and suddenly felt so sorry for him. Why are you so nice? Ming Siren looked at the woman who was crying so hard that she didn't care about her image. But his voice was softer than ever. Since you think I'm so good, what's your answer? Seeing that she seemed to be unable to stop for a long time, Ming Siren diverted her attention. Brother is still kneeling. Jiang Qiao wiped away her tears. Her skin was cold and white. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was crying like a fairy, more charming than ever. Ming Siren said softly again, marry me. Qiao Qiao? Jiang Qiao looked into his eyes. 2 seconds later, under the gaze and expectation of all the netizens in the barrage, she nodded vigorously, and nodded again. Netizens were excited at first, but when they saw Jiang Qiao crying, they thought about how far they had come together, and they couldn't help but start crying with her. Seeing her nod at this moment, they were so excited that they pounded the table, and they were satisfied and moved. Woo woo woo. Did you hear that? She agreed. She agreed. This is really a fairy love. I'm going to cry to death. I also cry crazily for no reason. The two of them are locked together for me. Locked together for life. My CRNCP is real. Ming Siren smiled with curved lips, put the ring on Jiang Qiao's finger, stood up, and pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. Jiang Qiao hugged Ming Siren, buried in his chest. She was still sobbing. Ming Siren held her, whispering softly in her ear. Jiang Qiao cried for a while, looked at her clothes, looked at Ming Siren's straight suit, raised her head, sobbed, and said, Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to propose? I took off all my makeup and changed my clothes. I look so ugly now. Ming Siren looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, lowered his head, and kissed her wet eyes. No. She looks very good. You're lying. He wiped her tears. It really beautiful. Jiang Qiao didn't care about clothes now. After she finished speaking, she continued to lean on Ming Siren's arms, pulling his suit, and sobbed for a long time. Sister Qiao is such a spoiled child. I also want to lean on Brother Siren's arms and cry. I've known Sister Qiao for so long. When have I ever seen her cry like this? But don't talk about Sister Qiao. I have to slow down now, Brother Siren. Kill me. I'm waiting for a wedding. Seeing that Jiang Qiao was crying so hard, Ming Siren wanted to take her to wash at this time. Jiang Qiao suddenly remembered something and raised her head with a start. By the way, I forgot to turn off the live broadcast. Chapter 580. The handsome guy is terrified online. Ming Siren stared at Jiang Qiao's fair and delicate face. His movements paused, his expression froze a little. He asked, "You started a live broadcast?" Jiang Qiao nodded. Her emotions had not yet been withdrawn from the proposal. She came out of his arms, wiped her tears, and then turned off the phone on the stand. Ming Siren looked at the phone that was clearly placed in a very obvious place, but he had not noticed it at all. The netizens are swiping the screen like crazy at this moment. Ming Father shows everyone how a handsome guy is frightened online. Ha ha ha. Ming Father with a confused face is so cute. I didn't expect that my low-key proposal would be watched by everyone. Oh, I thought someone would never be nervous. Sexy. Keep on being sexy. Jiang Qiao has no intention of telling them about Lin Xiao now. While sobbing, she said goodbye to them. In the minds of netizens, Jiang Qiao has always been a rich female boss. Bright and cool. It is rare to see her look like a little girl. She was immediately touched by her cuteness, and her heart softened. She stopped calling her Qiujia and instantly turned into a mother fan. Calling her Qiao Qiao baby? Stopped crying in a very affectionate way. Ming Siren came over, took the phone from Jiang Qiao's hand, and was about to turn off the live broadcast for her when he saw the sentence in the barrage that seemed to be a provocation to him. You are so flirty. Keep on being so flirty. He raised his eyebrows slightly and put his hand on Jiang Qiao's shoulder. His eyebrows were lazy and his voice was seductive. One word at a time. If you say that to me, my Qiao Qiao won't agree. When Jiang Qiao heard him mention her name, she subconsciously glanced at him and met his gaze. When the man saw her look, he seemed to suddenly realize where he had said something wrong, and suddenly said, I said it wrong, I should call you. He stared at Jiang Qiao, suddenly chuckled, and slowly whispered into her ear, future wife? The deep and sexy voice, deliberately lowered, made people's ears tingle. Jiang Qiao was caught off guard when she heard the words future wife, and her face flushed. If she was like this, let alone the netizens who commented on the comments. After he said this, everyone was silent for 2 seconds, and then the old fans of Jiang Qiao who said why he didn't continue to flirt regretted it so much that they wanted to kowtow to him. Sorry, Dad, we were wrong. We were crazy just now to look down on you. You are so naughty, really so naughty. After Ming Siren teased the kids, he shook his head and smiled, then he turned off the live broadcast. He put Jiang Qiao's phone aside, and was about to take Jiang Qiao to rest, when his own phone suddenly rang. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, took it out, and took a look, and then he saw the note showing that it was a call from Grandpa. Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao looked at him. Before she could say anything, her cell phone started to vibrate. She took it out, and saw that the caller ID read, Dad. Jiang Qiao. The two of them were silent for half a second. And then, they answered the call at the same time. In the old house of the Ming family, Mr. Ming said with a smile, I saw you propose to Qiao Qiao just now. You did a good job. You are worthy of being my grandson. Take this opportunity to meet the Jiang family, and quickly set a date for your wedding. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Qiao answered the call, Mr. Jiang's happy voice came out, Qiao Qiao. I heard that Si Ran proposed to you. Not bad. Not bad. You should have done this a long time ago. When do you plan to get married? Chapter 581. I love you very much. While the two were answering their calls, their phones kept prompting that someone was calling in. They were asking when they would meet their parents, when they would get the marriage certificate, when they would hold the wedding, and the messages were filled with shock and blessings from their friends. The messages were so numerous that they were about to explode. It hadn't been a few minutes since the live broadcast ended, and all kinds of inquiries were almost drowning the two. Jiang Qiao looked at the vibrating phone, and her scalp was numb. After Ming Siren hung up the call, he took the phone from her, turned it off neatly, and put it aside. Go to bed first, and we talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Qiao shuddered, looked at him, quickly nodded, and agreed with him. Afterwards, Ming Siren went to take a shower. Jiang Qiao lay on the bed, still feeling like she was dreaming. She stretched out her hand to look at the ring on her hand, and it felt a little unreal. Suddenly she thought of something. She turned over, reached out to take out a spare phone that not many people knew about from the drawer, turned it on, and went to Weibo. She clicked on the live broadcast just now, and watched Ming Siren proposal to her again with great concentration. At the moment when the man knelt on one knee, Jiang Qiao couldn't help but her heartbeat accelerated wildly. She rolled on the bed with a quilt in her arms and buried her head in the pillow. Not long after, there was a sound in the bathroom. Jiang Qiao quickly put her phone in the drawer, pulled the quilt, and covered herself from head to toe. Ming Siren came out of the shower and saw that she covered herself tightly. Aren't you bored? Jiang Qiao. No. Ming Siren wiped his hair, put down the towel, sat down on the bed, reached out and pulled the quilt on her body. But it didn't move. Jiang Qiao was holding it tightly. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, reached in, and pinched the soft flesh on her waist. The slightly cool fingers fell on the warm skin. Jiang Qiao immediately screamed softly and pulled the quilt away. Why are you pinching me? She stared at him, but her eyes were bright. Ming Siren looked at her leisurely, then seemed to have discovered something, and said slowly, Qiao Qiao's sister, why is your face so red? Jiang Qiao was lying on the bed. Her hair was slightly messy, her cheeks were flushed, as if reflecting the boundless spring scenery. He slowly leaned over to her, speaking in a sexy voice. What are you thinking about? The man's eyebrows were lazy and handsome, like a demon. Jiang Qiao originally wanted to pretend to be angry, but she couldn't help it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly curved into a smile. The kind of happiness from the heart began to spread from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Anyone could see why she was happy. Ming Siren looked at her, his eyes deepened a little, his heart softened. He leaned over to kiss her, and his voice was sweet. So happy? Jiang Qiao said modestly, It okay, it just so. He chuckled, and his hand fell down, and touched the hand that put the ring on her finger, and stroked the ring with his fingers, and asked, Do you like it? Jiang Qiao took the initiative to touch his hand, and interlocked her fingers with his slender hand, and stared at his peach blossom eyes, and said softly, After a pause of 1 second, he said, Because you gave it to me. The room was very quiet. Ming Siren Adam apple rolled. He looked at her for a few seconds, and lowered his eyes, and slowly kissed Jiang Qiao's lips. This kiss was not filled with lust, but with cherishment and love. Ming Siren's movements were very gentle, and his soft lips touched hers. Jiang Qiao could clearly feel his tenderness towards her. She could feel how much he loved her. Jiang Qiao reached out and held onto his shoulders. Ceylon. I love you. And I have always loved you. Chapter 582 What happened to that little bitch Lin Zio? Ming Siren's eyes were dark. His gaze fell on her face, and slowly touched his forehead to hers. I know. The night was quiet. The two of them snuggled together. Happiness lingered in the middle. The next day, Ming Siren proposed to Jiang Qiao, and the phrase naturally jumped to the top of the hot search. Jiang Qiao live broadcast was forwarded more than 100,000 times by netizens, and the comments were continuously increasing. In the popular front row, I can't even find comments from fans and ordinary netizens. It's all glittering stars and big verses. Mulan v. Ah. He finally proposed. Why am I abroad? I didn't make it to my birthday and didn't witness the proposal. I'm crying, sisters. Wait for me to come back. Susan v. Congratulations. Xiao Xiao. Heart. Heart Wuxia v. Question mark. Where? Why didn't you tell me? And Dai v. TSK. The scene where Ming Siren knelt down to propose was too sweet. What a handsome man. Wish you 99% happiness. Ji Sheng v. Xiao Xiao is now taken from now on Fu Jiuxiu v. Everyone watched the big stars, who usually have tens of thousands of comments on a Weibo post excitedly sighing under Jiang Qiao Weibo post, and even the president of the entertainment company, who is usually very low-key, also joined in. While everyone was watching the live proposal scene and eating sweets crazily, they also had to sigh at Jiang Qiao's terrible network of contacts. Compared with the excited netizens, the two parties were calmer than anyone else. Their phones were turned off. There was no response. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, there was no sign of posting Weibo until noon. They looked like they were saying don't disturb our sweetness. Netizens couldn't wait for Jiang Qiao to show off her ring and show their sweetness. So they began to shift their attention to other things. Speaking of which, what happened to that little bitch Lin Xiao? Because of Ming's siren proposal, Jiang Qiao didn't have the heart to talk about anything else. Netizens still don't know why Lin Hia suddenly changed her face and left yesterday. And their curiosity was aroused. While everyone was discussing this matter, a passerby netizen who seemed to have a good impression of Jiang Qiao posted a comment like this under Weibo. What is there to guess? It is likely that she was bankrupted by Sister Qiao. With the marriage proposal trending in the past, now, netizens are at the peak of their favorability towards Jiang Qiao. Seeing this comment, many people echoed it in their replies. I think so too. Jiang Qiao is really awesome. Based on this sister family background, she can get whoever she wants. Princess bitch is completely screwed this time. Wow. I love her so much. Sister Qiao, she is always a god. Do these people in the replies have any brains? I'm really impressed. Do you know the size of Lin Hia company? How can you easily bankrupt others? Then the CEO of the company has worked for nothing for so many years. Can you please have some common sense? It's okay to let Lin Hia suffer a little, but forget about bankruptcy. These netizens really praise Jiang Qiao to the sky. Although I hate Lin Hia, but she is not an ordinary person, a proper rich girl. How can Jiang Qiao have such great ability? I really think netizens should read more books, otherwise. What they say is embarrassing. You should also follow the basic law when praising your idol. Okay. But not long after, the netizen who said that Jiang Qiao bankrupted Lin Hia family was attacked. Chapter 583. Why don't you come and apologize to Miss Jiang Qiao? More people think that it's okay for Jiang Qiao to teach Lin Hia a lesson, and that bankruptcy is just the wishful thinking of the fans. At this time, Qiao fans are not convinced. What are these people talking about? The word wonderful has never appeared in the dictionary of their Miss Qiao. Okay. They immediately confronted her. When your father Jiang made the little bitches bankrupt, you were still in elementary school, if you don't know. Don't come out and talk nonsense. As for the so-called rich lady like Lin Xiao, I can beat 4 of them alone. Hiss, why don't you understand? Even if they are both rich girls, there is still a difference in dimension. Okay. In order to prove the credibility of their words, Qiao fans directly threw Jiang Qiao past slapping deeds in the face of those noble passers-by who claim to have brains. Tell them that Qiao Jia has made rich girls bankrupt. Not just Lin Xiao. However, these passers-by netizens did not believe it at all, saying that Jiang Qiao was not that capable and fans should stop bragging. And they started to argue. Just when the two groups were arguing fiercely, a marketing account suddenly released a revelation. Entertainment Gossip V. Something happened. Something happened. According to reliable sources, the daughter of the Lin family, who had a quarrel with Jiang Qiao, there really was a problem in her family. The stock of Lin company fell sharply, and the amount of loss was staggering. Although it was strictly guarded, the news of bankruptcy has not been revealed, but it can't be concealed for much longer. It's miserable, really miserable. Seeing this revelation from the marketing account, the netizens were shocked. Lin bankruptcy? Really? One of the netizens quickly posted a comment to ask what was going on. The marketing account responded directly in the comments section. Entertainment Gossip V. What else could it be? Actually, I don't need to tell you. Some people have already guessed it. It's just like that. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Jia for going against someone else but the richest one. It has come to this point, and it can only be said that it is her own fault. Looking at the comments of this marketing account, netizens swallowed hard and focused their attention on the words. What else could it be? Suddenly, a Weibo post Jiang Qiao posted a few days ago came to their minds. Jiang Qiao v. Waiting for bankruptcy at LGU. The netizens who reacted instantly. Really? Fuck. Did Jiang Qiao really bankrupt Lin Xiao family? Oh my god, I'm convinced Jiang dad is really awesome. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The marketing account is hyping up the performance. Is it confirmed? I still don't believe it. If you don't believe it, you can check Lin's stocks, go and see for yourself. What a drop. Those who just ridiculed and insulted Jiang Qiao, come out and apologize to Jiang dad. Don't shut up again at this time. Take a good look at your father Jiang and see if he is that awesome. Seriously, when has Jiang Qiao ever been slapped in the face? You haven't seen it clearly yet? Qiao fans immediately started to criticize. The noble passers-by who just said that the fans praised Jiang Qiao to the sky were originally unconvinced, but when they saw the continuous decline of Lin's stock, It was as if they were slapped hard in the face, and they immediately shut up. After this marketing account posted a Weibo, it didn't take long for Lin bankruptcy to become a hot search, and the popularity was still increasing, and soon it reached the top of the hot search. All the netizens who saw it were shocked. Especially Ming Siren proposal to Jiang Qiao, which was still the most searched topic. Below it was the term Lin bankruptcy. Putting the two together, the contrast and irony were too obvious. It was not until noon that Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren had enough of their own world and turned on their phones. As soon as the phone was turned on, countless messages came in. Jiang Qiao rested her head on Ming Siren's shoulder, replied to messages from family and friends, and opened her mouth to Ming Siren. Ah! The man took a piece of fruit, passed it to her mouth, and kissed her. Jiang Qiao smiled, bit the fruit, and said vaguely, Wu Xia said he would come over later. He said you didn't invite him to watch the proposal, so he was angry. Ming Siren said lazily, then let him continue to be angry. He glanced at Jiang Qiao. Grandpa asked me to take you back for dinner tonight. Do you want to go? Jiang Qiao nodded and replied, okay. Ming Siren curved his lips, reached out, and rubbed her head. In the evening, the two drove to the Ming family old house. Mr. Ming had been waiting for them for a long time, and when he saw Jiang Qiao, he smiled and asked her to come over. After the greetings and small talk, the servants set the table. Mr. Ming motioned for them to take their seats, and just as they were about to have dinner, there was news outside, saying that Mr. Lin had arrived. Mr. Ming was startled. What is he doing here at this time? The assistant glanced at Jiang Qiao, who looked indifferent, and said, Mr. Lin came here with his granddaughter, saying that he wanted to meet Miss Jiang Qiao, although he has long since stopped managing the Ming group. Old Ming knows everything that has happened recently. Hearing this, he looked at Jiang Qiao and said in a gentle tone, if Qiao Qiao doesn't want to see me, she doesn't have to. Don't worry about me. An old man. Ming Siren didn't raise his eyelids, and said casually, yes, don't worry about him. Old Ming glanced at him and said, I'm talking to Qiao Qiao. You don't have the right to interrupt. Ming Siren chuckled lazily, as if he had been waiting for him to say, who told you that Qiao Qiao is my future wife? Mr. Ming. Jiang Qiao. She coughed lightly, kicked him secretly, looked at the assistant, who was still waiting for her to speak, raised her eyebrows, and said lightly, then let them in. Okay, Miss Jiang. After a while, Mr. Lin brought Lin Jia to the hall. Lin Jia was still wearing yesterday's clothes, looking obviously haggard. It was obvious that she didn't sleep last night. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and her lips were pale. It's my fault for not bringing me up well. I've made a fool of myself. Old Master Lin laughed dryly. Old Master Ming stood up and motioned him to sit down. Let the children deal with their own problems. You and I are so old. Don't worry about such things. They are all smart people. How could Old Master Lin not understand the meaning of Old Master Ming words? It was obvious that he didn't intend to give him face and help him to plead with Jiang Qiao. Old Master Lin took a deep breath, tightened his hand holding the cane, and was even more angry. He glanced at Lin Zio and scolded, why don't you come and apologize to Miss Jiang Qiao? Lin Zia suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Qiao. The woman looked leisurely, with a smile in her eyes. She was just looking at her leisurely. When she saw her looking at her, her eyebrows raised slightly, as if she was also looking forward to how she would apologize to her. Lin Jiao's nails were deeply embedded in her palm in an instant, and she was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Chapter 584. Lin Jiao bowed her head to apologize. 1. Jiang Qiao held up her chin, met her gaze, and said slowly, so, Miss Lin Jiao, where do you think you did wrong? She smiled with her eyes curved. Her face was bright and delicate, and it looked more like she was deliberately humiliating and teasing her. Come on, say it out so I can hear it. Under her tone, Lin Yi felt like a dog that was bullied and teased by her at will. What did she do wrong? She obviously did nothing wrong. This woman was deliberately looking for trouble with her. She was just fighting back. What was wrong with that? Why should she apologize to her? Who was she? Lin Zi's chest rose and fell violently, looking at Jiang Qiao's appearance. Her heart felt like it was on fire. Her eyes were red. But she couldn't say anything at this time. For a moment, she felt that she had difficulty breathing. Jiang Qiao just looked at Lin Zio, who was so angry that she was dying. She stared at her coldly, as if she wanted to eat her. Frowning slightly, she leaned back, looking frightened. Ms. Lin, don't be like this. I'm a timid person. You scare me if you stare at me like that. Lin Yeo listened to her bitchy words, and felt that her nerves were severely stimulated. She couldn't help it, and her voice was raised, almost screaming, "Don't pretend. Don't you just want to humiliate me? Isn't it enough for you to do it for so many days? What else do you want? What have I done these days?" Jiang Qiao frowned slightly, looking very puzzled. "I didn't do anything." Lin Xiao's lips trembled, and she couldn't help but take a step forward, but the next second she saw Jiang Qiao seem to remember something, and suddenly said, "Oh, are you talking about the embarrassing things that happened to you recently?" She chuckled. "But it was obviously your own stupidity. You can't just blame it on me." Lin Xiao felt that all her calmness disappeared at this moment. She had never felt like this before, so angry at someone that she almost exploded. Her eyes were bloodshot, looking at the man beside Jiang Qiao, who was elegant and casual from beginning to end, but whose aura could not be ignored, pointing at Jiang Qiao and sneering, "Mr. Ming, your girlfriend is so mean and vicious, can't you see it?" Ming's siren was suddenly cued off guard, and looked up at her with some surprise. Then he lazily said something that almost angered Lin Xiao to death. "Ah, sorry. I can't see anything other than beauty in my girlfriend." Jiang Qiao couldn't help but chuckled softly. Lin Xiao bit her lips tightly, and her eyes were red from the anger of the two of them. Jiang Qiao glanced at her lightly, with a smile in her tone, and said to Mr. Lin kindly and politely, "Grandpa Lin, it seems that your granddaughter doesn't seem to realize her mistakes." She was kind, as if she was talking to her own grandfather. But Mr. Lin didn't really think she was so easy to talk to. Otherwise Gio wouldn't be here to be driven crazy by her words, and have to bow his head to apologize to her. He closed his eyes, knowing that Gio was no match for her, and emphasized his tone, "Gio, apologize." Lin Yi's shoulders trembled, turned her head away, and said nothing. "I don't like to force others," Jiang Qiao said leisurely. "Since Miss Lin is so reluctant, then forget it." Chapter 585. Lin Xiao bowed her head to apologize, but the meaning of her words "forget" it was quite obvious. Old Master Lin glanced at Lin Xiao, took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Jiang Qiao, slowly said, "Miss Jiang Qiao, my granddaughter is ignorant. I didn't teach her well. Don't bother with her, if you don't mind. I, an old man, will apologize to you on her behalf, and I hope Miss Jiang Qiao can show mercy and give Lin a chance to survive." After saying this, Elder Lin was about to bow and apologize to Jiang Qiao in person. Jiang Qiao narrowed her eyes and was about to speak, but Lin Zi interrupted Elder Lin directly. "No need." She stared at Jiang Qiao with resentment in her eyes, and the words "you bitch" were clearly written in her eyes. Jiang Qiao gave up the idea of letting her go for Elder Lin's sake, raised her eyebrows, and looked at her leisurely. Lin Xiao's voice seemed to be squeezed out from her throat, full of gnashing teeth. "I apologize to her." Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows. Oh! Anyone could tell how reluctant Lin Xiao was when she said this. She took a breath, and after a few seconds, she looked at Jiang Qiao humiliatedly, and slowly bit her waist. "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I shouldn't have robbed you, I shouldn't have ridiculed you online, and I shouldn't have insulted you with a dog." She spoke each word as if blood was being squeezed out of her throat, and her voice was trembling a little. "Please forgive me, and let Lin go." Jiang Qiao placed her free hand on the table, tapping it intermittently, listening to Lin Xiao's extremely unwilling words. The corners of her lips curled up, looking at the scene where she hated her to death, but had to bow to her. She felt refreshed both physically and mentally. She admired it for more than 10 seconds before she spoke slowly. "Alas! Who made me kind and soft-hearted? I just can't bear to see others bowing in front of me. Since Miss Lin knows she is wrong, I will consider it. Think about it." She had bowed her head in humiliation in front of her, apologized to her, but what she got in return was not forgiveness, but consider it. Lin Xiao had never been so angry before. She raised her head suddenly, but when she was about to speak, she was stopped by Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin looked at Jiang Qiao and said in a gentle tone, "We are very grateful that Miss Jiang Qiao is willing to consider it." "Thank you, Miss Jiang Qiao." Jiang Qiao was always polite to the elderly, and said with a curved eye, "You're welcome." Elder Lin slowly exhaled, and said, "It seems that you still have something to say. We came to visit suddenly, and we disturbed you. We will not continue to be annoying here. We will talk about it next time." As a junior, Jiang Qiaoming stood up to see him off. Elder Ming smiled and said, "What annoying. You are too polite. I will take you out." Elder Lin did not refuse, and he left the Ming family old house with Lin Jiao. After getting in the car, Elder Lin sat in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Jiao looked through the rearview mirror and saw Jiang Qiao and the other two talking about something. Then, they returned to the house in a relaxed manner. Lin Jiao's fingernails were about to bleed from her palms. She was so angry that tears came out. Old Master Lin knew she was crying, but he ignored her and said directly, "I asked someone to book a flight back home for you. You must go back tomorrow." Lin Jiao suddenly turned her head and subconsciously refused. "Why? I don't want it. Whether you want it or not is not up to you." Old Master Lin opened his eyes and glanced at her. His eyes were extremely stern. "Don't you think the trouble you caused is not big enough? What else do you want to do?" Lin Jiao bit her lip tightly and said nothing. "Also, you should apologize to her in the same way as you slandered her online. You should be as humble as possible. Delete that Weibo account from now on. And don't use it again." "Grandpa," Lin Jiao said in disbelief, "it was that bitch Jiang Qiao who made us like this. Why do you always ask me to apologize to her? She made me drop out of school and bankrupted our company. I wish she would die." "Yeah, how can she make you drop out of school and bankrupt our company, and you can't do anything?" Old Master Lin glanced at her coldly. "Since you can't make her bow her head and apologize to you, why are you still trying to be a hero?" "Shut up." It was the first time that Lin Jiao was scolded so harshly. Her face turned pale. She turned her head away in humiliation, gritted her teeth, and stopped talking. So, that night, when all the netizens were speculating on how Lin Jiao would fight back after Jiang Qiao bankrupted Lin Jiao's family, everyone discovered that Lin Jiao had posted several Weibo posts about this matter. This time, her Weibo posts were neither provocative nor sarcastic, but apologetic. "LGOV, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. At Princess Jiang Xiaoqiao LGOV, I was wrong. Please forgive me at Princess Jiang Xiaoqiao LGOV. I will never do those things again. I hope you will forgive me. At Special Killer Bitch Princess Jiang Xiaoqiao." When they refreshed the homepage, they were caught off guard and saw these Weibo posts. The netizens were all stunned. "Is Lin Jiao crazy? What going on? Why don't you fight back? Stand up and keep fighting." The fans of Lin Jiao couldn't help laughing when they saw these Weibo posts. Ha ha ha. She's scared. She's scared. She's scared. Chapter 586. Who are they picking up? The bitch princess has finally been punished. In one word, awesome. At the same time, some people couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Speaking of which, Jiang Qiao is too awesome. She said that she could bankrupt Lin Jiao's family by letting her wait for bankruptcy. Lin Jiao has become like this. And she still has to apologize to her. And after being slapped on the face repeatedly, Lin Jiao couldn't cry out in pain, she could only bear it obediently. What kind of female boss script is this? Fuck, I feel more and more that Jiang Qiao is really awesome. Regarding the several apology Weibo posts posted by Lin Jiao, Jiang Qiao didn't even pay attention to her, and let netizens send Lin Jiao to the hot search, which was a great humiliation. In one night, there were tens of thousands of mocking comments under Lin Jiao comments. She became a complete pariah. The next afternoon, netizens searched for her again, but found that she could not find the Weibo account named LGO. When they clicked on her Weibo link, they found that Lin Jiao had cleared all her Weibo posts and her profile picture was changed to black, erasing any trace of her existence. Netizens were stunned. And then a marketing account broke the news, saying that Lin Jiao had already left on a flight this morning, and it seemed that she would not return to China in the future. Regarding Lin Jiao's sudden departure, except for a few of Lin Jiao's diehard fans, who reacted strongly, passers-by did not react much. Isn't this her own fault? She doesn't deserve sympathy at all. So most people were only briefly surprised, and soon put the matter aside. Compared to Lin Jiao's silent departure, Jiang Qiao's place was much more lively. With birthdays and proposals, Jiang Qiao has been jumping back and forth between friends and family these 2 days, accompanying them to eat and play, and arranging meetings between the parents of both parties, very busy. On the internet, she also posted a short video of Wu Xia half undressed as promised, which triggered a round of cheers from fans. It was so lively for 2 days. After everything came to an end, Jiang Qiao secretly uploaded a photo one night. She has changed her Weibo name back. And unlike the previous high-profile one, she simply added 2 words to this photo. Jiang Qiao V. Happy. The photo is of her hand wearing an engagement ring. although there are only 2 words. Her happiness from the bottom of her heart can be felt by everyone through the screen. Here it comes. She finally showed off her precious ring. Xiaojia. You are so happy. Ming father aesthetics are always online. This ring is so beautiful. Of course Xiaojia hands are also super beautiful. When will you get married? When will you get married? When will you get married? At Jiang Qiao did not respond to the questions of netizens. Put the phone on the table. Turned around and got into Ming Siren arms. Good night, fiancé. Ming Siren listened to her calling out these 3 words, put down the book he was reading, he leaned over, and his low and seductive voice drilled into her ears. It's still early, why are you saying good night? The next day, Jin Sheng was going back to China. Jiang Qiao personally sent him to the airport. But he didn't expect to see the crowds of people blocking the way. Even Jin Sheng was a little surprised, asked, who are they picking up? Jiang Qiao didn't know, and looked in that direction curiously. Are there still such popular stars in China now? Jin Sheng hoarsely said, it quite amazing. Chapter 587. It seems to be more popular than you. After Jiang Qiao took a look, she turned her eyes away indifferently, not taking it seriously. She continued to talk to Jin Sheng. She was not wearing a hat or mask. Someone turned back inadvertently, and then recognized her at a glance, and their eyes lit up, and immediately shouted, Xiaojia, is it Xiaojia? Her voice immediately attracted the attention of many people, and then there were excited screams. Jiang Qiao and Jin Sheng were soon surrounded by them. Several girls wanted Jiang Qiao to sign for them. Jiang Qiao had a good personality, and did not refuse. Jin Sheng had never appeared in public, and no one knew him. They just thought there were so many handsome guys around Xiaojia. They didn't know which big guy he was, and they only dared to look at him secretly. Jiang Qiao signed a few names, thinking that her main task today was to send Jin Sheng off. She signed smoothly and said, I have something else to do, I won't sign any more you guys. Before she finished the words don't mind, the person in front who had been staring at the exit suddenly shouted, Sister Ming is here. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. The girls who asked Jiang Qiao to sign were shocked. They didn't care that Jiang Qiao was still signing for them. They hurriedly took the paper and pen from her and ran forward, while shouting those 2 words excitedly. Minging! Minging! Jiang Qiao kept signing with her hand, but the people who were around her just now had disappeared completely. The air around was quiet. Jin Sheng glanced at Jiang Qiao, coughed lightly, felt that this scene was particularly familiar, and touched her with his elbow. Who is this Sister Ming? She seems to be more famous than you. Jiang Qiao looked up, looking at the crowd, the whole person, ? The crowd was so crowded that Jiang Qiao and Jin Sheng couldn't even see what the people in the middle looked like. She turned her head and asked the assistant beside her, who is Minging? The assistant nodded, then said in an orderly manner, during the 2 years when you were away, if you wanted to find a star who could replace you, or be as popular as you were at the beginning, it might be this Minging. Jiang Qiao, the 2 years when I was away? The assistant nodded yes. She is also the type who became famous overnight. After you left, she basically dominated the hot searches, and has many fans. Seeing Jiang Qiao frowned, the assistant hurriedly expressed his loyalty. But in my heart, Mr. Jiang is the best in the world, and no one can replace you. Jiang Qiao, the assistant continued, and the reason why Minging is so popular is different from you. It mainly because she herself has a lot of topicality. Jiang Qiao raised her eyes and looked at her assistant. What do you mean? Minging is the kind of person who has had full-body plastic surgery. Originally, after her debut, she became a hot topic online with her super high appearance, but her acting skills were not good. She failed several big IPs in succession, and was boycotted by netizens, and was always criticized badly, until one day, she suddenly posted on Weibo that she couldn't stand her own eye-catching acting skills, announced that she would no longer take on TV dramas in the future, and concentrate on filming variety shows. And when fans asked her why she didn't improve her acting skills, she revealed that she had had full-body plastic surgery, and she had a stiff expression, but she couldn't help it. She even took the initiative to reveal her plastic surgeon to netizens, and her photos before the plastic surgery. She didn't shy away from these things, a series of fresh and unpretentious operations, which attracted a large number of fans. Since then, the attitude of netizens towards her has changed. Chapter 588. Is it so hardcore? Jin Sheng listened to it and said, Is it so hardcore? Jiang Qiao glanced at the crowded crowd, still didn't see what the person looked like. She retracted her gaze and snorted, I have a lot of fans too. She won't give them autographs when they ask for them in the future. Jean Sheng looked at her arrogant little appearance and couldn't help laughing. Yes. Yes. Yes, our Miss Jiang has a lot of fans. I won't bother with these people. Jiang Qiao didn't take it seriously. She glanced at those people and then looked away. She looked at Jean Sheng. Her lips slightly curved. Let go. I see you off. Jean Sheng was also busy with work. He didn't know when they would meet again after he returned. He reached out and hugged Jiang Qiao. Okay. Let me see you off here. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I fly back anytime. Jiang Qiao patted his shoulder. Okay. Call me when you get off the plane. Jean Sheng waved at her and left. After seeing Jean Sheng off, Jiang Qiao returned along the same route. Before the car left the airport, Jiang Qiao saw that the female star named Ming Ying had not left yet. She stood in front of the car, leaving only her back, surrounded by many media reporters. Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, and her face was really red. Today weather was a bit cloudy, but Ming Ying's makeup was very bright. She looked like a beautiful woman with vitality, and her tone was bright, which made people feel happy. What did Sister Ming do when she went abroad for 2 months? Ming Ying heard this, tooted lightly, glanced at the reporter who asked the question. Do you have to ask? Don't you see that my nose is more beautiful? In fact, everyone noticed it, but she was so generous and direct that no one expected it. The fans around her, including the reporter who asked the question, couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere around them was harmonious and relaxed. I found it. Our Sister Ming is absolutely beautiful. At this time, a reporter laughed and teased. Sister Ming has been gone for 2 months, and there is no news at all. You are really careless. Aren't you afraid that your fans will switch to someone else? Ming Ying raised her eyebrows. Who are you cheating on? Don't try to sow discord. I know my fans best. I can't let them cheat on me. Sister Ming, you are really confident. I like it. Ming Ying threw a wink at the person who was talking, and immediately caused a burst of relaxed laughter. But recently there is indeed someone whose popularity is almost as high as yours, Sister Ming. You have to be careful. Don't let your popularity be overshadowed and really become obscure. Ming Ying laughed and scolded. Go away, don't curse me. The agent came out at the right time. It getting late. Ming Ying has a program to record and will broadcast live in the evening. Sorry. Let's stop here today. Sister Ming, take more rest. Amid the farewells, Ming Ying got on the naughty car and waved goodbye to everyone. The car drove out. Ming Ying leaned back in the seat, exhaled, and relaxed. The agent whispered to her about the next arrangements. Ming Ying closed her eyes and rested, and it was not known whether she heard it or not. After a while, the agent voice disappeared. Ming Ying opened her eyes and asked, Who is the popular person the reporters just mentioned? You mean Jiang Qiao? The one who is popular recently? Is she an actress? The agent replied, No. She is the president of East Vision Pictures. She is white, rich and beautiful. She has attracted a lot of fans recently. White, rich and beautiful. Ming Ying leaned back in her seat, repeating these 2 words. After a few seconds, she said calmly, Do you have a photo? Show it to me. Chapter 589 I am a fairy. Her agent took out his phone and searched online. The first photo he found was a photo of Jiang Qiao crying. That day, Ming Siren proposed to her, and Jiang Qiao lost control of her emotions for the first time. The woman had fair skin and a pretty face. It can be seen that she is indeed beautiful, but because she was crying, her facial features were slightly deformed. At first glance, she was still a little far from being a stunning beauty. Ming Ying leaned over and took a glance, raised her eyebrows, and said in a flat tone, Oh, it not bad. After she finished speaking, she lost interest in watching it anymore. She closed her eyes again, said, Okay, I take a break. You can call me when we get there. The agent took the phone, slid her hand to the side, and the second photo was Jiang Qiao. Look at the jewelry dinner that day. The woman wore a crown. Her face was small and delicate, so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. The agent glanced at Ming Ying. She originally planned to show her this photo, but seeing the faint blue under Ming Ying's eyes, she seemed very tired. She hesitated for 2 seconds, and still didn't say anything. Ming Ying had a surgery this time, and she really suffered a lot. It is better to let her rest more. The agent quietly put away the phone and did not call Ming Ying again. The news of Ming Ying return to China quickly spread on the internet. She had not posted a single Weibo in the past 2 months, and even her fans did not know where she went. This time when she returned to China, she immediately caused a sensation. Wow! My sister Ming is finally back. I really miss you so much. This heartless woman. She didn't even post a Weibo. I'm going to turn black for 3 minutes. At this time, the marketing account timely released Menging airport photos, 9 raw photos. The woman looks very good, with superior facial features. When everyone saw them, they immediately started to flatter her. To be honest, I think Menging plastic surgery was too successful. There is no trace of it, and this time she came back. I feel that she is in better condition than before. Her nose is more upright. Menging appearance is really good. She is simply the most beautiful in the entertainment industry. Forget it. A face with plastic surgery can really be boasted, as long as Jiang Qiao is around. What does the title of the most beautiful woman have to do with her? She frankly admitted that she had plastic surgery, and it really looks good. Why can't she be boasted about? Why are there so many fans of Qiao showing off their superiority? Do you think that you are the most beautiful woman in the world? Where does your confidence come from? Qiao fans should be more restrained. Don't take advantage of your sister Ming popularity. The previous comments are obviously from passers-by. Don't bother with Qiao fans. Your brain is useless, and you can donate it. Don't fucking mention your father Jiang everywhere. As the most popular female artist in the past 2 years, Menging has a lot of fans. After returning to China, Jiang Qiao has attracted a lot of fans, and in a short period of time, she has a tendency to surpass Menging. Even as someone who used to be frequently on the hot search list, since Jiang Qiao appeared, Menging's name has rarely been mentioned by the public, which inevitably makes Menging fans feel unfair. As soon as Menging came back this time, there was a hint of tension between the fans of the two. But, that night, the two of them started live streaming at the same time. Menging had often done live streaming before. She was not as delicate as a female star, and was quite down to earth. This time, she taught makeup while chatting with everyone. She tied her hair up, appeared without makeup, and the camera was close to her face. She didn't care about the small flaws exposed. Most of the products on the table were also affordable, and students could afford them. On the other hand, Jiang Qiao's live streaming style was completely different from Menging. Even though they were also teaching makeup, the eye cream she randomly placed on her desk were all very attractively priced. Netizens originally thought that the outer packaging was ordinary, and it should be not much different from Menging. However, when they searched for the price, they were almost scared. Poverty really limits their imagination. Let go. This live broadcast is not for us mortals to watch. Ha ha ha. I came here because of her reputation. But I was also scared. I think Ming Place is more suitable for me. Slum sisters. Let go. This is not the place for us to stay. Both of them are popular beauties, and their live broadcasts are in the same area, so netizens can't help but compare. Some people came to watch Jiang Qiao for a while, and then they looked frightened, and after posting a few meaningful comments, they sighed and left. This operation made Jiang Qiao fans very unhappy. What are these people doing? If you don't like it, just go away. Why are you posting comments to show your presence? Do they have to line up to see them off? Isn't it annoying? In Menging live broadcast room, the comments were also discussing the expensive cosmetics of Jiang Qiao next door. Menging had half of her eye makeup done, and she saw that the comments were all Jiang Qiao, and her eyes moved slightly. While putting on her eye makeup, she said casually, "I've only been away for 2 months. I don't understand what you're saying. Have you forgotten me in these 2 months?" When the netizens who were discussing the topic heard her say this, they immediately responded with comments. How could it be? The coquettish bitches outside can only attract us for a while. We will always like you. +1. My sister Ming is always my favorite. Although I climbed the wall for a short time, I just found that it better here with sister Ming. The live broadcast room was full of warm confessions to Menging. Menging smiled and joked with them. There was no airs at all. The atmosphere was warm. Although it seems that there are only 2 live broadcasts on the surface, there are many things in it when you take a closer look. The marketing account saw these, of course, and would not sit idle. It immediately put the live broadcast drama of Jiang Qiao and Menging together. Entertainment Sister 8V, today live broadcast is so lively. Sister Ming is back, and it feels that the entertainment industry will be more interesting in the future. If you were asked to choose, do you like Jiang Qiao or Menging? This marketing account directly held a vote, deliberately provoking, and let netizens choose. After more than 10 minutes, Menging votes were ahead. In the comment area, Most people also chose Ming Ying. One is a rich and dreamy lady, and the other is a down-to-earth lady who can go out with us to eat barbecue at any time. If I really have to choose, I still prefer Sister Ming. This comment received high praise and approval, and it is obvious that most netizens think so. Although Jiang Qiao has captured a large number of passers-by fans in recent times, Ming Ying is still slightly ahead in terms of passer-by popularity. Most people like Jiang Qiao, but they don't hate Ming Ying. So much so that it seems that Ming Ying has an absolute advantage in the comment section. But some people disagree. You didn't watch the live broadcast? Obviously, what Qiujia taught was the real skills. However, this comment was quickly drowned out in the comment section, and not many people saw it. Jiang Qiao didn't react much to what people said about her and Ming Ying online, but nodded, as a matter of course, when she saw the popular comment in the fan screenshot. Jiang Qiao, ? I am a rich and dreamy lady. Okay? Who wants to play down-to-earth with you? I am a fairy. Chapter 590. After all, she is a young lady. The next day, a fashion brand held a dinner, and Ming Ying was invited to attend. Her agent looked around the venue, and suddenly saw someone, raised his hand, and touched Ming Ying, and whispered, "Look, that Jiang Qiao." Ming Ying looked a little nonchalant. She also heard about the netizens' vote yesterday, and it was clear who had the advantage, and it was obvious that she didn't need to care too much about the Jiang Qiao. Her eyes casually swept over. But when she saw the person clearly, her eyes could not help but pause slightly. The woman was wearing a red dress, with a cold, white and delicate complexion, and a straight nose. She was exquisite and bright, and anyone who saw her would never forget her. She was much more beautiful than the one she saw in the photo yesterday. Jiang Qiao felt a little pain in her lower abdomen after coming to this banquet today. She went to the bathroom, and saw that her period had come early. She was not feeling well, and did not want to stay here any longer. Just as she waved to her assistant to leave, someone suddenly stopped her from behind. Jiang Qiao frowned and turned back. She saw Ming Ying walking towards her in high heels. She had light makeup on her face, and looked very graceful. She stretched out her hand to Jiang Qiao. "Ms. Jiang, hello, I am Ming Ying. I like you very much. Can we meet?" Her eyes were bright and enthusiastic, making it impossible to refuse. Ming Ying was the one who had undergone full-body plastic surgery. Jiang Qiao frowned and looked at the hand that Ming Ying held in front of her. At this moment, her lower abdomen was hit by waves of pain. Jiang Qiao was in so much pain that her forehead was sweating. She didn't have the strength to lift her hand at all. Hearing her say this, she didn't move, but just nodded to her lightly. The air suddenly became stagnant. Ming Ying's hand was still in the air. Her agent's face suddenly became ugly. He frowned and said, "Ms. Jiang." Ming Ying's eyelashes moved, and she hurriedly stopped the agent, awkwardly withdrew her hand, and said, "I'm sorry. It seems that I disturbed Miss Jiang." Jiang Qiao's assistant came over at this time. Jiang Qiao didn't want to say anything to others. She turned around and walked out of the banquet with the assistant. When the agent saw Jiang Qiao leaving, he felt sorry for Ming Ying. "I didn't expect Jiang Qiao to be such a big star in person. It's completely different from what she showed on Weibo." Ming Ying watched Jiang Qiao back as she left, and narrowed her eyes. The woman was indeed very beautiful. So beautiful that she instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Hearing her agent say this, Ming Ying curled her lips and said lightly, "It doesn't matter. After all, she is a young lady." Jiang Qiao returned to the villa, and the assistant helped her in. Ming Siren came downstairs and saw her like this. His expression froze, and he walked over a few steps, stretched out his hand to hold Jiang Qiao in his arms, and stared at her with his dark eyes. "What wrong?" Jiang Qiao shook her head and asked the assistant to go back first. She put her hand on her lower abdomen, looked up and saw Ming Siren's nervous expression, and whispered something in his ear. Ming Siren listened, but his brows were still furrowed. "Why is it so painful all of a sudden?" "I don't know. Maybe I caught a cold yesterday." Jiang Qiao half leaned on him, her face a little pale. "It nothing. Take some painkillers and get some sleep. It will be fine." Although it didn't happen many times, it had hurt before. Jiang Qiao had experience. Ming Siren carried her upstairs, brought her painkillers, poured warm water for her to drink. Jiang Qiao lay on the bed, her black hair scattered on the pillow. She held his fingers, half closed her eyes, said softly, "See, Ran, I sleep for a while." Ming Siren sat by the bed, watched her, and hummed softly. The usually cheerful woman, lying quietly on the bed at this moment, was particularly distressing. Jiang Qiao was dazed, feeling a warm hand covering her cold lower abdomen, rubbing it gently for her. Jiang Qiao rubbed the pillow comfortably and moved closer to the man. After a while, the medicine took effect, and the pain in Jiang Qiao's body gradually subsided, and she slowly fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Qiao slept for 3 hours. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn, and there was only a small light on the bedside. The warm light made the room more cozy. Jiang Qiao slowly opened her eyes, and saw the man's gentle and handsome eyebrows. He supported his head with one hand, and his dense eyelashes drooped, casting a small shadow under his eyes. She looked at him for a while, moved slightly. Ming Siren didn't open his eyes, but his hand subconsciously helped her gently rub her abdomen. Jiang Qiao curled her lips, reached out to touch his face. Ming Siren paused, opened his eyes. Awake? He leaned over, said in a low voice, "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Qiao shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. You've been here with me all the time?" Ming Siren pinched her fingers on his face, and said nothing. Jiang Qiao stared at his appearance. After a few seconds, suddenly smiled. "If I give birth to a child in the future, what will you do?" Ming Siren's feather-like kiss had already landed on her cheek. Hearing this, she said without hesitation, "Then don't have a baby." Jiang Qiao was slightly surprised. "Don't you like children very much?" "Do you?" He laughed softly, and his breath fell on her face, making her feel a little itchy. "Don't I like you more?" He always touched her heart inadvertently. Jiang Qiao put her hand on his neck, and her fingertips gently brushed his skin, and said softly, "But I want to see what the child I and Brother Siren will look like in the future." Ming Siren heard this, raised his body slightly, and lowered his eyes to look at her. Jiang Qiao's cat eyes were curved, and she looked very serious. Ming Siren's heart moved. He really didn't expect the child to take that step. In his eyes, Jiang Qiao loved beauty and excitement, and the word mother was too far away from her. But at this moment, when she said that, somewhere in his heart, he suddenly had a little expectation. It was as if he and her had a deeper connection. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. His voice was pleasant and pleasant. "Really? Have you thought about it?" Jiang Qiao said, as a matter of course. "I thought of the name of our child when I was in elementary school." "Okay." Ming Siren chuckled, his chest shook slightly. He was so happy with her words. There seemed to be stars in his peach blossom eyes. Jiang Qiao rolled her eyes. I didn't know what he was happy about. She had been thinking about him for a long time. Ming Siren had a charming face. He came over and said casually, "What will our children be called? Tell me about it." That night, when Jiang Qiao went home early because she felt unwell, the internet was very lively. Shortly after the brand dinner, a video clip was posted online by a marketing account, and the content quickly attracted the attention of netizens. The two people in the video were the two hot topic queens recently, Jiang Qiao and Meng Ying. Chapter 591. Brother always wants to please you. The content of the video is Meng Ying taking the initiative to greet Jiang Qiao. The woman is friendly, very modest and polite. But in contrast, Jiang Qiao opposite her has a cold expression, not even a glance. In the picture, even when Meng Ying took the initiative to extend his hand to her to show his friendliness, she ignored him, directly ignoring him, which was very rude and uneducated. Seeing this video, netizens were shocked. No, what's Jiang Qiao's attitude? I just typed a bunch of question marks? What is she so arrogant about? Isn't it just a little money? Why is she so arrogant? Is she so high and mighty? Have you lost your manners? I was shocked when I saw this video. In my heart, although Jiang Qiao is a super rich and beautiful woman, I always thought she was the type that is particularly cute and lovable. It turns out that she is so cold and disrespectful in private. Why does it feel like she looks down on Meng Ying? In a short video, Jiang Qiao's bad attitude towards Meng Ying immediately hit the anger point of netizens. Everyone's emotions were instantly aroused, and the comment area was filled with angry and puzzled voices. In particular, there are quite a few fans of Meng Ying. Seeing their idol being looked down upon, they could not swallow this breath. They immediately rushed to Jiang Qiao Weibo and questioned and abused her crazily. However, among them, there are also a group of calm netizens. Everyone calm down. Xiao Jie is obviously not that kind of person. What can such a video with the beginning and the end cut off represent? Don't be used. Yes, I remember that this kind of banquet is not allowed to be filmed in public. So I just want to ask where this video came from. TSK. At this time, Can Xiao fans stop protecting their idol? They are still quibbling after such evidence. Jiang Qiao has no right to defend others. In the entertainment industry, arrogant attitude has always been a taboo. There was once a female star who was chased and scolded by netizens for a whole year because her assistant knelt to put on her shoes. Many resources were lost, and she almost retired from the circle. No matter how good the impression was, as long as this is involved, netizens are always extra strict. Once this video was released, it quickly spread on the internet. When the rhythm came out, the comments were full of criticism. In addition, Meng Ying is very popular among the public, so being looked down upon so blatantly, after seeing this video, everyone almost unanimously sympathized with Meng Ying. The next morning, Jiang Qiao Weibo became a disaster area. Qiao fans couldn't even control the comments. Clicking on the comments, it was full of doubts and insults. Jiang Qiao is the type who gets very irritable during her period, and the big golden retriever at home will avoid her. So when she woke up in the morning, she casually browsed Weibo and saw the entry Jiang Qiao is uneducated. And she got angry immediately. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps upstairs. Jiang Qiao raised her head and saw Ming Siren coming down from upstairs. The man was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and an extremely sexy and smooth waistline. The expensive suit jacket was folded and hung between his arms, which made him look lazy, casual and noble. Noticing her gaze, he smiled at her. Like a demon. Jiang Qiao's anger subsided a little. Ming Siren put the jacket on the sofa, walked over, took a chair and sat down, glanced at her expression, and said lazily, "What wrong?" Jiang Qiao handed him the phone. Ming Siren took it and took a quick look, and soon understood what happened. Without looking up, he asked, "Which brand dinner did you go to yesterday?" Jiang Qiao gave a name. Ming Siren took his cell phone and dialed a number. The man leaned back, raised his chin slightly, and his neck was tight and sexy. When the call was connected, he said casually, "Pull out the surveillance video of the scene last night and send it to me." Jiang Qiao looked at him. The man heard the response from the other side and chuckled softly. "Is it not allowed to watch in principle?" His tone was flat, as if he had heard something funny. He asked slowly and lazily, "You want to talk to me about principles?" "Huh?" Even through the phone, Jiang Qiao could feel that the other party must have shivered violently at this moment. After a few seconds, Ming Siren hung up the phone, and then his phone rang, as if something was sent to him. He noticed that she was staring at him, and Ming Siren returned Jiang Qiao's phone to her. "Here you go." Jiang Qiao took it, and she knew what he was doing without asking. She muttered, "I didn't ask you to help me solve it." Ming Siren heard it, and raised his eyes. His peach blossom eyes were smiling casually. Hearing her such a heartless remark, he didn't seem angry at all. His dark eyes stared at her. "You didn't ask me to help you." He leaned forward slightly, and glared at her with his peach blossom eyes. Teasing. "But who made you beautiful? Brother always wants to please you." Jiang Qiao. She glared at him fiercely with red ears, and turned her head away. Ming Siren chuckled. After teasing his girlfriend, he turned his eyes back to his phone, watching the video of Meng Ying meeting Jiang Qiao last night. Pulling the progress bar, when he saw the scene recorded in the surveillance video, Ming Siren's eyebrows moved, his eyes slightly fixed. The rhythm of online abuse of Jiang Qiao continued. As the protagonists in the video, Jiang Qiao and Meng Ying did not respond. It easy to say to Meng Ying, as the one who is not respected, it okay for her not to come out to explain. However, Jiang Qiao's failure to apologize has made netizens even more angry. "Shouldn't you come out to apologize to Meng Ying?" At Jiang Qiao. "Don't play dead. Come out to respond." At Jiang Qiao. "Don't say anything. Come out to apologize. You are too disrespectful." Just when this matter was making a lot of noise, and Jiang Qiao was about to become the target of public criticism, the brand that hosted the dinner that day suddenly released a video with the caption, "Long Live Understanding." The filming took place at the entrance of the banquet. In the surveillance video, Jiang Qiao was wearing the same dress as Meng Ying, but compared to her cold attitude in a video last night, in this surveillance video, she seemed to be much more fragile. Jiang Qiao should be waiting for the driver to drive the car. She stood for a few seconds at first, and then seemed to be unable to hold on. She bent down with her hands on her lower abdomen. Later, she squatted on the ground in pain. The woman had a slender figure, and squatted down like a small ball. It can be seen from the surveillance video that she was shaking. She couldn't even stand up by herself. When she left, she was supported by her assistant, which was particularly distressing. Chapter 592. Want me to join? Seeing this scene, the netizens were stunned. After a while, the netizens who had just asked Jiang Qiao to apologize began to type. So, Jiang Qiao didn't respond to Meng Ying because she was not feeling well? Seeing this sentence, the air suddenly became silent. She looked so uncomfortable. She even squatted down in pain. She was so uncomfortable, it's understandable that she didn't care about other people's greetings. When I was sick and uncomfortable, I didn't want to say a word. How do those who started scolding without understanding the situation feel now? Qiaojia didn't mean it. Does she have to take care of your main character feelings at this time? With this video released by the brand, people who were extremely harsh on Jiang Qiao before suddenly felt like they were slapped in the face, and some were speechless. However, some people also tried to argue, such as, "You don't even have the strength to shake hands. Haha, young ladies are just delicate. This is why I don't feel anything for her. I still feel better about Meng Ying." And so on. But it didn't make any waves, and was soon drowned in the wave of people who felt sorry for Jiang Qiao. This time, Ming Siren handled the black search. Unlike Jiang Qiao, who regarded quarreling as a hobby, his handling method was quite simple and rough. He removed the hot search, deleted the comments, and the marketing account led the rhythm. A lawyer letter was sent directly, and it was done in one step. It was so simple that the black fans dared not to dance around anymore, for fear that they would be blocked by this big guy accidentally. The boy band of Jiang Qiao's company just made their debut on stage not long ago. There is a composer from Jinsheng, and a top-notch stage configuration. Several young handsome guys are very good-looking. They received a warm response as soon as they debuted. At this time, the company usually arranges them to participate in 1 or 2 variety shows to increase their popularity. In China, there are not many such variety shows. The most popular one recently is the one where Meng Ying is a regular guest. East Vision Films also arranged an episode for their boy band, but the director of that variety show had a request. Let Jiang Qiao participate. Jiang Qiao and Meng Ying had just become a hot topic 2 days ago, and there was tension between their fans. The two popular topic queens getting together would obviously be a hot topic. The director understood this very well, and made this request. When the staff relayed this news to Jiang Qiao, the woman paused while signing, and raised her eyes. "You want me to join?" "Yes, this variety show is very popular. If our company boy band can be on it, it will definitely increase its popularity." Jiang Qiao leaned back, and turned the pen in her hand carelessly. Just when the staff thought she would refuse, she said calmly without raising her eyelids, "Okay, no problem." The staff was stunned, then bowed his head and replied, "Okay, I go down and arrange it." Jiang Qiao hummed. She didn't pay attention to this matter for too long, and continued to read the documents. This Sunday is the day for filming this variety show. After the news that Jiang Qiao will take the boy group to participate in this variety show broke out, the internet quickly exploded. Meng Ying and Jiang Qiao are the two topic queens, the fresh meat boy group. No matter what point is enough to attract attention, waiting for this day, netizens have been waiting in front of the screen early, waiting to watch the excitement. The weather is fine. At the filming site, the staff are waiting at the door. After 2 minutes, someone said coming. Everyone turned their heads, and saw a neat row of black luxury cars, slowly coming from a distance. Chapter 593. Everyone stand up, and call for President Jiang. Although this boy band of Jiang Qiao company has not been officially debuted for a long time, they have already attracted some fans with their good looks. At this moment, many female fans come to support them. When these fans saw their not-so-popular idols showing up in a super luxury car that only the top stars would use, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide. In the past, they chased stars by selling everything they had, helping the brothers realize their dreams little by little, watching them live a good life slowly. But now, they haven't even sold everything they had. How come the brothers are already living a good life? Is this the difference between a rich company and a poor company? Looking at the appearance Jiang Qiao created for their brother, these fangirls slowly swallowed their saliva. Being in a boy band of a rich company, is it so happy? The car slowly stopped, and the young and fresh boys got off. When the fans saw them, they immediately started screaming, but the boys who were being watched by the fans did not come over immediately. They stopped and looked at the car in the middle at the same time, waiting for her boss to get off the car. Under everyone's gaze, a staff member hurried over, bent down, and respectfully opened the car door for her. The woman's slender white ankles first caught everyone's attention, followed by her long white legs. She had a graceful figure, a bright face, bent down slightly to get off the car, and when she looked up, her pair of beautiful cat eyes were so beautiful that they were soul-stirring. Jiang Qiao just stood there, exuding the aura of a female CEO. At this moment, there was no girl who didn't want to be Jiang Qiao, or to be a woman with money, good looks, confidence, and status. At this moment, they are screaming crazily for their idols, while their idols are waiting for their female boss. Jiang Qiao's incomparable charm and aura are enough to attract and inspire every girl. Fuck. They also want to be rich. Jiang Qiao walks in front with high heels, and the tall and slender male group members follow her subconsciously. It feels like a beautiful female boss is patrolling the streets with her younger brothers. From now on, I will be angry with anyone who calls me Sister Qiao. All stand up and call me President Jiang. This aura, I guess it means that Dad can control her. So handsome. It was the first time for the director to see the scene. He was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses and hurriedly reminded the host to come forward. Jiang Qiao didn't deliberately make a big deal. In her eyes, the protagonists this time were the brothers signed by her company. She had no intention of being in the limelight this time. This was just an ordinary configuration in her mind. Before the show officially started, the host was responsible for livening up the atmosphere and talked to Jiang Qiao in a casual manner. Jiang Qiao always skillfully threw the jokes to her own artists. When the atmosphere was harmonious, a car drove over. Everyone turned their heads and saw Minging got out of the car and ran over. Sorry. I'm late. There was a traffic jam today. This variety show has a casual style, and there is no restraint at the beginning. The main MC saw Minging running over in a hurry, and laughed and teased, Minging, at least pay attention to your image. You are a female star. Minging was wearing a sportswear. When she looked up, she was actually without makeup. She smiled and said, what kind of appearance have the audience not seen? It is common for this variety show to be filmed all day, and the guests will be filmed from all angles. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and everything in between. It is indeed as Minging said. No matter what she looks like, the audience has seen her. It is precisely because of her unpretentious personality that she has attracted a large number of fans. Sister Ming is here. Sister Ming is so real, ha ha ha. She is indeed without makeup. I like my sister without makeup. I envy her. What a fairy skin. It is so white. Sister Ming is simple-minded. Look at the girl next door. When she is in the same frame, she puts on a full set of exquisite makeup. Her desire to outdo the other person is written on her face. Little did she know that Sister Ming was not willing to compete with her, ha ha ha. Jiang Qiao wore high heels and a long skirt. It was a normal outfit for attending an event. However, compared with Minging, who was wearing sportswear and without makeup, she seemed to be much more high profile. Minging saw Jiang Qiao, smiled, and took the initiative to extend her hand to greet her again, Mr. Jiang. Hello. Jiang Qiao's eyes swept over her face, and then she extended her hand slowly. Hello. Mr. Jiang looks so beautiful today. Jiang Qiao, you are not bad either. Minging waved her hands hurriedly. No. Of course I can't compare to you. Mr. Jiang is a famous beauty. Jiang Qiao looked at her and curled her lips slightly, but didn't say anything. Do you think Jiang Qiao's attitude is so cold? I'm so angry. Why is Sister Ming praising her? In my eyes, Sister Ming is the most beautiful. Not praising. She wants to be a guest. Sister Ming is kind. She will take care of her more. After the greetings, the show officially began, and the MCs introduced the boys in the boy band one by one. Jiang Qiao didn't say much, but every word was very interesting. She was very low-key, but everyone's attention was still attracted by her. In particular, there was a very popular male star among the regular members of this variety show. He had been staring at Jiang Qiao since before the show started. I heard that Sister Qiao was coming. I didn't sleep well last night. I am a fan of Sister Qiao. I have been a fan for 2 years. Jiang Qiao smiled at him. Thank you. The male star face turned red. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and covered his heart. The goddess smiled at me. The scene was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was very good. In the past, Minging would always be the focus of everyone's attention. But this time, after nearly 10 minutes of the opening, she didn't say a word except for the first few sentences. The topic was basically all about Jiang Qiao. Meng Ying fans, who noticed that her limelight was being stolen, were immediately dissatisfied. Can Jiang Qiao stop stealing our sister limelight? Also, the camera gave her too many shots. Right? TSK. The eldest lady should be praised by others. I have been a Meng Ying fan for a long time. Jiang Qiao is beautiful and interesting, so of course she should be given more shots. Your master is as ugly as a monkey standing next to Jiang Qiao, and can't even get a word in. Don't you have any sense? The barrage environment has been polluted by you guys. Aren't you annoyed? The trolls in front. Your mother is dead, sisters. Don't worry, when we do the task later, it will be our sister home court. It's just a matter of minutes to crush Jiang Qiao. The barrage started to quarrel again, and the reason why Meng Ying is so popular is because she is so outstanding in this variety show, no matter how difficult the challenge is. She can complete it quickly, she has a strong learning ability, so everyone has a filter for her. Sure enough, after the barrage was finished, the opening ended, and the host began to introduce the tasks that would be completed in a while. We have to complete a challenge, and whoever gets the highest score will get the task instructions. Meng Ying fans saw this and immediately became excited. They are very confident in Meng Ying learning ability and hands-on ability. As long as she is there, the challenge program has never lost. They like to watch Meng Ying shine in the program the most. Especially now that they met a woman like Jiang Qiao who relied on her family and boyfriend, who had hardly ever relied on herself, and dared to compete with their sisters for popularity with only a broken racing car. They simply couldn't wait to see her get beaten. Jiang Qiao heard the host's words, and also looked at him. Host, the first challenge is throwing darts. Chapter 594. I was given a warning as soon as I arrived. The staff brought up the props one by one. The regular member, who had just expressed his affection for Jiang Qiao, looked at the dartboard hanging in front of him. He walked over, took a dart, tried to aim and throw it forward. With a slight sound, the dart hit the wall next to the dartboard. It missed the target. Director, you are not deliberately making things difficult for us. At such a long distance, who can throw accurately? Compared to the distance that everyone usually plays darts, the director seemed to be afraid that they would not throw accurately, and he also lengthened the distance. The dartboard was also customized, and it was directly smaller. Several other members also stepped forward to try, and in the end, the results were either off target, or the results of hitting were not satisfactory, and the scores were too low. Everyone gathered together, and at this time, the main MC looked at Meng Ying, and his eyes lit up. Come on, Meng Ying. You try it. Yes, Ying. Go ahead. You are much better than us brothers. This variety show has been done for many episodes, and the fixed members get along like a family. Meng Ying is the youngest, and is equivalent to the little sister who is spoiled by the group. Meng Ying rolled up the sleeves of her sportswear, without being pretentious, smiled and nodded. Okay, then I try. She took a dart, stared at the dartboard, pursed her lips lightly, and looked serious. The part of her wrist that was exposed looked white, and her hair was tied into a ponytail and combed behind her head, looking like a student. Everyone looked at her serious look, and couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate. The next second, the dart was thrown from her hand. Both the audience and netizens heard a slight sound, and when they looked up again, they saw that the dart was firmly stuck in the position closest to the center. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at her in surprise, and then the crowd burst into cheers. Meng Ying smiled at her results, turned around and high-fived a few brothers. As expected of you. The godlike right hand appeared again, and it almost hit the bullseye. Awesome. To be honest, Meng Ying's concentration and learning ability are so strong. I watched this variety show just for her. I like this kind of female star who relies on her ability the most. So cool. The director hissed. Although he guessed that Meng Ying might do well, he didn't expect to get such a result in one try. He turned his head and said something to the people around him. He looked very troubled by Meng Ying. Ha ha ha. Sister Meng is simply the director nightmare. Just now the director was very proud of making things difficult for them. Jiang Qiao and the others instantly wilted, comfortable. Seeing that Meng Ying could throw such a good result in one try, the male group brothers of Jiang Qiao Company also came forward to try enthusiastically. However, although their results were better than other fixed members in this variety show, none of them could surpass Meng Ying's score. What going on? Why can't you hit it? One of the boys scratched his head, getting a little anxious. They were given a warning as soon as they arrived. They knew how fiercely Jiang Qiao fans and Meng Ying fans had been fighting these days. It was no big deal for them to lose face today, but they were unwilling to embarrass Qiao Jia anyway. Who would have thought Meng Ying was so powerful? How did she throw it? Jiang Qiao crossed her arms, standing behind them. She didn't have any anxious expression on her face. She looked relaxed. Seeing that they were anxious, she even smiled. Relax. What are you afraid of? Chapter 595 Hitting the Bull Head. Her tone was very nonchalant, as if to say, is this a small matter worth your panic? Several young and handsome boys in the boy band immediately felt that they were backed by their boss, and were instantly overwhelmed. The boss is so damn handsome. Seeing that none of the darts thrown by Jiang Qiaoling boy band brothers could match Meng Ying fans naturally would not miss this good opportunity to laugh at them, and immediately started to be sarcastic. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Qiao probably brought a bunch of losers to the variety show? What kind of boss leads what kind of group? Isn't Jiang Qiao herself the same character? Too embarrassing. A group of grown men can't even beat a little girl. The boys in the boy group didn't do well. The MCs couldn't help but make some jokes. Why don't you each praise Ying? Maybe Ying will be happy and teach you something. Ha ha ha. That right, young men? Use your brains. Several male band members pretended not to hear, and felt a little uncomfortable. What a joke. Who wants to praise her? Seeing these male band members always surrounding Jiang Qiao, not even glancing at Meng Ying fans were dissatisfied, and angrily cursed these people for having low EQ. A small and obscure group is a small and obscure group. And they didn't even give their sister face. Boss, can you help us see if the posture is wrong? One of the male band members subconsciously asked Jiang Qiao. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was immediately pulled by his companion, and turned his head to meet his companion's disapproving eyes. At this time, Jiang Qiao was involved. Was it because they were afraid that Meng Ying group of brainless fans would not scold Jiang Qiao harshly enough? And Meng Ying fans just thought so. Jiang Qiao had been silent, and they were still worried about not being able to find a point to mock her. Now that she was stabbed by her own people, they laughed out loud. Your boss knows the posture. Right? Your boss knows nothing. Sister Meng is standing there without asking for advice. How can she be confident that Jiang bitch can teach? It's so funny. Does this boy band member have an IQ problem? At the scene, Jiang Qiao heard the words and glanced at the member. She walked to his side, holding a dart in her delicate white hand, and said in a light voice, I show you how to do it. Hearing the word demonstration, the boy in the boy group who asked Jiang Qiao was stunned. The woman was wearing a long skirt and high heels. She didn't feel weak at all among the boys who were over 1.8 meters tall. Her back was graceful and graceful. Her naturally cold white skin was slightly illuminated by the light, and it seemed to be glowing. Unlike Meng Ying's focused and serious look just now, her posture was a little casual. She casually gathered the hair that fell on her ear. She said a sentence with a bit of carelessness. The whole person atmosphere was very casual. Everyone looked at her subconsciously, and before they could react to what she was going to do. The next second, Jiang Qiao moved her wrist and threw the dart out. She looked more like she was just throwing it casually. Everyone's eyes slowly fell on the dartboard. 1 second. 2 seconds. Their eyes slowly widened. Meng Ying didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing that everyone was looking at the dartboard, she also glanced at it lightly. And then her eyes stopped. The surroundings were quiet, and netizens also stopped posting comments and stared at the screen. On the dartboard at the scene, a dart was thrown, hitting the bullseye. Chapter 596 Why Do I Smell Tea? Jiang Qiao glanced at the dartboard. With no special emotion on her face, she looked at the boy band member who asked her, Do you understand? She asked, and no one around spoke. The boy band member looked at the beautiful boss in front of him, and then looked at the dart that hit the bullseye in front of him, and he swallowed slowly. The netizens who commented on the barrage had the same reaction as this brother, and it took a few seconds for him to come back to his senses. What did I see? Hit the bullseye? Jiang Qiao just threw it casually, and it hit the bullseye? What going on? Everyone was amazed. Meng Ying fans were stunned, and they still didn't want to believe it after they came to their senses. It's just a coincidence, right? Haha, Jiang Qiao is so lucky. However, as soon as the comment Jiang Qiao is so lucky was posted, the members who were just around Meng Ying exclaimed, and gathered around Jiang Qiao, and excitedly asked her to demonstrate it again. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, picked up a few more darts, looked at the dartboard, raised her hand, and with a slight sound, the dart hit the bullseye again. Jiang Qiao's movements were clean and neat, and there was no pause in the following movements. The challenge project that was very difficult for everyone was easy for her. The darts hit the center of the dartboard without exception. Menging fans who had just retorted that she was just lucky were completely speechless when they saw this scene. No one expected Jiang Qiao to be so good at darts. After the main MC was surprised, he asked Jiang Qiao, "Miss Jiang knows how to play darts? It's not true that she knows how to play, after all. She has only played a few times recently." Jiang Qiao said calmly, "Not bad." Her answer made everyone subconsciously think that they guessed it right. If she knew how to play, although this accuracy is still amazing, it's not too strange. After all, she had practiced before. It's natural that she plays better than everyone else. Menging heaved a sigh of relief when she heard her say that. She said, how could she lose to others in such a challenging project? Since Jiang Qiao already knew how to do it, that was another matter. After all, no matter how good her learning ability was, she couldn't catch up with someone who had practiced countless times in her first throw. Miss Jiang Qiao is so amazing. Menging also squeezed next to Jiang Qiao, praising her with a smile. As she spoke, she took the dart and said, "Can I try again? I find this more and more interesting. She always performs well, of course no one will refuse." Menging had a smile on her face, but her eyes were more focused and serious. Then her accuracy in throwing darts was indeed increasing. Among more than a dozen throws, she could occasionally hit the bullseye, but it was obviously not comparable to Jiang Qiao's relaxed posture. Due to time constraints, the program team did not have time for her to practice all the time. Menging failed to surpass Jiang Qiao, and put down the darts with some disappointment, but then she looked at her with curved eyes. "If I were like Miss Jiang Qiao, I would have learned to throw darts a long time ago. You were so cool just now." Although she said Jiang Qiao was cool, but her words and deeds seemed to remind everyone that Jiang Qiao could already do it, and if we talk about learning ability, she is still better. Jiang Qiao. Why do I smell tea? Chapter 597 Godlike Learning Ability. With the premise that Jiang Qiao can do it, and Menging intentional or unintentional reminders and hints, Menging fans regarded Jiang Qiao's sudden popularity as a coincidence. A blind cat meets a dead mouse, and it happened to be something she is good at. It has to be said that Jiang Qiao is really lucky. However, this variety show originally took the challenging route. Menging fans are not in a hurry. There will always be a time when she will be defeated. Before the main MC introduced the second challenge project, he invited several experts to come up. This is what the program team often does. The experts show their abilities, and the members learn on the spot. Fans of the program are used to it. Menging's strong learning ability has always been the biggest highlight of this segment. This one is a master of playing poker. The main MC first introduced the first expert, who was a young man. He held a poker card in his hand, and his fingers looked slender and flexible. The main MC looked at Jiang Qiao. With the experience just now, he asked in advance, "Can Miss Jiang play poker?" Jiang Qiao glanced at the young man and shook her head. "That makes me feel relieved. Otherwise, if our program has two people with godlike learning abilities, wouldn't we, the grown men, have no place to stand?" The host laughed and joked. Jiang Qiao did not comment on the fact that they automatically assumed that her learning ability was not as good as Menging. Next, the host signaled the poker master to show his ability. The poker cards seemed to have a soul in the hands of the young man. He showed various skills, as if performing magic. The poker cards danced at his fingertips. The various skills were gorgeous and dazzling. He stacked them into various shapes, pulled the cards, and opened them automatically. Various flower cuts were very ornamental. After his operation, everyone was stunned. One member wailed, "No way. Are we supposed to learn this?" The netizens who commented on the comments also thought it was impossible. Only gods could learn this. Seeing everyone stunned, the young man smiled and said, "First, I will teach you a simple one." Flipping a single card with one hand. Everyone watched the master holding a thick stack of playing cards, and with a light push, he deftly flipped over the first card. He taught everyone the technique. First, hold the cards with your left hand. Push the first card diagonally with your thumb. Press the corner of the second card, and flip it naturally. Look, it flipped over like this. After the demonstration, he looked at everyone. "Can you do this?" At this time, the program team had distributed a deck of cards to everyone. Everyone carefully observed his hands and learned his skills. Press the corner of the second card, and then turn it naturally. The members muttered, and when they exerted force, the card did not turn up, and their hands almost cramped. The members, Naturally. Turn. Turn? Naturally. The netizens who commented on the barrage were almost laughing to death. Brain. Got it. Hand. Get lost. Where can I buy the teacher hand? Just teach me, if you learn it. We lose. Ha ha ha. I look exactly like the members now. The technique looks simple, but it is very difficult to do. The poker master walked over and looked around, and almost lost. When he walked in front of Meng Ying, he suddenly stopped, his eyes lit up. Not bad, I almost opened it, try again. Meng Ying held her breath and concentrated, with a little sweat on her forehead. Under the young man's gaze, she tried twice more, and finally succeeded on the third time. Yes, that it. The camera was showing the scene, and the fans were excited when they saw Meng Ying succeed. Wow, she is worthy of being Sister Meng. This is a godlike learning ability. I am really impressed. The poker master nodded in appreciation. Even I couldn't succeed so quickly at the beginning. You are very talented. This sentence, all Meng Ying's previous unhappiness was swept away at once. She smiled widely. Thank you. Teacher. The young man nodded, and gave 2 more instructions. Then he came to Jiang Qiao and the others. In order to give the boys in the boy band a chance to be on camera, Jiang Qiao took the initiative to stand at the side most of the time on the show, and this time was the same. She stood at the far left of the team. When the poker master came to her side, he saw her holding the cards, without any action of flipping the cards. The young man paused. You don't know how to do it? Jiang Qiao looked at him, without saying anything. The young man took the poker cards, turned them in his hand, and demonstrated, like this. The poker master often appears on TV shows, and is very patient. Especially knowing that the prettier the female artist, the worse her hands-on skills are. I didn't expect much from her. Of course, except for Miss Meng Ying just now. She did so well in the first practice, which is really impressive. He was immersed in his thoughts, seeing Jiang Qiao looking at him without saying anything. He said, Why? Still can't do it? He was just about to do it again, when he saw Jiang Qiao's hand slightly reaching out to him. The next second, her slender white fingers moved, and the poker card turned over in her hand beautifully and standardly. Their eyes met, and the air was a little quiet. The boy next to Jiang Qiao suppressed his excitement, and said directly, Ms. Jiang succeeded in 1 try. She is the first one to succeed. It's just that she finished it too quickly, even the program team didn't notice it. Only he stood next to the boss, and observed it most clearly. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Jiang Qiao at once. Especially Meng Ying, she was stunned for a moment, and when she turned her head, her eyes staring at Jiang Qiao changed a little. Jiang Qiao. I'm so low-key. How can I be the most beautiful one in the crowd? The poker master was stunned for a while, and then he came back to his senses and looked at Jiang Qiao a few more times. He still didn't believe that she could turn it over successfully the first time, and hesitantly said, Then, let's learn the second one. Shuffle the cards with 1 hand. Hold the cards with your left hand, divide the cards into 2 piles with your index finger, spread them open, put your little finger back on the long side, use a very clever force to insert it, and then hold it up. This one is more difficult than the previous one. Everyone followed his method, but before they finished learning, the cards were scattered all over the floor. Meng Ying almost dropped the cards, and looked in that direction in embarrassment. Jiang Qiao was not photographed just now, but this time Jiang Qiao was the center of everyone's attention. When the poker master saw Jiang Qiao purse her lips slightly, he also felt that it was too difficult to shuffle the cards with 1 hand. She couldn't possibly do it. Thinking back, he had also practiced for a long time. Just thinking about this, the next moment, he saw Jiang Qiao on the other side. After being silent for 2 seconds, following the method he had just taught, moving her finger slightly, copying his movements exactly. Master, ? Netizens, ? Program group, ? Jiang Qiao has beautiful hands, long and white fingers, and the movements she made were not sloppy, and look even more skilled and beautiful than those made by the master. After doing it easily once, Jiang Qiao frowned slightly, and said, That it? Chapter 598 A Perfect Woman. In the quiet scene, Jiang Qiao's faint voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. That it? Her attitude clearly showed confusion, and her glance at the poker master seemed to say, Is it necessary for you to teach such a simple thing with such fanfare? The poker master's face was frozen. He stood in front of Jiang Qiao, looked at her hand, and confirmed again, Is this really your first time learning? Jiang Qiao looked at him, and she seemed even more surprised than him. Do I need to practice such a simple thing in private? The poker master stopped talking. He still didn't believe it. And in front of her, he directly performed a set of fancy cuts. The movements were gorgeous and dazzling, and were completely different from the previous two movements. It seemed that he was embarrassing her. He said, "Try again?" The master just deliberately did it quickly, with complex movements, smooth and smooth, like a magic trick. Jiang Qiao looked at his movements and said, "Slow down a little." The poker master looked at her serious expression and wanted to laugh. Did she really intend to learn it all at once? She must be crazy. Next, he disassembled the movements and slowed them down according to her instructions. The members around saw this scene and stopped practicing their own poker. They came over to watch with great interest. The director found something interesting and quickly asked someone to zoom in on Jiang Qiao. At the scene, Jiang Qiao watched the poker master movements and memorized all his details. After he finished, she went through them carefully in her mind, pursed her lips, and then took the poker. The young man's eyes fell on the cards in her hand, and he watched Jiang Qiao movements with indifference. But after watching for 2 seconds, his eyes slowly changed. Everyone held their breath and exclaimed in their throats. Although Jiang Qiao movements in the first few seconds were a little hesitant and uncertain, in the subsequent movements, she completely followed the teachings of the poker master and copied them exactly. Whether it was the control of strength or various techniques, she mastered them very accurately and perfectly. She performed the moves smoothly, so skillfully that one would wonder if she had practiced in private a long time ago. The last move, she gathered the poker cards in her palm. Jiang Qiao curled her lips, as if she found it interesting, and said, "It a bit interesting." The scene was quiet, and she looked up, and saw the poker master staring at her in a daze, and the eyes of others were not much different, facing the shocked eyes of the crowd. "Jiang Qiao, what? You keep showing off your beauty. Don't you know that I am also very talented? Excuse me, everyone." In this silence, Jiang Qiao raised her hand expressionlessly and hooked the hair beside her cheek behind her ear. Her tone was extremely serious and artificial. "I am just a very perfect woman." The wind blew gently. She remained very reserved, looking like a steady female boss, but the little pride in her eyes could not be concealed. I don't know who was amused by her, and laughed out loud. Then the scene suddenly became lively. "How did you do it? Ms. Jiang, you are so great. The boss is really amazing." At this time, a regular member of this variety show turned his head and looked at Meng Ying, and said this. "Oh my god, Ying, this learning ability, Ms. Jiang is even better than you." Chapter 599. Is this really not a script? When these words came out, Meng Ying's back stiffened. Her character in this variety show is that she is good at hands-on work, but she couldn't even do the one-handed shuffle just now, not to mention the flower cut that looked so complicated that it made people dazzled. She had always been the AC praised in various challenges before, but now everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao. Meng Ying still had the playing cards in her hand, and she exerted a little force with her fingers, and the slightly hard edge of the playing cards pressed her fingertips white. She paused for a second and then smiled, and said, "Ms. Jiang has always been better than me, but it's amazing that she can do anything after just one look." She looked at the main MC next to her, her eyes slightly bright, and she looked expectant. Does Miss Jiang Qiao know all the challenges after watching them once? After being reminded by Meng Ying, the main MC also became curious. There were several experts with their own specialties standing next to him. So he looked at Jiang Qiao. "Why don't you try another challenge, Miss Jiang, so that we can learn more?" Jiang Qiao glanced at Meng Ying. Meng Ying met her gaze and smiled at her, looking cheerful, bright and innocent. "If you hold her high, it will be miserable when she falls." The two looked at each other, and Jiang Qiao turned away indifferently. She curled her lips and said, "Okay." Since Jiang Qiao started playing poker, netizens were shocked. The more they watched, the more speechless they were, especially after seeing Jiang Qiao copy the complicated flower cut exactly. They were too shocked. Everyone started to question, "What wrong with this sister? You fucking told me that she learned such a complicated flower cut after watching it once? Is it really not a script?" Netizens in the barrage were shocked and suspicious. Some couldn't believe what they saw. At this moment, seeing Meng Ying asked Jiang Qiao to try another challenge, they quickly moved closer to the screen. Does Jiang Qiao really have this ability? No way. The other experts in the field were playing dice, archery, and stunt throwing. According to the MC request, they demonstrated each of them in front of Jiang Qiao. The so-called playing dice is standing dice, several dice stand in a straight line. The expert held a long dice cup, and in the surprised eyes of the crowd, he stacked more than a dozen at once. After he finished the performance, he looked at Jiang Qiao with a smile. What kind of stunt is this? Menging fans were not convinced at all. I don't believe that Jiang Qiao can learn it after watching it once. To be honest, it was arranged by the program team. In order to flatter Jiang Qiao, any personality can be blown up. Jiang Qiao walked over and took the long dice cup. At this time, the expert also added, if you are practicing for the first time, just stack 4 dice first. If you practice more, I believe you will soon. Before he finished saying the words, you will learn it soon, he saw Jiang Qiao holding his long dice cup, skillfully and neatly putting more than a dozen dice into the dice cup, shaking it skillfully, and stopping neatly after a few seconds. Facing the eyes of the crowd, she slowly opened it, and saw a straight line made of dice coming into everyone's eyes. Expert. Netizen. Jiang Qiao, haha. In the next few challenges, Jiang Qiao did the same, learning quickly and well. At the beginning, Menging fans were still barking, but as time went by, the insults and doubts gradually disappeared, and were replaced by passers-by and netizens who were swiping the screen in a row. After Jiang Qiao completed several challenges, she said slowly, I heard that Miss Meng is also very good at hands-on work. I can't be the only one performing. It's very simple to stand up the dice. For the last scene, why don't we shoot a shaking the dice together? Jiang Qiao's eyes were pure, kinder and brighter than Menging just now. The main MC also thought it was okay. He thought that since Jiang Qiao completed it easily, Menging should not be too bad either. After all, although Menging did not look as good as Jiang Qiao now, she was also highly praised by everyone for her godlike learning ability before. He immediately asked Menging's opinion. Menging and Jiang Qiao looked at each other, and slowly pursed her lips. Jiang Qiao said that dice standing was very simple. If she refused again, what would she become? Menging walked forward slowly. She looked at the dice and dice cup in front of her, recalling the scene of the expert shaking it just now. She held her breath and thought. Since Jiang Qiao could do it, there was no reason why she couldn't do it. As the host said start, the two of them held the dice cup at the same time. The dice hit the dice cup and made a light sound. After a few seconds, Jiang Qiao stopped being handsome and looked up at the camera. Netizens staring at the screen were caught off guard by her beauty. Before they could react, they suddenly heard the sound of dice falling to the ground. Everyone was stunned. At this time, the camera turned to Menging, and she was seen to be in a panic, a mess. The air was quiet. Jiang Qiao looked over lightly, and her eyes swept over Menging, whose face was pale, and she said slowly, ah. Comparing the two, Menging looked miserable. Chapter 600. Look who here to pick you up. For all the mistakes Menging made today, the passers-by who like her don't know what to say. It feels like Menging's condition is a bit bad today. Excuse my conspiracy theory, did the director ask her to perform a little worse, to highlight Jiang Qiao? Is the previous comment mentally retarded? What the bad condition? It obviously because she not capable enough, and was crushed by Jiang Qiao. I was so crazy before saying that this is Menging home court. Where are the people waiting for Menging to beat Jiang Qiao? Now let's see who beats who? On the screen, Jiang Qiao exudes the air of a young lady. She holds the dice cup lightly, her eyebrows and eyes are bright and charming, and every inch of her body is exquisite. Next to her, Menging has no makeup on. Even if some netizens think that she is real and natural, and has a filter for her, but compared with the bright and beautiful Jiang Qiao, the difference between the two is still visible to the naked eye. Menging's lips are dark. Not to mention anything else, she loses a lot in terms of complexion. She has never lost to Jiang Qiao in terms of facial features and temperament. She stands there in a sportswear, and can be said to be covered in dust. Even if other actresses were dressed up, the contrast with Jiang Qiao was cruel. Not to mention Menging, who appeared without makeup. It was simply asking for trouble. Menging originally wanted to be praised as a goddess with strong learning ability. But she didn't expect to be overturned and was crushed by Jiang Qiao in all aspects. The show was filmed for a whole day, and when it ended, it was almost dark. Jiang Qiao provided enough explosive points and topics, and her status was there. At the end, not only were there many staff members who liked her, but the director also chatted with her and expressed his desire to continue working with her. Jiang Qiao listened in a disjointed manner, and said with a faint smile, in the future, these artists in our company will have to rely more on the director. The director hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. Next to him, Ming Ying was accompanied by only her agent. Compared with the lively atmosphere at Jiangqiao Place, her place seemed much quieter. She took her phone with a cold face and browsed Weibo. At this time, there was already news on Weibo. The term Jiangqiao godlike learning ability was ranked first in the hot search. Ming Ying clicked it casually. The first popular Weibo was all about Jiangqiao highlights. She clicked on the comments and was surprised and praised. Ming Ying looked at the first hot comment. Fuck. I thought Ming Ying was already very good. But it turns out that the real master is Jiangqiao? The comments below were all surprised that Jiangqiao was much better than her. She has completely become a stepping stone. Ming Ying's face was ugly, and she turned off her phone directly. In front, Jiangqiao glanced at her watch, and the director next to her saw what she meant, and immediately said, "It getting late. I won't keep you, Mr. Jiang." Jiangqiao nodded, and was about to leave with the boys in the boy band, when a boy next to her suddenly brightened his eyes and said, "Hey, Mr. Jiang, look who here to pick you up." Jiangqiao was slightly startled. She raised her eyes and saw the car door closed. A tall and straight man walked over from the front. The sky was a little dark at this time, and the figure was hazy. Ming Siren was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with one hand in his trouser pocket. He walked over from the front. His posture was casual and lazy, and he was naturally noble. The female staff members immediately screamed softly. Jiangqiao saw the man coming. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 601 Jiangqiao is so lucky. Ming Ying heard the women excited screams, frowned, subconsciously raised her head and looked forward, and then bumped into a face that was too delicate and beautiful. The man had black hair and black eyes, clean lines, loose shirt buttons with two unbuttoned, full of nobleman temperament. She held her breath slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Ming Ying tilted her head, and couldn't help but whisper to the agent beside her, "Who is this man?" But before the agent could answer, Ming Ying watched the man who amazed her at first sight walk towards Jiangqiao and hold her hand. Ming Ying paused, and the expression on her face froze. At the same time, the agent beside her also spoke. "He is Ming Siren, the president of Ming Group, Jiangqiao boyfriend." At this point, the agent voice paused. "No. Now it should be said that he is her fiancé. He has proposed to Jiangqiao." Ming Ying looked at them. The man was talking to Jiangqiao with his head down. His side profile was soft. His slightly upturned peach blossom eyes were smiling, and tenderness was written between his eyebrows, as if she sensed someone was watching her. She looked in that direction. Ming Ying clearly felt the moment her eyes met his, and a tingling current swept through her body. But the next second, the man calmly withdrew his gaze, as if he had only seen a ball of air. Ming Siren came to pick her up, and of course Jiangqiao took his car. After arranging the boys in the boy band, Jiangqiao said goodbye to the staff and left with him. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Even their backs looked like a good match. They have a good relationship. Sister Qiao is such a little woman in front of Ming father. I'm so envious. Really, it's just a fairy tale love. The girls around were discussing with suppressed excitement. Not only are they tall, rich, handsome, and beautiful, but they are also childhood sweethearts. They are really enviable. Ming Ying listened to their chattering beside her. She had been stimulated by Jiangqiao all day. The unspeakable irritability in her heart reached its peak at this moment. She felt as if her whole heart was soaked in sour water. Suffocated, jealous, as if a cat was scratching her heart fiercely, and a bloody path was left with each scratch. It's true that people have different fates. Jiangqiao is so lucky. The agent looked at the direction they left inside. Ming Ying clutched her phone, and thought of the praises from netizens. She felt suffocated, and her face became completely gloomy. She turned and left. "Hey, wait for me." The agent was stunned for a moment, and quickly followed. Jiangqiao's outstanding performance in this variety show surprised netizens. When they opened Weibo, the hot searches were all about her. Compared with her, Ming Ying's discussion was much less. And every time she was mentioned, she was the one who was crushed by Jiangqiao. Ming Ying fans were very angry, and probably all they could do was control the comments like crazy. However, Jiangqiao's popularity did not last long. By the evening of the next day, the person on the hot search had changed. The entry Fu Ziming was seriously injured suddenly appeared, and quickly surpassed Jiangqiao to rise to the first place. Fu Ziming, the popular male star who said Jiangqiao was his goddess at the beginning of this variety show. was very friendly, and caring to Jiang Qiao throughout the variety show. Whenever Jiang Qiao had a highlight moment, he had the biggest smile and applauded the most. It was obvious at a glance that he was a true fan of Jiang Qiao. Even because he was too nice to Jiang Qiao in the show, many Menging fans were dissatisfied with him in the barrage. Chapter 602 I Know the Top Surgeon in China. When this news came out, netizens were immediately shocked. Serious injury? What happened? Click on this entry. The most popular Weibo post was posted by the account that broke the news. Xia searched the internet. It really scary. Fu Ziming was filming at the time. I don't know if there was a problem with the props or something. He fell directly from a high place and fainted on the spot. Blood was everywhere. I heard that the director yelled for an ambulance. And the actors in the same crew were also scared. And the scene was in chaos. In addition, today, when Fu Ziming fans visited the set, they saw their idol suddenly had an accident. And several girls almost fainted from crying. It was really tragic. The account that broke the news posted a few pictures under a long Weibo text. Netizens' eyes fell on those pictures, and they gasped instantly. The photos were taken very clearly. The ambulance came and carried Fu Ziming into the car. The face of the originally handsome and clean boy was covered with blood, and there was a deep wound on his leg, and the bones could almost be seen. There are a few more pictures, which may be too bloody, and even the pictures have been censored. Netizens have never seen such a scene before. Especially Fu Ziming is usually very likable, and has a good relationship with passers-by. When everyone saw the scene, their hearts were immediately clenched, and they desperately asked the blogger how he was now, and whether his life was in danger. The blogger only replied with 3 words. It's hard to say. Seeing these 3 words, netizens were even more flustered. After that, the popularity rose, and 4 or 5 entries on the hot search were all about Fu Ziming injuries. Countless marketing accounts forwarded it, praying for Fu Ziming. At the same time, in the hospital, media reporters, staff, and Fu Ziming family all rushed over. The hospital was full of people, and it was in chaos. They were still recording a variety show together yesterday, and today he had such a big incident, so Jiang Qiao was naturally notified. When she arrived at the hospital and saw the red light for the operation, she couldn't help but frown. Even if it was an ordinary acquaintance, who was still talking and laughing with her yesterday, and was lying in the operating room today with no one knowing whether he would live or die, it would be hard to see, not to mention that Fu Ziming was still her fan. Jiang Qiao has always been sensitive and cherishes the kindness shown to her by others. It was very noisy behind her. Jiang Qiao frowned slightly, turned her head, and said to the assistant beside her, "Go and make arrangements, and let those reporters go back." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." At the door of the operating room, the members who recorded the variety show together yesterday were standing. They saw Jiang Qiao and nodded to her. Jiang Qiao walked over. She was about to ask what was going on, but suddenly there was a burst of hurried footsteps behind her. Jiang Qiao turned her head and saw Menging walking over quickly. The woman was breathing a little hurriedly. "How is Ziming?" The main MC in the variety show shook his head, glanced at Fu Ziming family, frowned, leaned over and whispered, "The situation is not good." As soon as he finished speaking, several fans of Fu Ziming cried hard. Menging glanced at them and said nothing. At this time, the doctor came out of the operating room and everyone quickly surrounded him. The doctor looked at Fu Ziming family and said, "The wound on the patient's leg is not serious. It just looks scary. But it is not life-threatening. But the problem is the wound on his head. If he needs to undergo surgery later, it will be very dangerous. And the difficulty coefficient of this operation is quite high. To be honest, even the best surgeon in our hospital cannot make a guarantee. As his parents, you'd better be mentally prepared now." Hearing this, Fu Ziming family members were so scared that their legs went limp. "Doctor, please save my son." "Doctor." Jiang Qiao narrowed her eyes slightly. "The best surgeon." She took a step forward and was about to speak. But Menging beside her suddenly spoke before her. "I know the best surgeon in the country. And I call him now. Let's work together. Ziming will be fine." "You mean the best surgeon in the country? Isn't his surname Li?" The doctor heard this and hurriedly asked her a question. In the circle, there are only a few people who can be called top surgeons, and even fewer with the surname Li, so it is not difficult to guess. Menging took out her mobile phone and said without looking up, "Yes. His name is Li Hao, and he is my best friend. Ziming will be fine with him." After listening, The doctor nodded to Fu Ziming family members, who were still a little confused. Dr. Li is indeed very good in terms of technology. If we can invite him, it may be the patient last hope. Hearing what he said, Fu Ziming parents looked at Meng Ying, their eyes full of pleading. Ms. Meng, please make sure you invite Dr. Li. Because of Meng Ying's words, the corridor became quiet. Meng Ying carried everyone hope at this moment. Even Fu Ziming fan stopped crying and looked at her with bated breath. Meng Ying's eyes swept over Jiang Qiao standing beside her. Her eyes cold. She glanced at him and stopped looking at him. She raised her chin slightly and called Li Hao in front of everyone. Hello? Are you asleep? I have something to trouble you. Meng Ying said a few polite words to him and then went straight to the point. My friend here has something wrong. Can you come to see me? Everyone was waiting for Li Hao's answer. After a while, a smile appeared on Meng Ying's face. She nodded. Okay, then I treat you to dinner another day. After hanging up the phone, facing everyone expectant eyes, Meng Ying nodded and said, my friend agreed to come to see me, don't worry. Fu Ziming parents felt relieved and hurried over to express their gratitude. The fans clenched their hands and almost cried, that great. Before Fu Ziming's injury was fully understood, the surgery would not be performed immediately. In this situation, he was in danger at any time, and everyone did not dare to take it lightly. The atmosphere in front of the operating room was still heavy. Fu Ziming fans surrounded Meng Ying and kept thanking her. In contrast to the heavy atmosphere, Meng Ying was in a good mood at the moment. Her face showed nothing. Listening to the voices of thanks, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Qiao, who was ignored. She reached out and touched their heads, curled her lips and said, don't be afraid. Sister is here. She won't let your idol get into trouble. Hearing her say this, the fans' affection for her suddenly increased, and they were moved. Originally, they thought Meng Ying was fake, but now it seems that they had wronged her. On the side, Jiang Qiao, who was ignored, walked around these people and called the doctor, who was about to leave. She was wearing a shawl, with a slender figure and a light voice, but it made people feel at ease. Doctor, I want to know about Fu Ziming's current specific condition. Chapter 603. Can you save her? The doctor looked at her in confusion. What the matter? I have a friend who is a surgeon. I want him to help take a look. She also has a surgeon friend? But celebrities like them, it's not strange to have a wide network of contacts. If she can find a doctor as good as Li Hao, the chances of success of the operation will increase. He didn't say much, but nodded to Jiang Qiao. Then come with me. 15 minutes later, Jiang Qiao came out of the department, while sending messages to the person on the other end of the phone, and returned to the operating room. Meng Ying was talking to Fu Ziming fans. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and she seemed clear and relaxed. Jiang Qiao glanced at her, and her eyes fell on Fu Ziming parents, who were tired and worried. She put away her phone, turned her head, and whispered a few words to her assistant. After listening, the assistant acknowledged and left. Meng Ying saw Jiang Qiao, who had gone somewhere, coming back, raised her eyebrows, and ignored her. The others stayed here for a while, and then prepared to say goodbye and leave. After all, Fu Ziming's situation could not be solved in a short time, and everyone was busy, and it was impossible for them to stay here all the time. Fu Ziming parents cheered up and thanked them, and sent them away. Jiang Qiao did not stay for long, and walked out with the others. The night wind was a little cold, and Jiang Qiao's phone rang at this time. She took a look and answered it. Hello? Ruiz. Jiang Qiao bent down and got into the car. How is it? Can you save her? Her voice was gradually blocked by the closed car door. Fans of Meng Ying and Fu Ziming came out after Jiang Qiao. They watched Jiang Qiao get into the car, and the car soon disappeared from their sight. Several people withdrew their sight. Fans of Fu Ziming said goodbye to Meng Ying politely. Sister Meng Ying, thank you for your hard work today, goodbye. Meng Ying today really touched and appreciated them. Meng Ying smiled and waved to them, with a kind and casual tone. In nothing, just a little help. At this point, she paused, smiled and said, since we are here, we can't just do nothing. At this time, her agent came over. Meng Ying walked towards her car. She opened the door and got in, and said goodbye to them in a friendly manner through the car window. Okay. You guys should be careful on the road. Goodbye. The fans quickly responded. Sister Meng Ying, be careful on the road. Goodbye. After Meng Ying left, the fans sighed for a while, and also left. But they didn't plan to go back today. When something like this happened to their idol, they would definitely stay nearby until he woke up. One of the fans thought about what happened today, rubbed his sore eyes, and started editing his Weibo. At the same time, inside the hospital, at the door of the operating room, Fu Ziming parents looked at the paper bag handed over by Jiang Qiao assistant and wondered, "This is..." Mr. Jiang said that. "It will take a long time to check later. You two are old, and you should take care of yourselves. This is some food that Mr. Jiang asked me to buy. It warms me up, so I can have the strength to hold on." When Fu Ziming parents heard this, they looked at each other, and their expressions were slightly moved. The agent next to them was also stunned. Ziming parents are old, and their bodies will not be able to bear it for such a long time. It was just that in the chaos, even she didn't expect such attention to details. Chapter 604. Not much help at all. The manager reached out to take the food for the two elders. His eyes and voice softened. "Thank Mr. Jiang for us. It's what I should do." Since Fu Ziming had such a big incident, he naturally became the focus of everyone's attention tonight. Every little thing would affect the nerves of netizens. Marketing accounts were also paying attention all the time, just to release the first-hand information and get traffic. It's just that the hospital is forbidden to enter and leave, and the media can't get photos. They can only get information from insiders. From this little bit of information, everyone can also know that Fu Ziming's condition is not good at the moment, and it is very bad. When netizens were worried, a big fan of Fu Ziming posted a long Weibo. She is the fan at the scene today, so when her long Weibo was posted, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Ziming is my beacon. Everything that happened today made me feel like a dream. I may never forget the moment he fell from my sight. I watched him being carried into the ambulance, rushed to the hospital, and pushed directly into the emergency room. No one could understand my fear at that time. I was afraid that this big boy who was as bright and gentle as a beacon would disappear just like that. I prayed to God at that time. Even if I had to exchange my life for his, I would not hesitate. Fortunately, God seemed to hear my prayers. Just when the doctor said that his condition was extremely dangerous, and he was not sure about the operation, Sister Mengying appeared. To be honest, I didn't like her very much before. But I didn't expect that when all of us were lost and helpless. She said, "I will find the best surgeon in the country," and pulled us out of the abyss of despair. In those few minutes, she called her friend, the excellent surgeon Li Hao, and the other party readily agreed. Even the doctor next to him said that Sister Mengying had won the greatest hope for him, although the road ahead is still uncertain. I believe that with us and Sister Mengying, we will definitely be able to get the best result. Love. Love. This star-chasing girl described everything that happened at that time as if she was writing an essay. Although her writing was a little awkward, it did not prevent everyone from clearly understanding her feelings at that time, especially when she described Mengying saying that sentence. The netizens could not help but be moved. The girl posted two pictures at the end, one of which was a red light on the operating room, and the other was a picture of Mengying talking on the phone. In the photo, Mengying was facing her sideways, frowning slightly, with a serious expression. Seeing those words, and the two photos, netizens and Fu Ziming fans quickly flooded into the comment area. "Is my brother injury really serious? I cried so hard, and now my eyes are blacking out. Why did this happen to him? He is only 22 years old. Is it so dangerous that doctors don't even dare to perform surgery? Oh my God. Sisters, calm down. Didn't you see that Sister Mengying has already found the best doctor in the country for my brother? And my brother will be fine. He will definitely be fine. Thank you, Sister Mengying. Really, I don't know what to say. If you are willing to help at this time, you will be our benefactor in the future." Seeing the two words Li Hao, some netizens who are more knowledgeable about this area immediately began to comment on the science. That's Surgeon Li Hao. He is really an authority in this circle in China. Very powerful. Some netizens may not know him. Let me put it this way. All the operations he performed, basically no failures. Anyway, he is a very awesome boss. Fu Ziming will be fine if he performs the surgery. Mengying is awesome for inviting him. Seeing this, Fu Ziming fans felt impressed, and were even more grateful to Mengying. And some passers-by and netizens couldn't help but sigh, Mengying is such a good person. If I were Fu Ziming fan, I would definitely love her to death. She is so reliable. +1, it really makes people feel at ease to be able to act decisively at this time. Not only Fu Ziming fans, but also passers-by felt warm in their hearts when they heard that Mengying invited such a big boss. Their favorability towards Mengying increased rapidly. The fan of Fu Ziming who posted this Weibo also responded to the comment praising Meng Ying in the comment area. Ziming is my guiding light, yes. Sister is really great. Shirui and I cried so hard at that time. She gently touched our heads and said to us, "Don't be afraid. Sister is here." I really can't describe the feeling at that time. Do you understand? It's so heartwarming. Seeing this fan reply, everyone was instantly touched by this sentence. Not long after, the term "don't be afraid" sister and Meng Ying became a hot search. Once Meng Ying heartwarming deeds were publicized, they immediately spread among netizens, and won the netizens' touching and praise. Just when everyone was feeling warmed by Meng Ying actions, some netizens who observed more carefully also saw a familiar silhouette in the photo. Netizens were refreshed. Huh? Is the woman next to Meng Ying in the second photo Sister Qiao? Sister Qiao also rushed there? Although only one episode was filmed, Fu Ziming was in trouble, and she still rushed there in the middle of the night. She seemed so gentle, and everyone was fine. Jiang Qiao appeared in this photo, and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that she was there, everyone felt warm. At this time when everyone was worried about Fu Ziming, everyone gathered together, which was really touching. However, just when everyone was immersed in the warm atmosphere, several inappropriate remarks suddenly appeared in the comment area. What the point of going there? As an insider, I'm telling you, although she went there, she didn't help at all there. Okay. At this time, her fans are still trying to take advantage of Meng Ying's popularity. Are they shameless? Why does Jiang Qiao always have to intervene in every Weibo post where Meng Ying is praised? Does she need attention so badly? I didn't have any feelings for her originally, but her actions this time really disgusted me. She can't help but still take advantage of the popularity. Can Jiang Qiao and her fans stop being an eyesore here? To be honest, it's really disgusting. These people, who are not sure if they are black fans or something, made very harsh comments, and their appearance in the comment section was extremely abrupt. However, because their comments were very eye-catching, they immediately attracted the attention of netizens, especially the sentence that although she went there, she didn't help at all, which made the netizens who saw it feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 605. Someone can do the surgery. Once you have a crush on Jiang Qiao, you naturally want her to shine all the time. But most people are still rational, knowing that Jiang Qiao is not to blame for this, and it is not necessary to step on Sister Qiao everywhere to directly confront these people, and Sister Qiao does not need to take advantage of Meng Ying's popularity. The incident of Fu Ziming has attracted a lot of attention, and under every Weibo post praising Meng Ying, there are people who slander Jiang Qiao. Once such large-scale and obviously leading comments appear, unconsciously, the rhythm is set by them. Fu Ziming agent received a call shortly afterwards. The person on the other end said directly, "There must be someone behind this, using Ziming popularity to benefit themselves, really unscrupulous. Ziming is like this, and he still does this." As for who that person is, they have all been in the industry for so many years, it is not difficult to see who is most beneficial to this matter. Some people are being praised for their beauty and kindness, while others are being scolded for riding on the popularity. Fu Ziming agent walked to the stairs to answer the phone, and his face turned slightly cold when he heard this. But don't say there is no evidence to prove that Meng Ying is behind this. Even if there is, just because Meng Ying knows Dr. Li Hao, they can't fight back against her now. And they have to beg her. Got it. Don't worry about what's going on online for now. Ziming is the most important. What about Mr. Jiang? The agent didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, she stayed at the stairs for a while, thinking of Jiang Qiao's attentiveness and warmth, and took a breath. After a while, she took out her mobile phone, logged into the studio account, and posted a Weibo. Not long after, everyone found out that Fu Ziming Studio posted a Weibo. Fu Ziming Studio official Weibo. Helping someone in need is appreciated, and thoughtfulness is equally precious. Every bit of kindness needs to be cherished by us. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the dinner. Heart. The accompanying picture is a photo of hot food. This is considered an official statement of the position, and Fu Ziming fans immediately understood it, and cooperated to express their support under the comments. But Meng Ying fans obviously didn't think so. Due to yesterday's variety show, Jiang Qiao and Meng Ying fans had long been at loggerheads, and were not afraid of a falling out, and directly began to mock Jiang Qiao. So after all that, she just sent a few bowls of porridge. No way, this counts as helping? Our sister hired a top surgeon. But the studio didn't send a thank you note, and Jiang Qiao sent a few bowls of porridge, and you immediately posted on Weibo? Your capital is really strong, haha. I can't afford to offend you. Fu Ziming's agent took a breath, directly blocked and deleted these comments, and then closed the comments. After all, she was still worried about Fu Ziming's injury. After stating her position, she didn't dwell on this matter for long, and then went to the operating room. However, Menging fans seemed to be happy with the incident, comparing Jiang Qiao porridge delivery to Menging's search for a top surgeon, and constantly mocking Jiang Qiao. The next day, Menging took Li Hao to the hospital. This time, in addition to Li Hao, she also brought her assistant manager, and those little fans of Fu Ziming last night. Meeting Fu Ziming manager Gaze, she smiled and said, "These kids are too worried about Ziming, and I can't bear to see them cry. Don't worry. They won't affect everyone." The agent glanced at the fans and said nothing. Menging gave Li Hao to Fu Ziming parents. Not long after, the doctor came to discuss a solution with Li Hao. Li Hao looked to be in his 30s. According to his age and current achievements, he was considered young and promising. However, Li Hao was a doctor with a very bad temper. Although he came, his face was not very good. He took Fu Ziming treatment record from the doctor and looked at it, with deep wrinkles between his eyebrows. Fu Ziming parents looked at him nervously. After a while, they asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is it?" Unexpectedly, after asking this question, Li Hao threw the medical records to the doctor from last night, and said coldly, "I won't do this operation." Not only were Fu Ziming parents shocked, but Menging also looked at him immediately. "Why?" Li Hao said to Menging. "Ying, it's not that I won't help you this time. He is in such a situation that he can't be saved. Even if I were to perform the surgery, the success rate would be less than 3%. I would never do it for him." The reason why he had almost no failures in his surgeries was that he knew how to take advantage and avoid harm based on his skills. Why would he touch a patient who was obviously doomed? When Fu Ziming parents heard this, they suddenly lost their temper. "Doctor, please save my child. He is so young. He can't just die like this." The agent also turned pale. However, when Menging heard this reason, her frown relaxed. If this is the case, then it cannot be blamed on her. She has invited a good enough doctor, and Fu Ziming's condition is too serious, which is beyond her control. Even if it fails, it has nothing to do with her. Menging supported Fu Ziming's mother, who was about to collapse on the ground. "Aunt, I'm sorry. It seems that Ziming's injury is too serious. How could this happen?" Fu Ziming fans were completely panicked. Yesterday, they heard the doctor say that Li Hao was very powerful, so they thought there was a lot of hope. After Li Hao's words, everyone's emotions collapsed. The doctor looked at him disapprovingly and went to help the two old people. "Dr. Li, please be careful about how you speak." Li Hao didn't care. As a doctor, he had seen too many deaths, and these were not even worth his emotional fluctuations. "Dr. Li, please think of another way." Fu Ziming parents sobbed and begged. "Didn't they say that your medical skills are excellent?" Li Hao ignored the two elders, who were almost in despair. He wanted to leave. Menging advised, "Aunt, Dr. Li said there is no way." Then there is really no way. Dr. Li is an authority in this field. Just when Fu Ziming parents were emotionally broken, there was a sound of footsteps in front of them. Menging raised her eyes and saw Jiang Qiao coming over, followed by a tall and thin handsome man. Seeing the situation in front of her, Jiang Qiao paused slightly, frowned and asked, "What wrong?" Fu Ziming parents were speechless, and a fan cried and said, "Dr. Li said he would not perform surgery on our brother." Menging corrected him. Ziming was injured too seriously. No one could do it. Jiang Qiao didn't say anything when she heard it. Menging saw her and the man next to her look at each other. She frowned slightly, and the next second, she saw Jiang Qiao walking towards Fu Ziming parents. In the quiet hospital corridor, Jiang Qiao squatted down. The woman looked at the two old people straight in the eye. Her eyebrows were clean, and her eyes were gentle. The morning light outside came in. Her voice seemed to have the power to soothe people. She whispered, "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. Ziming's surgery can be done by someone else." Chapter 606 Rui's arrives. After hearing her words, Fu Ziming parents were stunned and looked at Jiang Qiao. At the same time, others also looked at her, especially Menging. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Miss Jiang, I advise you not to say such things at this time. Don't you know that the greater the hope you give people, the greater the disappointment will be? Ziming parents are already very sad. Your words will only irritate them more. I hope you won't make trouble here again. Perhaps because she felt that she was on the moral high ground. Meng Ying's attitude was much sharper than before in public. Jiang Qiao glanced at her calmly and grasped the key point of the two words in her words. I am making trouble. Meng Ying looked at her coldly and said, Dr. Li is an authority in this field. Even he said that the operation cannot be performed. Do you think there is someone better than Dr. Li who can perform the operation that he cannot do? Authority. Jiang Qiao listened to Meng Ying's words and pulled the corner of her mouth. Any doctor can represent authority? Meng Ying's face was slightly cold. What did you say? Do you know what kind of body Dr. Li is? Ruiz. Jiang Qiao interrupted Meng Ying directly, looking at the man standing beside him. Talk to the doctor first. The man who had not said anything or expressed anything since he came with Jiang Qiao, heard Jiang Qiao instructions, nodded, and then walked towards Fu Ziming attending physician with long legs. The man was tall and long-legged, with a leisurely posture, although he didn't say anything, but his temperament could not be ignored, especially because he didn't look like someone who would obey others' orders casually, but now he easily did what Jiang Qiao asked. Meng Ying watched him walk to Fu Ziming attending physician, and extended his hand to him, saying in a light tone, Hello. Ruiz. The first thing Meng Ying noticed was his hands. This man named Ruiz had long, slender fingers, distinct joints, clean and strong fingers, and a cool complexion, which reminded people of the hands of surgeons in foreign movies. The doctor opposite Ruiz paused for a moment, and then extended his hand to shake his. He looked at Ruiz for a few times, and felt that he looked familiar. Jiang Qiao said yesterday that she would also ask a doctor friend to come over. So he handed the medical record that Li Hao had just thrown to him to Ruiz. This is Mr. Fu Ziming medical record. Ruiz took it, and flipped through it. It was roughly the same as what Jiang Qiao said her yesterday. Li Hao originally wanted to leave directly, but he saw this man who was younger than him directly bypass him, took Fu Ziming medical record, and acted as if he could do this operation. That confident look made Li Hao very unhappy. He said unhappily, the patient is seriously injured. Even if I perform the operation, the success rate is less than 3%. It can be said that he is dead once he is on the operating table. It is better to take conservative treatment. Maybe he can survive for 2 days. This was tantamount to hurting the heart when he said it in front of Fu Ziming parents. But Li Hao said it lightly, as if he didn't notice it at all. Rui's eyes swept from Fu Ziming desperate parents, and when he looked at Li Hao again, his tone became a little colder. Maybe for you. Li Hao's face changed slightly, and just when he was about to say something else, Ruiz had already moved his eyes away and looked at the attending doctor. I need to meet the anesthesiologist and other physician assistants in your hospital. Chapter 607 The Famous Quick Knife. The attending doctor was stunned, and Li Hao beside him said directly, What do you mean? This operation is indeed very dangerous. But the next second, he changed his tone and said calmly, But it is not impossible to do it. But it is not impossible to do it. As soon as he said this, the air seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. Fu Ziming fans forgot to cry, and stared at him blankly. Really? Fu Ziming mother seemed to have grasped the last straw, and trembled. Can you really perform surgery on my son? Ruiz looked at her, and nodded gently. I will try my best. Fu Ziming attending doctor looked at Ruiz, and the more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Where had he seen him before? Why did he look so familiar? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized something, and reacted, pointing at Ruiz and being speechless. You are. Thinking back to his self-introduction just now, the attending doctor face almost flushed. How could he be so stupid? He didn't even react after his self-introduction. Dr. Ruiz, the world-leading surgeon. He specializes in difficult surgeries. A genius boy who published papers in international authoritative journals at the age of 15. The famous quick knife. He actually forgot about him. The main reason was that Ruiz was too young and handsome. At first glance, he didn't look like a doctor, but a wealthy young man with no worries about food and clothing. He didn't even think about it that way. After the doctor realized what was happening, he was very excited. Dr. Ruiz? Jiang Qiao actually invited Dr. Ruiz. Hearing the doctor words, Li Hao seemed to realize something all of a sudden. He looked at Ruiz incredulously, and his expression was obviously the same as the doctor. And he couldn't believe it. Let's save the polite words for later. Let go and call the other doctors first. Ruiz didn't waste any more words, and went straight to the point. Yes. The doctor responded immediately, and his expression was much more excited than when Menging said she knew Li Hao. Professional stuff, others couldn't get a word in. Everyone watched Ruiz and the attending doctor go to the clinic to make a plan for Fu Ziming's surgery. The doctors and nurses seemed to have found their backbone suddenly and became orderly. From the shock reactions of the attending doctor and Li Hao just now, everyone saw how powerful this young man was. After what happened with Menging, Fu Ziming parents didn't dare to have too high expectations now. They looked at Jiang Qiao nervously. "Ms. Jiang, your friend, he..." Jiang Qiao gently comforted them. "I told him about Fu Ziming's situation last night. Ruiz never does anything he is not sure of. We just need to wait patiently." Jiang Qiao's attitude was not as confident as Menging, even though it seemed that the identity of this young man was more powerful than him. The two old men looked at the girl in front of them, and their uneasy hearts that had been uneasy for a day and a night were suddenly comforted miraculously. They looked at each other, nodded, and stopped asking questions. Jiang Qiao and her agent helped the two sit on the waiting bench. Menging stood aside. Her eyes fell on Fu Ziming mother holding Jiang Qiao's hand, and she clearly felt her trust and closeness to Jiang Qiao. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes cold. Menging was the focus of everyone before, but now everyone's attention is on Jiang Qiao. Chapter 608. There's no way the operation can be successful. Fu Ziming fans didn't gather around Menging anymore. Li Hao's rejection was too cold at first, but it still hurt people's feelings. Menging walked towards Li Hao with a gloomy face and lowered her voice. "Is that person that good?" She still didn't want to believe it. "Is he really better than you?" Li Hao nodded and simply summarized it in 2 words: genius. He was the type that couldn't find anything to attack him on the technical level, and he was recognized internationally, so even if he didn't want to think so, he couldn't. Genius. These 2 simple words stopped Menging from saying anything. She clenched her palms. Everything was going as she wanted before, but now this happened suddenly. She could almost imagine how the public opinion would develop next. Seeing Menging's ugly face, Li Hao moved closer to her and said, "But even if he is a genius, he can't save Fu Ziming in his current state. This operation is extremely difficult. Not only does it require skills, but also luck. Even if he is willing to help Jiang Qiao, if the patient is dead after the operation, what the point?" Menging suddenly raised her eyes. "Are you sure?" Li Hao sneered coldly. "I have seen Fu Ziming's condition. He was injured like that. And that Ruiz is not a god. Indeed, even if the doctor Jiang Qiao found was better than hers, in the end Fu Ziming died, what the point?" Naturally, netizens can't blame her. With Li Hao's words, Menging finally put her mind at ease. After the surgical plan was determined, Fu Ziming was pushed from the intensive care unit to the operating room. Menging listened to the nurse telling Fu Ziming parents about the possible dangers of the operation. The more she listened, the more stable her heart became. Just as Li Hao said, she really didn't need to think too much. There was no way the operation would be successful. The operation was initially estimated to take about 9 hours. Menging didn't stay here for long. She left soon because she had something to do. She didn't come back to the hospital until she estimated that the results of the operation were about to come out. During this period, the internet was calm and nothing happened. More than an hour had passed since the estimated 9 hours of surgery. The longer they waited, the more silent everyone waiting outside the operating room became. Menging crossed her legs leisurely, glancing at Jiang Qiao who had frowned. She curled her lips slightly. At this time, the red light in front of the operating room finally went out, and Fu Ziming's parents hurriedly stood up. It was not Ruiz who came out, but the attending doctor from before. He took off his mask, and met the nervous and anxious eyes of everyone. He paused, then smiled, and said to Fu Ziming's parents, "You 2 elders can rest assured, the operation was very successful. The operation was very successful." These words just rang clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone was silent, and then suddenly there was a burst of excited cheers. Fu Ziming fans hugged each other, crying with joy, "Great! Great!" Fu Ziming parents looked at the attending doctor. The operation was really successful. "Is Ziming okay?" "Yes, the whole process was smoother than we thought, and this is all thanks to Dr. Ruiz. He is really amazing." Fu Ziming parents had tears in their eyes, thanked gratefully. Thank you. And among the excited crowd, only one person seemed out of place. Menging heard the doctor's words. Her expression froze on her face. Just at this moment, a slow voice sounded close to her ear. Chapter 609. Father Jiang is awesome. What should I do? Someone is going to be slapped in the face again. Menging turned her head and met a pair of beautiful cat eyes. The woman met her gaze and blinked at her. What is Miss Jiang talking about? Why don't I understand? Don't you understand? Jiang Qiao looked at Meng's expression of forbearance and felt very comfortable. She curved her eyes and looked likable. Forget it. Meng's breathing was tense at this moment. I have something else to do. Please tell Zimming parents. I'm leaving first. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Qiao to respond, she turned around and left. Jiang Qiao glanced at her back, slowly stood up, and chuckled. At the same time, Menging called Li Hao. When the other party picked up the phone, her voice rose uncontrollably. Didn't you say that his surgery couldn't be successful? Li Hao on the other side was even more surprised than she was when he heard this. Fu Zimming's surgery was successful. How is it possible? Menging closed her eyes and hung up the phone. She looked at the hospital and forced herself to calm down and think of a solution. First of all, she couldn't let the public opinion burn her. However, it was too late. The news that Fu Zimming's operation was successful was released by the studio as soon as possible. Fu Zimming's studio official Weibo. The operation was successful. He is safe. Love netizens have been waiting for this news. Seeing the official release, they were instantly excited. Wow. So good. I knew my brother would be fine. I cried. God knows how I spent the past 2 days. Thank you, Miss Menging. I really thank her. Thank you, Menging +1. And Dr. Li Hao. The operation must have been hard. Thank you. Our sister Ying is super great. I am so proud to be a fan, ha ha ha. Under the Weibo post released by the studio, all are thanks from Fu Zimming's fans. Fans of Menging are beaming with pride. But just as the news spread, passers-by also joined in and felt touched, and had a better impression of Menging. A marketing account with millions of fans directly posted such a Weibo. Gossip Entertainment Brother V. I really don't understand the Weibo comments under Fu Zimming Studio. Why are everyone thanking Menging? What is there for Menging to thank? Question. A dog marketing account is trying to take advantage of my sister popularity again? Is Menging your father? If you don't mention her, she won't post on Weibo? My sister is awesome. She was able to invite a top surgeon to perform surgery on Fu Zimming. Can you? Shut your stinky dog mouth as soon as possible. And the reason why this marketing account can manage its account so well is that it is also a scheming dog. It seems that he is just waiting for Menging fans to scold him. After seeing this, he immediately forwarded the comment. Gossip Entertainment Brother V. Look, this is the quality of a certain female variety show star fans. I just raised a question. Why do you have to curse like that? You really treat the entertainment industry as your own home. In addition, the reason why I have such doubts is that the news I heard does not match the praise of Menging fans. Why, even questioning is not allowed? Seeing this marketing account say this, the netizens who follow him instantly smelled the smell of gossip and immediately began to ask what was going on. After the marketing account attracted a wave of attention, it slowly posted on Weibo again. Gossip Entertainment Brother V. According to the news, it was not actually Li Hao who performed the operation on Fu Zimming. After reading Fu Zimming medical records, Li Hao directly said that the success rate of the operation was extremely low, and he didn't want to do it. No matter how Fu Zimming parents begged him, he ignored them. Menging even advised Fu Zimming parents to be more open-minded. They both believed that Fu Zimming could not be saved. I don't understand now. Why did the credit become theirs after Fu Zimming's successful operation? Seeing this Weibo post, netizens were confused. What did you say? Li Hao did not perform surgery on Fu Zimming. What is going on? But Fu Zimming's surgery was successful. It wasn't Li Hao. Then who saved Fu Zimming? This marketing account replied to the last person in the comment area. Gossip Entertainment Brother V. It was Jiang Qiao. My friend said that Fu Zimming parents were desperate at the time. Everyone was crying. It was Jiang Qiao who came forward, brought a big friend of his in the medical field, and that how Fu Zimming was saved. Her big friend is so handsome. He is said to be a medical genius. Li Hao told the man to wait for death. He directly said he could save him, then decided on the surgical plan, and pushed him into the operating room. That courage is really... I can only say, he is worthy of being Qiaojia's friend. So handsome. After seeing this paragraph from this marketing account, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Jiang Qiao? Did Jiang Qiao save Fu Zimming? And this gossipy entertainment brother seemed to be attracted by Jiang Qiao's behavior, and immediately posted another Weibo to talk about this matter separately. Gossip Entertainment Brother V. To be honest, I said so much tonight, because I can't stand some people in the entertainment industry. Before the matter is done, she starts to release press releases to promote how awesome and heartwarming she is. She brags all she wants, but she also steps on others, says that they don't help, and takes advantage of her popularity. TSK, the result is that she didn't help. She took advantage of others' blood to hype herself, and finally let others clean up the mess she left behind. This is a slap in the face. What do you think of this kind of person? As if to verify the authenticity of the Weibo post by this marketing account, not long after this marketing account was released, Fu Ziming Studio also coincidentally posted a Weibo post. Fu Ziming Studio v. Brother did not follow the wrong person. Dad Jiang is awesome. It told netizens very directly, who saved Fu Ziming. This reversal caught everyone off guard. Before Mengying fans could bask in the aura of their sister awesomeness for long, they were suddenly slapped hard in the face, and they couldn't believe it. How is it possible? I don't believe it. It fake, it must be Sima marketing account that is slandering my sister. Yes, and let's take a step back. Even if the doctor my sister hired is not as good as Jiang Qiao, it was a good intention. Why should she be scolded? But Mengying fans' defense was countered by rational passers-by. Why should she be scolded? Mengying fans still have the nerve to ask. Fu Ziming life is hanging by a thread. Mengying real purpose is to use this incident to hype herself. It's her fault that she is too much marketing and backlashed. She deserves it. And Fu Ziming Studio has been thanking Jiang Qiao all the time, and has not mentioned Mengying at all. Isn't it clear what it means? To be honest, Mengying is not at the same level as Jiang Qiao. One is really thinking about Fu Ziming, the other is just thinking about hype. Mengying has been filming variety shows with Fu Ziming for so long, and she can actually use hype when he is critically ill. How cruel. There are many people who criticize Mengying's fans, especially the last comment, which really speaks out everyone's thoughts. The entertainment industry hates people without bottom line the most. Her performance in variety shows was not satisfactory before, and now she is being attacked by public opinion. Mengying's popularity among passers-by has collapsed very quickly. Unlike Jiang Qiao, a rich lady with a family background, Mengying does not have a big backer behind her. Her opponents seized this opportunity and exposed a lot of black materials, both true and false, involving moral issues. Once Mengying fans who are against everything want to speak for Mengying, they will be ridiculed and educated by righteous passers-by, and scolded to autism. After that, Mengying posted several Weibo posts to clarify that she did not hype herself. But no one bought her tricks. Some rational fans simply quit following her, and her number of Weibo fans dropped a lot. As for Jiang Qiao, after it was revealed that it was Jiang Qiao who brought her friends to save Fu Ziming, it didn't take long for netizens to find out the identity of the medical expert Jiang Qiao mentioned by the marketing account. The genius resume was so dazzling that it was blinding. Especially this surgeon had a young and good-looking face, plus surgical skills, which was like the configuration of the male protagonist in a novel, and instantly attracted a large number of people's attention. Does Sister Qiao look for friends based on appearance? The other party must not only be a big shot, but also a good-looking big shot? I cried. Sister Qiao has so many handsome guys around her. Can you give me one? Thank you, Sister Qiao, for saving our brother. Sister Qiao is really beautiful and kind. After that, Jiang Qiao was on the hot search several times again, attracting countless people to discuss. 3 days later, Fu Ziming finally woke up. Jiang Qiao, who had not spoken from beginning to end, only posted a photo on her Weibo at this time. The words on the paper were crooked, only the 2 words "thank you" were written. Thinking of what happened in the past few days, netizens immediately understood who wrote these words. Look at Jiang Qiao Weibo. She also kept it simple, only 3 words. Jiang Qiao v. You're welcome. Netizens were instantly moved. Ah! I really love her. This matter finally came to an end. The days passed peacefully. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren wedding, after discussions between the 2 families, was finally scheduled for next spring. There is still half a year until next spring, and the 2 families can make full preparations. In the villa, Jiang Qiao leaned on Ming Siren and watched a movie with him lazily. In the movie, a ragged little boy was imprisoned in the basement, and the room was quiet and stuffy. Ming Siren beside him suddenly stood up. Jiang Qiao was stunned for a moment, and looked up at him. What are you going to do? The man's voice was clear. Pour a glass of water. Jiang Qiao took the pillow, and his eyes fell on the screen. After a while, Ming Siren came back. Jiang Qiao was lying on the sofa, watching the scenes in the movie. With a leisurely and smiling expression, Ming Siren tilted his head. She changed the movie, which was obviously a comedy. He looked at her for a few seconds and leaned over. Jiang Qiao felt a shadow falling on her. The place where he kissed felt itchy. She reached out and hugged his neck, stroking and comforting him. It was the tenderness unique to women. Ming Siren said in a low and lazy voice, "Qiao Qiao." Jiang Qiao responded, But he just called her, and didn't say anything. Jiang Qiao felt his feelings for her, and her legs on the sofa swayed slightly. "Oh, I am such a sinful woman, look how much you like me." He couldn't help but chuckle, and didn't deny, "Yes." Jiang Qiao's beautiful eyes stared at him. "Will you not be able to live if I leave you?" Ming Siren reached down, and grabbed her fingers, and his voice was low and lingering, Jiang Qiao was quite satisfied with the result. She smiled and patted him. "Good boy, I will never abandon you." He responded with a kiss, gentle and not fierce, but it made people's souls numb. "That what you said?" At the same time, in the strange foreign room, soothing classical music was playing. The man sat by the window, his long legs crossed leisurely, wearing spotless trousers. Looking up, you can see his exquisite cuffs. The sunlight from outside poured in, shining on him, making his fingers look almost transparent white. He held a photo in his hand. The man had a lazy temperament, and the woman had a bright smile, which made them look mature and well-matched. They were Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. His eyes stayed on the woman for a few seconds, and the man put the photo aside and stood up. The music around him gradually became louder, and the elegant tune gradually became a little harsh. The shadows of the trees were shaken by the wind and fell on the photo, which was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Summer was almost over. Chapter 610. The person behind the scenes is quite mysterious. Ming Group. The conference room on the top floor was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The executives looked at the man sitting in front of them with trepidation. Some of them couldn't sit still. Ming Siren said nothing. He lowered his eyes and flipped through the documents in his hand. His facial lines were sparse and indifferent. As time passed, he closed the document and threw it in front of him. Paw. With a slight sound, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Revenue decreased, performance declined, projects were snatched away. Ming Siren glanced at them and seemed to smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes. "Is this the result of your 1 month?" The air was quiet, and everyone was sweating. When Ming Siren didn't speak, his cold aura was particularly attractive. He glanced at them, took a project book at hand, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "How could Fenghong Technology project be snatched away? The price we offered should be quite suitable." The person in charge of this project stood up quickly and said, "We had almost reached an agreement with Fenghong Technology, but a company offered them a higher price." "Higher?" Ming Siren glanced at him. "Which company?" "It called Shanghai." Ming Siren's eyes darkened slightly. "Shanghai? I remember that the last project was also snatched by this company." The person in charge responded, "Yes." Ming Siren was silent for 2 seconds. He narrowed his eyes and said a few words coldly, "Go check this company." "Yes, Mr. Ming." The meeting was over. Ming Siren stood up. The man was tall and slender, and his every move was noble. He raised his hand and tugged at his tie. As soon as he walked out of the meeting room, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and took a look. Ming Siren answered the call without any expression. "Would you like to sit out for a while tonight?" The caller was Fu Jiuxiu. The man seemed to be biting a cigarette, and his voice was a little unclear. "You don't even want your brothers because you are in love? We haven't even gotten married yet, and it's harder to see you than to climb to heaven." Ming Siren walked towards the office. Casually speaking, "Do you have something to say?" Fu Jiuxiu put out his cigarette, tilted his head slightly, and chuckled. "What the matter? We just miss you." Ming Siren didn't have time to listen to his flirting, and hung up the phone expressionlessly. Fu Jiuxiu on the other side. When it was time to get off work, Ming Siren glanced at his watch, took his coat and stood up. Before he left the office, he received a call from Jiang Qiao. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, and she called him in a long tone, "Brother Siran." Ming Siran curled his lips, opened the office door, and walked out. The secretaries and senior executives on the top floor saw that the charming peach blossom eyes of the big boss Ming, who had been stern all day, finally smiled casually. His enchanting posture that turned everyone upside down was simply heartwarming. No need to guess who he was answering the call. The handsome guy is only gentle to his girlfriend, they are so jealous. Ming Siren just pressed the elevator button, and heard the woman on the other end of the phone say, "Dear, I'm staying at my parents' house tonight. You don't have to wait for me. Ming Siren paused and frowned slightly. What about me? Jiang Qiao laughed over there. You sleep alone. Jiang Qiao said with a smile. Bye, see you tomorrow. After that, she hung up the phone. Ming Siren stood there for a while, looking at the black screen. TSK. M.Q Club. When Ming Siren pushed the door open, Xie and the others were playing billiards. Fu Jiuxiu wore a ring on his finger, and held a glass of wine. Shaking it slowly, his 5 fingers looked clean and beautiful. He was sitting on the sofa, and heard the noise, glanced, and saw Ming Siren, and smiled lazily. Who is this? I thought I would never see you again in this life. Ming Siren was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fu Jiuxiu looked at Ming Siren's delicate and cold face, and put down his crossed long legs. Where is your Qiao's sister? Why didn't you bring him here? Ming Siren glanced at him, and said indifferently, Why did you bring him here? To provoke you bunch of singles? Without waiting for Fu Jiuxiu to speak, he said slowly, Oh no, you are not even a single, you are now an unhappy marriage. Xie laughed over there, holding the golf club. He said to Fu Jiuxiu, You talked to him, he is now living a happy life with a girlfriend, can you be more proud than him? Fu Jiuxiu snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ming Siren was wearing a white shirt, and he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a long and firm forearm. He stood up and took the golf club, and said to Fu Jiuxiu, Play 2 rounds? Fu Jiuxiu put down his wine glass and stood up. Brothers chatted about their careers. After hearing Ming Siren words, Fu Jiuxiu paused in his golfing and raised his eyes. You mean Sheng Tai? Ming Siren looked at him. Do you know? After scoring a goal easily, Fu Jiuxiu straightened up and said in a serious tone, Sheng Tai was acquired by someone some time ago. The other party was very generous. The person behind it is quite mysterious. I only heard that his surname is Hua. Due to their vicious competition during this period, many small companies have been suffering. Ming Siren frowned slightly when he heard this. Fu Jiuxiu glanced at Ming Siren and lowered his eyes. It is indeed strange that such a person suddenly appeared. He seems to be targeting you. Before you find out what he is doing, you'd better be careful. Chapter 611 Are you Mr. Ming's girlfriend? Ming Siren's eyes were deep. After 2 seconds, he said lightly. At 10 o'clock in the evening, several people left the club. Ming Siren drove back to the villa. Jiang Qiao was not there. The house was dark. He opened the door. Before turning on the light, Jiang Qiao's golden retriever came up to him, jumped forward, and wagged its tail desperately. Ming Siren rubbed its head, turned on the light, and caught a glimpse of the ragdoll cat lying on the sofa in the living room. Seeing people, it raised its head and meowed softly. There was a bunch of flowers in the vase, and there were small jewelry that Jiang Qiao had casually placed on the table. Although she was not there, there was a warm and fragrant atmosphere of life everywhere. Ming Siren slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He leaned back, his lips slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with warmth. Life is like flowing water, but it makes people feel calm and happy. The next afternoon, Jiang Qiao came out of the beauty salon and drove to Ming Siren Company, ready to accompany him after get off work and have dinner together. She changed her hairstyle, long hair slightly curled, adding to her charm, wearing a beautiful red dress, and her cold white skin. She was so beautiful that she almost glowed. She pursed her red lips in front of the mirror. Jiang Qiao played a nice song, and hummed softly while driving on the road. She was in a very good mood. At the same time, Ming Siren had just returned to the office after the meeting, and the secretary knocked on the door and reported, Mr. Ming, a Mr. Hua said he wants to see you. He doesn't have an appointment. Do you want to see him? Ming Siren paused slightly, and raised his eyes. Mr. Hua? Yes, he said he is the boss of Shanghai Group, and wants to talk to you. Shanghai. Ming Siren narrowed his eyes, and his voice was slightly lowered. Please ask him to come in. The secretary bowed his head and replied, Okay. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. The secretary walked in front, opened the door, looked at Ming Siren, who was sitting behind the desk, and said, Mr. Ming, someone is here. Ming Siren raised his eyes. The slender man walked out from behind the secretary. His black leather shoes stepped on the ground, and his pace was neither hurried nor slow. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, without a tie, and his whole body showed an elegant and comfortable posture. The moment he walked in, Ming Siren's eyes met his. After a few seconds, the man's mouth seemed to curl up. He looked at Ming Siren and said slowly, Mr. Ming, I've heard of your great name for a long time. From the beauty salon to Ming Siren Company, the distance was not far. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qiao got off the car at the door of the building. She closed the car door and walked into the company. The receptionist saw her and hurriedly stood up. "Hello, Miss Jiang." Jiang Qiao nodded at her and walked towards the elevator. Pressing the floor button, Jiang Qiao walked in, took out her phone and looked at it, and replied to her friend WeChat message a little casually. The elevator made a slight sound, and arrived at the floor where Ming Siren office was. Jiang Qiao took a look and walked out. Given Jiang Qiao's relationship with Ming Siren, no one would stop her. She threw her phone into her bag, walked to the front of the office, and knocked on the door while pushing it open. "See, Ran, I found a new restaurant. Let's go to eat together tonight." Before she finished her words, she stopped talking after seeing another person in the office. A man was sitting on the sofa, with his back to her. Jiang Qiao's eyes widened slightly, and she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a client." As she spoke, she was about to close the door and leave. "It okay. I've finished talking." Ming Siren put the pen in his hand into the pen holder, stood up and glanced at the man, and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Hua and I have different ideas. There's nothing to talk about. I won't keep Mr. Hua any longer." Since Ming Siren said so, Jiang Qiao walked in directly. She looked at him. Her eyes were filled with smiles. Ming Siren's cold face, which was originally covered with ice and snow, softened and walked towards her. At this time, the man sitting on the sofa also moved. "What a pity. I originally wanted to cooperate with President Ming." The man spoke slowly with a gentle voice, and the ending sound seemed to have a soft aftertaste. Jiang Qiao's steps suddenly stopped, and the whole person froze in place. She seemed to be frozen, and her head was buzzing for a moment. "Is this Mr. Ming's girlfriend?" She could feel the man's eyes on her, his eyes sweeping across her face inch by inch, and his voice was like a slippery little snake drilling into her ears. "So beautiful." Jiang Qiao slowly turned her head, and then met a pair of smiling men's eyes. He looked at her, with an unspeakable meaning in his eyes, and then he stretched out his hand to her in her sight, and said slowly, "My last name is Hua. Hua Nanchuan." To outsiders, whether it was his voice or his appearance, this man gave people a just right feeling. Gentle and elegant. Jiang Qiao's eyes moved down and fell on his hand. The man's fingers were slender, with distinct joints. When she glanced over, she seemed to be able to feel the appropriate temperature. Jiang Qiao stared at his hand, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably, as if he was surprised that she didn't speak. When Nanchuan smiled and took a step towards her slowly. "Hello." He approached, and the irritating breath seemed to come over her all of a sudden. Jiang Qiao's eyelashes trembled, and she was about to react immediately. But at this moment, a force suddenly stretched out from behind her, and directly brought her over. Ming Siren's hands were strong and warm, and his chest was firm. He held her in his arms, and the breath around him was clean and pleasant, which immediately soothed all her uncontrollable emotions. He lowered his eyes and looked at her, and seemed to say something to her. Jiang Qiao didn't hear it clearly, but it didn't matter. His strong and gentle attitude had already made her feel enough reliance. Jiang Qiao tensed back, relaxed, and her rationality slowly returned to its place. Ming Siren raised his eyes. "Mr. Hua, I won't see you off." When Nanchuan's eyes fell on Ming Siren's arms around Jiang Qiao's waist, and his gaze stayed for a few seconds, his eyes deepened. "It seems that Mr. Ming's girlfriend is very shy." When Nanchuan slowly retracted his gaze, looked at Ming Siren again, and curled his lips. "I won't bother you too." Ming Siren looked at him, frowned, and said nothing. When Nanchuan turned and walked out. The moment he walked out, he turned his head back. The woman behind him gradually calmed down. She was full of trust and dependence on the man in front of her. She did not collapse in fear as expected. He narrowed his eyes were slightly cold, and walked out directly. In the office, Ming Siren's eyes were withdrawn from the direction where the man left, and fell on Jiang Qiao. He was about to let her go, but noticed her slightly trembling shoulders, and paused. Qiao. Uncomfortable? The knuckles of Jiang Qiao's fingers that were clutching his clothes turned white. When she raised her face again, she shook her head. "It okay." Her lips moved, and she slowly said, "See Ran, who was that man just now?" "You mean Hua Nanchuan?" Ming Siren said. "He is the new boss of Shantai Group." Shantai Group? Jiang Qiao pursed her lips, and wrote down these words. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao, his eyebrows wrinkled a little bit, his eyes were inquiring. Just about to ask something, Jiang Qiao suddenly said, "See, Ran, I found a new restaurant. Let's go to eat together tonight." Ming Siren looked at her face. After a moment, he hummed. Throughout the meal, Jiang Qiao ate absent-mindedly. Ming Siren sat opposite her, and saw her expression. Chapter 612 Calm down. On the way, Jiang Qiao made a phone call. After dinner, the two came out of the restaurant. Ming Siren had just gotten in the car. Jiang Qiao stopped. She bent down and said to him in the car, "See, Ran, I suddenly remembered that I left something at my parents' house. You go first. I go back." Ming Siren's eyes fell on her face, and said, "I accompany you." "No, I be back soon." Jiang Qiao leaned over and kissed him on the corner of his lips, and smiled. "You go back and wait for me." After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, she raised her hand and closed the car door for him. Jiang Qiao returned to her car, and seeing that he had not left yet, she waved in the direction of his car, then started the engine and quickly disappeared from his sight. Ming Siren stared at the direction where the car left, and remained silent. Seeing that he was still quietly looking at the direction where Jiang Qiao left, the driver hesitated and said, "Mr. Ming, shall we go back first?" Ming Siren did not speak, and the driver was unsure of what he meant. After several seconds, when he thought the man would not answer, Ming Siren spoke. "Follow him." The driver was stunned. Ming Siren had already withdrawn his gaze, and his tone was emotionless. "Follow." He was asking him to follow Miss Jiang Qiao. The driver reacted, and did not dare to ask any more questions, and quickly replied yes, started the car, and chased in the direction Jiang Qiao had just left. Jiang Qiao drove very fast, and went around to a hotel. She waited for a while, and a man came out of the hotel, and got into her car. Although the man was wearing a hat, the driver could still tell from his figure that he was the surgeon Ruiz, who had recently helped Miss Jiang Qiao. After picking up Dr. Ruiz, the two did not stop, and soon got on the road again. Not knowing where they were going, the driver glanced at Ming Siren through the rearview mirror. During the whole process, the man remained silent, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking at the moment. He did not say much, and chased after him again. In the car, Ruiz looked ahead, his expression slightly condensed. "Are you sure it's him?" "No mistake." Jiang Qiao held the steering wheel, and her voice was tense. "I can recognize that disgusting voice even if I die." Ruiz turned his head and glanced at the woman. Jiang Qiao's facial lines were very tight. Her red lips were pursed. Her neatly combed hair fell on her ears. Her seductive style was a little more fierce. His eyes fell on the dashboard. The speed of the car was still soaring, but Jiang Qiao seemed to be unaware of it. Ruiz said nothing, letting her drive all the way to the destination. The sky gradually darkened at this time. Jiang Qiao's sports car finally stopped under the building of Shanghai Group. Ruiz raised his eyes and took a look. "Is it here?" Jiang Qiao looked at the floor of Shanghai Group and said nothing. Ruiz was about to speak again, but he found that Jiang Qiao's eyes suddenly changed. He followed her line of sight, and then his eyes fixed. The gentle and upright man walked out of the building while talking to someone. He was standing less than 200 meters away from them, chatting and laughing with his partners. Jiang Qiao looked at Wen Nanchuan's relaxed and leisurely appearance, and her hand holding the steering wheel tightened little by little. Some picture suddenly entered her mind. The dark secret room, the smooth male voice, which stimulated her nerves little by little. Veins popped up on the back of her hands, and bloodshot gradually appeared in her eyes. For a moment, she seemed to be in a state of reverie. There was only one thought in her mind. If she stepped on the accelerator now, for some reason, she exerted a little force on her feet. Just as Jiang Qiao was about to put her thoughts into action, a rational voice suddenly came from beside her. "Qiao Qiao, calm down." Jiang Qiao's movements suddenly stopped. Ruiz looked at the man in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "He is here. He can't run away. We really couldn't do anything to him when he was hiding. But now that he's out, are you still afraid that we can't kill him? What are you nervous about?" Jiang Qiao's eyelashes trembled. Ruiz turned his head and looked at her. "You have us now. Your brother. And Ming Siren. We should be happy. He is willing to show up, and we finally have a chance to deal with him." The man's voice was calm, and her chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. Jiang Qiao closed her eyes and loosened her hands that were tightly holding the steering wheel. "You are right. I lost control, and I will never do it again. Ruiz glanced at her. You've done a good job. In front, Wen Nanchuan seemed to have sensed something and looked in this direction. All he could see was a car that almost blended into the night, but he couldn't see the people in the car clearly. Mr. Hua, what are you looking at? The customer next to him asked. Wen Nanchuan came back to his senses, curled his lips, and said, Nothing. Chapter 613, I have only loved you. He quickly withdrew his gaze, and got into the car with his partner and left. Jiang Qiao watched Wen Nanchuan leave, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed, and he slowly leaned back on his seat. Ruiz also did not speak for a while, giving her time to completely calm down. It was dark all around, and there was only light and shadow from outside in the car. Ruiz propped his head up, and after a while, seeing that she had almost recovered, he sat up straighter. Have you told Si Ran what happened at the beginning? Jiang Qiao paused, and said nothing. Ruiz knew her fate from her appearance. He stared at her for a few seconds, and said, Do you think someone like him really doesn't notice anything? Jiang Qiao stiffened slightly, and raised her head. In the dim light, Rui's figure was shrouded in shadows, and only his rational and calm voice was particularly clear. If you don't say what happened at the beginning, no one else will know. But he is the person closest to you, and even I can see at a glance that you are different now. Do you think he won't feel it? A man like Brother Si Ran, he can't force you to do anything. If you don't tell him, he really can't do anything to you. Seeing Jiang Qiao stunned, Ruiz sighed softly. He can't bear to hurt you, so he can only rely on guessing to help the woman he loves most. Don't you think he is pitiful like this? Don't you think he is pitiful like this? The man's voice fell in his ears, like someone took a small hammer and hit Jiang Qiao hard at once. As she listened to Rui's words, Ming's siren eyes suddenly flashed before her eyes when he looked at her quietly in the restaurant. Her heart suddenly felt like being grasped by a pair of big hands, and gradually tightened. Looking at her, Ruiz still felt sorry for his friend. He reached out and patted Jiang Qiao on the shoulder. Of course. I understand your approach. You are strong enough. No one else can do better than you. It's just that it's not you who are wrong in this matter. It's that man just now. Don't let that kind of person affect you too again. It's not worth it. Rui's words made Jiang Qiao suddenly realize what she had missed for so long. She seemed to be immersed in a wrong idea, unable to get out of it. And the final result was to punish herself and him with the mistakes of others. You are right. Jiang Qiao raised her hand and slowly combed the hair that fell on the side of her face. Her thoughts gradually became clear. She nodded and repeated in a very light voice, You are right. Ruiz knew that she had figured it out. And the premise for her to listen to what he said this time was also because Ming Siren had given her enough sense of security for so long. It must be said that Ming Siren is an extremely restrained and gentle man. If it were him, he would not be able to be as patient as him. Ming Siren was using his own way to tell Jiang Qiao that he was a lover that she could rely on. The two sat quietly in the car for a while, and then Jiang Qiao sent Ruiz back to the hotel. After being left alone, Jiang Qiao drove the car, somewhat aimlessly driving on the streets of the city. During this period, there was always a car following her. When Jiang Qiao returned to the villa again, it was about 8 o'clock. From the outside, she could see that the light in the bedroom was on. Jiang Qiao petted the cat and dog in the living room, and then went upstairs. The bedroom door was not completely closed, leaving a gap, and the warm light leaked out from inside. She pushed the door open, and saw a tall man standing in front of the window, with one hand in his trouser pocket, broad shoulders and narrow waist, and superior shoulder and back lines. He turned around when he heard the sound. Jiang Qiao met his beautiful and delicate eyes, and the words that Ruiz had said to her came to mind. Her heart was sour and soft, and she couldn't help but smile at him and walk towards him. Ming Siren stretched out his hand, embraced her, and lowered his eyes to her forehead. When they touched, Jiang Qiao gently rubbed him. I'm back. Ming Siren tightened his fingers slightly, and hugged the woman in his arms. His low, lazy and sexy voice hooked her ears. Have you found the things? Jiang Qiao nodded. Yeah. Without waiting for Ming Siren to speak, Jiang Qiao said again, Si Ran. He responded, Yeah? Jiang Qiao put her arms around his neck, slightly raised her toes, and asked him softly, I just suddenly thought of the time when we broke up. If I didn't come back, what would you do? Ming Siren met the woman's curved eyes, and could clearly feel her mood, which was much better than before. He looked at her, and his expression moved slightly. After a long time without getting an answer, Jiang Qiao urged him, Ming Siren slowly came back to his senses and replied, "If you really don't come back, I will have to go abroad to find you." He didn't go at that time. In addition to the conflict between the two, there was also the responsibility on his shoulders. His grandfather had raised him, and his health was not good at that time. He needed to take care of such a big company for him. Jiang Qiao looked at him. "You found me. But I didn't come back with you." She imagined her mentality at that time. And she might have done that. Ming Siren looked at her and said nothing. Jiang Qiao observed his expression, took a step closer to him, and almost touched his nose. Her voice was soft and gentle. "Brother Siren." Ming Siren's eyes deepened slightly. Jiang Qiao asked a question that she had wanted to ask for a long time. "Did you not think about having a new girlfriend?" "A new girlfriend?" "Yes. Find someone who is more obedient, more sensible, and loves you more. Get married and have children, and live a peaceful and smooth life." Although she didn't even want to think about that scene, it seemed better than her. She always hurt him intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe if it was another woman, he would be more comfortable. Ming Siren met Jiang Qiao's eyes and listened to her words. He seemed to have heard something funny, turned his face away, and laughed softly. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Qiao frowned. But she was serious. Ming Siren had a handsome face and outstanding facial features. He looked at her and said, "When did Sister Qiao start to belittle herself?" He said, "Don't you know how many advantages you have? In my eyes, you have been obedient and sensible for a long time. I can also feel that you love me, which is enough." Jiang Qiao opened her mouth, but Ming Siren spoke gently before her. "And, don't you understand yet? If the person I marry is not you, marriage is not a necessary process in my life. He is not interested in relationships with people who are not her. And he does not have the idea of starting a family. If he had not met her, he might have lived a monotonous life. It is because of her that his heart beats lively, and he has the idea of being with someone forever." It was the first time Jiang Qiao heard him say that, and she was a little stunned. He stared at her. His peach blossom eyes were deep and gentle, and his beautiful voice entered her ears, making her heart tremble. He said, "I have only loved you, Qiao." Jiang Qiao's heart was hot, and she couldn't help but reach out and hug him tightly. Listening to Ming Siren's steady and strong heartbeat, Jiang Qiao buried her face in his chest. "I have something to tell you, but I need to think about how to say it. Give me 2 days. Okay." Hearing this, Ming Siren was startled. He looked down at her for a few seconds, hugged her tightly, and his voice became extremely gentle. "Okay." Ming Siren leaned in and kissed her, and all his actions showed cherishment. "I wait for you." It was dark outside the window. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren washed up and went to bed. Jiang Qiao got into the arms of the man beside her, feeling full of warmth and happiness. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips and kissed him. "See Ren. Good night." "Good night." That night, Jiang Qiao didn't dream of anything and slept peacefully until the morning. When she woke up the next day, she was full of energy. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao, who had returned to her original appearance, and felt relieved. After breakfast, Jiang Qiao went ahead and took the car keys. "Dear, I go to the company first." Ming Siren nodded and watched her go out. At this time, Ming Siren's mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The man took a look, and took it with a blank expression and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Ming. We found out that Shantai has been in close contact with the Han Group recently. We heard that they have reached a significant cooperation. The president of the Han Group is quite satisfied with Shantai, the new boss. Han Group and Ming are old rivals. It is obvious who Shantai wants to target by cooperating with them. Ming. They may want to join forces to deal with our company." Ming Siren did not speak. The first thing that came to his mind was Jiang Qiao's slightly trembling body yesterday. The man did not raise his eyelids. His delicate eyebrows and eyes were cold and attractive. He said lightly, "Really? That great. Anyway, even if he doesn't look for me, I don't plan to let him go." Chapter 6:14 Thoughtful. It couldn't be better that he came to me on his own initiative. On the other side, in the office of Shantai Group, when Nanchuan stood in front of the French window, looking at the traffic under his feet, the people coming and going were as small as ants. Behind him, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, looking at his back and said, "Ming Group is deep-rooted, especially Ming Siren is not a simple person. It may not be so easy to shake his company." When Nanchuan did not turn around, and his voice sounded as if he was smiling. Is Mr. Han afraid? I am just stating the facts. Does Mr. Hua have any way to deal with him? No matter how big a company is, as long as there is a problem inside, it will collapse in a day or two. When Nanchuan turned around, with a gentle look, looking like a gentle gentleman, people die for money and birds die for food. As long as the benefits are enough, there will always be one or two people who want to take risks. Mr. Han, what do you think? President Han was stunned. Looking at Wen Nanchuan, you mean? Wen Nanchuan just smiled and said nothing. President Han looked at him and said tentatively, does President Hua have any deep hatred with Ming Siren? For now, you don't seem to have gained any benefits from your cooperation with me. Could it be that Ming Siren offended you before? Wen Nanchuan didn't look at the man and sat down on the sofa. Since we are doing business, let's talk about business. As for other things, it better for President Han not to ask too much. He looked at him, although the man was still smiling and speaking in a gentle tone. His eyes made people shudder, as if being stared at by a snake. The coldness rose from the soles of his feet, making him feel timid unconsciously. Mr. Han was stunned for a moment and stopped asking. 2 days later, it was a weekend night. Jiang Qiao was mentally prepared, booked a restaurant, called Ming Siren, and waited for him to come. She cleared the restaurant, and she was the only guest at this time. The melodious sound of the violin beside her calmed people's hearts. Jiang Qiao took the red wine beside her, poured herself 2 glasses, and drank them all in one breath. A slight dryness rushed to her head, but it made her relax a lot. Not long after, Ming Siren came in from outside. Although he was still far away, Jiang Qiao saw him at a glance. She immediately sat up straighter and took a deep breath secretly. Ming Siren had a lazy and noble temperament, which attracted people's attention. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing the red wine glass in front of her, he raised his eyebrows. How much did you drink? Jiang Qiao, not much. Ming Siren slightly curved his lips. Really? Jiang Qiao swallowed, looked at him. Ceylon. He looked at her. Jiang Qiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she hesitated to speak. Ming Siren smiled slightly, and asked the waiter to serve the dishes. Eat while talking? I'm a little hungry. He saw her nervousness, and was considerate in the subtle details. Jiang Qiao looked at him, and nodded slowly. The waiter quickly served the dishes. Ming Siren took off his coat, and unbuttoned the cuffs of his right shirt with his left hand. Jiang Qiao watched his movements. Even after being together for so many years, he could still easily make her heart beat. See if there is anything you like. After Ming Siren rolled up his sleeves, he casually took out his mobile phone, opened a page, and let her see what was on the screen. Jiang Qiao was stunned. Her eyes fell from him to his mobile phone. Chapter 615, Let Go Get the Marriage Certificate. Then she was attracted by the pile of new bags. Her eyes lit up instinctively. Let me see. Seeing her staring at the screen, she looked like a cat staring at a small fish. He couldn't help but chuckle. Buy them all if you like them. After his interruption, Jiang Qiao's last nervousness slowly disappeared, and was replaced by the warmth he gave. At this time, the waiter brought the restaurant complimentary food over, and the food accidentally rubbed Ming Siren's arm. The other party was startled, and quickly bowed to apologize. I'm sorry. Sir, I can clean it for you. Ming Siren said it was nothing, and told the waiter not to mind it. He stood up and said to Jiang Qiao, I go to the bathroom to take care of it. Jiang Qiao nodded. She took his phone. Her eyes fell on the bags on the screen, and she picked the bags casually. A few minutes later, someone called Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao looked at the assistant call displayed on the screen, swiped her finger, and answered it directly. She put the phone to her ear, and just as she was about to speak, the person on the other end heard that the call was connected, and immediately said anxiously, Mr. Ming? It bad? Jiang Lin ran away. I just found out that he had contact with the new boss of Shantai Group 2 days ago. He has now arranged for his wife and children to live abroad. Mr. Ming, what should we do now? Jiang Lin has the core technology of our company's largest project. If he leaks it to Shantai Group, we will be in trouble. The assistant just finished speaking, but did not hear the expected deep male voice. A female voice came from the phone. What did you say? The assistant was stunned, glanced at the phone, and realized who it was, and said hurriedly, Ms. Jiang Qiao? Jiang Qiao tried to suppress herself, but she could still hear her surging anger from the phone. What going on? Explain it clearly. The assistant knew how much his boss cared about his girlfriend. He could no longer hide the matter. He paused and told Jiang Qiao, "Since the beginning of the year, our company has been preparing for this big project. Mr. Ming has also spent a lot of effort. If the technology is leaked, our company will suffer huge losses. I don't know how the boss of Shanghai Group convinced him. Jiang Lin will definitely bear legal responsibility for doing this." After the assistant explained, Jiang Qiao didn't say anything. After a few seconds, the call was suddenly hung up. In the restaurant, Jiang Qiao's anger was hard to suppress. It would be fine if he appeared in front of her, but now he dared to touch her man, Wen Nanchuan. At this time, footsteps were heard behind him. Ming Siren came back from the bathroom and sat down opposite her again. He asked gently, "Have you chosen?" Jiang Qiao looked unhappy. She didn't want him to see her current appearance. She lowered her head and stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom too." The phone was left on the table. Ming Siren withdrew his gaze from her back, frowned slightly, and took his phone. He flipped through the call log and saw the latest call at a glance. Ming Siren called his assistant immediately and said in a flat voice, "What did you say to her?" When the assistant heard his boss' voice, he quickly reported everything that had just happened to Ming Siren, including Jiang Lin's escape. He originally thought that Ming Siren would be as angry as Jiang Qiao after hearing this. But this man did not even show the slightest bit of surprise, as if he had expected this to happen. He just said calmly, "So you let my girlfriend think that I'm going to be in trouble? Isn't it? Isn't their company going to be in trouble soon?" Ming Siren sat on the chair and warned him, "She is timid. Don't scare her in the future." Assistant, ? Dad Jiang is timid? She? Not to mention whether that father can be scared now? Is this the point to discuss? Ming Zong, what should Jiang Lin do? Ming Siren took the fork, with a lazy posture, with a sense of slowness, without raising his head. "If he wants to run, let him run. I want to see how far he can run." The assistant was stunned. Ming Siren did not say much to him, and hung up the phone without any emotion. "I'm on a date, don't call me casually." After saying that, he cut off the call. Assistant. In the bathroom, Jiang Qiao looked at the mirror in front of her, and calmed down for a long time. When her face was not so ugly, she turned around and walked out. Ming Siren hadn't left yet. Jiang Qiao walked up to him and said, "If you have something to do, go and deal with it." The man was holding a knife and fork, elegantly eating dinner. Hearing the words, he glanced at her, raised his eyebrows. "Huh? I don't have anything to deal with." Jiang Qiao was stunned. "Didn't your assistant call you?" "Yes." "What did he say?" Ming Siren said casually, "Some work-related matters." Jiang Qiao stared at Ming Siren's expression, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Ming Siren looked up at her, slowed down his tone, and was so gentle that he couldn't be any gentler. "By the way, what were you going to say tonight? Let continue." Before he finished the words "let continue," Jiang Qiao suddenly interrupted him. "Let go get the marriage certificate." After these words fell into his ears, in the quiet restaurant, Ming Siren's hand that was cutting the steak suddenly twisted. The man who was always lazy and casual showed a rare stunned expression on his face. After Jiang Qiao finished speaking, he felt relieved. Chapter 616, I will go home tonight to get my household registration booklet. It should have been like this. She felt relieved after getting the certificate. She nodded to herself seriously, confirming this idea, looking out the window, and found that it was already dark. The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau should have gone off work long ago, so she could only go tomorrow. Jiang Qiao met Ming Siren's eyes and said, "I will go home to get my household registration booklet tonight, and you should also remember to prepare it." Ming Siren. 2 seconds later, he came back to his senses, coughed lightly against his lips. "Get the marriage certificate?" Jiang Qiao nodded. "Get it." Although the wedding was scheduled for next spring, she couldn't wait that long. Ming Siren, who was caught off guard by good things, seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Qiao pushed him and frowned. "What wrong? Don't you want to?" Ming Siren stared at her, shook his head slowly, and his Adam apple rolled slightly. "I am willing to die." Jiang Qiao's ears were slightly hot, and she was finally satisfied. Then it settled. "We go tomorrow morning." Ming Siren, "Okay." She sat back in her original position, and her anxiety finally calmed down. Very good, her money will be his from now on. She will not let him have any crisis or trouble again. During this meal, the two of them felt a subtle sense of happiness because of the marriage certificate, and temporarily forgot the original purpose of this meal. After the meal, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren separated, went home, and went to get the household registration book. In the living room of the villa, Jiang Zealand just took out a cigarette, and heard a sound coming from outside. He looked up and saw his sister hurriedly enter the door, and said perfunctorily, "Brother, you are at home." Then, he hurried upstairs. He glanced at her. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back today?" "Jiang Qiao, I get something." As she spoke, she ran upstairs. Jiang Zealand retracted his gaze. The living room was very quiet. The man sat on the sofa. He was wearing a black shirt today. His Adam apple extended down to a smooth neckline. His whole body seemed to be written with the word abstinence. At first glance, it reminded people of the words clean and cold. At this time, his cell phone vibrated. The screen lit up. Jiang Zealand glanced at it, and the words Yisui were displayed on the screen. He bit the cigarette, lit it with his eyes down, and picked up the phone to answer it. A naturally low and cold voice also sounded. "What the matter?" The female voice on the other side said something. He lowered his eyes to listen. The smoke blurred his expression, and occasionally responded. The voice was low and pleasant. It was quiet downstairs, but there were noises from time to time upstairs. Jiang Zealand looked up in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. "I count to 3. If you don't say anything, I take it as your consent?" At this time, a woman's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. 3, 2. Jiang Zealand's attention was drawn back. He brushed off the cigarette ash and said lightly, "What did you say just now?" "I said we should date." Jiang Zealand didn't say anything. Yisui's tone was gentle and smiling, with the attitude of a black-belly queen. "Brother Zealand, please pay attention when you chat with me. Okay?" Jiang Qiao rummaged through the boxes and cabinets upstairs, and searched almost everywhere in her parents' room, but couldn't find the household registration book. It was really strange. Jiang Qiao scratched her head, and just as she took out her cell phone to call her father, there were footsteps behind her, followed by her brother's cold voice. "What are you looking for?" Chapter 617 Brother, how can you be so cute? Jiang Qiao turned her head, and saw Jiang Zealand standing at the door, with one hand in his pocket. Jiang Qiao glanced at him and turned back. She continued to search in the cabinet. "Brother, have you seen our household registration book?" Jiang Zealand walked in. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Qiao's eyes curved, and said to him, "I plan to get the marriage certificate with C. Ran tomorrow." Jiang Zealand, ? He frowned. "Aren't you going to hold the wedding next spring?" Jiang Qiao waved her hand. "Oh, I have to go with him sooner or later anyway. I take him home first. It will save me from being scared all day long." Jiang Zealand leaned against the table, looking at her coldly, watching her rummaging. The only sound in the room was Jiang Qiao rummaging. After a while, "Brother, please move aside." The man blocked the place she was looking for. Jiang Qiao reached out and pushed him away. "Oh, you're in the way." Jiang Zealand stood up straight, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "I'm in the way." Jiang Qiao didn't even turn her head. "Go do your thing." "Why are you looking at me here?" Jiang Zealand said expressionlessly. "Have you told your parents?" "Just call them later." After all, they were going to get married. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Jiang Qiao wasn't worried at all. At this time, she took out a box from the bottom of the cabinet, opened it, and then Jiang Qiao found the household registration book inside. Her eyes lit up, finally found it. Why did it put it here? She stood up, her nose was a little sweaty, but her eyes were bright. She took it out and looked at it for a few times, then put it away, and was about to go out when she looked up. She found her brother looking at her. Jiang Qiao looked at him, blinked. "What wrong?" The two stood together, one was smart and cute, the other was cold and self-restrained. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand. "Do you have any other instructions?" Jiang Zealand glanced at her, and said lightly, "Are you really going to marry that boy? Don't you regret it?" Jiang Qiao said, as a matter of course, "My brother C. Ran is so outstanding. Why should I regret it?" Jiang Zealand, he was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore, turned around, and walked out with long legs. Jiang Qiao followed behind him, looking at the man noble and cold back, pondering his attitude just now, suddenly seemed to understand something, walked a few steps to his side, looking at him with bright eyes. "Brother." Jiang Zealand responded lightly, but he looked like he didn't want to pay attention to her. Jiang Qiao bumped into him. "Is it because I'm getting married that you can't bear to leave me?" She moved closer to him, staring at his expression. "When you think about your dear sister getting married, you feel lonely, right?" Jiang Zealand certainly wouldn't react to her words. But this time he didn't refute her. Jiang Qiao smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish, with a bright and charming face. Brother, how can you be so cute, huh? Jiang Zilan glanced at her lightly, reached out to block her extremely bright and radiant face, pushing her aside. Don't block the way. Jiang Qiao put her arm around his. Let's have a good chat tonight. It's been a long time since we talked to each other. Right? Hey, with such an excellent and lovely sister like me, it's no wonder that you feel lonely. Jiang Zilan. Jiang Qiao followed Jiang Zilan and chattered, following him downstairs. Chapter 618 My CP is getting married. 1. The next day, Civil Affairs Bureau. Because it was early in the morning, no one had come yet. There was a young girl among the staff, who was a little sleepy and propped up her head, looking at the door, not very energetic. Just then, there was a noise outside, and the older colleagues looked out curiously, and said, even the leaders came out to greet them. Is the big shot coming to get the marriage certificate today? The girl heard this, and casually glanced towards the door. But she saw nothing, and was not very interested. It was early in the morning. What important people could there be? The group of people came closer. And her older colleague sighed, oh, they should be stars. Right? These stars are really good looking nowadays. This man and woman look noble. The girl raised her eyes casually. Noble stars? There are no noble stars in the entertainment industry nowadays. There are a lot of uneducated people who pretend to be noble. Just as she was thinking this, the group of people walked in. The first thing that caught her eye was a few tall bodyguards in black suits. Her eyes casually fell behind them. And then she saw the figures of a man and a woman. The man was elegant and noble. And the woman was bright and beautiful. Standing together, they were a perfect match of a nobleman and a young lady. The little girl. She stood up suddenly with a calm expression. Ming father and Qiao Jia? Do I look good in what I wear today? In front, Jiang Qiao adjusted her hair, muttered, is my hairstyle not messy? Ming Siren. No, very beautiful. Listening to their conversation, the girl's hands trembled, and her colleague comments about their nobleness just now echoed in her mind. Noble. These are two top wealthy families walking together. How can they not be noble? While she was stunned, the two of them took a look around, and then walked towards her. The little girl's eyes slowly widened. As a senior Qiao Ran CP fan who has liked Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren for 2 years, and still likes them now, the little girl seemed to realize something, and took a small step back in disbelief. No. No way. Why are they walking towards her? The little girl, who was in the shock of the huge surprise of the CP I like is going to get the marriage certificate, saw this scene, guessed one thing, and her legs instantly began to weaken. Fuck. No way, do they want me to give them a marriage certificate? It really here. They're really here. Ah. I'm fucking turning sideways, and doing a 3-kick spiral to explode into fireworks. On the surface, the girl, who was in turmoil, had her mind filled with comments. Watching Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren walk up to her naturally, her breathing almost stopped. The couple she was rooting for became a reality, and she could even give them a marriage certificate herself. At this moment, the little girl closed her eyes. Well, it worth dying for. At the scene, Jiang Qiao placed the household registration booklet, ID card and other documents in front of her, and smiled. Thank you for your help. No trouble. The little girl came back to her senses. Her hand holding the documents trembled slightly, and she placed the registration form in front of them. Her face flushed. Please fill in the information on the form. The information form was handed to the two people, and they took the pen and wrote their names on it. Chapter 619 My CP is getting married. 2. Jiang Qiao Ming Siren. Looking at this scene, the little girl was about to cry. Very love. Jiang Qiao filled in the form very quickly, and when she was done, she put her little head close to Ming Siren and looked at him. Ming Siren's handwriting was very good, and it was pleasing to the eye at first glance. After a while, Jiang Qiao asked him in a low voice, See Ran, are you nervous? Ming Siren tilted his head and met her eyes. What? Jiang Qiao blinked. I'm asking you, are you nervous to get the certificate today? Ming Siren paused, turned his head. How is that possible? Really? Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand, pointed at the place where he wrote wrongly with her white finger, and asked innocently, Then why did you write wrong words? And you made 2 mistakes at once. Ming Siren. He looked at the wrong words, coughed lightly, and said seriously to the girl in front of him, Help me get a new one. The girl opposite could hardly restrain her crazy upward smile. She was sighing wildly in her heart. And she was so cute that she made Ming father, who was nervous before getting the marriage certificate, look cute. At the same time, she tried to put on a professional face and handed him a new information form. After both of them filled it out, the staff took them to the photo location. The two of you should get closer, yes, that it, very good. The staff in charge of taking pictures looked at Jiang Qiao in the camera and said jokingly with a smile, Miss, even if you know that you have married a good husband, please restrain yourself a little, don't smile so happily. Okay. Jiang Qiao, who was unconsciously smiling brightly. Someone at the scene, watching this scene, couldn't help but burst out laughing. The little girl, her sister Qiao, is so cute. Jiang Qiao face flushed. And she said to the photographer, just take pictures. You are the only one who talks too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Ming Siren low chuckle beside her. Jiang Qiao hummed twice with red ears and stopped talking. The atmosphere during the shooting was very good, and the photographer was satisfied to find a suitable angle and took pictures of the two. The last photo came out. Jiang Qiao leaned her head slightly towards Ming Siren. She smiled brightly, her cat eyes slightly curved. Ming Siren beside her had black hair and black eyes. There was a clean youth in his eyes. There was no haze between the two. Youth was unbridled, just like before. The girl who saw this photo was instantly touched. They were so good-looking. Not only good-looking, this photo was put here. It was the 4 words childhood sweethearts in capital letters. So good. So good. After all the procedures were completed, the hot red book was delivered to the two people after the stamp was stamped. When Jiang Qiao took it, her fingertips felt numb. The two read the short 2 pages again and again. First meeting. Acquaintance. Love. Countless scenes flashed in her mind. At this time, Jiang Qiao held the marriage certificate and felt unreal. She was married, really married. The object was Ming Siren, the boy she fell in love with at first sight and had liked for so many years. After a while, Jiang Qiao raised her head and bumped into Ming Siren peach blossom eyes, which were also looking at her. The man looked at her, and his eyes were also full of emotions. Jiang Qiao looked at him for a while, and her heart was burning. She opened her mouth and said slowly, illegal now. We. Chapter 620 Wife. Ming Siren stared at her for a moment, his Adam apple rolled slightly, and reached out to hold her in his arms. Although he was not as outspoken as Jiang Qiao, his expression was still a look of joy that could be seen by outsiders at a glance. The little girl on the side watched the two of them leave, and could hardly control her trembling heart. Ah! I really want to tell everyone right away. Next, for Jiang Qiao, she would concentrate on killing Hunan Chuan. So on the night of getting the marriage certificate, after having dinner with both parents and returning home, Jiang Qiao sorted out her things and went into the study. Ming Siren was working in the study. He heard the voice and looked up at her. Ceylon. Jiang Qiao closed the door with her backhand and said seriously, I have something to tell you. Ming Siren's eyes fell on the woman's fair face. Then, he seemed to realize something, leaned back slightly, and hummed softly. You tell me. His eyes followed Jiang Qiao all the time. When she came closer, he slowly spoke, his low voice lazy and sexy. Wife. The 2 words of bewitching and seductive hit her ears unexpectedly, making her heart tingle. Jiang Qiao's heart suddenly beat faster. Although it was already a fact, her ears still turned red uncontrollably after he called her that. But she was here to talk about serious matters. So Jiang Qiao pretended not to hear it for the time being. She tried very hard to keep a straight face, and nudged him with her arm, saying, Move aside. She also put all the things she had brought next to his files. Ming Siren obediently moved aside, seeing her looking around as if looking for a chair. His slender fingers slid down, caught her, and gently hooked her lower jaw with his little finger. He said in a lazy voice with a smile, Sit on my lap. My dear. Jiang Qiao pulled his claws away, pulled a chair over with a stern face, and sat down next to him resolutely. She ignored his lazy posture, tapped the documents she brought with a pen, and scolded him. I'm going to talk about serious matters next. You should be serious. Ming Siren chuckled, Okay. Jiang Qiao. She glanced at him, decided not to argue with his careless attitude, asked, Siren, is your company in trouble? Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, glanced at her casually. No. Jiang Qiao didn't believe him at all, squinted her face. Tell me the truth, we are already husband and wife. He spoke slowly, If you know we are husband and wife, just call me husband. Jiang Qiao was so angry that she immediately reached out to pinch his waist. The man's waistline is sexy, muscles are tight, and it feels great to touch. Ming Siren stared at her, hummed softly, and said in a sexy and lazy voice, "What wrong with you? Let's talk about business. Don't touch me." Jiang Qiao. She was too lazy to pay attention to this man, who was starting to act wild again, and said directly, "Don't hide it from me. I know everything. We will be together in the future. Your business is my business." Ming Siren looked at her, without saying a word, waiting for her next words. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qiao didn't say anything, but directly took her paper bag, and then poured out all the things inside. Ming Siren looked at what she poured out. Cards. Various cards. Black cards with unlimited overdraft. And various properties signed by Jiang Qiao that could be seen at a glance. Company shares and other certificates. Jiang Qiao, I give them all to you. Chapter 621. My wife is so sweet when she talks about love. The study was very quiet, only the woman's voice rang in the air. He looked at Jiang Qiao. She was sitting upright, staring at him with cat eyes, with the attitude of a boss who is going to protect him from today. Ming Siren. He looked at Jiang Qiao for a while, after a while, finally couldn't help but hold his head up, laughing softly. Ming Siren looked happy, his peach blossom eyes were full of light, he glanced at her lazily, moved closer to her, and his sexy voice suddenly had a hint of seduction. Really give it all to me? Jiang Qiao nodded, yes. Adding her money, it won't be impossible to solve his problem. She said, from now on, what mine is yours. Ming Siren looked at her without saying anything, and suddenly understood why she wanted to get the marriage certificate in advance. He looked at her serious little look, and his heart softened, and kissed her on the cheek. Why are you so nice, huh? Jiang Qiao, I will treat you well every day in the future. Ming Siren laughed and said, my wife is so nice when she talks about love. Being called that all the time, Jiang Qiao looked at him. Ming Siren's eyes fell on her face. His eyes were straightforward. Jiang Qiao's throat moved, and she moved closer to him. He kissed her, and his voice was low and unclear. Call me husband. Jiang Qiao's face flushed, and suddenly she really couldn't call out. Ming Siren seemed to sense her emotions. He laughed, and stood up, and picked her up from the chair, and then walked out with long legs. Jiang Qiao subconsciously clutched his shirt. I still have something to say. He spoke slowly. Let's talk on the bed. After a pause, he continued, talk while calling me husband. Jiang Qiao. The next day, Jiang Qiao was so tired that she slept until almost noon before getting up. Going downstairs, the man sat on the sofa with his back to her, reading a document in his hand. Jiang Qiao saw the words XX project at a glance, guessing that it might be the big project that his assistant mentioned that was destroyed by Hunan Chuan. She immediately walked over. How much did your company lose? Ming Siren glanced at her, but did not respond to her question. He put the document aside and said, does your throat still hurt? Jiang Qiao took 2 seconds to realize what he was talking about. Some scenes from last night suddenly flashed into her mind. Her face turned red, and she reached out to hit him. Ming Siren smiled and held her hand. At this time, the doorbell suddenly rang outside the door. Jiang Qiao, I go open the door. When she walked to the door, Jiang Qiao saw the people coming and frowned. Why are you guys here again? Standing at the door was the director of a reality show. He had been looking for Jiang Qiao to participate in the show for some time, but had been rejected by Jiang Qiao many times. He smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, we are really sincere. Please consider it. I said I don't have time. But Mr. Jiang. Ming Siren, who was in the living room, heard the noise at the door and stood up and walked over. What wrong? Seeing him, the director of the program team was brightened and hurried forward. Mr. Ming, it like this. We are about to start a new couple reality show, and I have always felt that you and Mr. Jiang are the best candidates as guests. I really hope you can come to participate in the show. We have been preparing for a long time, and have approached Mr. Jiang many times, but Mr. Jiang has never agreed. Mr. Ming, you see, Jiang Qiao was speechless when she saw that he actually asked Ming Siren to let him participate in the reality show. It would be strange if Ming Siren agreed. Besides, she and he were going to start dealing with Hunan Chuan recently, so they didn't have the time to participate in this. Chapter 622, do you want to be famous too? We are all busy, you can go back. Jiang Qiao said, while she was about to close the door and send people away. However, The man next to her suddenly stopped her action, raised his eyebrows, and said with interest, "Oh? Couple reality show? It seems interesting." He hugged Jiang Qiao, made way for the director. "Come in and tell me in detail." Hearing his words, Jiang Qiao's whole body suddenly, question mark. Ming Siren seemed to notice what she was thinking, looked down at her. "It should be fun. Is it time to play now?" The director had already given up hope, but when he suddenly heard Ming Siren's words, his eyes lit up instantly, and at this moment, he seemed to see the exploding popularity and countless money waving at him crazily. He was afraid that Jiang Qiao would regret it, so he quickly bypassed her and went into the living room. He even brought his own disposable slippers. Jiang Qiao. In the living room, the director quickly took out the plan for this reality show and handed it to Ming Siren to see, which included the program flow and program settings. He said, "In addition to you two, the program team will also invite several other celebrity couples to participate, and we guarantee that the recording process will definitely be easy and enjoyable." Jiang Qiao was totally uninterested. Who would watch such a boring variety show? The man beside her crossed his legs, looking lazily, flipping through the planning proposal, and said nonchalantly, "Is it a show of showing affection?" "Yes. That right. Jiang Qiao, no one likes to watch it." "Okay. You might as well let those couples fight on the spot. That would be more interesting." Director. Ming Siren curled his lips, raised his hand, and tapped her head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The director asked Ming Siren tentatively, "Mr. Ming, what do you think?" Ming Siren finished reading the plan, put it on the coffee table. He chuckled lazily. "Sure, we participate." The director stood up immediately with excitement. "Really? That great?" Jiang Qiao turned his head and looked at Ming Siren in disbelief. "What wrong with this brother? You want to be famous too?" On a weekend night, a marketing account suddenly broke the news. "Entertainment Brother V, there is news that Sister Qiao and Ming Father are going to participate in a couple reality show. The time is set, and it will be officially announced soon." Seeing this revelation, before passers-by could say anything, the fans started to criticize. "Qiao Jia and Ming Dad are participating in a reality show together? Please make it more convincing. Do you need me to remind you how low-key that man is 2 years later? Qiao Jia is on the show, but it is absolutely impossible for her to be with Ming Dad. If that is the case, I will eat my keyboard. Ming Dad, he is really a low-key man now. The reason why my youth is over is because he is not coquettish anymore. Ha ha ha, the above is too real. I thought I was the only one who missed the coquettish Ming Dad." As for the revelation released by the marketing account that Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were going to appear on a variety show together, no one believed it at all. Firstly, they are not short of money. Secondly, the main reason is that Ming Siren is the embodiment of Loki after 2 years. Everyone thinks it is impossible for him to appear on this kind of reality show. So, people just read this kind of news and didn't take it seriously. However, not long after this news was released, a variety show called "We Are in Love" directly announced the list of celebrities participating. In the first row, the most prominent names are Jiang Xiaoming and Si Ran. Chapter 623, he really has the leisure time. Seeing these two names, fans, question mark. Really? They didn't see it wrong? Is Ming Father really going to participate in a variety show with Qiao Jia? Although Jiang Qiao is usually very high profile in her quarrels and slapping faces, she rarely mentions her relationship with Ming Siren on Weibo. Fans don't often see their daily love life. This time, they are willing to take the initiative to participate in a couple variety show? CP fans were surprised and instantly excited. Equally excited are passers-by and netizens. Not to mention anything else, just the top wealthy families, handsome men and beautiful women are enough to attract people. Who doesn't like to see handsome men and beautiful women fall in love? As soon as the list of this program was officially announced, it quickly became a hot topic online. The discussion was heated online, and Jiang Qiao had no idea why Ming Siren agreed to participate in this variety show. What about your company? Are you not in charge? At a time of crisis, and he actually has the leisure to participate in a reality show? Ming Siren lowered his eyes and adjusted his sleeves. Hearing this, he said without raising his eyelids, "Well, your husband plans to work in the entertainment industry in the future." Jiang Qiao. She raised her leg and kicked him lightly. "I'm talking to you seriously." Ming Siren chuckled. He leaned down, put his hands on her side, and stared at her with a pair of black eyes. "But I prefer to listen to nonsense. Say something?" Jiang Qiao glared at him, turned over and faced away from him. You're so mad, I don't care about you anymore. He looked at her back, curled the corners of his lips, and stood up straight after a moment. Turning his head, his sight swept across the scenery outside the French window. Ming Siren squinted slightly. His eyes were dark and unpredictable. The news that Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were going to participate in a couple variety show was all over the place. And when Nan Chuan and the CEO of Han Group naturally saw it. Regarding Ming Siren's behavior, when Nan Chuan said lightly, "He really has the leisure time." The CEO of Han Group shook his head and sneered. "I think he is going to break the jar and throw it away. Jiang Lin is in our hands. Ming Siren can't do anything even if he has plans. I hope he can still maintain this good mood after seeing his losses." Glancing at the picture of Jiang Qiao on the mobile phone news, he said, "But then again, his girlfriend is indeed beautiful. And it's not surprising that he is intoxicated by his girlfriend's comfort. After all, Mr. Ming is also a man." When Nan Chuan heard this, his eyes fell on his mobile phone. His eyes darkened. And he didn't say anything. This couple reality show has been highly anticipated since the beginning. The production team knows very well what the audience likes to watch. So they put a lot of thought into it from the beginning. When filming the pilot, the director only informed the guests that they would be there in the next 2 days, but did not tell them the exact time. On this day, at 5:30 in the morning, before it was completely light, the production team came to the guest's door and rang the doorbell fearlessly. For the first 3 groups of guests, their girlfriends came out to open the door. When they were sleeping in a daze, they opened the door and saw the camera facing them. They had the same reaction. They covered their faces to avoid the camera and laughed and screamed, "What is this? I'm wearing no makeup." Okay? This is the effect the program team wanted. When they rang the doorbell of Jiang Qiao house, they also wanted to capture Jiang Qiao in this state, but they didn't expect that it was not her who opened the door, but Ming Siren. The man was as slender as jade, with a lazy breath. While he fastened his cuffs he spoke. It seemed that he had just woken up not long ago, and his low and sexy voice hooked in her ear like a seduce. "So early?" Chapter 624. These 2 fathers are really rich. The female staff standing outside the door looked at him, and her eyes couldn't help but straighten. The cameraman lens moved from bottom to top, and took him into the lens little by little. Ming Siren was tall and had long legs, and a noble temperament, and his eyes were slightly upturned, the most extreme male beauty. The scene was a little quiet. After Ming Siren fastened his cufflinks, he saw that no one was talking, and raised his eyebrows. The staff met his charming peach blossom eyes, and reacted, and hurriedly asked softly, "Mr. Ming, we are here to shoot the pilot film. Is it convenient for us to go in now?" Ming Siren said nothing, and stepped aside to let the staff in. For some reason, all the staff held their breath, and stepped lightly the moment they stepped into the villa. A staff member pulled his colleague next to him, took a breath, and said in a low voice, "Look at the vase in the corner. Does it look like the expensive antique that was bought at a high price a while ago? The one that was on the news?" "Stop talking. The handmade carpet we are standing on is enough to buy a car. These 2 fathers are really rich." The staff around heard. Everyone looked at the seemingly ordinary carpet under their feet, and couldn't help shrinking their feet. "Qiao is still sleeping. I go upstairs to call her. You wait a moment." Okay, you go." Originally, according to the procedure, the scene of waking up the partner was to be filmed, but now everyone was too timid to raise this request, and just watched Ming Siren go upstairs. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the light was dim. Ming Siren looked at the person lying on the bed. He leaned over and pecked Jiang Qiao's cheek. His voice was low and sweet. "Wake up, wife. Soon." The staff downstairs saw Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren coming downstairs. Jiang Qiao followed him step by step very obediently. She was obviously just waking up. Her hair was messy. Her face was white. And she looked confused. Among the staff of the program group, there were fans of Jiang Qiao. They were caught off guard to see her like this. "Shit, Sister Qiao is so cute." The 2 sat on the sofa, and the program team started the questioning session. "It seems that you 2 knew each other when you were young?" Ming Siren glanced at Jiang Qiao, who was still confused, and curved his lips. "Yes. I heard that you were the first to pursue Miss Jiang Qiao?" Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, and looked at Jiang Qiao. "Oh? Is that true?" Jiang Qiao sat up straighter, and her mind became clearer instantly. She immediately glared at Ming Siren. "No." The man met her fierce gaze, and laughed softly. "If you say yes, then yes." The staff of the program looked at the 2 of them in confusion. And then continued, since the two of you knew each other when you were young, are there any photos or videos from the past? So that fans can feast their eyes on them? This is also the most popular comment from Xiao Ran CP fans under the official Weibo account. After hearing that they were going to participate in the reality show, everyone kept asking to see their childhood photos. Photos? Hearing this, Jiang Qiao went upstairs and took down a box. Her parents did not take these things with them when they moved, and she and Ming Siren had quite a lot of photos when they were young. Some photos even Jiang Qiao had forgotten. The moment she opened it, all kinds of memories came rushing back. The staff also saw the young Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao in the photos, and they couldn't help but open their eyes wide and exclaimed, "What is explosive cuteness?" In the photo, two people, who are no more than 10 years old, stand together. One is full of youthfulness, the other is cute and adorable, but Ming Siren looked a little cold when he was a child, while Jiang Qiao is as energetic as ever. This is so cute. Everyone sighed. Jiang Qiao hadn't seen these for a long time, and she found them very interesting, reading them with great interest. Ming Siren beside her took out a memory card from the box and flipped through it, but he couldn't remember what was stored in it. He stood up and brought the computer over. Jiang Qiao and the staff were looking through them, and not long after, suddenly heard an angry female voice coming from the computer, "Ming Siren." Everyone stopped and looked at Ming Siren at the same time. Chapter 625, The Arrogant Sister. Ming Siren suddenly smiled, finally remembering what happened at that time. Jiang Qiao naturally recognized who shouted that voice. Feeling bad, she immediately wanted to turn off his computer, but Ming Siren held her hand directly. The cameraman had already come behind Ming Siren and pointed the camera at the computer screen. On the screen, Jiang Qiao had twin ponytails. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, short, and wore a princess dress, reminding people of that kind of cute little loli. But she looked very angry. She shouted at the boy who was a head taller than her, "If you dare to play with other girls, I will." The boy looked cold and indifferent. Hearing her say that, he asked back, "What will you do?" It was an open-air banquet that day. It was almost dusk. There were many adults around. Everyone looked at the little enemies with amusement. Xiao Jiang's pretty face turned red. She looked around and suddenly saw a boy who was equally tall. She immediately ran towards him, grabbing the boy's sleeve. Jiang Big Trumpet Xiao immediately seemed to have a backbone, raised his chin, and threatened him, "I will let my brother beat you." Jiang Zilan turned around, question mark. Puff. In the living room, someone couldn't help laughing. Was our sister Qiao so arrogant when she was a child? At the scene at that time, Jiang Qiao words made the adults laugh. Jiang Zilan came to his senses and dragged her to his side without watching. How could he have such a silly sister? In front, even Ming Siren, who looked cold, couldn't help but curl his lips. It was a short clip, and it ended quickly. However, in the living room, the staff laughter did not end. Jiang Qiao glared at Ming Siren with a red face. When did this happen? I have forgotten it. Okay. Ming Siren smiled at her and said lazily, "Oh? Really? I haven't forgotten it. After all, since then, I have never played with a little girl again, for fear that someone would know and let her brother beat me." Jiang Qiao. The staff laughed even louder. Jiang Qiao, what are you laughing at? Are you not working? The content of the pilot is not much. It is mainly to let the audience know the guests first, and the official recording will start later. The parts of the 4 groups of guests are edited together, and the duration is more than 30 minutes. After the program group finished the post-production, it was quickly put on the broadcast platform. Netizens have been looking forward to it for a long time, and when the pilot was put up, they immediately clicked on it excitedly. Come for Qiao Jia. +1 for Qiao Jia. My Qiao Jia is awesome, and I want to type it on the public screen. Newcomer, I heard Ming father is very handsome. Am I the only one who came for Jiang Qiao X Shin Mumu? Jiangshan CP is getting ready. Although it is just a pilot, but fans from all sides are pouring in. The comments are quite lively. First, the program team knocked on the guest door at around 5 o'clock. The first guest to open the door was Shin Mumu from Jiangshan CP. She poked her head out, and when she saw the camera of the program team, she covered her face in surprise, screamed and laughed that she was still without makeup. The production team is so mean, but I like it, ha ha. Shin Mumu has such a good temper. She didn't lose her temper even in this situation. Her voice is so gentle too. The next 2 groups were also couples whose girlfriends opened the door. Most of them had similar reactions to Shin Mumu. At this time, a netizen suddenly posted a comment. Although, why are all the girlfriends opening the door? Are the boyfriends all sleeping? It feels like a bunch of people are standing at the door. It a bit dangerous. Should the person in front be so serious? The production team must have notified them. It all just a script. Until the fourth group, it was finally Xiao Ran's CP turn. The production team rang the doorbell, and not long after, the door was opened from the inside. Netizens were waiting for Jiang Qiao to come out and open the door, but when the camera swept over, they saw a slender man standing behind the door, and heard him lazily say, "So early." The man exuded a sense of Su all over his body, which was completely different from the dignity of the stars in the entertainment industry. Everyone was silent, and then the barrage suddenly increased. Chapter 626. I rely on my billions to get close to people so handsome. So handsome. So handsome. Ah. Dad Ming who just got up is so sexy. Fuck. The action of fastening cuffs is so awkward. Let me introduce my husband to everyone. Only in this group is the boyfriend opening the door. So considerate. The netizens are very real. The moment they saw Ming's siren, the barrage exploded instantly, especially the fans who kept screaming like groundhogs. Then the camera began to shoot the living room in the villa. In the past, everyone only knew about Jiang Qiao and Ming's siren family background from the side, but now seeing the environment they live in, it is more intuitive to feel how rich they are. Really, having no money limits their imagination. Not long after, Jiang Qiao came down, and the staff waited for them to sit down before starting the questioning session. When the photos of the two, when they were young, were released, the two little ones stood side by side. The netizens were instantly touched by their cuteness, and the comments were full of awe. Especially when the short film was released later, when Jiang Qiao shouted, "I let my brother beat you," the netizens in front of the screen laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, as expected of my sister Qiao, she has been so cool since she was a child. Fuck, I am so adorable. Ming father was so cold when he was a child. I really want to know how sister Qiao finally got him. The love between these two childhood sweethearts really drives me crazy. The pilot is not long. After introducing the other pairs of guests, cutting off the beginning and the end, the parts assigned to Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren are only 7 or 8 minutes. Everyone hasn't had enough. Just when they were into the show, they were forced to interrupt. When the words "the end of the show" appeared on the screen, they were immediately dissatisfied and flocked to the official Weibo, demanding that it be recorded as soon as possible and that the first episode be uploaded quickly. The program team had anticipated the enthusiasm of netizens. After all, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were very popular. After the pilot was finished, the director immediately began to prepare for the first episode. Before Jiang Qiao went to participate in the recording, she called Ruiz and lowered her voice. "Keep an eye on Hunan for me." Ruiz would take this matter to heart without her saying anything. He replied, "Don't worry." After that, he asked again, "Have you told Brother Siren? How are you two?" "I will tell you." Before hanging up, Jiang Qiao remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Si Ran and I got the marriage certificate. We will give you wedding candy when we come back." Ruiz? Wait a minute. When did it happen? Before he asked, Jiang Qiao had hung up the phone. Although it was said that Si Ran company had problems, he didn't seem to be worried at all, and just casually came to record the variety show with Jiang Qiao. The car arrived at the destination, and the two got off. Jiang Qiao looked to the side and found that before she and Ming Siren arrived, 2 other groups of guests had already arrived. Before the official recording began, she quickly leaned into Ming Siren's ear and said, "Remember to be friendly and polite, and don't let netizens find any place to criticize you. Understand? Although variety shows are easy to attract fans, it is still possible to be criticized by netizens for 1 or 2 small things, or even for saying a wrong word. Even though he seems to have a good relationship with passers-by now, it will only take a few minutes for him to be criticized by the whole network." Ming Siren glanced at her, imitated her, and leaned into her ear, and said, "It doesn't matter. I have always been approachable and easy to get along with." Jiang Qiao. Chapter 627. How much does it cost? She was worried, and gave him a few more instructions, and then she walked in with him, carrying the luggage. As soon as she entered the room, she saw 2 other couples sitting in the room. Jiang Qiao had learned about their identities through the program team before. One of them was a thin and elegant man and woman. The man was named Zheng Qian, and the woman was named Han Jie. They were a violinist and a pianist respectively. They were a couple of musicians, and they had an artistic vibe. The other couple seemed much more down to earth. They were both athletes, fit and strong, and their tight muscles were visible at a glance. Before opening the door, the couple was talking and laughing, and they were a bit carefree. When they heard the noise, they looked over here at the same time. "You're here, wanna?" The girl in the athlete couple stood up with a smile, and took the initiative to help Jiang Qiao take her bag. "Jiang Qiao, thank you." The artist couple also stood up with a smile, and several people introduced themselves. After getting to know each other, Wan Na glanced outside the door and said, "The only idol left is that pair, right?" The idol pair Wan Na mentioned was Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu. One was a popular idol, and the other was a pure young actress. They were a popular couple below Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. At this time, the program team discussed something in a low voice, and it seemed that Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu would be late for a while, and the director announced that the program would officially start recording. "This is my first time recording this kind of variety show. I'm so nervous." Wan Na took a breath. Her boyfriend Wei Yong beside her held her hand and patted her to comfort her. As the live broadcast camera was turned on, netizens rushed in all at once. It started. "I'm number one. Ah. Qiao Jiaming Dad. Here I come. Qiao Ran is number one in the world. Wow. The couple in the art group is so charming. Why don't I see my Jiangshan couple?" The comments soon became lively. The program team said at this time, "Before the task begins, please hand over your mobile phones and wallets. We will return them to you after the recording is over." The staff took a box and came up to collect the mobile phones and wallets. Hearing this request, everyone frowned, but handed over the things as they were told. When Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren came, netizens saw the two big guys took out their wallets and mobile phones without raising their eyelids and put them in. As soon as the two wallets that seemed to be inlaid with gold were put in, the staff eyelids jumped and they swallowed their saliva involuntarily. "Ha ha ha. I can feel the tension of the staff through the screen. How much money is in here? Just give me a card. Just one card." After collecting the mobile phones and wallets, the program team handed the task cards to the three teams of guests. Jiang Qiao was about to take it, but the card avoided her and pointed at Ming Siren. The man raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. The other couples were the same, and the boyfriends in the couples got the card. Jiang Qiao leaned over to take a look. At this time, the audience also saw the content on it. "On the first day of coming to the warm home, please prepare a loving dinner for your beautiful girlfriends. The dishes you make will be tasted by the girlfriends, and the most delicious dish will be rewarded. Come on." Looking at the content on it, Jiang Qiao, "Oh, this is the money provided by the program team. Please go buy the ingredients now." Ming Siren eyes fell on the funds handed over by the program team. "Only $1? Looking at the money on the plate, Wei Yong shouted. Chapter 628. Your boyfriend is so handsome. What can you do with $1? You can't even buy a cabbage. The program team, it depends on your ability. If the boyfriend can't bring back food, your girlfriend will be hungry tonight. Wei Yong. No wonder you were so eager to collect their mobile phones and wallets just now. If only your girlfriend can't eat in the end, it will be so embarrassing. Zheng Qian, the boyfriend from the art group, looked at the $1 handed over by the program team, reached out to take it, sighed, "Forget it, let go." They obviously wanted to take pictures of them looking worried and troubled. There was no point in saying more. Compared to the two of them, Ming Siren didn't react much. He raised his eyebrows and took the dollar. The three men went out quickly. Wana asked, "What about us? Girls, you've worked hard on the journey. Now you can sit on the sofa and have a dessert and rest, and appreciate the handsome look of your boyfriend preparing dinner for you." As they said that, the program team turned on the TV in front of them, and the three boyfriends instantly appeared on the screen. Barrage, ha ha ha. The production team is so mean, public execution in front of girlfriends. Right? What can you buy with $1? The production team is deliberately making things difficult for them. Come on. Ming Dad. Soon after the girlfriend sat down, the idol couple arrived. Sorry, we're late. Shin Mumu looked sweet as soon as she arrived. She smiled and bowed, saying, "Hello." Three sisters. Jiang Qiao glanced at her and stood up. After the few people got to know each other and gave some awkward business compliments, Jiang Qiao, Shin Mumu boyfriend, took the $1 and hurriedly went to the street with the photographer. After the four women chatted for a few words, they all turned their attention to their boyfriends on the screen. Although they complained, it was obvious that the girlfriends still hoped that their boyfriends would perform the best. The stalls in the vegetable market were filled with fruits, vegetables, and a wide variety of them. Jiang Qiu quickly caught up with the three of them. After getting to know them, Wei Yong said distressfully, "Brother, what do you think you can buy with $1? Jiang Qiu smiled and said nothing. He walked over calmly and began to pick vegetables on the stall. He acted so confidently that Wei Yong was stunned. Zheng Kai next to him also went to pick the ingredients he wanted. Wei Yong, if you have money. Go pick them. Wei Yong didn't wonder for long. The camera was pointed at Jiang Qiu. After he picked a bag of vegetables, he said to the stall owner, "Miss, I don't have any money. Can I dance instead?" The stall owner recognized him and nodded excitedly with a blushing face. Jiang Qiu was born as an idol, so singing and dancing were no problem at all. He found a small open space and performed a street dance. The man movements were handsome and neat, without any dragging, and other women excited screams were heard around him. As a difficult move came to an end, Jiang Qiu stood up, walked over with a slight breath, and said with a smile, "Miss, is this okay?" "Yes. Yes." And the netizens who commented on the comments were instantly impressed by his handsomeness. "Ah, brother Jiang Qiu is so handsome. As expected of a former idol, wow. So great. This dish is really worth the money. I'm so jealous of Shinmumu." In the living room, Wana also said to Shinmumu, "Your boyfriend is really handsome." Shinmumu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, obviously very proud, and said with a slightly red face, "Well, he really dances well." Chapter 629 Ming Father, who is following you and us? Just after Jiang Qiu finished dancing, Wei Yong was about to sigh, when a melodious violin sound suddenly rang out in the background. He turned his head, and saw Zheng Kai standing in front of another stall owner, playing the violin softly. As a violinist, his ability is unquestionable. Even people who don't know much about music can't help but be fascinated by it. Wei Yong, he actually brought a violin over. No wonder he wasn't panicked at all just now. After the song ended, the meal was waived. The netizens had already typed the word professional on the public screen. In the living room, Han Jia couldn't help but smile. The netizens were full of exclamations that artists are so romantic. Jiang Qiu and Zheng Kai found a solution. Now, only Wei Yong and Ming Siren were left among the four. Wei Yong scratched his head and glanced at Ming Siren beside him. "Do you have any special skills?" he asked. Ming Siren heard this and glanced at Wei Yong. "Special skills?" he said. "No. As a person who also has no special skills." Wei Yong felt that he had found a close companion. He looked at Zheng Kai and the others, and sighed sincerely. These stars in the entertainment industry are multi-talented. It seems that nothing can stop them, and they can thrive anywhere. Unlike them in the sports world. He couldn't perform a triathlon for the stall owners right now. Would that be reasonable? Wei Yong shook his head, and felt that he could only think of another way with Ming Siren. He sighed and asked Ming Siren, "What should we do?" Ming Siren said nothing. Walked slowly to a small stall. Took a carrot and looked at it casually. The man's fingers were slender like jade, white and flawless. He was tall and long-legged, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with clean and handsome eyebrows and eyes, looking like a bright and sunny moon. He looked at the stall owner and asked the price. "How much is this?" There was no sign of anxiety in his expression. Wei Yong walked over and was about to say that he couldn't buy it even if it was cheaper by $1. When he heard the stall owner auntie opposite him smile happily and said to Ming Siren, "Don't pay. Young man, just pick whatever you want on my stall. It's free for you." Wei Yong was stunned. Ming Siren raised his eyes. The aunt selling things looked smiling. She stared at Ming Siren's face. This young man is so handsome. Is he a big star? The aunt selling fish next to him also came over. He is indeed good looking. Young man, can you take a photo with me later? I will go home and show it to my girl. I heard that you have no money. I can also give you a fish. Ever since Ming Siren appeared in the vegetable market, women of all ages who had been staring at him also came over and handed him a handful of vegetables and a carrot. Take a photo with me too. Handsome guy. What dramas have you acted in? How come you look so good? Ming Siren didn't move. After hearing that he was doing the task, the enthusiastic ants took bags and spontaneously packed bags of vegetables, meat, and fruits for him and placed them in front of him. Wei Yong. What are you doing? Ants? What kind of magical world is this? The netizens in the barrage are laughing like crazy now. Wei Yong, what should we do? Ming Father, who wants to follow you and us? Ming Siren, a man who doesn't even need to perform special skills, who can make a living simply by relying on his face. Ha ha ha, look at it, Wei Yong eyes are really making me laugh to death. Chapter 630, he started to speak with double standards. In the living room, Jiang Qiao looked at Ming Siren, who was surrounded by the ants, and slightly widened her eyes, with an expression that said, "You actually have this kind of operation." Han Jia tilted her head and asked her, "Is Mr. Ming always so popular?" Jiang Qiao, older women seemed to like him more. She looked at Ming Siren, who was being taken a photo by the ants, muttered, "I don't know why. Sister Qiao is modest, remove the 3 words older, as long as it is a woman. They like Daddy Ming. Okay. I don't know why yet, please look at his face, who wouldn't like this handsome guy? Ahem, we men love Ming Siren too shy. Wait a minute, there is something wrong with the previous comment. And at the scene. As everyone is filmed by a camera, why do you have so many ants around you?" Wei Yong was pushed aside with a confused look on his face. He took a cucumber, but before he could do anything, an ant slapped the back of his hand, and said the old double standard as soon as she opened her mouth, "You can't do it, you can't take it for nothing." Wei Yong. Destroy this world. Barrage, ha ha ha. Ming Siren was like the most precious son of a landlord. He only signed his name and took a photo, and he got several large bags of food. Now only Wei Yong was left. He saw the goods that the stall owners had put on the side, and could only say, "Aunties, do you need to move anything? Can I help you move it in? Use your strength to pay for the food." A stall owner looked at his muscular body and nodded. "Then help me move the 2 boxes of potatoes on the tricycle outside the vegetable market, and I give you a few when you bring them back." Okay. Wei Yong took a breath and went outside the vegetable market and brought the potatoes that the stall owner mentioned. However, he needed more than just a few potatoes. When Wei Yong stood up, he slightly bent his waist. Just as he was about to ask each store, he suddenly saw Ming Siren, who was standing in front of the stall, beckoning him. "Wei Yong?" ? He walked over. "What the matter?" Ming Siren handed him 2 bags of ingredients beside him, and said in a lazy voice, "I can't use them all anyway, so I give you 2 bags. Wei Yong was stunned. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, and looked at him. No. The man in front of him was gentle and handsome, and had a slender figure. The iron-blooded straight man Wei Yong was caught off guard by his handsome look, and when he reacted, he immediately said, "I want it. I want it. Brother Ran, you will be my brother from now on." His brother Ran. In the living room, Wan Na looked at Ming Siren, who gave half of her food to Wei Yong, and her heart could not help but move slightly. At this time, Wei Yong fans had already started to mic. Others may not understand. Wei Yong has an old injury on his waist. Ming Father must have discovered this, and did this, so thoughtful. This Wei Yong fan is so touched now. Everyone laughs. Brother Yong won glory for the country in the game before, which is really amazing. Fuck. Ming Siren is such a godly man. So gentle. I love him so much. One I couldn't help but get closer to Jiang Qiao, and sincerely praised, Ming is really excellent. Han Jia also smiled and said, "After the show, I will ask Mr. Ming to sign for me." Jiang Qiao, ? Why are you all praising my man all of a sudden? Shen Mumu glanced at Jiang Qiao, who was surrounded by compliments, and said nothing. Not long after, the men came back. Shen Mumu was the first to get up and greet them. She smiled and took the ingredients from her boyfriend, and said considerately, "You must be tired, you are great." At the same time, her boyfriend Jiang Qiao lowered his head and kissed her, and said, "Not tired." The whole process was very natural, as if it was their daily routine. The two kissed in front of everyone. The staff members started to boo. Shen Mumu blushed and glared at those people. She said in a charming voice, "Okay, stop teasing me." There were many fans of the two among the netizens who commented on the comments. At this moment, they were all shouting that Jiang Shen and his couple were too sweet. Wei Yong brought back almost all of Ming Siren ingredients for him. He was the last one to enter the door. The man put one hand in his pocket, and his posture was very leisurely. Seeing this, Jiang Qiao hurried over and whispered, "Why don't you take it yourself?" Wei Yong, who was standing next to him, heard it and said hurriedly, "I am willing to serve Brother Ran." Ming Siren glanced at her lightly. Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren also saw what Jiang Qiao and Shen Mumu had just done. He said, "Why don't you praise me?" Jiang Qiao glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "You are great." Ming Siren bent down slightly and said in a seductive voice, "Oh? Tell me more about my strengths." Jiang Qiao. "Okay. Okay. You are the best." "Okay. Ha ha ha. It's so cute that Brother Siren is asking for compliments online. I don't know if he is asking for compliments, but I can see that he wants to drive." Wei Yong likes Ming Siren very much now, calling him Brother Ran all the time, like his loyal brother. Then it's time for the 4 men to cook dinner. Even if the others are not good at cooking, they can at least cook a little. But Zhang Qian from the art group, the man who has been playing the violin since he can remember, knows nothing about cooking. After he almost blew up the kitchen, the outgoing Wei Yong dragged him to Ming Siren. "Forget it. You should come with us, or you might hurt your violinist hand." Zhang Qian coughed lightly. His ears felt a little hot. "Sorry. Wei Yong, don't be sorry. I'm not a good cook either. We are all hanging out with Brother Ran now. Let Brother Ran teach us later." Zhang Qian glanced at Ming Siren. The man stood by the sink, peeling a potato in his hand. His fingers were long and slender, and his movements were as neat and tidy as a surgeon. He peeled off the long and thin potato skin, like a work of art. Zhang Qian was stunned, and followed Wei Yong to shout, "Brother Ran is so awesome." Wei Yong, right. A treasure man. Ming Siren paused. Why is it so disgusting? The netizens who commented on the comments had already laughed so hard. Go away. What going on with 2 grown men shyly surrounding Brother C. Ran? What the hell is Brother C. Ran? I'm really dying of laughter. To be honest, Sister Qiao and Brother C. Ran seem to be naturally popular. They are very popular wherever they go. It really their charisma. Zhang Qian, Wei Yong and their girlfriends, all crowded around Ming Si Ran's side. It was very lively, which was different from the obvious coldness of Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu's side. More than an hour later, the dishes were finally served. Chapter 631, Mr. Ming Large-Scale Fan-Gathering Scene. Since Wei Yong and Zhang Qian dishes were all taught by Ming Siren, they automatically withdrew, and the 4 girlfriends chose the best dishes from Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao. The lid was opened, and the fragrant dishes appeared in front of them. The dishes made by Jiang Qiao were gorgeous, and they were eye-catching. Shin Mumu naturally chose her boyfriend. She smiled sweetly, and said to everyone, "Jiang Qiao father is a chef, so his cooking skills are very good, everyone should eat more." Han Jia and Wan Na stretched out their chopsticks, picked up some food and tasted it, but said nothing. Instead, they turned their chopsticks to the dishes made by Ming Siren, especially the fish. After tasting it, their eyes lit up. "Okay. After tasting it, who do you think is the best dish among the 4 girlfriends?" the staff asked. Shin Mumu pointed to her boyfriend without hesitation, and said, "My boyfriend dishes are really delicious." Jiang Qiao smiled at her, but Han Jia and Wan Na did not choose Jiang Qiao. "I think Mr. Ming fish is very good, fresh and tender." One aside, yes. Yes. Yes, I think so too. Ming is a perfect man. Even cooking fish is so perfect. Jiang Qiao raised her hand. "Seriously, I choose Mr. Ming too." Her Mr. Ming was looking at her and laughing. His eyes made all the netizens fall to their knees. "Okay, it seems that Mr. Ming is the winner of the dinner. Congratulations, Mr. Ming." Everyone applauded immediately. Shin Mumu looked at Ming Siren, who was in the limelight, pursed her lips, and then smiled brightly, saying, "I won't say anything about Jiang Qiao. After all, Mr. Ming is Jiang Qiao's boyfriend." But why did Han Jia and Wan Na choose Mr. Ming? Is it because Mr. Ming taught your boyfriend how to cook that you were bought? Han Jia and Wan Na were stunned when they heard this, and couldn't help but look at her. Shin Mumu has a typical sweet appearance, and seems to be the youngest among them. At this moment, she met their gazes, blinked her innocent eyes, and asked aloud. However, what she said made the 2 of them feel uncomfortable. What does it mean to be bribed? But Shin Mumu seemed to be just acting like a spoiled child, and she didn't seem to have any other intentions. So the 2 of them didn't know what to say. Wan Na laughed dryly. "No. Mr. Ming cooking is really delicious." On the other hand, Jiang Qiao dishes only focused on the appearance. The dishes were already cold, and a little raw. Shin Mumu curved her eyes, and said lightly, "Okay. Then let's take it as it is." Wan Na. Hard, her fists hardened. Then the program team added a few more dishes to them. After dinner, they sat in the living room, and got to know each other. The staff of the program team said, "Girls, please tell us about your boyfriend's strengths and weaknesses." Shin Mumu was very lively. She smiled and said, "I go first." During the time they spent together, she had left everyone with the impression that she was a crazy show-off for her husband. This moment was no exception. She hugged Jiang Qiu's arm and praised him without any reservation. Jiang Qiu has too many advantages. He can dance, he is also a good actor, he can play games, he is a computer expert. And he learns everything very quickly. In my eyes, he is a very, very powerful person. She looked at Jiang Qiu and smiled at him. I don't think anyone can compare to him. What about his shortcomings? I don't think he has any shortcomings. Wan Na stroked her arm in a place where there was no camera, smoothing out the goosebumps that appeared on her body. What the hell? Is Mr. Jiang a computer expert? The staff asked curiously. Jiang Qiu likes to play games very much and is very good at it. Netizens basically know this. But they don't know that he is actually a computer expert. Without waiting for Jiang Qiu to speak, Shin Mumu spoke up first. Yes. Jiang Qiu was appreciated by the top hacker Z in China before. Jiang Qiu coughed lightly, smiled, and said, "It nothing." Although he said this, he was obviously proud of it. The staff didn't know who the Z was that Shin Mumu was talking about. But some netizens who were watching the live broadcast knew about it. When they heard Shin Mumu say this, they were immediately surprised. Jiang Qiu was also appreciated by Z? Then his level must be not low. Fuck, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I thought he was just an ordinary star before. Now I have a new respect for him. Jiang Qiu is a very talented male star. Otherwise Shin Mumu wouldn't be so obsessed with him after getting to know him. You will know that he is really handsome. Yes, there are too many excellent men in this world, and your father Ming is not the only one who is awesome. In front, praise Jiang Qiu if you want. Why are you talking about my father Ming? Are you sick? After the staff asked Shin Mumu, then asked Jiang Qiu, so what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of your boyfriend? Jiang Qiu glanced at the man next to her. Ming Siren also looked at her, with a slightly raised eyebrow, looking interested, seemingly waiting for her answer. Jiang Qiu thought for a while. As for the advantages, good looks? After waiting for a long time, the staff could not hear her say anything else, said, "That all? That it?" Even he can name dozens of Ming advantages without hesitation. What are you doing as his girlfriend? Jiang Qiu ignored the staff. After she finished speaking, she began to think about his shortcomings. She said, "If it about shortcomings, let me think about it. His." She looked like she was going to think about his shortcomings. Ming Siren. However, after 10 seconds of hissing, she couldn't hiss out anything. Netizens in the barrage. What? Why do you embarrass yourself? Seeing Ming Siren letting Jiang Qiu bully him, the staff said, "What do you think are Miss Qiu's strengths and weaknesses?" Didn't I say that? Jiang Qiu protested immediately. Staff, didn't you say it? Jiang Qiu. Ming Siren glanced at Jiang Qiu lazily with a smile, and said, as for the shortcomings, Miss Jiang Qiu is very willful, has a bad temper, gets angry easily, and likes to quarrel with others and bully others. With every word he said, Jiang Qiu's eyes widened a little, but Ming Siren showed no sign of stopping. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but lower her voice and said to him, "Am I that bad?" Ming Siren's voice was low and sexy. Sitting on the sofa, his posture was lazy and noble. He looked at her and continued, "As for the advantages, she is very rich?" Jiang Qiu, very good. You want a divorce, right? Seeing Jiang Qiu's cheeks puffed up with anger, he couldn't help but smile, and said slowly, "She is very cute. I love her so much." Chapter 632. Hearing him say that, the netizens immediately responded. I knew he would say that. I knew it. It just dog food. I just eat it. I covered my mouth tightly, trying not to make any noise. Woo woo woo. We all know you love her so much. We all saw it. Jiang Qiu's hair was smoothed down by his words. She hummed twice, involuntarily raised the corners of her mouth, sat up straight and glanced at him, with a little pride in her voice. Next time you want to praise me, just praise me directly. Don't beat around the bush. You just love me so much. Ming Siren smiled and glanced at her, and said indulgently, "Yes, you are right." The interaction between the two not only made netizens eat a lot of dog food, but also made the staff on the scene burst with girlish hearts, with ant smiles on their faces. Everyone's attention was focused on Ming Siren and Jiang Qiu. Shin Mumu hugged Jiang Qiu's arm, watching this scene, and was not very happy. Since it was the first day, after several groups of guests finished chatting, the program team asked everyone to rest. Before leaving, the staff of the program team called the girlfriends and gave 4 of them a small task. The boyfriends have worked hard today. Can the beautiful girlfriends give them a small reward when they go back? One Na raised her eyebrows. What small reward? For example, pounding the legs and kneading the shoulders? Of course. If the girlfriends don't want to do it, we won't force them. But the boyfriend will look a little pitiful. Especially when the words unwilling to do were mentioned. The staff glanced at Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao? Question mark. What does it mean? What are you looking at her for? The staff looked at her cautiously. Mr. Ming performed very well today. Sister Qiao should be willing to reward Mr. Ming. Right? Jiang Qiao. Right? The staff asked again with a smile. These staff members must have been bribed by Ming Siren. Why are they so supportive of him? In order to avoid suspicion from the boyfriends, after giving the small tasks, they let the girlfriends leave. But before they left, the staff still shouted to Jiang Qiao back, Sister Qiao, you will definitely do it. Right? Jiang Qiao didn't even turn her head. I know. I know. Of course, I will treat him well. I don't know why they are suspicious of him. Isn't she gentle enough to Ming Siren? It's really strange that they are all like this. The program team prepared 4 small apartments for the 4 guests, each with a different style. The art group placed various musical instruments, and a piano was placed in the living room. The sports group apartment was equipped with sports equipment, while the idol group took a warm and cozy route. Then, the camera finally showed Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao apartment. Barrage? What up with this completely different style? Brothers, type the word upper class on the public screen. Ha ha ha. Did the 2 fathers secretly give money to the program team? Is this an apartment or a palace? At this time, seemingly to explain this obvious double standard, the program team gave the program sponsor a shot, which clearly read sponsored by Ming Group in large letters. Netizens in the barrage. Okay. I understand. Jiang Qiao then followed Ming Siren. The man glanced at her and asked casually, what did the program team ask you to do just now? Jiang Qiao, nothing. By the way, she took out an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Ming Siren. This is the reward from the program team for winning the dinner. There was a wad of money in the envelope, which could be used in the next task. Ming Siren took a look, raised his eyebrows, and put it on the table. He loosened his collar, raised his legs and prepared to go upstairs to take a shower. Jiang Qiao glanced at him and called out, Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming paused, and when he heard her call him that, he turned his head, put one hand in his trouser pocket, glanced at her with a half smile, and said in a low, lazy and sexy voice, Mr. Ming is here. Jiang Qiao, do you want to do something comfortable? Hearing this very ambiguous sentence, Ming Siren was silent for a moment, and asked her, how do you feel comfortable? Jiang Qiao raised her chin, pointed to the big sofa in the living room, and said to him, go lie down there. Ming Siren looked at her for 2 seconds, chuckled slowly, and said, not so good. There are so many people watching. Sit over there. Hurry up. Jiang Qiao rolled up her sleeves. I won't do it if it's too late. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds, then turned around, walked to the sofa obediently, and lay down on it as she said. The man was tall and had long legs, and his shoulders and back were stretched. He was good-looking no matter how he looked. When the camera was turned to him, a large number of comments on the screen instantly passed by. My husband has a slim waist and long legs. I love him so much. Sister Qiao makes me laugh every day. God damn. Do something comfortable. What if Ming father misunderstands me? Sob. I'm still immersed in Ming father words. Ming is always here. How can this man be so sweet? How can he be? Jiang Qiao walked towards Ming Siren, then leaned down, and her hand fell on the man's shoulder and back, and rubbed it twice. Jiang Qiao, how is the strength? Ming Siren said lazily, that it? Tell me where you feel uncomfortable. Ming Siren snorted, I feel uncomfortable all over. Jiang Qiao pretended not to hear, and went up to rub him randomly. But he didn't know where Ming Siren was touched, and the man smiled and dodged to the side. Jiang Qiao found it immediately, and her cat eyes lit up instantly. She approached like a little devil. You are ticklish. Right? Ming Siren had a bad feeling, but Jiang Qiao's little claws had already reached out to him, and her soft hands touched his waist, and she caught him and ravaged him. Ming Siren tried to hide to the side, but he couldn't hide no matter what he did. He laughed, turned over, and his eyes were red at the corners. He warned her, Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao, aren't you feeling uncomfortable all over? Ming Siren stared at her without blinking. As soon as Jiang Qiao's arm moved, He immediately grabbed her hand. His nervous look made Jiang Qiao laugh. She leaned over and touched his head. Why are you so cute? Brother Siren? Ming Siren's clothes were slightly messed up because of his previous actions. Jiang Qiao pulled out his shirt to tickle him. The hem was lifted up, and the corners of the man's eyes were red. His peach blossom eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and he looked like a demon. In the impression of netizens, Ming Siren always wears a shirt and trousers, and looks noble and lazy. They have never seen him like this. At this moment, everyone was stunned, especially now that the hem of Ming Siren's clothes was lifted up, revealing his abdominal lines. Chapter 633. The tight and graceful lines were exposed to everyone's sight. The netizens in the barrage were silent. Everyone looked at the man in the camera. After a few seconds, they took a breath slowly. May I ask what they saw? Fuck. Ah. I finally saw Ming Father abdominal muscles. This man is so fucking sexy. The man muscles are not exaggerated, just the right lines, slightly tense, every inch is tempting. Especially at this moment. His peach blossom eyes were smiling. His breathing was rising and falling. And his eyes were only focused on Jiang Qiao. His posture was both seductive and lustful. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Qiao was very different. And netizens could feel the overflowing hormones through the screen. The two just looked at each other. But netizens couldn't help blushing, and their hearts were beating fast. Jiang Qiao realized belatedly that there were cameras filming everywhere. When she saw Ming Siren's appearance at the moment, her eyelids jumped, and she quickly pulled down his clothes, covering her tightly, and her cat eyes swept towards the cameras at work, glaring at them. Then Jiang Qiao turned around, tied up Ming Siren's clothes, buttoned up the top button for him, and said to him expressionlessly, "As a man, you must protect yourself when you are outside." Ming Siren. She pulled Ming Siren up, and didn't want to tickle him anymore. Let go upstairs. Ming Siren let her pull him up. His eyebrows and eyes were sexy. His posture was indulgent and lazy. Netizens of the barrage. She is anxious. She is anxious. She is anxious. Don't go, we haven't seen enough. I can watch this kind of affectionate scene forever. Thanks to the two of them for being on this show. Although I have been a fan of them for a long time, I never knew that they get along like this in their daily lives. It's so sweet. +1. Ming Father is so young when facing Chiejia. It turns out that he can also smile like that. I can't describe the feeling. Anyway. It good. Heart. Moving. Ah. I really like watching them together. This little interaction between Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren set a new record for the number of viewers. The comments were full of exclamations of being too sweet. At the same time, in the bedroom with the curtains drawn, when Nanchuan's phone was also playing the scene just now, he looked at the loving couple with an unpredictable look in his eyes. The screen was full of comments saying that the two were a good match. He looked for a while, reached out to turn off the phone, and walked into the bathroom with a blank expression. The next day, after breakfast, the four couples came to the living room where they stayed yesterday. Shin Mumu and Jiang Qiao were the first to arrive. She looked at Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao, who followed closely, and her eyes swept around Ming Siren, then smiled and greeted the two. Good morning, Sister Jiang Qiao. After saying this, she paused again, and said to Ming Siren, Morning, Mr. Ming. Jiang Qiao glanced at her, and said casually, Morning. Both of these couples are good-looking couples. But when Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren stood here, Shin Mumu and Jiang Qiao looked much duller. They seemed to be suppressed by these two people everywhere. Shin Mumu pursed her lips, and after a while of silence, she suddenly said to Ming Siren, I heard Mr. Ming say yesterday that you don't have any special skills? Ming Siren was suddenly called out. He glanced at the woman who was talking to him, but did not say anything. I thought a rich young man like you would know everything. It seems that what is shown in TV dramas is not necessarily true. Shin Mumu smiled harmlessly. She stared at Ming Siren, blinking her big eyes. Because of this appearance, she looked sweet and innocent. She smiled and glanced at Jiang Qiao again. Her tone sounded more like a joke. Will Sister Jiang Qiao find you boring? After all, our Sister Jiang Qiao seems to know everything. Jiang Qiao. Boring? Who? Ming Siren? She glanced at the man beside her and was silent. What is this woman talking about? Ming Siren heard this and seemed to smile. He lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Qiao and asked her lightly, Do you think I'm boring? Jiang Qiao was speechless. Of course not. Shin Mumu couldn't help laughing. You two have a really good relationship, but it's true, Mr. Ming must have had a lot of heavy schoolwork since he was a child because he was going to inherit such a big company at home, so he must have had no energy to play anything else. Unlike us, we only know how to learn some messy things since we were young. She looked at her boyfriend beside her, but fortunately, she learned well, so she is not embarrassed otherwise. It would be a joke for Mr. Ming. Jiang Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. What the hell is this woman? Her little eyes flew to Shin Mumu in a flash, and her coral radar was beeping. Just when she was about to speak, Ming Siren held her little head and turned her head towards him. Jiang Qiao struggled, frowning. What? Let her tear it. Let her tear it. Ming Siren just looked at her and smiled, without saying anything. While they were in a stalemate, one odd voice came from outside. How come Mr. Ming has no special skills? Mr. Ming's special skill is that he is very good at making money. Others can't learn it even if they want to. She glanced at Shin Mumu, who was hugging Jiang Qiao, and said that her boyfriend was the best, and imitated her tone, pinching her throat and said, anyway, some people can never compare to them. Han Jia echoed, yes. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren looked at the other two couples who were coming. Wei Yong greeted Ming Siren first. Good morning, Brother Ran. Zheng Qian also imitated him and called, good morning, Brother Ran. Shin Mumu pretended not to understand what Wana meant, and raised her eyebrows. Good morning, Sister Wana. Wana is a straightforward person, and in their sports circle, everyone always says what they think. She really doesn't like Shin Mumu roundabout ways. Hearing Shin Mumu greeting, she just nodded to her, and her attitude was obviously a little colder than yesterday. Shin Mumu glanced at her and said nothing. Before the live broadcast began, the staff of the program team came to communicate some details with the guests. They came to Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu and whispered, I heard that Teacher Jiang is a computer expert and has been appreciated by Hacker Z. We temporarily adjusted a few tasks, which may be related to computers. Let you solve some problems. Is it okay, Teacher Jiang? This is to show Jiang Qiao ability, clearly a fan-attracting operation, to put it bluntly. A win-win situation for the program team and the guests, only a fool would refuse. Shin Mumu looked at Jiang Qiao, his eyes were bright. Jiang Qiao received the signal from his girlfriend, raised his eyebrows, and nodded. Of course, I have no problem, the program team can arrange it. Chapter 634. With his confident words, the program team was relieved, and said a few more words to him before leaving. During the communication between the program team and Jiang Qiao, Shin Mumu was like a human pendant from beginning to end, sticking to Jiang Qiao, as if her boyfriend was so great, and she was proud of it. Wana had seen the weirdness of Shin Mumu, and pulled the corners of her mouth. I really don't know where she got the courage to compare her boyfriend with a big CEO. Is she crazy? Are little stars comparable to Party A father? Even if she is from the sports circle, she knows how big the gap is between the two. And she actually thinks that Mr. Ming is not as good as her boyfriend. I really don't understand what her brain is made of. After briefly explaining the process, the live broadcast officially began. Barrage, here it comes. This GRN fan is the first to rush in. Hey, I didn't sleep well yesterday, and my mind was full of Mr. Ming tempting abdominal muscles. +1 for abdominal muscles. TSK, the barges are all old perverts. Since the boyfriends worked hard to prepare dinner for their girlfriends yesterday, today it's the turn of the beautiful girlfriends to do something for their boyfriends. The staff looked like they were going to stir up trouble, and asked the four men in front of them, do any boyfriends have anything they've always wanted their girlfriends to do? Wei Yong put his hand on Zheng Qian. Even if there is, how dare we say anything? Zheng Qian nodded. The staff smiled and said, it's different today. You can make requests. Really? Wei Yong glanced at Wan Na's face. Will they not be angry? Staff, I don't think your beautiful girlfriends are so petty. Right? Wan Na met Wei Yong's gaze and shrugged, whatever. You can carry it. After receiving a positive answer, Wei Yong coughed lightly. I've always wanted my girlfriend to do this. After a pause, he said, my girlfriend always says that I think she's too heavy. So now I ask Ms. Wan Na to hold me, and walk around the hall 3 times. Wan Na? ? She looked up and looked at Wei Yong. The man came over, hugged his girlfriend's neck and jumped up. Wan Na subconsciously hugged his legs. The weight of the athlete was there, and the weight pressed down. Wan Na groaned and almost cursed. Wei Yong, thank you for your hard work. Ms. Wan Na. Wana. The netizens in the barrage laughed so hard. Ha ha ha. Brother Young's desire to survive is really zero. Brother Young, you are really brave. Wona gritted her teeth, held her silly boyfriend, and walked around the hall 3 times. Then it was the art group. Zheng Kaiyan also made a harmless request. Hanjia did it. Both the barrage environment and the atmosphere on the scene were very good. Next it was the turn of Jiang Qiu and Shin Mumu. However, Jiang Qiu said, I don't have anything I want my girlfriend to do. I think as a man, I should take care of and pamper my girlfriend more. It's okay to take on more responsibilities. I can't bear to let her do anything. Shin Mumu's cheeks were slightly red, and she couldn't stop smiling. The staff coughed lightly and said, what if you have to choose one? Jiang Qiu thought about it awkwardly and finally said to Shin Mumu, then, just kiss me. Chapter 635. Shin Mumu stood on tiptoe slightly and kissed him on the face. The two looked loving and sweet. But when Jiang Qiu said this, Wei Yong and Zheng Kaiyan felt awkward, as if they were not as considerate and caring as him if they asked for something from their girlfriend. Because of Jiang Qiu's words, when it was Ming Siren's turn, it seemed that whether he asked for something or not was a little subtle. The staff asked, is there anything that Mr. Ming wants Sister Qiao to do? Upon hearing this, Shin Mumu glanced at Jiang Qiu and reached out to hug her boyfriend's arm. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiu, who was frowning and wondering what she was thinking, and raised his eyebrows slightly, saying with a smile, let me think about it. Seeing that he was about to make a request, Shin Mumu smiled and said, Mr. Ming is willing to give it up? Her voice was soft and her appearance was well behaved, so this sentence sounded more like a joke. Ming Siren put his hand on Jiang Qiu's shoulder and said in a lazy tone, equal relationship. What does it have to do with whether you are willing to give it up or not? Right. Mr. Jiang? Jiang Qiu raised her chin slightly, looking like a cool girl. She said generously, of course. I will satisfy you no matter what you ask. After hearing Ming Siren reply, netizens in the barrage were immediately excited. Ah! I kneeled down to Ming Father. I really kneeled down to him. What is high IQ and high EQ? In one sentence, she not only criticized Shin Mumu, but also defended Brother Young and the others, and gave Sister Qiao respect. I love him so much. Yes. Why do you assume that women are naturally fragile and must be pampered by men? My Sister Qiao is also a boss. In a love that is evenly matched. She can also pamper Ming Father. Okay. My Sister Qiao is so cool. They both really tickle my fancy. Insert a word, although Jiang Shen CP is sweet, it a bit too sweet, and what he just said really embarrassed everyone. Luckily Ming Father replied perfectly. Ming Siren's words directly attracted a lot of fans. Not only a group of netizens in the barrage were tickled by his cuteness, the staff on the scene also smiled like Andes. Hanjia held one hand and couldn't stop being excited. What kind of godly man is this? After this small segment, the production team arranged a vehicle and changed the location to film the next content. When she came out of the hall, Shin Mumu's face was not very good, and she did not let the camera follow her. Jiang Qiu walked to her side and whispered something to her. She could vaguely hear words like hacker and crush him. After a while, Shin Mumu's emotions were gradually calmed down. After coaxing her, the two got on the last car. Wona and Hanjia saw this scene, and Wona couldn't help muttering, you really have high aspirations. Where on earth did they get the confidence to compete with that Ming Father? Who gave them the courage? Hanjia couldn't help laughing. At the same time, she felt that she seemed to understand why Jiang Qiu and Ming Siren had so many fans. Those two people were really too charming. It was hard not to be attracted by them. Anyway, I think it will be interesting next. Hanjia was in a very relaxed state of mind, and even wanted to watch the fun. It would be strange if those two fathers suffered. Since Jiang Qiu revealed that he was a computer expert, the program team task began to move towards this aspect. Jiang Qiu was also very confident in creating the next highlight moment. Chapter 636. The vehicle was heading to a well-known university. The program team had contacted the person in charge of the university before, arranged the program flow, and now the vehicle drove in unimpeded. The students are in class now, and they didn't know you were coming. The person in charge of the university walked in front, and the cameraman Jiang Qiu and others followed. After briefly explaining the situation, the group walked into a large classroom. In the classroom, more than a dozen students sat in their seats, each with a computer in front of them, and the light was a little dim. They were discussing something in a low voice. And when they heard the noise, they subconsciously looked up. When they saw the person standing at the door, they were obviously stunned. And then, there was a burst of surprised shouts. Fuck. What going on? It Jiang Qiao. It really her. The familiar teacher came over, smiled and motioned them to lower their voices. Keep it down. After everyone quieted down, she explained to the students, today a star came to our school to shoot a program. Everyone should understand. The young students were so excited that they kept talking to each other and looking at the students. Teacher Li, what are they going to do? A male student asked curiously. Teacher Li did not answer him immediately, but said to Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu, at about 10 o'clock, our school will have a competition with a foreign security research team. Teacher Jiang seems to be a computer expert. Would you like to participate in this competition with my students? Obviously. This was the segment arranged by the program team for him to show off his skills. Jiang Qiao glanced at the college students in front of him, smiled and nodded, of course I am willing. After receiving this answer, Teacher Li turned his head and said to the students, Teacher Jiang has been appreciated by the top computer experts in China. You should learn a lot from him. The students responded loudly. Shin Mumu held Jiang Qiao's hand. Feeling happy? Teacher Li nodded. And the staff of the program team said to Jiang Qiao and others, then Teacher Jiang and Teacher Shin stay here. Let go. The other CPs had other tasks. But just as they were about to leave, a disappointed voice came from the students. Sister Qiao is not staying here. The disappointment on the face of the contemporary male college student should not be too obvious. Shin Mumu pursed her lips, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared a little. Hearing this, Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows, walked over in high heels, took the notebook in front of the male student who was talking, and signed her name on him in a flamboyant manner. Seeing this scene, there was a booing sound immediately from the surroundings, and the male student was so excited that his face turned red, and he praised loudly, Sister Qiao. You are so beautiful. Jiang Qiao snorted, I know. A burst of laughter suddenly came from all around. At this time, Shin Mumu said softly to the staff of the program group, since Sister Jiang Qiao is so popular, why not let Sister Jiang Qiao and Mr. Ming stay here? We can't let the students down. The program group didn't expect Shin Mumu to suddenly make such a request, and they were stunned. Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu stayed here, because Jiang Qiao is a computer expert, and this task is specially designed for him. But Ming Siren is not a computer expert. Why do he and Jiang Qiao stay here? When the competition starts later, are they staying here to be awkward background boards? Chapter 637. The students didn't know the whole story, but when they heard that Jiang Qiaoming and Siren might stay here, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they looked at the two expectantly. The staff coughed lightly, and in the quiet atmosphere, they had to explain to Shin Mumu and the expectant students in a low voice, Teacher Jiang Qiao knowledge is too professional, and we ordinary people can't get involved, and Sister Qiao and President Ming have other things to do, so we won't stay here. Shin Mumu spoke at this time because she wanted to hear this sentence. After listening to what the staff said, she felt refreshed and her displeasure, just now, was instantly swept away. She smiled on her sweet face and said to the students apologetically, Sister Jiang Qiao and Mr. Ming are not good at this. It seems that I can't help you. After that, she turned her head to look at Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. The man was lazy and expressionless, while the woman glanced at her coldly, and her expression was obviously unhappy. Shin Mumu looked at Jiang Qiao, smiled, waved her hand, and said goodbye. Looking reluctant, then Sister Jiang Qiao. See you later. Jiang Qiao. After coming out of the classroom, the staff told the other guests about the next process. Compared with Shin Mumu and Jiang Qiao, the tasks of the remaining couples were much simpler. It seems that Jiang Qiao is the protagonist today? Looking at the content on the task card, Wan Na pulled the corner of her mouth. We are all supporting roles. The live broadcast also has a focus. Jiang Qiao and Shin Mumu are the main focus today, and they probably won't have many shots. Han Jia didn't say anything, but thinking of Shin Mumu's smug look just now, she couldn't help but frown. Forget it, let go. Jiang Qiao and the others also have tasks to do, but as Wan Na said, the protagonist today is Jiang Qiao, so after filming them for a while, the camera quickly cut back to Jiang Shin CP. Jiang Qiao has rolled up his sleeves and sat behind the computer, with a college student next to him. He asked the student for basic information, typed a few words, and touched the keyboard to get familiar with the feel. Although he hasn't officially started yet, his posture is already quite impressive. Suddenly I think Jiang Qiao is so handsome. +1. I didn't think Jiang Qiao was that good at first. But when he sat in front of the computer, I suddenly got it. Men with a skill are really amazing. I feel that she is much more attractive than those men who are simply good-looking. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think so too, come on. Brother Jiang Qiu. Wait for someone to bring glory to the country. Shin Mumu is so cute sitting next to her. Ha ha ha. The comments were all full of expectations for Jiang Qiu, especially the CP fans of the two, who kept saying that Jiang and Shin were the sweetest in the world. Shin Mumu held her face, and leaned very close to Jiang Qiu. Her eyes were full of admiration for him, and the cameraman gave the too many interactive shots. After a while, some people got impatient. Please give some shots of other people, too. I've been watching for a long time. Why are they all Jiang Qiu and Shin Mumu? My Xiaoran couple. Why are there so few shots of them today? I want to see Ming father. Please give him more shots. Are you annoyed by the previous one? Your Ming father has few shots because what he does is boring. He is not a computer expert. Why is he looking for a sense of existence in the Jiang Shin couple segment? Chapter 638. That right. I think Ming Siren and Jiang Qiu have too many scenes. Capital is awesome. They are willing to spend money to promote themselves. Am I the only one who doesn't like Ming Siren? Isn't it just that his face is a little prettier? There's nothing special about him. Why are so many people crazy about him? I still think Jiang Qiu is more handsome. On the screen, countless comments scrolled by at once. And these comments from Jiang Shin CP fans almost instantly angered the fans of Ming Siren and Jiang Qiu who were watching the live broadcast. Just a prettier face? Nothing special? Are these people blind? Qiu fans have always been the kind that don't make trouble unless someone messes with them. Now someone is cursing at the future brother-in-law. How can you tolerate this? In addition, Ming Siren already has countless fans who like his looks. Seeing these weird comments, he immediately turned on the irritable Zon mode. For a while, the comments were full of fans from both sides. Until almost 10 o'clock, when the competition was about to start, the arguments in the comments gradually subsided. But despite this, one or two sentences from the fans of Jiang Shin CP can still be seen on the screen from time to time. Soon after, the pointer pointed to 10 o'clock, and the competition officially began. The team that held the competition with the students of our college was a well-known foreign security team. Among the netizens who commented on the bullet screen, there were fans of the guests, and some fans who came to the competition because of their reputation. Among them, there were some programmers who were familiar with computers. I heard that Jiang Qiu was appreciated by Hacker Z, so he came here to learn some technology. I've heard of this foreign team, which is very powerful, and this is going to be interesting. Most people couldn't understand what they were doing, but it didn't stop them from thinking they were powerful, especially when they saw a series of codes appearing on the computer screens of Jiang Qiu and the students. Even the passers-by who were watching the excitement were inexplicably excited. Fuck. Jiang Qiu looks so handsome. I don't know how impressive it is, our young people. Go ahead. The atmosphere was tense, and the netizens were staring at the screen intently, without blinking. The students sitting in the classroom did not look as relaxed as these netizens. Since they could sit here, their abilities were naturally impeccable, but at this moment, they found that this foreign security research team was much stronger than they had imagined, and under the continuous sabotage offensive, they gradually fell behind. A male student sitting next to Jiang Qiu pursed his lips. He glanced at the computer in front of Jiang Qiu and wanted to say something. But when he saw the cameraman filming, he held back and looked a little annoyed. Jiang Qiu raised his hand and touched the back of his head. A few minutes later, the domestic students lost the first round of the system attack and defense. The male student sitting next to Jiang Qiu cursed, and several students frowned and looked in Jiang Qiu's direction. What wrong? Seeing that Jiang Qiu looked unhappy, Shin Mumu hurriedly asked. Netizens didn't know what happened yet, and immediately pricked up their ears. The opponent is too strong. Jiang Qiu stared at the screen, sighed, leaned back, rubbed his stiff wrist, and said with a gloomy face, "We lost the first game." Shin Mumu heard Jiang Qiu's depressed tone, and comforted him softly. It doesn't matter. We still have a chance next time. It doesn't matter? Jiang Qiu nodded, took the water next to him, and drank a sip. Chapter 639. Shin Mumu beside him gently reached out and brushed the hair on his forehead. She was considerate and caring, and her behavior showed the closeness between lovers. The student sitting on the other side of him threw the mouse aside, and closed his eyes, and didn't want to talk. He lost in the first round. Netizens who had high expectations for Jiang Qiu were naturally disappointed. Ah. How did he lose in the first round? What going on? However, only a small number of people posted such comments. Most netizens were relatively tolerant. First, most netizens didn't understand the computer professional part very well, and it was difficult to evaluate. Second, this was only the first round. It was possible that he was not familiar with the opponent's situation and lost carelessly. There would be many opportunities in the future. So most of the comments were encouraging Jiang Qiu, telling him to do his best. The program team was a little surprised by this situation, and privately found the teacher, and asked, "How could you lose? Was this competition difficult?" Originally, this part was for Jiang Qiu to show off his skills, and to be on the safe side, their program team also said it was an ordinary competition. How could you lose? The teacher who was asked looked at Jiang Qiu, who was sitting in front of the computer, with a complicated expression. Just now, he paused, and said in a more tactful tone, maybe everyone was not familiar with each other at the beginning, and there were a few mistakes in the middle. Plus, the other team was really strong, and it should be fine in the next round. The program team heard the teacher say this, nodded, and breathed a sigh of relief. That good. Before the second round of the competition, several shots were given to other groups of guests. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were very leisurely, and they completed the tasks assigned by the program team in advance. However, they were recognized by the students in the middle of the task, and they were surrounded and asked for autographs and photos. The two were surrounded by a lot of excitement. After briefly introducing the other guests, the camera switched back to Jiang Qiu and Shin Mumu. The classroom had already started the intense second round of the competition. Shin Mumu sat next to Jiang Qiu, looking at the computer screen. Although she couldn't understand anything, it didn't stop her from looking serious. Netizens could feel her admiration and trust for her boyfriend through the screen. Jiang and Shin are really sweet. Shin Mumu is so cute, the admiring eyes are unbearable for any man. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. His. It seems that I'm the only one who feels so awkward. I have goosebumps. If you feel awkward, just go away. What are you looking at that not awkward? Time passed by. The teacher frowned slightly. The student sitting next to Jiang Qiu cursed in a low voice, looked at Jiang Qiu, who was staring at the computer next to him, and seemed very serious, and instantly had the urge to smash the keyboard. The other team is strong, but they have a hindrance. It really amazing. A few minutes later, in the second round of the competition, the students' team lost again. Jiang Qiu slammed the table hard and cursed. The student sitting next to him closed his eyes, and suddenly wanted to hit him after seeing his behavior. What wrong? Shin Mumu was stunned, and hurriedly looked at the computer screen, and asked Jiang Qiu in surprise, "Did you lose again? How could it be?" Jiang Qiu rubbed his face, sighed, and smiled bitterly. "There's nothing I can do. The other side is really strong." Chapter 640. He turned around and asked the student next to him, "What is the name of the other team?" The student ignored him. Jiang Qiu. The netizens who posted comments have not received satisfactory results, so some people are beginning to feel dissatisfied. Why did they lose again? They just lost a round, and now they lose again? Didn't they say that Jiang Qiu was appreciated by Hacker Z? What wrong with him now? I thought I could see Jiang Qiu show off his skills. Seeing that some people were dissatisfied with Jiang Qiu fans immediately refuted. Why are you so anxious? I really give up. Can you win the competition just because you want to? Victory and defeat are common. Okay. Competition between groups. Why blame Jiang Qiu for losing? No matter how good he is, he can't lead so many ordinary students. Okay. Forget about other things. The people sitting in this classroom are not ordinary students. Okay. Look up and see the names of the colleges. These are all serious academic gods. Because they lost this round again, the dissatisfaction of netizens increased. Jiang Qiu fans kept saying that it had nothing to do with Jiang Qiu, no matter how good he is. He can't lead so many people, and began to talk about too many bad teammates, and the other team was too good. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Jiang Qiu. However, some programmers have figured out something. Is this male star really someone who has been appreciated by Hacker Z? This technique doesn't look like it. Before the third game started, during the break, the door was pushed open from the outside, and light shone in. Everyone looked up at the door. It was Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren, who had completed the task ahead of time. Jiang Qiao walked in front, Ming Siren walked behind. The man put his hands in his pockets. His posture had a lazy and calm feeling. When Shin Mumu saw Jiang Qiao, her face tensed slightly. However, Jiang Qiao didn't even look at her, and pulled Ming Siren to sit aside to watch. Shin Mumu glanced at her, and then turned her eyes away. When the students saw the two of them coming back, they instantly perked up. The male and female gods came to watch them operate, so they couldn't embarrass themselves. The third game started soon. Jiang Qiao watched the students type a series of codes, and she whispered to the man next to her, "What are they doing?" Ming Siren sat in his seat, looking bored. He glanced up at the words and said nonchalantly, "How would I know?" Jiang Qiao pinched him, pretending, and continued to pretend. This caused the man to chuckle. He pinched her hand and said in a low, lazy and seductive voice, "Why do you always like to touch your brother outside?" After the third game started, Shin Mumu was inevitably a little nervous. If she lost 3 games in a row, especially when Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were still sitting there, she felt as if a stone was blocking her heart. She moved closer to Jiang Qiao. "I believe you." Jiang Qiao didn't say anything, his hands didn't stop, his brows were tightly knitted. The third round took longer than the first 2 rounds, and the whole space was very quiet. After losing one after another, the program team was also very worried. What wrong with Jiang Qiao? Let him show his skills, but he showed it in vain. The confrontation between the two sides continued, and everyone stared at the screen. However, time passed by, although the third round lasted longer, but the ending still didn't change, and he still lost. This time, not only Jiang Qiao, but also the students' mentality almost collapsed, and the classroom was full of crazy sighs. Chapter 641. Qiaoran fans, who were just implied by Jiangshan CP fans, were speechless and immediately started to mock Jiang Qiao. Is this the person that Hacker Z appreciates? That it? That it? What a boast! I participated in 3 games and lost all 3 games. I really laughed to death. Jiang Qiao fans were holding their breath because Jiang Qiao kept losing. When they saw these mockeries, they couldn't hold back and immediately sprayed back. What are you laughing to death? No matter what. My brother is better than your father, Ming. I really don't understand where they get the courage to mock us. Jiang Qiao fans, don't pay attention to these people. The popularity of the main character is not good, but finding a sense of existence is the first priority. Better than my father, Ming? Are all the Jiang Qiao fans crazy? Just when the fans of both sides were fighting fiercely, the computer screen in front of the students suddenly went black, and then a very funny smiley face suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. Whether it was the students in the classroom or the netizens watching the live broadcast, they all fell silent instantly. Everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts, and then, it also confirmed everyone guessed at the moment. A string of English slowly emerged under the smiley face, which was the foreign team mocking their technical garbage, and their contemptuous attitude was almost overflowing the screen. Those people even wrote that their dogs were much better than theirs. The faces of the people present suddenly turned ugly. What are these foreigners talking about? Jiang Qiao looked at the funny smiley face on the computer and sneered, "These people are so boring." He pushed the chair away and stood up, with his hands in his pockets, and his expression was obviously unhappy. People who don't respect their opponents have worrying qualities. I won't play with them anymore. Shin Mumu was stunned, and also stood up. Jiang Qiao walked past her and went out the door. "Sorry. I'm going out to get some fresh air." The most confused people at this moment are the production team. Who would have thought that such an accident would suddenly occur? Not only did they not film Jiang Qiao showing his skills, but all the ridicules were broadcasted. The moment netizens saw the ridicule, they exploded. Damn, these people are too much. I am so angry. What are we going to do to them? Why did Jiang Qiao go out? What are you afraid of? Let's kill these people together. The most angry people at this moment are the students. They were just arrogant teenagers. Unlike Jiang Qiao, who said lightly that he would not play with them, after seeing these ridicules, these students chose to confront them without any hesitation. The sound of keyboards was once again heard in the quiet room. The teenagers pursed their lips, stared at the screen, and looked serious. However, the opponent team was indeed strong. Even without Jiang Qiao, who was dragging them down, they would still have a hard time dealing with it. With the previous experience of losing 3 games in a row, netizens did not have much hope for their counterattack, especially now that Jiang Qiao had given up directly, which seemed even more hopeless. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Ming Siren looked at them lazily, his long legs crossed, his posture lazy, and he obviously had no intention of intervening. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a burning gaze falling on him. The man's eyelashes moved, turned his head, and saw Jiang Qiao staring at him with bright eyes. Ming Siren. 2 seconds later, he turned his head expressionlessly, pretending not to see it. Jiang Qiao saw that he ignored her, raised her leg and kicked him. Ming Siren turned his head, and saw that Jiang Qiao's excited eyes seemed to have 3 words written in them. Jiang Qiao, go! 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 Chapter 642. The air was quiet. Ming Siren decisively refused. I don't want it. Jiang Qiao seemed not to notice his refusal. She smiled at him with a sunny and innocent smile. Jiang Qiao, go! 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 He didn't want to go, so she reached out and pulled the corner of his clothes. When his eyes met hers, she even showed a particularly hypocritical look of admiration. My brother Siran is the most handsome in the world. Ming Siren. Ming Siren looked at her for a moment, and was actually amused by her appearance. He stretched out his hand and pinched Jiang Qiao's fair cheek, and gently pulled it out. Jiang Qiao was very good-tempered now. She would definitely open his hand at other times. But she was not angry at all at this moment. She just let him pinch her cheek. Her cat eyes curved into crescents, smiling at him, and she looked like she was obviously trying to please him. How cute she was. Ming Siren looked at Jiang Qiao's face, moved closer to her, and tried to find an excuse for himself. Don't you think it's strange for me to go out now? Jiang Qiao, I don't think so. Ming Siren continued, in fact, I have regressed a lot. What should I do if I embarrass you? Jiang Qiao looked at him with a smile. Ming Siren's eyelids twitched, and he reached out and pinched her face again. Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao couldn't hear it at all, and looked at him with sparkling eyes, and her voice was soft and pleasant, as if it wanted to drill straight into Ming Siren's heart. She said, brother is the best. Ming Siren. He looked at her for a few seconds, turned his face away, and coughed lightly. Then, in the quiet classroom, everyone saw the dignified and elegant man stand up, stride his long legs and calmly walk to the place where Jiang Qiao had just left. Ming Siren, the tall man who was easily charmed by the beauty trap, pulled out a chair and sat down next to the student next to him. When the student saw the man coming, he was obviously stunned. Others were also surprised, wondering why Ming Siren sat there. Want to watch the fun? Shen Mumu saw Ming Siren walk over and sit in the seat that belonged to Jiang Qiao, her brows furrowed all of a sudden. Netizens were also confused. What going on? Why did Ming father suddenly come over? I don't want to care about other people. Wow. Jiang Qiao brother, come back soon. Our team needs your help. The director was wondering what happened to Ming Siren, and just wanted to ask. The next second, he saw Ming Siren tap the page with the mouse a few times, then his slender fingers fell on the keyboard, and began to type skillfully and fluently. Everyone, ? The student next to him was startled, and hurried over, just about to stop him. His eyes fell on the computer interface, watching a series of complex and unfamiliar codes appear on the screen. After a few seconds, his eyes slowly widened. The netizens who were commenting on the barrage didn't know what was going on, and saw Ming Siren sitting there typing on the keyboard, and they were instantly confused. What going on? Why did Ming father suddenly interrupt? Among the netizens who were commenting on the barrage, Jiang Qiao fans were the most anxious and angry. At this moment, they saw Ming Siren sitting in Jiang Qiao position with a calm face, and they exploded all of a sudden. No, what going on? What going on? What he doing? I'm so angry. Can't you just stop making trouble at this time? When Shen Mumu saw the scene, his eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously took a few steps forward. What are you doing? Chapter 643. Shen Mumu asked what Jiang Qiao fans wanted to ask. However, the students in the classroom were staring at the computer screen. The staff of the program looked at each other, and Jiang Qiao was even less likely to pay attention to her. When she asked this question, no one paid attention. In the classroom, Ming Siren was wearing a white shirt, looking at the computer screen, with a rare serious expression. A good-looking man becomes more charming when he is focused. At this moment, his appearance is heartwarming. Jiang Qiao fans were still posting comments and making a scene, but Xiaoran fans looked at Ming Siren's extremely skilled movements, and a guess suddenly popped up in their minds. They trembled and excitedly began to type. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Could it be Ming father is also a computer expert? Fuck. I'm so confused. Sisters, it's very possible. Don't forget that this is a godly man. I wonder if Ming old fans still have any impression of him. He used to do something like black technology, but we were so focused on the CP of him and Xiao that we didn't pay attention. I remember. Not only in the past, but recently he taught the composer a lesson for Chiao. Didn't he suddenly appear in his live broadcast room? The things that they had ignored before are now connected together. When they think about it, Chiao fans are instantly excited. Ming father is not only not bad at this, but also an expert. What kind of comfortable plot is this? They looked at the man sitting in front of the computer, and their hearts were beating wildly. Jiang Qiu fans had praised him before, and if he was beaten by Ming father. However, as soon as the bullet comments of Qiao Ren fans came out, they were immediately besieged by Jiang Qiu fans. What a computer expert. What a lie. Qiao Ren fans really dare to flatter themselves. Seeing that Jiang Qiu is a computer expert, they immediately set up a computer expert persona for themselves. This couple is really amazing. I'm surprised. They are not short of money. Why are they so keen on setting up such a perfect persona for themselves in the entertainment industry? Jiang Qiu fans didn't believe Ming Siren at all, and believed that he created a persona for himself after seeing Jiang Qiu gain a lot of attention as a computer expert. After seeing these stupid comments from Jiang Qiu fans, Qiao Ren fans were so angry that they laughed. Are these people full of shit in their heads? Do they think that the president of a company is on the same level as their stupid brother? They even set up their own personas. Qiao Ren fans immediately fought back. When the fans of both sides were arguing fiercely, there was a sudden noise in the classroom. The fourth round of the competition finally came to a conclusion. We won. The student sitting next to Ming Siren had bright eyes, and his appearance was completely different from when Jiang Qiu was there. After he shouted this sentence, he immediately squeezed next to Ming Siren, staring at his computer screen, with excitement written on his eyes and eyebrows. Jiang Qiu had just come back from outside to get some fresh air. As soon as he came back, he heard the student shouting win. He was stunned and walked in surprise. Win? How is that possible? As soon as he walked in, he found that there was a man sitting in his seat. The man was in a lazy posture and his expression was more careless. He stood up and walked towards Jiang Qiu without any emotion. When the director heard the student shout win, he thought of Ming Siren's skillful operation just now, and he was stunned. After a long while, he said, "Could it be that Mr. Ming, you are also a computer expert?" Ming Siren glanced at him lightly. "No. I just type faster." Chapter 644. After saying that, he passed the director. Looking at his back, director, ? Typing faster? What are you talking about? Netizens had the same reaction. After being stunned for a moment, they were all shocked. Won? Fuck? Really? Did he really win against those foreigners? Fuck, who said he not good at this? Stand up. What the hell is not good at this? Did Ming Dad really do this? Ming Dad is awesome. The netizens in the barrage looked at the situation in front of them, and were shocked. Shin Mumu pupils narrowed slightly, and she looked at the tall and straight man. Ming Siren returned to Jiang Qiu's side, and at this moment, the woman sat in her seat with a serious look. Her long legs crossed, her back straight. Although she was trying to restrain herself, her secretly happy expression was still very obvious. It was the kind of proud little look of I tried hard to suppress the corners of my mouth from laughing, and come and see how awesome my man is. That look seemed to make her feel more satisfied than if she had successfully pretended to be awesome. At this time, Jiang Qiu seemed to notice someone was looking at her. She glanced over and met Shin Mumu's gaze. Jiang Qiu blinked. And then, as Shin Mumu suddenly tensed up, she raised her chin proudly and glanced at her condescendingly, as if she were a vicious villain. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to piss her off. Shin Mumu was also successfully pissed off. She immediately clenched her palms. This woman. This woman. Ming Siren saw Jiang Qiu's irritating scene. His shoulders trembled slightly. He couldn't help but laugh. He leaned over to get closer to her and lowered his voice. Dear, do you know that you are like a villain now? Jiang Qiu was very happy now, and didn't care what Ming Siren said, facing his beautiful peach blossom eyes. She snorted. Is there a villain as beautiful as me? Jiang Qiu still didn't believe that he was out for a while, and a losing game would suddenly turn into a win. He participated in 3 games, and said that the opponent was very powerful. If Ming Siren easily won, what would he become? He walked to his original position, and his eyes fell on the computer interface. But he couldn't see anything at the moment. Jiang Qiu pursed his lips, glanced at Ming Siren, and laughed dryly. How did Mr. Ming do it? When the opponent is so strong. Even I couldn't beat them just now. What happened in the middle? The student next to him was speechless when he heard this. What do you mean even you? Who does he think he is? Ming Siren heard this, glanced at Jiang Qiu, raised his eyebrows. The opponent is very strong? Jiang Qiu. Ming Siren put his hands on the chair, and he said lightly, not as fast as I type. The student sitting next to him burst out laughing. Jiang Qiu was completely silent. The things to be done in this university came to an end. Not long after, Han Juana and the other two CPs also finished their tasks and came here. On the way back, when I heard about this, I was also very surprised. While sighing at Ming Siren's strength, I looked at Shen Mumu and Jiang Qiu, who were different from before, and their faces became very ugly. I suddenly felt refreshed. What is crushing? This is it. Use the other party's strengths to beat the other party, Ming Siren and Jiang Qiu, you are worthy of it. Chapter 645. Because Ming Siren was suspected of being a computer expert, the internet suddenly became lively. Especially Jiang Qiu's fans had ridiculed Ming Siren for not being as good as Jiang Qiu, not being good at anything. Qiao Ran's fans certainly would not miss this opportunity, and immediately started to fight back. Under the live video comparing Ming Siren and Jiang Qiu posted by the marketing account, Qiao Ran's fans started to post comments with a smile. Top computer expert Jiang Qiu, fast typing Ming Dad, now let's see who is not as good as whom? Grin. Grin. Oh, I thought you were just good looking, but you're not good enough. Who wouldn't say how pitiful you are? Oh my goodness. So this is the person Hacker Z admires. I thought that all? Then I'm a computer expert. When it comes to being sarcastic, the battle-hardened Qiao Ran fans certainly won't lose to Jiang Qiu fans. Every word hits their nail on the head, and almost immediately arouses the anger of Jiang Qiu fans. Although their number of fans is not as large as that of Qiao Ran fans, it does not stop them from criticizing everyone they see. What are Qiao Ran fans so proud of? Didn't your father Ming just go up and type a few times on the keyboard? I didn't see the school teacher say that he won the game. How can he be better than our brother? I give up. You just want to take the credit for yourself? That right. There are so many students in the classroom. Couldn't they have done it? They were just lucky to be bumped into by your father Ming. What a boast. The official didn't say that Ming Siren won. But Jiang Qiu fans didn't believe it, and insisted that Ming Siren was just lucky. And the students cooperated well to win. Seeing Jiang Qiu fans controlling the comments for Jiang Qiu, they just refused to admit it no matter what. Qiao Ran fans. I feel really sorry for them. JPG just when Jiang Qiu fans were stubbornly refusing to admit it, and were still spewing dirty words. In the forums with more male netizens, they were also discussing this issue. A netizen asked such a question. I felt something after watching Ming Siren help University A win the Foreign Security Research Team today. I want to ask the experts in this field, what is the level of Ming Siren computer technology? As soon as this question was posted, someone participated in answering it. At the beginning, there were relatively few people who answered, but gradually, as time went by, more and more people answered, and the explanations became more and more professional. The big guys gathered together, analyzed the content seen in the live broadcast one by one, and wrote longer and longer essays, analyzed and praised Ming Siren from all aspects and perspectives. And Jiang Qiu technical level, after losing 3 games in a row, was also publicly punished by them. Unlike on Weibo, there is no control of comments here, and these straight men have no concept of not praising one and criticizing the other, but just honestly compared the technical levels of the two people, and summarized the difference in strength between the two people. That is, primary school students and college students. When Qiao Ran fans found this question and the answer below, they immediately went to watch the fun. They looked at the thousands of answers praising Ming Siren, and they were so happy that their teeth were not visible. When they opened the answer area, they suddenly found that there was an answer, although it was posted late, but it received the highest number of praises in the shortest time. And the owner of that account only posted 1 sentence, even less than 15 words. He said, Hacker Z, thank you for the invitation. You are much better than me. Netizens. Chapter 646. Did Ming father and Xiao Jia get the marriage certificate? Seeing this sentence, and then seeing this name. Netizens. Question mark. This tone. Hacker Z himself? Before some netizens could confirm his true identity, the netizen with the ID of Hacker Z directly posted a short video of him discovering a system vulnerability in a certain company. As soon as this highly professional thing was posted, among the programmers surprised WTF, the netizens who were about to question whether he was just trying to get attention shut up instantly. Looking at this situation, whoever opens the microphone will be criticized for being uneducated. At the same time, The simple words of Hacker Z are more effective than any insulting attacks from Xiao Ran fans. The Jiangshan CP fans who were just shouting. Didn't Ming Siren just go up and type a few times on the keyboard? Why is it so necessary to brag about it? Just take the credit for yourself. Felt like they were slapped hard in the face. Looking at the ridicule of passers-by, their faces were burning. Seeing them like this, Xiao Ran fans, who felt relieved and relaxed, finally turned their attention back to the main character they were fans of. Especially in the fan group, there was already a lot of howling. Ming Siren photos were flooding the screen like crazy, and fans were praising him like crazy. One of Ming Siren's new fans was so moved that she cried and sent a voice message. I used to be a fan of a nobody. Is it so cool to be a fan of a top star? How come he knows everything? And he's so handsome. Oh my god, my idol, who I love the most, has 3 sisters-in-law for me at the same time. 3 sisters-in-law. He is so handsome and so loyal. He is even a hacker. I thought he was just rich and good-looking. The girl above is making me laugh to death. Being a fan of Ming Dad and Jiang Dad means you always have this kind of surprise. To be honest, we old fans just found out that his computer skills are so awesome. Being a fan of these 2 people means you always have this kind of surprise. Ha ha ha. You never have to worry about being slapped in the face if you are a fan of these 2 dads. Fans were excited and reveled in Ming Siren's hidden skill, while the atmosphere on the show side was rather subtle. This segment was originally designed for Jiang Qiu, who planned to use this opportunity to attract fans. But who would have thought that he didn't attract fans, and even lost face in front of the whole country? If Ming Siren hadn't shown up, they could have used the opponent team's strength to get away with it, but Ming Siren easily led those college students to win, which only showed one thing: Jiang Qiu was too weak. Along the way, Shin Mumu's face was extremely ugly. She didn't listen to the director next arrangement. After getting off the car, she went straight back to her apartment. Jiang Qiu chased after her. The director knew that she must be in a bad mood, but he didn't say anything. He told the cameraman to focus on other people later. Compared with Shin Mumu, Jiang Qiu was in a very happy mood. After everyone else got off the car, she put her little paw on Ming Siren's leg and said, Siren, my Superman. Ming Siren knew that this man's sweet talk was just for show, so he glanced at her with a half smile, said nothing, and stood up to get out of the car. Jiang Qiu blocked him, looked around to see if there was anyone filming, and sneaked towards him. Ming Siren lowered his eyes to look at her, and in the next few seconds, wherever his eyes fell, her head would move closer, until he couldn't help but let out a low laugh. And she leaned over with her eyes bent. Give me a kiss. Chapter 647. The recording after that was relatively easy. The program team did not assign any more tasks. They prepared hot pot for them. Several groups of guests ate and chatted. Shin Mumu still did not come out. Jiang Qiu was accompanying her. Without her weird connotation, the atmosphere of getting along with others was better. Ming Siren was basically the center of the topic. Jiang Qiu just listened to Wei Yong, Zheng Qian and others calling him Brother Ran. She glanced at the untouched plate in front of the man, blinked her eyes, did not speak, scooped up the meatball and took a slow bite. The spicy hot pot base made her mouth and cheeks slightly red. The hot pot was bubbling. The mist was rising, and the conversations were heard from time to time. The atmosphere was very good, and even the audience in front of the screen felt a little lazy. In the picture, Ming Siren raised his hand to loosen his collar, and his white-knuckled hand fell on the table, accidentally touching the cup. He paused, looking at the glass that didn't exist just now, but was now filled with milk. His expression moved slightly, and his eyes slid to the woman sitting next to him. Netizens looked at this scene and were immediately filled with emotion. Oh my! Our sister Qiao has grown up and is sympathetic now. Ming father can't eat spicy food. I think he barely moved his chopsticks during the whole meal. Look at Ming father's satisfied look. Wow! Sister Qiao did a good job. When it comes to pampering men, we still have to look at our sister Qiao. Jiang Qiao seemed not to notice Ming Siren's gaze, and picked up the chopsticks to continue eating. The man looked at her for a few seconds and put his hand on the back of her chair. He leaned down slightly and said in a lazy voice, "Thank you, my wife." At this moment, the cameras that had noticed that the two seemed to be showing their affection had already been pointed at them. Although Ming Siren's voice was not loud, it was not that small either. Not to mention that even if the voice was small, he was wearing a microphone. So, the words "thank you, my wife" were heard very clearly by everyone. The netizens in front of the screen were still brushing Ming Dad every move is fucking flirting. Handsome guy. Look at me. And suddenly stopped after hearing this sentence. At the scene, the staff members all raised their heads at the same time. When they realized what Ming Siren meant by this. Xiao Fan was the first to laugh. Wife. I heard it right. Didn't I? Ha ha ha. Ming Dad. What are you thinking of? Although, our Xiao Jia is not your wife yet. Handsome guy. You still need to work hard. Do you think Xiao Jia is going to settle down? Even if she agrees to your proposal, this woman will have to be free for at least 2 or 3 more years. At the scene, everyone also heard Ming Siren words. The air was a little quiet. Wei Yong was stunned for a moment. He asked innocently, Brother Ran, have you registered your marriage with Miss Jiang? Netizens didn't pay much attention to Wei Yong's question. After all, in today's society, even if they are just boyfriend and girlfriend, it is not uncommon to call each other husband and wife intimately. Everyone thought that Ming Siren's next sentence must be nothing yet. But who would have thought that in response to Wei Yong's question, Ming Siren glanced at Jiang Qiao, slightly curled his lips, and spoke slowly. He answered Wei Yong's question. He said lightly, Yeah. Chapter 648. Have you registered your marriage with Miss Jiang? Yes. He said yes. The air was very quiet. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, and said in a very natural tone, We just got the marriage certificate these few days. It was just this simple sentence, but for netizens, it was like dropping a bomb among them. The fans were stunned for a few seconds, and then they exploded instantly after they reacted. What the hell? What the hell? Wait a minute. Did you really get the marriage certificate? Did Ming Dad and Sister Qiao really get the marriage certificate? Ming Dad? You actually got Sister Qiao. I underestimated you just now. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. You're awesome. Boyfriends and girlfriends are not on the same level. Okay, I always thought it would take several more years for them to blossom and bear fruit. Did you really get the marriage certificate? Shit, it's a hot search. Netizens were instantly excited, and the comments filled the entire screen. Everyone was in shock, and it was indeed as the comments said the entry. Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao got their marriage certificate. Topped the hot search list at the fastest speed, and the word explosion next to it turned purple. All netizens who saw this entry couldn't help but blurt out, WTF, even though the two had been together for a long time, but when they really saw that they had registered their marriage, they still couldn't help but be surprised. All the verses quickly posted the news. The comments grew like crazy over time. In addition to surprise, there were more wails from netizens. I don't have a wife. I don't have a husband. The top 2 hot comments were these 2 sentences, and the number of likes was frighteningly high. There was a comment like this in the front row of the hot search. Fuck. Just now I was about to get takeout, and suddenly I heard a loud roar from the boys' dormitory building. Something about the hatred of stealing a wife is irreconcilable, followed by a wailing. I was wondering what happened. I just opened Weibo, and saw the news that Sister Qiao registered for marriage. I laughed to death. Now the whole boys' dormitory is boiling. Sister Qiao, you are really a top star. Ha ha the above. Sister Qiao really has a lot of male fans. My boyfriend and I have agreed to go out for dinner tonight. Let's heal our wounds separately. Boys and girls are heartbroken. Qiu Jiaming father, you are worthy of it. There are all kinds of jokes in the comments, although everyone reacted strongly to the two getting married, but no matter what they said, they still wished them well in their hearts. The two are well matched, a powerful combination, a true couple. There is no place for outsiders to make irresponsible comments. Especially Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao have many CP fans. This news is like Chinese New Year for them, in their super chats. Some big fans are very generous, excited to draw prizes, and the whole Weibo is full of congratulatory comments. For their fans, whether Jiang Qiao or Ming Siren is a sister-in-law or brother-in-law, the conditions are top-notch. Even the only fans can't find fault. Their respective fan circles are extremely harmonious. Even passers-by were sighing at the couple, and wondered what the wedding would be like in the future. At the scene, Jiang Qiao listened to Ming Siren's natural words, and looked at him. The man met her gaze, curled his lips, smiled and raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Isn't it right? His peach blossom eyes were slightly flirting. His posture was sexy and lazy. Anyone could see how happy this man was. Jiang Qiao. Everyone at the scene looked at her. After a moment, Jiang Qiao raised her chin, and said generously, That right. Illegal. Look how proud he is. Chapter 649 Everyone here is trash. The two people on the screen interacted sweetly, and the sweetness was revealed in the details. On the sofa in the bedroom, the man stroked the wall of the red wine glass. His eyes fell on them, looking at them indifferently. After a while, Huan Nanchuan took the phone and did a number. He stared at Ming Siren and said lightly, "Is everything arranged?" In the evening, it was time for a break. The staff left, and all the filming equipment was turned off. Jiang Qiao came out of the shower, looked around the bedroom, didn't see Ming Siren, looked towards the balcony, and saw the man standing on the balcony making a phone call. He was talking to someone over there, and he raised his eyebrows in a rare frivolous way. Jiang Qiao couldn't see his mouth shape, couldn't tell what he was saying, but from his appearance at the moment, Jiang Qiao thought about it, and felt that he was probably saying that everyone here was trash. Jiang Qiao was a little curious about what he was doing, and sneaked over to listen, but just heard one sentence. Just see what tricks he is going to play. The man noticed her, scanned her with his eyes, told the person on the other end of the phone that he was hanging up, and walked towards her. He stopped in front of her, looked down at her for a few seconds, and deliberately said in a frivolous tone, "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiao. Before Jiang Qiao could speak, he leaned over, his peach blossom eyes met hers, his voice was very light, and laughed softly. "Can't you not see your brother for a while? It started again, it started again." Jiang Qiao threw the towel she used to wipe her hair aside, and immediately began to roll up her sleeves, ordering him, "Go to bed." Ming Siren looked at her, raised his eyebrows, and did not move. Jiang Qiao had a wooden face. I think he deserved to be punished. After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, she pulled his arm and walked into the bedroom. The man put one hand in his trouser pocket and let her drag the other hand, with a somewhat lazy and indulgent posture, and was dragged to the bedroom by her. His chest vibrated slightly, and a sexy laugh came from above Jiang Qiao. "Wow." Jiang Qiao, smile. Looking back at the lazy man, she said directly, "I let you call me daddy in a while." When Ming Siren heard this, he hissed softly and sighed. This is really too much to look forward to. The lights in the room were turned off soon, but compared to doing something to make Ming Siren call her daddy, Jiang Qiao's actions were more like harassing him. Ming Siren was scratched by Jiang Qiao. The man poked his head out from the quilt, his hair was slightly messy, and smiled. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiao hugged him, leaned close to his ear, and bit him with her teeth. "That it?" Ming Siren grabbed her wrist, his palm was warm, his voice was low and lazy, teasing, "Qiao Qiao's sister, you can't do it." Although Jiang Qiao didn't plan to do it anywhere other than home, she still boasted as much as she should. "You be finished when you get home." After a pause, she whispered in his ear mysteriously, "I make you cry in front of me." Ming Siren didn't cry but laughed. Jiang Qiao. He waited. The news that Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren got married was still flooding the screen online, but in the middle of the night, a new entry suddenly appeared on the hot search. Ming Group was exposed to financial crisis. Chapter 650. This entry suddenly appeared, and it was right below the hot search of Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao getting married, which was glaring at people's eyes. It was already past 3 in the morning, and most netizens had gone to bed. But some night owls still found this entry, and they clicked it with a lot of questions in their heads. At this time, there were already some comments under the Weibo account that broke the news. What does it mean that Ming Group is in financial crisis? Ming Group? Is it the Ming Group I was thinking of? Ming Father Company? What going on? Fuck, what going on in the middle of the night? It looks like something big is happening. The news came from an official account that specializes in publishing such information. It said that Ming Group had a very serious financial crisis recently, and that the company was on the verge of collapse. In the end, it even raised a question. Ming Group should be struggling to cope with it now. I don't know why the president of Ming Group came to participate in the variety show. I'm afraid he is giving up on himself. This official account made a very convincing statement, and the pictures released did show that the share price of Ming Group had been falling recently, which was a very dangerous signal. Netizens were stunned when they saw this news. In the impression of netizens, Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao were both wealthy, and super wealthy. There had never been any doubt about their wealth. In the past, Jiang Qiao had always bankrupted others. This was the first time that people associated them with bankruptcy. Ming Group is in crisis. I was wondering why such a CEO would go on variety shows to make money. It turns out that the company can't continue. Hee, no wonder. There was a hater jumping around in the comment area. Seeing this comment, some of the dazed netizens immediately reacted from their daze. Instantly, I felt extremely speechless. What are these marketing accounts? Yesterday, Xiao Jie and Ming father got the marriage certificate today. The black hot search was arranged. This is not the way to get attention. Grow your brain. Okay. Why don't you say something else? Imply that Ming father company has problems. Do you need me to count the global ranking of Ming Group for you? I really laughed to death. The haters are really crazy. There is nothing to blacken the two fathers. Such a fake rumor can be made up. Aren't you all sleepy? I give up. Let's all go. Let's all go. For this sudden black trending search, most netizens were speechless. Not to mention that a business tycoon like Ming Si Ran, who has already maxed out his money-making skills, would not make a mistake. Even if he made a mistake, would such a big company collapse just like that? Well, let's take a step back and say, even if it really collapsed, don't we still have their Xiao Jie? Those two are in love with each other, but it's also a real marriage between wealthy families. How can such a sure-win situation be lost? Are you going to lose with your head? Netizens believed in the two fathers as much as they believed that the sun would rise from the east every day. They didn't want to give any attention to this official account. They just reported it and swiped it away. After this news was released, several marketing accounts also forwarded it. But the reactions of netizens in the comments were similar. They all felt bored and didn't take it seriously at all. Until the next day, everyone's attitude didn't change much. Just after noon, the popularity of this rumor-like news completely dropped. Chapter 651. At this time, shooting site. After finishing the morning task, the first episode of recording is temporarily over, and the second episode will be shot in a week. Shin Mumu was swiping her phone expressionlessly, and the assistant beside her was taking her luggage to the car. Preparing to leave, Wana and Hanjie were saying goodbye to Jiang Qiao, and only her place seemed deserted. Shin Mumu's eyes were irritable, and her swiping of the phone was full of impatience, and suddenly, she seemed to see something, and her movement stopped immediately. She tapped the hot search list with her fingertips. At this time, the first hot search was dominated by the following entry: Ming Group important secrets leaked. Shin Mumu's eyes could not help but move. Last night, she certainly saw the news that Ming Group was in financial crisis, but like most netizens, even if she thought Jiang Qiao was annoying, she had to admit that the news was a bit fake, and she didn't take it seriously at all. But the heat had just gone down, and now there was another one. Shin Mumu quickly browsed the content of the interface. The insider posted a long Weibo, detailedly describing the problem of Ming Group senior management leaking secrets. She could feel the other party aggressiveness across the screen. After watching all the way, Shin Mumu's eyes slowly changed. There is no smoke without fire. Could it be that something really happened to Ming Group? She turned back and glanced at Jiang Qiao. This woman put on red lipstick today and wore high heels. She looked coquettish and flamboyant. Shin Mumu looked at her for a few seconds, and while the assistant was stunned, she raised her leg and walked in that direction, but not towards Jiang Qiao. Mr. Ming, I just saw the trending search on Weibo. The situation doesn't seem good. Are you okay? Shin Mumu's voice was soft, and her eyes looked over, which seemed full of concern and sincerity. Ming Siren was talking to someone with his head tilted, and suddenly heard this sentence, and turned to look over. The other two guests beside him also stopped talking at the same time. The woman was not tall, and she looked even shorter standing in front of the tall and straight Ming Siren. She stood on tiptoe slightly, and raised her mobile phone to Ming Siren, so that he could see the first hot search entry clearly. Ming Siren frowned, and his eyes fell on the mobile phone screen. But even after seeing the contents clearly, he did not react at all. Instead, Wei Yong, who was standing next to him, came over and asked, "Important secrets of Ming Group leaked? What is this?" Shin Mumu observed Ming Siren's reaction and said, "Mr. Ming, are you in any trouble?" She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her expression made people feel uncomfortable. "Although we have known each other for a short time, if you and Miss Jiang encounter any trouble, we will definitely help you if we can." Ming Siren glanced at her calmly, and before he could say anything, he heard a loud sound of high heels. The woman snatched the phone from Shin Mumu's hand. Jiang Qiao flipped through her phone interface without hesitation. She looked at the hot search content on it. Wow. So enthusiastic? The Virgin Mary is by my side. Shin Mumu. She didn't know why, but whenever Jiang Qiao opened her mouth, she felt that the air in her body rushed to the top of her head, and she couldn't suppress it. Jiang Qiao looked at it for a few seconds, and returned the phone to her, with a cute expression on her face. which said, "What bad intentions can a cat have?" Her eyes curved, and she began to say, "Don't worry, dear. If your family gets into trouble, we won't get into trouble." Chapter 652, Honey on the Little Mouth. Shin Mumu. When Jiang Qiao opened her mouth, her little mouth seemed to be covered with honey. Shin Mumu eyelids trembled, and said stiffly, "I'm only saying this because I care about you. Care more about yourself." Jiang Qiao looked her up and down. Under her weird eyes, Shin Mumu felt that she looked like a beggar in her eyes, while wearing a high-end brand. "I don't think you make much." Shin Mumu was choked by her, and couldn't even speak for a while. She looked at the other guests, but they were either looking up at the sky or looking down at their nails. The staff were busy with their own things, and no one paid any attention to her. Shin Mumu was almost pissed off by this group of people. She took a deep breath and forced a smile to save face. "Oh, really? Then I hope that Mr. Ming Company is really fine. But Miss Jiang really needs to be careful. With so many consecutive black hot searches, it's hard not to think too much." Jiang Qiao. "Oh." Shin Mumu. After a while, no one was willing to pay attention to her. Shin Mumu bit her lips tightly, turned around and left. Jiang Qiao, who never loses in angering people, watched her leave, curled her lips slightly, turned her head, and glanced at Ming Siren. The look clearly said, "Look how powerful I am." Ming Siren chuckled, slightly leaned over, cooperating. "You are worthy of it." Jiang Qiao was satisfied, and waved her hand casually. "Oh, thank you." After saying goodbye to the others, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren also got on the car. Jiang Qiao thought about the black hot search she had just seen, and moved closer to Ming Siren, squeezed next to him, and shouted, "Hey, handsome guy." Ming Siren raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not say anything. Jiang Qiao blinked at him, eyes curved. "You know what I'm saying, right?" Anyway, she was still a little worried. Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds, and said slowly, "I don't like to lose." Facing her gaze, he smiled, "And not just anyone can make me lose." In the next few days, the news of the crisis in Ming Siren Company appeared on the hot searches from time to time. The rumors of the leakage of important confidential documents causing heavy losses continued, and the stock of Ming Group continued to fall, which frightened netizens. The black hot searches came in waves. Gradually, even the fans who believed in Ming Father began to feel uneasy. There is no smoke without fire. What is going on? More importantly, the public relations department of Ming Group was like dead. Except for a statement at the beginning that the rumor maker would be held accountable, there was no movement afterwards. After a few days, the news became more and more true. And the fans were getting annoyed. "Why do I feel a little nervous? Dads, where is your money power? Don't you care about the trending searches? Ming Dad, come out and say something. Don't scare me. The public relations department of Ming Group takes money but doesn't do anything? Is money so easy to make? Clarify it. Where is Qiao Jia? What going on with your husband company? Do you care about it?" Everyone was at a loss, and all rushed to Jiang Qiao Weibo, and were about to ask what was going on, when they suddenly found out that their usually chatterbox Qiao Jia had just posted a Weibo. The fans' eyes lit up, thinking, "Here it comes, the Qiao Jia is finally here to fight." Unexpectedly, when they looked down, Jiang Qiao V, the years are quiet and good. The accompanying picture is a photo of her wearing sunglasses on the beach. Fans, fuck! Chapter 653 at Party A Father. Looking at this Weibo post she sent, the fans were stunned for a few seconds, and immediately after they reacted, they couldn't help but start to spit out sweet words. God damn. The years are peaceful. Do you still have a peaceful time? Who is the person who yells every day to make this person bankrupt, and that person bankrupt? What is this bad woman talking about? Do you really not care about your husband? Handsome guy, poor, Ming Father, poor. Ha ha ha, fuck, I'm laughing to death, Qiao's sister. You are starting again. Right? Be serious and don't force me to slap you. The comment area was full of question marks. As soon as they saw the 4 words peaceful years said by Jiang Qiao, the fans were more crazy than the black fans. She usually makes a fuss over trivial matters, but now her handsome boyfriend is in trouble. She wants to be a Buddha? However, no matter how much the fans scold her, Jiang Qiao seems to have seen nothing and does not respond. At this time, on a beach abroad, Jiang Qiao, who was sunbathing, suddenly had her phone vibrate. She took a look and picked it up. Jiang Zilan Lo. Cold and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, as concise and clear as ever. What wrong with Ming Siren? The stock market fell. Public opinion was in chaos. And even he had received a lot of news. Jiang Qiao listened to her brother's voice, sat up, cleared her throat, and then slowly said, "How should I put it?" In the company on the other end, Jiang Zealand stood up and walked to the French window. He was about to listen to what Jiang Qiao was going to say, and just changed his hand to answer the phone. He heard Jiang Qiao sighing in a very touching and admiring tone, "Brother, where is my husband? He can solve everything." Jiang Zealand. Jiang Qiao sighed and continued to brag, "You know, I don't have to do anything at all. Ming Siren, a perfect man. I said before." Jiang Zealand looked at the traffic under his feet, and before she finished speaking, he raised his hand and hung up her phone expressionlessly. Jiang Qiao. She called the phone several times, but what she heard was the call being hung up. After a while, she sighed softly, put the phone back on the table, and lay down with her eyes closed. Compared with the public opinion on the internet, the news of the decline of Mingxia Group stock obviously attracted more attention, especially the attention of the majority of stockholders. The continuous decline during this period made stockholders complain, and this has become a major black spot of Mingxia Group, which was exaggerated and distorted by the black fans to vent their malice. The stockholder who was cheated 102. Is there anyone who cares about the decline of Mingxia Group stock? Mingxia Group stock cheated my father, and almost made my father commit suicide. Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao are so rich, but they let ordinary people like us suffer. Why? This netizen brought up the topic, and tagged many big verses, and asked questions on Weibo, which attracted a lot of attention. Suicide? Oh my god. That's scary. I don't understand stocks, please support me. Isn't he still bragging about his image as a business tycoon? He is a business tycoon with this level? It's so funny. Jiang Qiao is still on vacation, and doesn't care about this at all, it's just a matter of luxury. Don't play dead, what do you say about your husband? At Jiang Qiao. Come and see. At Jiang Qiao. Wait, what are you talking about in the comments? Just a passerby, stocks are high-risk investments, there are gains and losses, and the decline in Ming Group's stock is within a reasonable range. What does it have to do with them? Did they force your dad to buy it? There's no such thing as moral kidnapping. Right? Black for the sake of blacking? Is there something wrong with your brain? I looked at the homepage of the Brainless Black, and it turned out to be a fan of the 18th tier amateur Shinmumu. Why? Their boyfriend is so stupid, so they want to come to your father Ming to make trouble? Are you guys worthy? Chiaran fans found out that it was Shinmumu fans who were fanning the flames everywhere. They were so angry that they didn't know how to vent. As a result, the fans of both sides had new and old grudges. As a result, the fans of both sides started fighting as soon as the next variety show recording started. Recording site. Compared to Shinmumu, who left in disgrace last time, this time she obviously heard the news on the internet. She looked very healthy. As soon as she got off the car, she pulled Jiang Qiao to Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren, and said to them with a squinting eye, "Miss Jiang and President Ming have not had a good week. Right? Thank you for your hard work." Although she said so, Shinmumu's eyes were full of gloating, and she couldn't hide it. Jiang Qiao looked at Shinmumu, and she was really curious. It was the first time she saw someone who was so active in seeking abuse. After looking at Shinmumu for a while, Jiang Qiao couldn't help but tilt her head and smile. She stood next to Ming Siren, with red lips and white teeth, delicate appearance, and extremely superior appearance, which made Shinmumu opposite her look dull. Shinmumu was inexplicably angry when she saw her like this. She glanced at Ming Siren, who had no expression, and raised her eyebrows and asked her, "What are you laughing at, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Qiao looked at the woman, and said calmly, "Do you know that the CEO of the film and television company you signed a contract with just had dinner with me a few days ago?" Shinmumu was stunned. "So what?" "Jiang Qiao, I heard that you just got a first-class film and television resource." Shinmumu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her face finally changed a little. She just got the heroine of a big IP. This TV series is well equipped. If nothing unexpected happens, she can take another step forward after it is broadcast. This is also the reason why she is so happy today. Looking at Jiang Qiao's appearance, Shinmumu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. But she didn't think she would really do that. So she said stiffly, "So what?" Jiang Qiao put one hand on Ming Siren's shoulder, leisurely, tapped her fingers, typed a few words in the input field, and sent them to someone. Shin Mumu saw her WeChat interface when she turned off the screen, and also saw who she was talking to. She suddenly looked up, and was greeted by Jiang Qiao's beautiful and arrogant cat eyes. The woman looked at her sudden change of expression and smiled and said, "So, it gone now. It gone now." "What gone?" Shin Mumu thinking was a little slow for a while, but in connection with what she just said, even if she didn't want to believe it, the thought still came up. What gone? The resources she longed for were gone. Jiang Qiao finished speaking, her hand slid down, and took Ming's siren hand, and walked inside with him. When passing by Shin Mumu, Jiang Qiao stopped badly, imitated Shin Mumu's hypocritical tone just now, and fought back her gloating. "What a pity, you should watch your mouth next time." Looking at Shin Mumu's suddenly pale face, Jiang Qiao sighed softly. Why do people always forget that she is also the boss of a film and television company because of her outstanding appearance? Their client father. Chapter 654. Your husband is too sweet. Shin Mumu stood there. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time, until Jiang Qiao called her name. She gradually realized what she had just lost. She turned around and rushed towards Jiang Qiao, but was grabbed by Jiang Qiao beside her. Shin Mumu was so angry that she trembled all over, but what made her even angrier was that she was being bullied so blatantly by Jiang Qiao, but she couldn't even fight back. She looked at Jiang Qiao. "Why are you stopping me? You just saw what she did. Isn't this too bullying? Does she think the entertainment industry is owned by her family?" Jiang Qiao glanced at the direction Jiang Qiao left. It was not until now that he realized Jiang Qiao's status in the entertainment industry. He was a little frightened. "Forget it, we can't afford to offend them." After a pause, he couldn't help but say, "And why do we have to go against them? If we had established a good relationship with them at the beginning, then maybe we would not lose resources now, but would get a lot of benefits." Hearing her boyfriend's regretful words, Shin Mumu's lungs were almost exploded by him, and her original anger instantly rose to 12 points. She pushed him away. "If you want to lick that bitch, go by yourself, don't involve me." After saying that, she left him and walked in alone. With the help of the hot search, there were already many netizens waiting before the live broadcast, and during this filming, the netizens could clearly feel the subtle atmosphere between the guests. Why does Shin Mumu look unhappy? There is not much interaction with Jiang Qiao. Is it affected by the hot search? To be honest, Jiang Qiao fans are really disgusting. Fighting everywhere, Miss Shin Mumu must have become autistic because of her fans. Last time, I saw Jiang Qiao fans complaining because Shin Mumu had too many shots. Now, Miss Shin doesn't even dare to say anything. Why don't you hurry up and take your husband? A business genius whose stock has plummeted for a week. Back home? Shin Mumu's emotions were obvious. You could tell at a glance that she was in a bad mood. Shin Mumu's fans on the barrage were heartbroken, and began to swipe the screen like crazy to diss Jiang Qiao. At the scene, the program director was quite dissatisfied with Shin Mumu's sullen behavior. After filming for a while, he switched the camera while changing the venue, allowing the guests to rest and adjust. Taking advantage of this time, Wan Na took her phone and came to Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao. "Mr. Ming, I want to ask you a few questions." Ming Siren sat leisurely on the sofa and raised his eyebrows. Wan Na came over familiarly and said, "It about stocks. Which ones do you think have more potential recently?" Wei Yong on the side said speechlessly, "Here we go again." After that, he said to Ming Siren, "Brother Ran, don't pay attention to her. She just saved a little money and followed others to buy stocks. She is not cut out for it." Wana took the tissue box and threw it at him. "Go away, don't get in the way, I am asking the real boss for advice." As for the bad rumors about Ming Siren Company on the internet, Wana didn't take it to heart at all. She thought very simply. The keyboard warriors made sense. If you have the ability, go and become a billionaire. And now the real billionaire is right in front of her. If she doesn't ask for advice, what the difference between her and a fool? Ming Siren didn't put on any airs. He actually said a few words to her, and whispered something to her at the end. One's eyes widened when she heard it. "Really? What if I lose money?" The man chuckled. "No. Even if I lose money, I will compensate you for the loss." Wan Na, shocked, she was so excited that she grabbed Jiang Qiao's hand and started to scream on the spot. "Fuck! Qiao Qiao, your husband is too sweet. What wrong with him? Is he really a human? A male bodhisattva, the kind that came to the world to save all living beings?" After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Wei Yong again. "Did you hear what Mr. Ming just said? Can an ordinary man say that?" Wei Ordinary Man Yong walked over and dragged her back. "I heard it. I want to get married too. Jiang Qiao heard. ? She said directly, dream on. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Just when the atmosphere was relaxed, Shin Mumu suddenly interrupted and said, Sister Wana, if you want to buy stocks, I will recommend one to you. Wana turned around and looked at Shin Mumu, who was walking towards her. The laughter of the people around gradually stopped, and the atmosphere became subtle again. In front of so many people, even if Wana didn't like Shin Mumu, she wouldn't make it too embarrassing after all. They still had to record together for so long. Really? Tell me. This is it. Shin Mumu came to Wana's side, pointed at a stock that continued to rise with her phone. It's Shanghai Group stock. This company has a new boss, who is very powerful. The stock is rising at an amazing speed, and the prospects are particularly good. Wana took a look. She had heard of Shanghai Group reputation in the past few days. The stock was rising rapidly. She originally planned to buy it, but it was not included in the stocks with potential that Mr. Ming just mentioned. I bought it too. Shin Mumu leaned close to Wana's ear and told her about the gains in the past few days. I have invested most of my funds. The gains were indeed astonishing. If it weren't for what Ming Siren said just now, Wana would definitely be tempted. But, she smiled and said, no, I still listen to Mr. Ming. After all, if I buy at a loss, Mr. Ming will make it up to me. And she felt that the growth rate was so fast, inexplicably scary. The new boss hadn't even shown his face, which made people feel more dangerous. Shin Mumu didn't expect that Wana didn't appreciate her initiative to show her kindness. In front of so many people, she looked unhappy. Seeing Wana was about to leave, she pulled the corner of her mouth, and her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for everyone to hear. Forget it, there's nothing you can do if you don't want to buy. Just be careful not to ask the wrong person and go the wrong way. The stocks you buy will continue to fall, and you will lose everything in the end. Everyone knew the implication of her words. Jiang Qiao's face turned cold. Just when she was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. It was a staff member, he reminded anxiously. The camera is on. What just happened was broadcast live. The live broadcast naturally included Shin Mumu's last words. When they first found that the camera was not turned off, the staff wanted to come in to remind them, but the interactive atmosphere was very good at that time, so the director did not stop them. They thought that as a star, they would maintain superficial harmony no matter what, but who would have thought that Shin Mumu's brain suddenly became filled with water, and in the end, he even dared to imply Ming Siren, and they hurried to stop him but failed. The staff looked at Shin Mumu, who was destroying his own personality, and his eyes clearly said, may you be blessed. There was a deathly silence all around, and Shin Mumu slowly looked at the camera in the corner. His scalp was numb. Chapter 655. Ming Father Wave in the Atmosphere. At this time, the barrage has exploded. Fuck, what did I just hear? Shin Mumu's character has collapsed. Where is the gentle and sweet girl she said she would be? She is so weird in private. What the hell? She is qualified to ridicule my father Ming. This is your little sister, who was scolded by Chujia fans to autism. She is obviously a master of connotation. It turns out that my Chujia and Ming father are the ones who have been wronged and bullied. The camera shot more clearly. Shin Mumu's weird look just now was all captured. It gives people a very bad feeling. Passers-by fans who had previously liked her because of her cute appearance were also shocked. And the comments suddenly became chaotic. The program director did not expect such an accident to happen suddenly. But the filming had to continue. After Shin Mumu came to her senses, she had to bite the bullet and pretend that nothing had happened. But obviously, she was out of shape in the next filming, and the director could only focus the camera on other people, looking at Shin Mumu, who was distracted. Amid the ridicule and accusations of netizens, there was also a comment like this. Laughing to death, Shin Mumu is telling the truth. Why do they scold her? Ming Siren can't manage his own company well. He can't compare with Shanghai Group. What qualifications does he have to guide others? This troll fighting power is amazing. Although this barrage was quickly besieged by everyone as soon as it was released, he was not afraid at all, and responded crazily. Ming Group stock price has fallen so much. How many people have been cheated? You women only care about looks. Women are really stupid. Otherwise, why would Ming Siren be so eager to marry Jiang Qiao? Still trying to make money in the entertainment industry. Grow your brains. You guys should think carefully. The mouth of this person in the barrage is extremely foul. I don't know why he targets Ming Siren everywhere. Even if everyone reports him, it won't be long before he changes his small account to flood the screen. Everyone can only watch him jump in the barrage area and feel very angry. On the scene, the recording is still going on. Shin Mumu's sarcastic words did not have any effect on Ming Siren. The man glanced at his watch, with a faint expression. At this time, the hands of the watch are about to point to 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the closing time of the stock market. Inside Shuntai Group, when Nanchuan stared at the computer screen without saying a word. After a while, looking at the last closing number, he said in a deep voice, "Are you keeping a close eye on Ming Siren?" The subordinate standing opposite immediately responded, "Yes. There is nothing unusual." The rest of the time he was accompanying Jiang Qiao to participate in the show. And it is even more impossible for him to do anything. He participated in the show, and revealed the news of getting a marriage certificate with Jiang Qiao. It can be said that Ming Siren was completely exposed under everyone's eyes during this period. When Nanchuan said nothing, looking at the line of numbers with a cold face, the office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just as the person who jumped the most in the barrage continued to mock Ming Siren, the term Ming Group stock was once again on the hot search. Due to Ming Siren, Ming Group has been the focus of public attention in recent days. When fans had no hope and just habitually clicked in to see the situation, a simple Weibo content appeared in front of them. After falling for several days in a row, Ming Group stock closed this time, and it rose sharply compared to yesterday. Chapter 656. Everyone's eyes fell on the last two words. Big rise. The person in the barrage was still swearing. With this ability, he still brags about being a boss. I think he is not as good as me. After this barrage was sent out, there was a few seconds, the barrage behind it disappeared. The troll thought his phone was stuck, just wanted to see what was going on, but the next second, he saw the 5 words Ming Father is awesome swiped over. What are these women going crazy about? Just as the troll typed out his mocking words, a message suddenly popped up on the top of his phone. The stock of Ming Group rose sharply for a moment, and he seemed to feel that this message was like a big hand, slapping him directly in the face. Troll. In this information-rich era, once the news came out, everyone knew it soon. Especially for people like Jiang Qiaoming and Siren, who are naturally popular. After the recording was over, many people gathered around. One Na looked at Ming Siren with a devout look, as if she had foreseen her own fortune. Shin Mumu was already in a very bad mood all day. She finally finished recording. But then she heard the news that Ming Group stock had soared. Thinking of her previous mocking words, she was filled with anger. Can you move aside? You're blocking the way. One Na was worshipping her new idol, and was almost pushed into someone by a force. She frowned and turned back, and saw Shin Mumu's ugly face at a glance. What are you doing? Can't you get through such a big place? Why do you have to squeeze in here? Wana was hot-tempered to begin with. She instantly got angry after being pushed like this. Shin Mumu glanced at her coldly. Seeing that she was worshipping Jiang Qiaoming like everyone else, she curled her lips and said, "It only gone up for 1 day. It actually fell for a week before. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Why are you so happy? What does it have to do with you? Take care of yourself." Wana didn't know what this woman was thinking. Every day, it seemed like someone owed her something. Shin Mumu smiled and glanced at her lightly. It has nothing to do with me. After all, I wouldn't buy the stock of such a company. You? Before Wana could speak, Shin Mumu left. I give up. She's so annoying. Wana looked at Shin Mumu back and was very angry. On the other hand, Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao didn't react much. Ming Siren, Wana couldn't understand what he was thinking. As for Jiang Qiao, looking at her little eyes at this moment, I'm afraid she has even thought about where to bury Shin Mumu tomorrow. Jiang Qiao took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. Just as she unlocked it, her cell phone was suddenly taken away by someone beside her. Ming Siren said in a flat voice, "Okay. No need." Jiang Qiao said expressionlessly, "Men, don't bother me with what I do." Ming Siren curved his lips. His peach blossom eyes were casually smiling, and he easily calmed the angry cat. "Give me your hand." Jiang Qiao stared at him for 2 seconds, and after a while, she reluctantly put her paw in his palm. Ming Siren looked at her. Well, so good. It was not until the next day that Wan Na understood what Ming Siren meant by the casual remark that it was unnecessary. After yesterday's surge, Ming Group stock price reached the daily limit. The next 2 days were the same. Shin Mumu felt her heart pierced when she saw the stock chart. She was so angry that she almost went crazy. But that was not the end. Starting from the 4th day, the Shanghai Group stock she bought suddenly began to plummet. Chapter 657. This time, Shin Mumu invested most of her wealth. She was so bold because she heard a piece of news from an insider a few days ago. It is said that Shintai is a rival company of Ming Group. The new boss got the core technology of Ming Group and mass-produced products before Ming Group, causing Ming Group to suffer huge losses. In fact, as the news revealed, Ming Group has been plagued by negative news recently, and its stock price has continued to fall. In contrast, Shintai Group's stock price has been rising. Originally, Shin Mumu was confident that she could make a lot of money. But how could there be a sudden plunge? On the first day of the plunge, Shin Mumu could still comfort herself that it was normal for stocks to rise and fall. But when Shintai's stock continued to hit the limit the next day, Shin Mumu watched her money evaporate like crazy. And that feeling was 100 times more uncomfortable than Jiang Qiao slapping her in the face. Especially watching Wan Na, who had made a lot of money in the past few days because of Ming Siren guidance. Seeing her smug face, Shin Mumu felt as if her heart was thrown into a frying pan. Shin Mumu mentality collapsed. Not only Shin Mumu mentality collapsed, those shareholders who had scolded Ming Siren turned around and bought Shintai Group stocks, and now lost so much money that they don't even know their mothers. Also collapsed. Who the hell can tell them what this operation is? What did this devil Ming Siren do behind the scenes? Shintai Group in the office. When Nanchuan listened to his subordinate's report with an expressionless face, after a moment, he spoke. In other words, the so-called secrets we worked so hard to get were defective products that they were going to destroy. The subordinate eyelids trembled. But whether from the technical level or the degree of completion, it doesn't look like a defective product at all. When Nanchuan looked at him and asked, "So you were fooled?" The subordinate shut up. Who would have thought that Ming Siren operation during this period had been deliberately guiding them to mass production? And he did not announce his perfect product until the end. They were all fooled by him without knowing it. When Nanchuan looked away and said coldly, "Get lost," the subordinate lowered his head and left the office. As soon as he closed the door, he heard a loud sound of smashing something inside. He paused for a moment and listened carefully, but there was no sound in the office. His scalp was numb, and he left here quickly. Someone on the internet was analyzing Ming Siren operation this time, and finally came to a conclusion that Ming Father was in the atmosphere. When people thought that this father had lost, he directly came to a Jedi counterattack, and made the person who opposed him look like a fool. The clowns are actually themselves. Xiao Ren fans don't understand the professional terms in the stocks, but it doesn't stop them from praising Ming Siren. The corners of their mouths are crazily raised as they watch, and their hands are numb from clicking likes. On the other side, Ming Siren received a call, and the person on the other end said, "Mr. Ming, we already have a clue about Huan Nanchuan identity." The man raised his eyebrows. "Oh? I send you the specific details right away." After hanging up the phone, Ming Siren's phone vibrated, and his subordinates sent him the information. At this time, there was a brisk sound of footsteps at the door. It was Jiang Qiao who opened the door and walked in. Her cat-like eyes were sparkling, and happiness was written on the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Ming Siren focused on the information and did not look up. Jiang Qiao called him. "See Ran." Ming Siren responded nonchalantly. Looking at the information, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing that he ignored her, Jiang Qiao blinked and called him by his full name. "Ming Siren?" The man was immersed in thought. Sitting on the sofa, propping his head up, his long legs crossed, and did not speak for a while. His mind was completely focused on the document, so he didn't notice that Jiang Qiao had squeezed next to him, deliberately leaned close to him, breathed into his ear, and gently teased, "So busy?" Ming Siren paused, intending to look up, and seemed very dissatisfied with his reaction. She suddenly kissed his ear and called out those two words for the first time. Husband. Chapter 658. Jiang Qiao, I was wrong. I was wrong. The woman's soft words just went into his ears, and a sudden tingling sensation swept through his body along his spine. Ming Siren's hands trembled, and he almost dropped his phone. Jiang Qiao saw his reaction, and couldn't help laughing. She moved closer to him, and within a distance of his lips that she could touch with a slight movement, and deliberately asked him maliciously, "Are you moved?" Ming Siren tilted his head slightly, and stared at her deeply. In the quiet room, his eyes slowly slid to her lips, and his eyes made people feel very lustful. He did not hide the impact of the two words she shouted on him. A low and sexy voice overflowed with syllables. "Yeah." After a pause, he said seriously, "I suddenly got excited." As the two looked at each other, the man leaned against her head, watching her reaction. After a while, could not help but laugh softly. Aren't you trying to tease me? Why are you blushing? Jiang Qiao was still not as shameless as him after all. She closed her eyes and said stubbornly, Who blushes? I can't blush even if a dog blushes. Ming Siren smiled and glanced at her, reached out to put the phone on the table, pulled her up. Since you don't blush, then shout a few more times and listen. The bathroom was filled with mist. Jiang Qiao's forehead was slightly wet. Her eyes were looking at something unknown, and her mind was a little empty. The man carried her out, put her on the bed in the bedroom, looked at her for a moment, leaned over and kissed her cheek, and then slid down to her lips little by little. He moved very gently, and his behavior was gentle everywhere. Jiang Qiao looked at the light on the ceiling. She didn't know if it was because the light was too bright, or because she had been taking a bath for too long, and her mind had become dull. She was in a state of the sky is clear and the rain has stopped. And I feel I can do it again. Thinking of her previous decision to let Ming Siren cry and call her dad. She put her hand on Ming Siren's chest and pushed him away slightly. I do it. Ming Siren ignored her nonsense and looked serious. He reached out and held her hand, pressing it on the top of her head. His sexy and hoarse voice reached her ear, Be honest. Jiang Qiao struggled twice, but it was useless. She stared at the ceiling light and blinked. The place where the man kissed felt like being gently brushed by a feather, bringing a slight itch. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Jiang Qiao tossed and turned twice but failed. And she was unhappy. She started to make trouble. I'm itchy. Don't you think the light is too dazzling? Ming Siren, who was concentrating, didn't say anything, and directly reached out and turned off the light. The room suddenly became dark. Jiang Qiao gently kicked him twice, but she didn't know what was wrong with her. While being treated so gently, she said something that would make her regret for the rest of her life. Did you not eat? Brother? Ming Siren stopped moving. The air was deadly quiet. Ming Siren? ? After about 3 seconds, he finally spoke. What did you say? Jiang Qiao, I was wrong. The whole person was in a state of shock. Ming Siren almost laughed out of anger, pinching her chin. Say it again, The king of talking. Jiang Qiao apologized very sincerely at this moment. I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong, Siren. I love you so much, heart. Ming Siren smiled. Very good. He nodded, and his tone was quite dangerous. Very good. Chapter 659. The dignity of a true man cannot be violated. Listening to his terrible tone, Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren slowly loosened the hand that was holding Jiang Qiao's wrist, and came to her waist, and held it, and the strength of his fingertips revealed a strong force that could not be refused. Although it was dim light, she could still feel his burning gaze. The man looked down at her for a few seconds, and then he spoke slowly. Brother, I will let you see whether he has eaten or not. In the quiet space, Jiang Qiao could hear the sound of her heart beating wildly. She chattered, defending herself. You should forgive a woman if she admits her mistake. Right? Ming Siren ignored her. He rarely got angry. Jiang Qiao felt guilty and blinked twice, intending to run away first. However, she was held down by her as soon as she moved, and the man's breath came directly over. Jiang Qiao hid to the side, and couldn't help laughing and screaming, What are you doing? I was just joking. Why are you so angry? Why are you so stingy? Ming Siren? Jiang Qiao looked at the man's face in the dark, and moved closer to him, and stretched out her voice to tease him. Stingy guy Ming Siren. His. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qiao gasped instantly. She couldn't believe it. You bite me, Ming Siren. You dare to bite me. Noises were heard from time to time in the room. From beginning to end, Ming Siren didn't pay any attention to her. Jiang Qiao was hurt by his bite, and at first she was still stubborn, but after a while, her voice changed, and she acted softly and coquettishly. I was wrong. Brother Siren. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The woman's voice dropped, with a little bit of crying tone, and she began to beg him, but Ming Siren still had no intention of letting her go. Finally, Jiang Qiao felt like she was going to die, buried her face in the pillow, screaming, Ah, Ming Siren! I will kill you! But what responded to her was the sexy low laugh of the man above her head. The next day, Jiang Qiao was wrapped in a blanket, with only her head exposed, sitting on the bed with a gloomy face. Her hair was a little messy, her eyes were fixed on the direction of the bathroom, and her face looked fair and delicate. After a long while, there was finally a sound from the bathroom. The door opened, and a tall and straight man walked out. Jiang Qiao immediately said, Asshole Ming Siren. Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, with a calm attitude, and did not comment. At this moment, this person seemed to have a sentence written all over his body. The dignity of a real man cannot be violated. Jiang Qiao. The real man's eyes swept over the woman sitting on the bed, slightly raised his eyebrows, and then walked towards her. Jiang Qiao's eyelids jumped, and her eyes were fixed on him. Her eyes were red, and there seemed to be traces left after crying last night, and she was no longer as arrogant as she was yesterday, and she looked like a little pitiful person. Ming Siren walked up to her, stared at her for 2 seconds, and then leaned over slightly, and saw that in the next second Jiang Qiao, who said she wanted to kill him, rolled over to the other side of the bed, and then covered her head. Ming Siren took the watch on the bedside and put it on slowly, and seeing her like this, he said lazily, "Why are you hiding when I take something?" After a pause, he glanced at her, and deliberately called her, Sister. Chapter 660. I tell you something. When Jiang Qiao heard him call her sister, her scalp went numb. The man put on his watch, supported the bed with one hand, leaned over, looked at the woman who covered him tightly, said softly and slowly, "Brother, did I behave well last night?" A hand suddenly reached out from under the quilt, touched the pillow, and then grabbed it, and threw it directly at him. "Get out! Get out!" The man caught the pillow, looked at the angry Jiang Qiao, and couldn't help laughing. After the second episode of the variety show was recorded, Shin Mumu and Jiang Qiao left the show due to public opinion. Because of their performance on the show, not many people felt sorry for them. And netizens were happy to see her leave. In recent days, in addition to the various entertainment news, a piece of social news also attracted the attention of many people. It was said that a young girl was molested by her neighbor, and was beaten to death in the resistance. Because the case was extremely cruel, it caused a huge social response. On the weekend, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren came back from dinner. As soon as they turned on the TV, they saw the news reporting this incident. Even though the girl's face was blurred, she was still young and beautiful. Jiang Qiao looked at the screen and blinked slowly. At this time, Ming Siren's phone rang, and he took it out to take a look. In the past few days, he found several suspicious places in Hunanshuan information, and was planning to go abroad in person. With a flick of his finger, he clicked the answer button. Ming Siren walked to the French window and whispered to his men. Jiang Qiao watched the news for a while, took the phone, and found the donation interface. On the internet, netizens who were feeling sorry for the little girl suddenly found that the donations for her family had been raised from 30% to 100%. As they were surprised, they saw Jiang Qiao Weibo avatar. "Fuck. Thank you. My sister Qiao. My sister Qiao is beautiful and kind," I cried. "My sister is so handsome. I really love Jiang Qiao to death. And that beast must die a bad death. I hope he will be sentenced severely." Jiang Qiao didn't read the comments, and leaned on the sofa after donating the money. A few minutes later, Ming Siren hung up the phone. He raised his hand to loosen his collar, turned around to look at Jiang Qiao, and saw the woman sitting on the sofa in a daze. "Bored? Qiao." The man walked over, glanced at the TV, which was playing commercials, and his eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's face again. "What are you thinking about?" When he called Jiang Qiao for the first time, she didn't know if she didn't hear him, or if she heard him but ignored him on purpose. Her head was still drooping, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood, and she didn't say anything. Ming Siren leaned over, stretched out his hand, gently pinched her soft face, and his voice was as gentle and pleasant as ever. "Brother is talking to you." After 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Qiao slowly raised her head and met his eyes. When their eyes met, it was unknown who smiled first. Jiang Qiao's eyes, which had originally shown no emotion, suddenly became bright little by little. Her eyes curved, as if she was healed. The smile spread from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, and she was as lively and cute as a cat. Ming Siren couldn't help but chuckle, lowered his head, and kissed her on the lips. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Qiao looked at him for a few seconds, stretched out her hand to wrap around the man's neck, and her forehead touched his. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said, "Brother Siran, I want to tell you something." Chapter 661. Thank you for waiting for me for so long. Ming Siren gently pressed against her cheek, and replied, "Well, you go ahead." Jiang Qiao was silent for a moment, and said, "The man in your office before. Hunanshuan, I have seen him before." Ming Siren's movement suddenly paused, and his eyes moved down, and slowly fell on Jiang Qiao's face. The next moment, he wanted to stand up straight, but Jiang Qiao didn't let him, and used force with her fingers, still holding him tightly in this position. I was looking for him for a long time abroad. But there was no news. He covered my eyes at the time. I didn't see his face. I only heard his breathing and voice. What she could feel was the man's sudden tense body. Jiang Qiao buried her head in Ming Siren's shoulder and neck, and said softly, "I couldn't get rid of the shadow at that time. I didn't know how to face you. Now think about it. I shouldn't have left you so casually. The years we were apart." Qiao. Ming Siren's breathing was a little unstable. He held her wrist, and tried to pull her away. But Jiang Qiao held him tightly. She said slowly, "It my fault? I was too impulsive at that time, and made a rash decision to leave him. But no matter what happened, she could trust this man named Ming Siren." She understood this truth too late. He stood there, and waited for her patiently until now. Jiang Qiao came out of his arms. To Ming Siren's surprise, the woman's face did not show any sadness or pain. The light in the living room poured down. She looked at him, her eyes filled with soft light. "See, Ran, thank you, you've waited for me for so long." He slowly healed her, never pressed questions, quietly waiting for her to speak out. Some things he knew, he just knew she would be sad, so he chose to be patient. He cared more about her feelings. Ming Siren's dark pupils reflected the woman's face. His Adam apple rolled slightly, as if he wanted to speak. Jiang Qiao looked at his expression, came up and kissed the corner of his lips, speaking softly and tenderly. "He didn't do anything to me, really." Rather than touching her, it seemed that the man liked to see her fear and pain because of the unknown. Jiang Qiao patted him lightly, her action revealing the comfort and tenderness of a woman. "Don't be sad. I was just scared at the beginning." She was indeed scared. That dark and cold room, the strange man, the fingertips sliding across her cheek, and the laughter in her ear that was as smooth as a little snake swimming across her skin. Everything deliberately stimulated and provoked her nerves. Ming Siren held her waist, unconsciously using a lot of strength in his hands. He looked at her, and said nothing. Over the years, Jiang Qiao was slowly comforted and healed by him. Now that she had said everything, she felt very calm. Compared to her, she was more worried about Ming Siren. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he said nothing. Jiang Qiao stared at his face, rubbing him like a cat. "Brothers," he ran. Ming Siren was a little dazed, and slowly lowered his eyes. The woman met his gaze, her eyes slightly curved, and she said softly, "Now you come to help me deal with him. Okay?" Under the light, Jiang Qiao's cheeks were white, and her eyes were clear and bright after being healed. Ming Siren's heart tightened little by little. After a long time, he hugged the person tightly in his arms, and his voice came out of his throat, cold and cruel. He said, "Okay." Chapter 662 made a big news. The stock of Shanghai Group unexpectedly plummeted a few days ago, while the stock of Ming Group rose all the way, which further confirmed the open and secret struggle between the two. A reporter from the financial sector interviewed Shanghai Group, asking its opinion on the rising stock of Ming Group, and asked Shanghai Group whether it was losing to Ming Group in strategy. Unexpectedly, the representative spokesperson of Shanghai Group was very tough, facing the reporter and the camera, and directly threw out a few words. "Think too much." Reporter, but in fact, Shanghai Group did suffer a big loss this time. "Does your company have any way to save it?" The spokesperson said in a cold tone. "It is normal for stocks to rise and fall. It has something to do with various aspects. Ming Group is lucky. I hope they can keep this luck." The reporter is very good at grasping the key points. Immediately said, "Do you mean that Ming Group's success this time is just luck? It depends on how you understand it." After that, the spokesperson did not say anything more and walked away. Once these obviously provocative words were released, they quickly caused heated discussions on the internet. Shanghai actually confronted Ming Group so directly, and even mocked it in public. This was something no one expected. Seeing the statement made by the representative spokesperson of Shanghai Group, Chiaran fans immediately laughed angrily. "What do you mean by just lucky? Just try to give me a multi-day daily limit with luck. Ming Siren is your father. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? You are still so pretentious after losing. I didn't expect this. You made everyone laugh. You are the ones who contributed to Ming father negative searches recently, right?" The comments under Shanghai Group official Weibo are all Chiaran fans' counterattacks. However, the person in charge of the official Weibo directly blocked and deleted them, and finally set a ban on comments, which directly shut everyone up. Chiaran fans were very angry at their shamelessness, but they could only rant in their reposts. However, Chiaran fans did not stay angry for long. Less than 3 hours after the news was released, the official Weibo account was directly and neatly deleted. Chiaran fans, ? Before everyone had time to be happy. They found that another piece of news was pushed to the top. More than a dozen senior executives of Shantai Group resigned collectively this afternoon, causing chaos within the company. Looking at this sudden news, Chiaran fans, ? They immediately clicked on the news, the short content, but inexplicably filled with a sense of impending storm. Things suddenly developed to this point, although they didn't know what was going on, but Chiaran fans felt relieved. Everyone typed out the words "evil will be punished. You deserve it," and was about to send it out. At this time, another piece of news suddenly popped up. Everyone glanced at it casually, but unexpectedly saw such content. Shantai Group mysterious CEO had a car accident. The air was quiet. Deadly quiet. Chiaran fans were watching this series of operations, and they were numb. After a while, they swallowed their saliva, and their hands on the keyboard finally began to tremble slightly. Wait a minute. What going on? What happened suddenly? The news came one after another, and the impact was greater than the last. Everyone's heart was pounding wildly, thinking silently, it shouldn't be what they thought. Right? Chapter 663 Wafong. This kind of "I'm going to kill you" aura. Chiaran fans comforted themselves. This behavior is not like that person's style. He can only make people bankrupt at most. But for some reason, there is an inexplicable thought that stays in everyone's mind and can't be shaken off. They watched the news anxiously. Dad, did you do it? In the hospital. Ming Siren crossed his long legs, sitting on the bench, with a lazy and cold attitude. When Nanchuan assistant looked very unhappy, and said, the car accident caused Mr. Hua's leg to have a slight fracture and a concussion. How do you plan to take responsibility for this? He was the head of the insurance company before him. And there was also an elite lawyer of Ming Group. As for the instigator, he didn't say a word from beginning to end. It was impossible to tell how crazy he was when the car hit him. Facing the questioning of Wen Nanchuan assistant, the elite lawyer of Ming Group didn't even raise his eyelids, and said calmly, in life, accidents are unavoidable. We will compensate your losses to the greatest extent. Accident? Didn't you bump into me on purpose? The other party adjusted his glasses. Oh, you want to discuss this issue? Then we will also accompany you in the lawsuit. Half an hour later, the special assistant returned to the ward. When Nanchuan had woken up, he had heard the conversation outside the ward. At this moment, his eyes were heavy. Mr. Hua, are you okay? The man did not answer him. The special assistant knew that he was in a bad mood at the moment, and did not ask any more questions. At this time, when Nanchuan's mobile phone suddenly rang. The special assistant took the mobile phone from him when he was doing the examination. Looking at the name on the caller ID, he hurriedly said, Mr. Hua, it's the chairman. Hearing these 3 words, when Nanchuan's eyes flashed. After a moment, he took the phone and said in a much more tense voice, Father, far away in another country. The door of the study was tightly closed. The documents in the room were scattered all over the floor, which looked messy. The man sat on the sofa, with a shadow around him. Not far away, a woman was kneeling at this moment. Her face was full of tears. Her head was lowered, and her shoulders were shaking. I heard you went abroad? Yes. In the study, the man looked at the woman, speaking calmly. He stood up, dressed in a neat suit, although he was middle-aged, but his temperament was like a long-brewed mellow wine, becoming more sharp and deep. He walked in front of the woman, looking down at her, asked, What did you do? When Nanchuan pursed his lips, slowly said, Some personal matters. The man didn't speak, because he couldn't hear the man talking. When Nanchuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked tentatively, What the matter with you? Nothing. Your mother misses you, and asked you to come back as soon as possible. She has something to tell you. After saying this, the woman kneeling on the ground suddenly raised her head and stared at him closely. The man was indifferent, and after getting Huan Nanchuan's answer, he hung up the phone directly. Everything has nothing to do with Nanchuan. What do you want to do? The man sneered when he heard her words. He was different from young men. His age became his charm. A man at the pinnacle of power who had reached this age was full of reserved danger, maturity, and sharpness. You feel sorry for him. Huafeng stretched out his hand, and his hand fell to her ear, as if he was caressing her. But the next second, he grabbed her soft hair. and the voice seeped out from his throat. Chapter 664 Life Experience. I didn't know until today that you ran away with your first love. And you were pregnant with my child. Tell me, where did you take him? Huh? When she said the last sentence, the woman's scalp tightened, and the pain of being pulled spread instantly. Painful emotions appeared on her face. Huafeng looked at her, but his face was indifferent. After decades of grievances, his love for her had disappeared in time. He originally planned to spend the rest of his life with her without love or hate. But who knew that he would learn such a secret today? I loved you so much back then. You couldn't forget your first love. I didn't mind. I raised your son with him as my own. He came back. You ran away with him regardless of everything. I could not pursue the matter. But Zhou Mian, tell me, you were obviously pregnant with my child. Why didn't you say a word? How did I let you down? Why did you treat me like this? The woman took a slow breath and looked at the man's face. Huafeng was good-looking when he was young. His naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes, now with the precipitation of time, have become more fierce. She looked away and said nothing. Huafeng had given up on her long ago. She had no emotion in her attitude. She just asked indifferently, where is my child? The child I gave birth to with you is just a bastard. Of course I threw it away. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly hit the floor. Huafeng had already stood up straight. Do you think I can't find it if you don't tell me? He turned and walked out. Zhou Mian seemed to remember something at this time. He suddenly grabbed his trouser leg. Nanchuan is innocent. He knows nothing. Huafeng stared at her. And after a few seconds he said coldly, have you ever thought about that child in all these years? Zhou Mian's eyelashes moved. But she said nothing. Why do other people's sons live so well? But I don't even know whether my child is dead or alive. Huafeng looked away and said coldly, from now on, when Nanchuan will have nothing. The man strode out of the study. Zhou Mian stood up to chase him, but was stopped by his men. The chairman said that the madam cannot go out now. The woman said in a high voice, where is Huafeng going? What is he going to do? The subordinate ignored her and closed the door of the study. When Nanchuan hung up Huafeng's phone, and his eyes were unclear, he had erased the original incident before coming. And Huafeng should never know about it. But for some reason, he felt uneasy. Ming Siren left the hospital and got in the car. The subordinate sitting in the co-pilot seat handed him a document, and Ming Siren took it and flipped through it. This is when Nanchuan family background information, which has been sorted out. Ming Siren looked at what was written on it and said nothing. When Nanchuan trump card is not here. As we found out before, his taking over Shanghai company can only be regarded as an investment, especially his father, who is a very rich and powerful person. He has investments in almost any profitable industry. And he is very low-key. We can't find more information. After a pause, the subordinate continued, if you want to move Nanchuan, you will inevitably have to confront his father in the end. And the process may be quite troublesome. Ming Siren flipped through the information. His expression did not change. Hearing the fearful words of his subordinates, he said lazily, oh, so he relies on his father. Chapter 665, Handsome Uncle. The subordinate didn't know how to respond. Ming Siren finished flipping through the information and put it aside, saying with a smile, then I really have to go and meet him. How could such a powerful father give birth to such a bastard? While when Nanchuan was still lying in the hospital bed, 3 days later, Ming Siren directly booked a flight to a foreign country. In the busy airport, Ming Siren touched Jiang Qiao's face and said to her, don't run around in the 2 days when I'm not here. I told your brother and asked him to watch you. And you have to listen to him. Jiang Qiao emphasized, he is also your brother. Ming Siren couldn't help but chuckle, reached out and hugged her. Okay, my brother. The two didn't talk for long, and the time was up soon. Ming Siren said goodbye to Jiang Qiao and went in. Jiang Qiao was now followed by 2 bodyguards wherever she went. She didn't want to go back for the time being, so she strolled to a nearby coffee shop. And not long after Ming Siren went in, a man came out from another exit. Chairman, please wait a moment, I go get a car. The man with a strong aura was holding a mobile phone and answering the call. Hearing the secretary words, he nodded casually and walked away with long legs. The person on the other end of the phone was saying something. He looked unpredictable and said, "It a boy. Are you sure?" He immediately got a positive answer. Huafeng couldn't help but pursed his lips. His facial lines were cold. Zhou Mian. That crazy woman. He closed his eyes. And after a few seconds, he said with difficulty, "How is he now? Based on the information we have found so far, the young master experience seems to be very tortuous. Not very good." Hearing the word "not very good," Huafeng paused. "I want to know where he is now, as soon as possible." "Don't worry, Chairman. We will find out as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Huafeng stood there for a moment before entering the coffee shop. He looked at the flow of people outside the glass window. A little absent-minded, the mature man sat by the window, exuding a deep sense of being in a high position. He did not fit in with the atmosphere of the coffee shop, but he was very attractive. Huafeng was thinking about something, and he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Until he turned his head, he bumped into a pair of beautiful cat eyes. The owner of the eyes stared at him straight, and didn't look away for a long time. Huafeng looked at her, and felt a little puzzled. Jiang Qiao, what a handsome uncle. Huafeng looked at the girl who was staring at him. She was looking at him too openly, so he didn't feel offended. After a 2-second pause, he nodded to her politely. Jiang Qiao cat eyes curved, and she nodded to him. Huafeng inexplicably thought this little girl was a little cute. He didn't stay here for long. After the secretary came back, he left the cafe. Jiang Qiao rested her chin on her hand, and typed to Ming Siren on her phone. "I just met someone whose eyes look like yours." Before Ming Siren replied, a plate of dessert was placed in front of her. Jiang Qiao looked up in surprise. The waiter said, "This was sent by the gentleman just now, and the other gentleman has already paid for you." Jiang Qiao was stunned at first, but when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a gentleman." When a mature man does such a thing, he is calm and graceful, and exudes elegance from the bones. On the other side, Ming Siren's phone on the plane vibrated again, and he clicked it, and saw that it was a message from Jiang Qiao. "Brother Siren, you lose." Looking at the line of words sent by Jiang Qiao, Ming Siren, ? Chapter 666 Huafeng. This little girl is innocent and harmless. "Chairman, do you know the young lady just now?" After leaving the airport, the secretary asked. Their chairman has never been like this before. Huafeng thought of those big eyes just now, and felt a little funny for some reason, but he didn't say anything more, just said coldly, "I just heard that when Nanchuan is also here, what has he done during this period? Go and find out." Yes. The secretary knew that. The chairman would not allow any mistakes now, and the lady didn't go to many places with her first love, and I believe that she will get news about the young master soon. The two walked to the front of the car, but found that there were already a circle of people around the car. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Huafeng's trip was relatively low-key this time. Several people who looked like uneducated young men were leaning or squatting next to the not-too-expensive car, laughing and joking. Seeing them, the leader raised his eyebrows. "Is this your car? Do you know that it is blocking the road?" The secretary was stunned and looked behind the car. At this moment, there was a big hole at the rear of their car, but it was obviously not the car blocking the road. But the other party poor driving skills directly hit it. But it was obvious that they didn't think so, and they were planning to turn the tables. "Tell me, what are you going to do?" The leader put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and asked casually. The secretary was a little angry, but said calmly, "Sir, our car is parked in a place that won't block your way." "Do you mean that I am accusing you?" The secretary glanced at Huafeng, and then said to this person, "Sir, we cannot pursue the losses you have caused us. But if you continue to make trouble, what are you going to do?" The man stood up straight and smiled provocatively. "Why don't you talk to me?" Huafeng frowned slightly and was about to speak when a clear voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, you haven't left yet?" Huafeng turned his head and saw the little girl coming over. She had a smile in her eyes and seemed to be in a good mood. "Thank you for the dessert just now, it's delicious." As she said that, she stretched out her hand to him and introduced herself. "Hello, Jiang Qiao." Huafeng shook hands with her and said calmly, "My last name is Hua." He didn't say his name, and Jiang Qiao didn't mind. She was very calm and turned to look at the young masters next to her, asking him, "What happened? Is someone bothering you?" Huafeng didn't intend to let a little girl stand up for him, especially since the little girl looked so innocent. But just as he was about to say it was nothing, Jiang Qiao asked the young masters before him, "Are you bothering him?" The noisy place suddenly became quiet. The next second, the secretary saw the young men who were leaning against the car looked at each other, and slowly stood up. Jiang Qiao in front of him smiled. Her tone sounded very sweet, And she didn't seem to have any bad intentions. I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear it? The young man who called himself a young master just now touched his nose and replied, it. Their car blocked the road, our car was accidentally damaged. Who caused trouble for them? We didn't. Jiang Qiao glanced at the position of the two cars, crossed her arms, and smiled kindly. Do you think I'm blind? The young man. Jiang Qiao glanced at his car again, and laughed. Your skills are really good. Even a dog would know how to drift better than you. Young man. Jiang Qiao finished speaking, and raised her chin. Do you know what to do? Get in your car, and get out of here. Then our loss. Someone asked with a brain twitch. Jiang Qiao glanced at him, smiled, and casually gathered her hair. Why? Aren't you leaving yet? Watching her movements, the man said, It okay then. Hua Feng just watched this innocent little girl standing in front of these people, scolding them like little chickens. And these lazy young men changed their attitudes 180 degrees, not even daring to say a word back. Chapter 667. The identity of the young master was found. Jiang the great evil Qiao, after saying that, turned around and looked at him, with a cute expression. They left. Hua Feng was silent for a moment, then looked at her and said, Do you know these people? Jiang Qiao, no. After a pause, she seemed to think of something, and said, but they may know me. The secretary heard this. How do they know each other? When these people see her, they will be as scared as her grandson. After Jiang Qiao finished her good deed, she did not stay for long. She said in a relaxed tone, Then I will leave too. Goodbye. Ms. Jiang, can you please leave your contact information? Hua Feng stopped her. Thank you for this. No. It is a small matter. Hua Feng smiled. It not for me. Seeing his persistence, Jiang Qiao did not say much. She took out her mobile phone and exchanged contact information with this handsome uncle. That night, Jiang Qiao called Ming Siren and listened to his words on the other end of the phone. She was stunned. You didn't find Wen Nanchuan father? Ming Siren didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. In the hotel, he leaned against the head of the bed, said in a lazy tone. He said he was going on vacation. This father and son are really interesting. Leaving such a big company alone. One came to get beaten, the other went on vacation. Jiang Qiao. She asked, What are you going to do then? I stay here for 2 days, and check his company here. Ming Siren raised his hand and pressed his eyebrows, and said in a light voice, If he doesn't come back in 2 days, I go back. Jiang Qiao took the phone and said, Okay. I wait for you. Not long after Jiang Qiao finished the call with Ming Siren, Hua Feng was about to take a rest when his phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated violently. Hua Feng seemed to have a premonition and immediately got up and took it. Looking at the name on the caller ID, he tensed up and answered the call directly. Go ahead. The room was very quiet, and the news from his subordinates did not disappoint him. Chairman, we have found out the young master current identity. 20 minutes later, in the bright living room, Hua Feng, who was neatly dressed, looked at the information bag in front of him, and his breathing was a little unstable. The man who always remained calm in the face of anything now showed a rare nervous side. After a moment, he took the information bag and pulled out the stack of information. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo. The slender and handsome young man was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with delicate features, and a pair of iconic peach blossom eyes that were slightly raised, as if he was born with a smile. Hua Feng looked at the photo for more than 10 seconds before his eyes slowly moved to the information. On the smooth paper, in the name column, his name was clearly written at this moment, Ming Siren. The young master had a very rough childhood. He was abandoned and abused. Before he met the old man of the Ming group in the orphanage, he was adopted by 3 families. After the old man Ming took the young master away, he tried to erase everything in his past. This is a video we found, the subordinate said, putting a mobile phone on the table. Hua Feng looked away from the information, took the phone. The screen lit up, and a pale and thin boy appeared on the screen accompanied by a teasing voice. Hua Feng stared at the screen on the phone, and it was self-evident what kind of life he had experienced. It seemed as if a fire suddenly surged in his heart, burning his heart fiercely. Seeing his appearance, the subordinate hurriedly said, But after being adopted by Mr. Ming, the young master has not suffered any hardship. Chairman, please don't be too sad. Hua Feng's slender fingers were trembling. When he raised his eyes again, his eyes were bloodshot. He said in a deep voice, Send Zhou Mian to the sanatorium. She will never come out again in her life. The subordinate heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head and said, "Yes. If it weren't for the wife's self-willed decision to hide it from the chairman. How could the young master live such a life? Now, the chairman can only watch his own son suffer in the past, but can do nothing about it." Time passed by minute. From dusk to dawn, Hua Feng read Ming's siren information from beginning to end, and at the same time, he seemed to be watching how he grew into an excellent man. The pain in his heart was gradually replaced by admiration and relief. Even if he was not his son, looking at such an outstanding young man, Hua Feng would not be able to help but praise him. The sky outside was completely bright. Hua Feng put down the information and couldn't help but smile. Now even if I suddenly have an accident, I don't have to worry about my career being ruined. The subordinates knew that the chairman had always been dissatisfied with Wenanchuan ability. Seeing him like this, they said, "It seems that the young master has inherited the chairman's business talent. He is so good." Looking at Hua Feng, who was so excited, his subordinate suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "By the way, chairman, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. The young master is married." The information the chairman had just read was all about the young master experience, and did not record the young master wife. After all, that person was also a super rich family that could not be described on a piece of paper. Married? Hua Feng was surprised. Young people nowadays generally get married late. He thought he was still single, but according to his age, it would not be strange even if he had a wife. Hua Feng said, "What kind of person is he going to marry?" The subordinate then put another file in front of Hua Feng that was no less thick than Ming's siren file. Chapter 668. I don't mind her family background. Hua Feng was stunned for a moment, before he reached out to take the information. He opened it and said calmly, "Actually, as long as Siran likes it, I have no objection. As for external things like her family background, I don't mind." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes inadvertently swept across the identity column. At this moment, there were 3 such titles written on it: CEO of Dongshi Film and Media, daughter of Jiang Group, president of Jiao Airlines. Hua Feng. He suspected that he had read it wrong, and subconsciously turned 2 pages to the back. Is this the identity information of Siran wife? Why do I see the word president? Subordinate, chairman. You are not mistaken. This is the information of the young master wife. The young master wife is super beautiful, and is also the CEO, and very rich. Listening to the subordinate introduction, Hua Feng raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Then he looked back at the information, and was a little surprised. He also knew the Jiang Group written on it. But Hua Feng was not over yet. At this time, the photo sandwiched between the documents suddenly slipped down and floated to the ground. He reached out to pick it up. When he saw the face in the photo clearly, he was stunned. The little girl who helped him smiled with cat eyes. In the photo, she leaned against the lazy man beside her. The atmosphere between them was comfortable and warm. Her. Hua Feng was surprised. His subordinate was stunned. "Chairman, do you know her?" Hua Feng looked at the photo, and immediately looked at the name written on the document. In the top column, it was indeed written Jiang Qiao. It was such a coincidence. His subordinate didn't know what happened, and looked confused. Hua Feng looked at the document for a while, then took the phone and dialed a number. On the other side, Jiang Qiao had just arrived at the company and received a call. "Hello? Ms. Jiang, are you free tonight?" Hua Feng's tone sounded gentle to anyone. He said slowly, "I want to thank you for your help yesterday." "Tonight?" As Jiang Qiao sat down, she glanced at her schedule and said casually, "Okay, I have no plans. I send you the address of the restaurant later." After a pause, Hua Feng said slowly, "Ms. Jiang can also bring her partner. Unfortunately, my husband is on a business trip." "Is that so?" After hanging up the phone, Hua Feng said to his subordinates, "Go check what girls like nowadays, and buy them back." Halfway through, he stood up. "Forget it, I pick it myself." "Chairman, calm down." Jiang Qiao was very devoted to her work, and it was not until the evening when her assistant reminded her that she remembered that she had an appointment to keep. She packed up simply, and drove directly to the address sent to her. The reason why she went to the appointment this time was because she had a very good impression of Mr. Hua. Arriving at the destination, entering the restaurant, the surroundings were very quiet, and it was obvious that the place was reserved. Hua Feng was dressed in a suit, and his temperament was elegant. When he saw Jiang Qiao coming in, he stood up directly. "Jiang Qiao, sorry. I'm late." "No. I just arrived." Hua Feng smiled and pulled out a chair, letting Jiang Qiao sit down. and then pushed the prepared gift in front of Jiang Qiao. Is it for me? A little thought. The subordinate standing next to him had never seen the chairman show this look to anyone. Looking at his expression at the moment, he could only think of two words: satisfied. Chapter 669. Miss Jiang has a really good personality. While Jiang Qiao was driving to have dinner with Hu Feng on the top floor of the Jiang Group building, Jiang Zilan listened to his subordinates, raised his head from the numerous documents, and frowned. What did you say? In recent days, someone has been secretly investigating Miss Jiang Qiao and Mr. Ming. We don't know who they are yet. Jiang Zilan took the phone and dialed Jiang Qiao number, but no one answered. He frowned and hung up, and dialed directly to Jiang Qiao office. This time, he didn't have to wait too long. The other side picked up the call quickly. Hello? Who is this? Jiang Zilan. Where is Qiao Qiao now? Hearing who was calling, the assistant said quickly, Ms. Jiang went to dinner with a friend. Friend? Which friend? It a new gentleman that Mr. Jiang knows. His surname seems to be Hua. Jiang Zilan looked at his subordinates, who hurriedly stepped closer and lowered their voices. The people who had been asking about Miss Jiang Qiao recently seemed to have a boss with the surname Hua. Jiang Zilan stood up and asked the assistant on the other end of the phone. The words were brief: address. As he strode out of the office, he continued to call Jiang Qiao. As no one answered the call, the man's face became more and more gloomy. Jiang Qiao's phone was muted by her, so there was no movement at the moment. She was talking to the handsome uncle in front of her. The elegant man looked at her quietly. After she finished speaking, he smiled and praised, Ms. Jiang has a really good personality. Jiang Qiao stared at him with her big eyes, leaning forward slightly. And when the other party looked at him in confusion, he said, You really look like someone I know. Tone, expression, and eyes. Hu Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he asked her, With whom? Jiang Qiao. His name is Ming Siren, and he is my husband. He has been abroad for a few days. You can meet him when he comes back. When he heard those three words, Hu Feng looked at the little girl in front of him and said, Your husband? What kind of person is he? What kind of person? Hearing this, Jiang Qiao thought for a while, and then said, He is a person who supports me and can let me rely on him. He can do everything well, and has a gentle temper. In short, he is a perfect man. Hu Feng said, I can see that you like him very much. Jiang Qiao coughed lightly, took the cup and drank a sip of water. Not bad. Hu Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw her like this. When the two were talking in a harmonious atmosphere, there was a sudden noise outside. Hu Feng looked up and saw a man with a cold face, ignoring the staff obstruction, walking in from outside. The man was tall and had long legs. He swept his eyes around the restaurant and then landed in his direction. He walked towards him with his long legs. Sir, you can't go in. Hu Feng frowned. Seeing this, his men immediately prepared to stop him. At this time, Jiang Qiao heard the noise and looked behind her. Just saw Jiang Zilan coming from outside. She was stunned and said, Brother? Brother? Hu Feng glanced at his men, who immediately stopped. Jiang Zilan came directly to Jiang Qiao, pulled her behind him, and then looked at Hu Feng with cold eyes. Who are you? Brother, he is. Jiang Zilan, shut up. Chapter 670. I'm here to find my son. Jiang Qiao was silent. Facing the aggressive Jiang Zilan, Hu Feng remained seated, with no emotion on his face. He said calmly, Mr. Jiang probably hasn't had dinner yet, please take a seat. At the same time, he turned his head and told the waiter in the restaurant, bring one more serving. Okay, Mr. Hua. Looking at the calm man, Jiang Zilan's eyes became more serious, and he asked, What is your relationship with Wen Nanchuan? Hu Feng paused slightly and raised his eyes. He saw that because of his words, even Jiang Qiao's expression changed behind him. Hu Feng narrowed his eyes and said calmly, He did something. He hadn't thought about Wen Nanchuan these days. But since he appeared here at this time, he would never think it was a coincidence. It was only a matter of time to find out what he did. Jiang Zilan said expressionlessly, You two really know each other. Mr. Hua? It seems like I'm asking you a question. Hu Feng put down the knife and fork in his hand, looking directly into Jiang Zilan's eyes, without any concealment. He is the son of my wife and her first love. Jiang Qiao immediately looked at Hu Feng. He and I have no blood relationship. Jiang Zilan didn't expect him to be so honest about his relationship with Wen Nanchuan, but his brows didn't relax. He sneered, and said, Then what do you want to do here? You are a very responsible stepfather. Huafeng's eyes fell on Jiang Qiao's face. He looked at Jiang Qiao, who was obviously more tense than before, and his eyelids twitched slightly. After a pause, he observed Jiang Qiao's expression, and said slowly and carefully, "My relationship with my wife has broken down, and we are about to divorce. In the future, even if it is nominal, I will have nothing to do with him. And I am not here for him this time. I am here to find my biological son." However, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilan did not hear a word of the second half of his sentence. Knowing his relationship with Huan Nanchuan, Jiang Zilan was too lazy to talk to him. Who cares whether he finds his biological son or not? He glanced at him coldly, then held Jiang Qiao's hand and pulled it. "Let go." Jiang Qiao was a little depressed, and said sullenly, "Oh?" She didn't expect to meet a handsome uncle who was easy to talk to, and turned out to be Huan Nanchuan's stepfather. Although judging from the man's expression, he should not know what Huan Nanchuan did. But her mood was still complicated. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Huafeng's expression changed. While thinking about what Huan Nanchuan had done to them, he couldn't help but said anxiously, "Qiao Qiao, wait a minute." Hearing this intimate address, Jiang Zilan paused, and gave them a cold look. He said in a deep voice, "Mr. Hua, please respect yourself." The subordinate standing by had never seen his chairman being disliked like this, and his eyelids couldn't help but tremble. Huafeng, who had been high and mighty and elegant for most of his life, was almost at a loss when facing the brother and sister. He stood up and strode over, stopped the two, his face slightly tense, and he said again, "The reason why I came here this time has nothing to do with anyone. I came to find my biological son." Jiang Zilan didn't even raise his eyelids, and the brother and sister seemed to have an expression on their faces that said, "You are looking for your son. It's none of our business." Chapter 671. Don't move, let me sort it out. Huafeng. He looked at the two people who were about to leave, and was silent for 2 seconds, finally said, "Actually, Ming Siren is my biological son." After this sentence fell, the air suddenly became quiet. Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilan stopped at the same time, and looked up at him. "I am his father, my name is Huafeng." He finally said his real name, but it was at this time. For a long while, no one spoke. Jiang Qiao put his hand on his head, squinting his eyes. "Brother, did I hear it just now?" Jiang Zilan's expression was difficult to describe. "I heard it too." "Ming Siren? Which Ming Siren? The siren from my family?" "He said he was Siren. What was it?" "Father." Jiang Qiao took a breath instantly. "Don't move. Let me sort it out." After Huafeng finished speaking, he calmed down a lot, and motioned for them to sit down. "As for the specific details of this matter, you sit down first, I will explain it to you slowly." Now the two were still in shock of this information, with no reaction, and sat down obediently. "At the beginning, my wife was pregnant with C. Ran, but she didn't tell me, until a few days ago, I accidentally learned the news." Huafeng told the two in detail how he got the news, and how he found out all the way here, until he finally confirmed that C. Ran was his son. After Huafeng finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Qiao, and said in a gentle tone, "I learned last night that C. Ran was married, and I didn't expect such a coincidence that his marriage partner is you." Jiang Qiao was still a little stunned. Jiang Zilan said calmly, "Are you sure he is your son?" Huafeng smiled. "We just need to do a paternity test at the end, although I think it is no longer necessary." Huafeng thought so, not without reason. Anyone who has seen these two people can't say that the two are not related. Jiang Qiao finally found the reason why he always felt that Si Ran was similar to him. Father and son? How could they not be similar? Huafeng knew that the two needed time to digest this matter, and then he didn't say anything more. Half an hour later, Jiang Qiao and Jiang Zilan came out of the restaurant. Jiang Qiao still felt a little unreal. "Brother, Si Ran also has a father." This didn't sound right. Jiang Zilan was a little amused. He raised his hand and knocked her head. "Do you like that boy?" Jiang Qiao hissed softly. "I mean, he finally has a father." Although his temper and personality often make people ignore his imperfections in his childhood, Jiang Zilan lowered his eyes and glanced at Jiang Qiao. After a moment, he said indifferently, "If he is really Huafeng's son, Huan Nanchuan probably came here because of him. Don't you blame him?" After he finished speaking, Jiang Qiao was silent for a moment, and then she raised her eyes. Her eyes were black and white, and the light shone down, reflecting a clear background. "Brother, this has nothing to do with Si Ran," she said lightly. "Bad people are bad because they are evil by nature. And it has nothing to do with others. If I want to vent my anger on innocent people because of him, it will be unfair to see Ran. Jiang Zealand looked at her for a long time, stretched out his hand to press her head in his arms, and sighed, "Grow up." Before leaving, Jiang Qiao thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her mobile phone. "Then I have to tell Si Ran about this. He has a father." Chapter 672, If You Suddenly Have a Father. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zealand took it away as soon as he took it out. The man said lightly, "This kind of thing can't be explained clearly over the phone. Why not wait for Wafeng to come and talk to him in person?" "Jiang Qiao, what about me?" Jiang Zealand glanced at her with his eyes lowered. "What does it have to do with you? What wrong with you?" "Then I don't do anything now." Knowing such a big news. Looking at Jiang Qiao, who was as restless as a rabbit, Jiang Zealand flicked her head. "Just be honest." Jiang Qiao's eyes sparkled, as if she had finally found something to do. "Brother, are you curious about Si Ran's reaction?" Jiang Zealand took a long step and walked in front of her. Jiang Qiao hurriedly caught up with him, muttering, "To be honest. Aren't you curious? Brother? This is Si Ran's business. The one who has never changed his expression no matter what happened since he was a child." Jiang Zealand put his hands in his pockets, and after a while, when Jiang Qiao thought he would not answer, he snorted, "Indeed? There is a little bit." "Jiang Qiao, is that so?" On Thursday, Ming Siren returned to China. He was just about to reach out to open the door, when he heard footsteps from inside, and then the door opened, and a head appeared. "You're back." Ming Siren was tall and handsome, with a coat on his left hand, and his eyes met the woman's shining eyes, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Jiang Qiao let him in, took the coat from his hand and hung it up, and asked considerately while massaging him, "Are you tired?" Ming Siren. "The sun is rising from the west." "What this?" He took off his tie, leaned on the sofa, and said lazily, "Tell me, while I was away, what did you do for me again?" Jiang Qiao, "I didn't do anything. Am I that kind of person?" Ming Siren was too lazy to pay attention to her. Jiang Qiao looked at his expression, and asked, "Have you seen Wen Nanchuan father?" Speaking of this, Ming Siren frowned. "No. I don't know where that person is." Jiang Qiao said obediently, "If you haven't seen me, then you haven't seen me. Anyway, you will see me sooner or later." Ming Siren didn't say anything, and after massaging for a few times, Jiang Qiao really didn't want to continue. She took off her slippers, squeezed next to Ming Siren, leaned on his chest intimately, and snuggled up to him obediently. Si Ran. Ming Siren was a little tired at the moment after just getting off the plane. His voice sounded lazy and sexy. Jiang Qiao whispered, "If you suddenly have a father." Before she finished her words, the man didn't even raise his eyelids. "You want to be my dad again?" Jiang Qiao. Ming Siren snorted lazily. "I haven't slept with you yet." "Have I?" He patted her head gently. "Wait a moment. Wait for your brother to take a breath." Jiang Qiao stretched out her hand and twisted his waist. "Ming Siren. Be serious." Ming Siren chuckled and took her hand, squeezed it in his palm, and said indulgently, "Well, okay. I listen to you." Jiang Qiao leaned on his shoulder, looking at his profile, blinking her big eyes. "If you suddenly have a family, what would you do?" Ming Siren pinched her fingers from time to time, and said lightly, "I don't know, I haven't felt it." He said this in a very normal tone, and his eyebrows and eyes did not change, as if he had already gotten used to it. Jiang Qiao looked at him. The man's long eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes, making him look quiet and gentle. Jiang Qiao, who originally wanted to tease him, softened her heart instantly because of his words. She reached out, hooked his head over, and rubbed his forehead randomly. "You are such a poor little thing. Let me treat you well." Ming Siren had already opened his eyes, and stretched out his hand to block her rubbing. A low laugh came out of his throat. "What wrong with you today?" Jiang Qiao did not answer, hugged him, and touched his head again. "Be good. We will love you well in the future." Ming Siren frowned in confusion. Chapter 673, I have always spoiled Ming Siren. The entertainment industry has been quiet recently, and netizens have nothing to do but look at handsome men and beautiful women very leisurely. At this time, in a super topic about appearance, a netizen posted a few photos, which quickly attracted everyone's attention. The super topic about appearance posted a tall, rich and handsome man, the CEO of Shantai Group. Let's see what level he is. This netizen posted 4 photos. But the people in the photos are not from the entertainment industry. The man's background is a crashed luxury car. He holds his assistant's shoulder with his right hand, slightly lowers his head, and his skin is very pale. A side profile photo, well taken, because of the filter, it adds a sense of story, and makes the man in a suit stand out. In short, among the many celebrities in the entertainment industry who are extravagant, he looks very classy. Sure enough, as soon as this set of photos was released, everyone gathered around. Fuck, is it okay for me to praise the beauty first? CEO of Shatai Group? Is that the Shangtai that is hostile to Ming Father Company? Fuck, if I had known he looked like this, I wouldn't have scolded him. This is the photo of the day of the car accident. Right? It does look like he was injured, and he looks so stunning. He is just average. There is no need to brag about him like that. Sisters, the filter is too strong, his face is blurred, and he can still be handsome? The last two comments, but they annoyed the netizens who posted the post. She directly responded in the comment area. You call this kind of top-notch average? You are blind if you can't tell. She still seemed to feel unsatisfied after responding, and posted another comment. Seriously, can Ming Siren's fans please get out? Are you annoying? In the super chat, Ming Siren's fans, who were originally just looking for handsome men and beautiful women, were confused. What does this have to do with them? A passerby made a casual comment, and she directly stamped that she was Ming Siren's fan. They responded without saying a word. A small boss whose height, appearance and value are all beaten by my father Ming, is not worthy of our glaring. Don't try to extort money from him. Seeing the three words, small boss, Ming Siren's fans almost burst out laughing. Whoever saw it would say that the description is accurate. However, these three words also touched the nerves of the netizen who submitted the post. She directly tagged the person on her Weibo and started to speak. Vanilla ice cream, sorry. My brother is an employee of Shatai. Shangtai is just a company that this boss casually invested in. It's just for fun. It's not certain who will be beaten by whom. What are Ming Siren's fans crazy about? Who knows your father Ming outside of this place? It's better not to be cheap, so as not to anger others, and get slapped in the face in the end. At C. Rant's brother's little fangirl at Xiao Ran locked her up and tagged someone, but set a no-reply setting. The two angry fans could only forward and confront her. And this person then submitted Huan Nanchuan's photo to the marketing account. The marketing account knew that the names of Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren meant traffic, and took this opportunity to create a wave of popularity. While the internet was in an uproar, a detailed investigation of Huan Nanchuan actions during this period was sent to Huafeng desk. This document detailed how Huan Nanchuan harmed Ming Siren through unfair competition, and how he used black material to discredit him on Weibo. After reading this, Huafeng's chest rose and fell violently, and he laughed in anger. Good Huan Nanchuan. This mother and son, both are equally vicious and cruel. Looking at the man's terrible expression, the assistant stepped forward nervously and said, Chairman, Miss Jiang's brother just called and said that Huan Nanchuan had been here many years ago. Huafeng raised his eyes. What? He didn't say what happened specifically. He only said Huan Nanchuan caused Miss Jiang Qiao and the young master to break up. Miss Jiang Qiao was once hospitalized for treatment. The two separated for a long time before reconciling, and the young master was very sad. After saying this, Huafeng became even angrier. He kicked over the coffee table in front of him. This beast. He was about to send someone to bring Huan Nanchuan. At this time, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Huafeng took it out with a gloomy face, and found that it was a video call from Jiang Qiao. He relaxed his expression a little, trying to make his face look less ugly, then answered the video call. He said softly, Qiao Qiao? Jiang Qiao sneaked around, seemingly in the bathroom. She looked at the door, after making sure Ming Siren would not come in, said, Uncle Hua. Before meeting Ming Siren, Jiang Qiao temporarily called Huafeng uncle. What wrong? Jiang Qiao asked him. Have you seen the news online? News? Jiang Qiao immediately sent him the screenshots she had sorted out. The two had secretly added each other on WeChat a long time ago, and were very familiar with the software. After Huafeng clicked on it, and finished reading it, his face couldn't help but sank. They're a quarrel online. Some netizens are saying that C. Ran is not as good as Huan Nanchuan. Jiang Qiao looked at Huafeng's face, and said slowly, some people even posted videos of C. Ran's miserable childhood to mock him. I deleted these videos once before, and I don't know who posted them again. She said, our C. Ran had a hard time when he was young, and many people treated him badly. Huafeng knew what Jiang Qiao meant. He moved his eyes away from the screenshot. In addition to being angry at Wan Chuan, he was also relieved that someone cared about him. Hua Feng looked at Jiang Qiao and said sincerely, "Fortunately, you are always with him." Jiang Qiao waved her hand. "It is a small matter, I have always spoiled him." Hua Feng's mouth curled slightly. After Jiang Qiao finished speaking, she coughed lightly and moved closer to the camera. "Uncle Hua, some people say that Si Ran is not as good as Wan Chuan. We can't stand this anger." "Right?" Hua Feng, "Of course not." Jiang Qiao, "Then let punish him first?" "Punishment?" Hua Feng was stunned. Jiang Qiao was about to explain in detail, but Ming Siren footsteps suddenly came from outside, followed by a man low and pleasant voice. "Qiao Qiao, who are you talking to?" "I'm coming in." As he spoke, he heard the sound of him opening the door. Jiang Qiao's eyelids jumped suddenly, looking at Hua Feng on the other end of the phone. Hua Feng was obviously also startled, not ready to recognize the father and son right now. While he was stunned, Jiang Qiao said softly, "Uncle, contact me on WeChat." Then he hung up the video call immediately. The whole space suddenly became quiet. At this time, Ming Siren also pushed the door and walked in. The man was tall and slender. His eyes fell on Jiang Qiao. He looked her up and down. Hesitantly said, "Who are you talking to?" Jiang Qiao raised her right hand and stroked her hair. "Ah, my assistant." Ming Siren walked towards her with long legs. Jiang Qiao subconsciously stepped back. His dark eyes stared at her, narrowed his eyes, and then his hand fell behind her, grabbing her left hand holding the phone. "Really? Then let me see." Chapter 674. Something is wrong with you. Jiang Qiao immediately dodged back. "Ming Siren, ? He said, "Something is wrong with you lately." Jiang Qiao, "Don't be unreasonable." She said the classic bad man quotes while walking to the side. "What can be wrong with me?" As she said that, she walked to the door. And just as her hand reached for the door handle to open the door, a hand reached out from the side and closed the door. The man stared at her. "Show me your phone." Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao's face was tense, and she sternly taught him, "Don't you trust me? Your behavior is despising our marriage relationship. How can we get along well in the future without trust?" She put on an expression that said, "You should reflect on yourself. Get out of the way quickly, don't make trouble, I'm going to the company." Ming Siren didn't let him go, and he squinted his eyes and looked at her. Men who don't trust their wives are the most annoying. Jiang Qiao said with great truths, "Do you want to be that kind of man? Get out of the way. Get out of the way." Jiang Qiao reached out and pushed him to open the door. Ming Siren was pushed aside by her, without saying anything. Seeing Jiang Qiao about to open the door, she curled her eyes, and was about to get out, but the hand holding the phone was suddenly empty, and the phone was taken away by the man. Ming Siren took his phone easily, and said lightly, "What the hell is trust?" He unlocked it skillfully, and went to check her phone page, and laughed lazily. "I want to see who you are chatting with." Jiang Qiao immediately rushed up from behind him, and pressed her whole body on his back. "Give me back my phone." "Did you hear me?" Ming Siren carried her on his back, stretched out his arms, and deliberately said, "Are you anxious? Then I want to see it more." Jiang Qiao covered his eyes, and at the same time leaned over to bite his ear. Hearing the man groan, she hung on him and threatened in a low voice, "If you don't give it to me, I will bite your ear." The man chuckled, "If you are willing, bite it." Hearing this, Jiang Qiao raised her eyebrows and hooked her arm around his neck. "You've grown up, Ming Siren. And you're threatening me with yourself." Seeing that he still wanted to see her, Jiang Qiao rolled her eyes and lied without thinking, "Actually, I didn't let you see it because I prepared a surprise for you." "Surprise?" Ming Siren paused. "What surprise? Can it still be called a surprise if I say so?" "You know when the time comes." The man didn't say anything. Jiang Qiao hugged him and began to say sweet words to him. Her voice soft. "Don't you know that I like you the most? I love you so much. Brother Siren. Why are you so good?" The woman spoke softly, kissing him deliberately. "I really love you more and more every day. I want to be with you forever." Ming Siren wanted to hold back, but he couldn't help laughing. His voice was low and pleasant. "Jiang Qiao. Don't give me that." "Jiang Qiao, really? Come and kiss me." She asked him to turn his head, and leaned over to bite his lips. Jiang Qiao got down from behind him, threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck and kissed him. Time passed by. Ming Siren's attention gradually fell on her. Jiang Qiao took advantage of this moment, took her mobile phone from him, and put it in her pocket. A few minutes later, She separated from him, touching the man's sexy and beautiful face. You are so beautiful. Ming Siren lowered his head and wanted to continue. Jiang Qiao stepped aside, looked down at his watch. Oh, it getting late? I should go to the company. After that, she sorted out her clothes and ran out. See you tonight. Dear, looking at her back. Ming Siren, who was played by his wife again. Chapter 675 Operation begins. After leaving home, Jiang Qiao called Hua Feng again. Uncle Hua, I tell you about that matter in detail. On the day Hua Nanchuan was discharged from the hospital, he received a document from Hua Feng. He clicked it and read it, and his face suddenly changed. The assistant standing behind him saw it, and was also surprised. The chairman is coming here? The document sent by Hua Feng was a plan for developing overseas markets, but Ming Siren was here. Seeing Hua Nanchuan's grim expression, the assistant relaxed and said, but the chairman doesn't know who Ming Siren is. And he doesn't even know he is a child. So you don't have to worry too much. Mr. Hua. Even if the two met, what would happen? Hua Feng didn't even have the concept of having a child. And there was no reason to think that it had anything to do with Ming Siren. Hua Nanchuan's expression was not relaxed. Why did Hua Feng come to explore overseas markets at this time? At this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang. And he picked it up, and saw that the caller ID was Hua Feng. Hua Nanchuan hesitated and answered the phone. Father, come to the airport to pick me up tomorrow. I heard that you invested in a company there? Hua Nanchuan paused. Yes. That perfect. Hua Feng spoke slowly. It seems that the market can be opened up quickly this time. Father, I still have a meeting. We can talk about it tomorrow. The call was quickly hung up. Hua Nanchuan held the phone, thinking that Hua Feng was about to come here. His face was gloomy. The next day, Hua Nanchuan picked someone up at the airport. He walked forward quickly. You are here. How is your mother? Hua Feng looked at his face, and after a few seconds, he said lightly, she is fine, but she misses you very much. I was planning to go back to see her when I have time. When they walked to the front of the car, Hua Nanchuan personally opened the door for Hua Feng. The two got in the car. Hua Feng took a document from the assistant and handed it to him. Since Hua plans to expand the market here, it is very important to increase brand awareness. This is the plan. Take a look and see if you have any ideas. Hua Nanchuan opened it and took a look. Slightly startled, but in this case, the investment should be huge. And not a big investment for Hua. And there is always gain. Hua Nanchuan closed the document and said carefully, Father, idea is very good. I have no objection. Hua Nanchuan said that the investment this time was large. Because Hua Feng chose a simple and crude way to increase his popularity this time. He directly asked the publicity department to put a link for the lucky draw on the official website of the Hua brand. As long as you answer a few questions, you can enter the lucky draw. And the prize is the product of the Hua brand. This is not the point. After all, many brands have used lucky draws to give back to customers. It is not something worth paying attention to. However, Hua's was so abnormal this time that it made the lucky draw link extremely simple. Although it was set to answer questions, anyone who graduated from elementary school could answer these questions. As long as you participate in the lucky draw, the winning rate is very high. After posting it, a netizen clicked on the Hua's brand official website, saw the lucky draw link, clicked it casually, answered a few questions, and clicked the lucky draw button casually. This netizen didn't have any expectations. He was still thinking whether to buy the wallet he just saw. Many of Hua products are luxury goods. The price of any wallet makes people hesitate. At this time, the dial on the interface turned quickly, and then a ball fell out, and then a line of words popped up. Congratulations on winning, Kelly Classic Wallet. Price 26,900 yuan. This netizen looked at this line of words for 7 or 8 seconds. His eyes fixed on the last amount, and his mind was in a state of confusion for a moment. After a few seconds, she rubbed her eyes, and the picture remained unchanged. The netizen slowly swallowed his saliva. What the hell? What the hell? The news spread so quickly that one could imagine it. The prizes drawn by the netizens who rushed in frantically did not disappoint them. Each of them was a synonym for luxury and high-end. Hua magical operation, which seemed to be like throwing money, was faster and more effective than any advertisement. In just a few hours, the words Hua Group had been deeply engraved in the minds of netizens. Chapter 676. Netizens were instantly excited. Fuck, what going on? Where did this great philanthropist come from? I heard that they did this to open up the market here. We are shocked by this kind of thing, but it's just a drop in the bucket for the rich. Just like the big boss of Shanghai Group. Mr. Hua, he invested in Shanghai just for fun. We don't understand the world of the rich. Wait. The boss of this extremely wealthy Hua Group has the surname Hua, and the boss of Shanghai also has the surname Hua? Is it really a coincidence? Fuck. The above person has found the point. It started. Some people are starting to flatter themselves again. The head office of the Hua Group is abroad. It is super rich family among rich families. The boss of Shanghai just has the same surname as the chairman, a young boy. Can you force a relationship with him? Well, my last name is Hua. And I said that Chairman Hua is my father. It really funny. The comment below was enthusiastically liked by Xiaoran fans, and it was directly sent to the hot comments. And just when everyone was laughing at these people for forcibly touching porcelain, the official Weibo of Shanghai Group suddenly posted a Weibo. Shanghai Group V. Chairman Hua is the father of General Manager Hua. Add a statement from Hua Group, no extra words, extremely simple. When seeing this line of words, Xiaoran fans, question mark. The rest of the passers-by were also dumbfounded. Fuck, he is really the father of the family. I give up. No wonder he could invest in Shanghai so easily. Now Jiang Xiaoming and C. Rand's fans are embarrassed, in terms of wealth. The Hua Group is not only not inferior to them, but even better than them. Some people who like Hua Nanchuan's appearance are even more excited. I am so happy, sisters. Type the words born noble son on the public screen for me. Ha ha ha. Mr. Hua is different from someone. You can tell at a glance that Mr. Hua received an aristocratic education. What about someone? Oh, isn't he a beggar at this time? This comment even maliciously attached a screenshot of a video of Ming Siren's embarrassed appearance when he was a child. This behavior immediately angered Xiaoran fans. These people have no bottom line at all. They are sick. At this time, in the hotel room, when Nanchuan assistant looked at the comments below after the Weibo was posted, whispered, in fact, "It good for the chairman to come. You see, now he is here to slap his son in the face. Isn't it more funny?" When Nanchuan took the phone handed over by his assistant, scanned the comments of netizens about Ming Siren, curled his lips sarcastically, and said coldly, "Be careful, and don't let them contact in the future." Yes. At the same time, in the office, Jiang Qiao looked at the Weibo posted by Shanghai Group and the carnival of those fans. She sent a WeChat message to Huafeng. "Uncle, go. Go. Go." Huafeng received Jiang Qiao WeChat message and immediately glanced at the assistants. "Do you know what to do?" The assistant responded quickly. Following that, the netizens who were surfing the internet passionately saw a Weibo post. The Hua Group, which had just been tagged by Shanghai, responded. But the response was a lawyer letter. In the lawyer letter, the Hua Group sternly warned Shanghai, emphasizing that it had nothing to do with the chairman of the Hua Group, and if it continued to spread rumors without any bottom line, it would be held legally responsible. The wording was so disgusting that every word seemed to be saying this. "I don't know you, get out." Chapter 677. As soon as this Weibo post was published, Hua Nanchuan supporters, who were just reveling in passion, were immediately dumbfounded. Xiaoran fans stared at this Weibo post 4 or 5 times, and when they reacted, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. There actually such a thing? Is it okay to vote it the funniest of the year? Sisters? Can you still recognize your father casually these days? Is there something wrong with your boss brain? At Shanghai Group. Sisters, come on, type the words born noble son. Oh no, born iron brain palsy on the public screen. Shanghai boss suddenly revealed that Chairman Hua was his father, but he didn't expect that someone would directly send him a lawyer letter, which was really embarrassing. At this time, in the hotel room, when Nanchuan assistant suddenly saw this message, his face changed instantly, and he quickly walked towards Hua Nanchuan. "Mr. Hua, what do you think is going on? Why did the chairman suddenly do this?" When Nanchuan took the assistant phone, after seeing this message, he stood up suddenly, feeling something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak to the assistant, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. 7 or 8 men who looked like bodyguards walked in directly. "Oh, it seems that you have already known the news?" The man walking in the front walked over slowly, his eyes swept across the mobile phone in Hua Nanchuan's hand, and smiled. "Then I don't need to talk nonsense." When Nanchuan looked at the group of people, his eyes finally fell on Huafeng's special assistant, who was speaking, and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" The other party said leisurely, "What we want to do, don't you know?" When Nanchuan assistant immediately shouted, "How do you talk to the young master?" The chairman has gone through the divorce procedures with your mother Zhou Mian these 2 days, young master? He smiled. What kind of young master are you? When Nanchuan pupil shrank, but before he could react, a sharp punch suddenly hit his abdomen fiercely, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Hua Feng's special assistant looked at him, and bent over in pain, slowly leaned over to his ear, and sneered, You know who the chairman is better than us. If you touch his own son, do you think you will have a good ending? The assistant at the side had been neatly taken care of by the bodyguards. After looking at Hua Nanchuan coldly for a few seconds, the special assistant stood up and said to the bodyguard behind him, Take him away. Besides the netizens who knew nothing about Hua Nanchuan being slapped in the face, the person who couldn't understand this the most was Ming Siren. The man crossed his legs and sat on the sofa in her office, with a puzzled look on his face. When Nanchuan suddenly lost his father? Jiang Qiao. He sighed. Can a father be gone? Jiang Qiao couldn't help it, and lay on the table, tightly holding the pen in her hand. Ming Siren looked at the screen of his mobile phone, thinking, and for the first time touched his blind spot in knowledge. He looked for a while, turned back to look at Jiang Qiao, and saw the woman lying on the table. The man stood up. What wrong? Are you not feeling well? Jiang Qiao coughed lightly, raised her red face. No, no. Ming Siren thought she didn't hear what he just said, and repeated it to her. When Nanchuan has no father. Jiang Qiao immediately turned her face away. But Ming Siren still found out, and he turned her head. What are you laughing at? Jiang Qiao took a deep breath. Am I laughing? Chapter 678. You smiled. Jiang Qiao looked at him, and gradually laughed like a goose in his puzzled eyes. Ming Siren. Jiang Qiao looked at the man's confused face, and couldn't help it. She raised her face and kissed him gently. Why are you so cute? Jiang Qiao put down the pen, stood up, and said casually, The president of Hua Group will hold a press conference this afternoon. Shall we go and take a look? Ming Siren glanced at his watch. I won't go. I have a meeting this afternoon. I have someone check what's going on later. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the woman who had just been so calm grabbed him. No, you must go. Ming Siren, ? The Hua Group had created a wave of momentum through the lottery before, and the slap in the face of Hua Nanchuan, which made its attention soar rapidly. This time, the Hua Group press conference attracted a lot of media and curious netizens. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a lot of people gathered at the press conference. Ming Siren was half forced by Jiang Qiao to get into the car. At this time, the car slowly drove over. The man supported his head and casually glanced at the people gathered outside the window. Then his eyes fell on the other two people in the car. After a pause of a few seconds, he said, Why? Brother Zealand is also free today? Sitting in the co-pilot seat, the man who seemed to have the word abstinence written all over his body curled his lips and replied to him in a good temper, Well, I am very free. Ming Siren. Beside him, Jiang Qiao could not wait to open the car door. Okay, it's time, let get off. Jiang Zealand adjusted his sleeves and stepped out calmly with his long legs. Looking at the two siblings, Ming Siren felt puzzled. When the three of them got off the car of the CEO of Hua Group also drove over. The media reporters swarmed around. The netizens who were watching in the live broadcast room saw the car door open, and a tall and long-legged man, who showed mature and elegant charm, got off the car. When netizens saw his face clearly, their first reaction was, Wow! This uncle is so handsome. Their second reaction was, Wait! This handsome uncle is the CEO of Hua Group? Hua Feng didn't let his bodyguard stop him at all, and the reporters gathered in front of him smoothly. Boss Hua, today the CEO of Shanghai said on the internet that you are his father. What going on? If not, why would he say that for no reason? After Hua Feng got off the car, he had already seen Jiang Qiao, and naturally saw the person standing next to her. He forced himself to look away, turning to look at the reporter, said in a light tone, That person is the child of my ex-wife before she married me. We have no blood relationship, and I have been divorced for a long time, so I have nothing to do with him. The netizens in the barrage suddenly realized. So that how it is, the CEO of Shanghai really has the nerve to call him father, how shameless. Those supporters also boasted that he was born a noble son, which is really funny. Listening to the CEO of Hua Group revealing his private affairs, Jiang Qiao secretly glanced at Ming Siren. However, the man beside him put one hand in his pocket, with a casual posture, with the words none of my business written all over his body, and said in a daze, as if he was watching the fun, Oh, stepfather. Jiang Qiao. Jiang Zilan glanced at Ming Siren. Ming Siren noticed it, and raised his eyebrows. What is what I said wrong? Chapter 679 C. Ran, I am your father. Jiang Zilan looked at him for a few seconds, moved his eyes away, said with a half smile, Yes, you are right. He said slowly, What can you do wrong? Ming Si Ran, ? At this time, among the netizens who commented on the comments, when Nanchuan supporters saw him being ridiculed, and were very dissatisfied. Please don't go too far. Ming Siren fans. Even if Chairman Hua is not the father of Shantai Co., it doesn't mean Ming Siren is better than him. Have you forgotten what your real boss looked like when he was a child? That right, Shantai Co. is not a nobleman, but what does all this have to do with Ming Siren being as miserable as a beggar when he was a child? It's so funny, if he wasn't lucky enough to be raised by Mr. Ming, how could he be the president of Ming Group with his humble background? Since a few days ago, some people on the internet have been attacking Ming Siren background, as if they finally found a flaw in this man, and they are attacking and insulting him without any bottom line. Xiao Ran fans saw this, and were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They immediately started to argue fiercely with these people in the barrage. At the scene, Hua Feng did not know what the netizens in the barrage were talking about. He faced the reporters, coughed lightly, and glanced in the direction of Ming Siren, saying, I only have one son, and he is not the president of Xingtai Group. The reporters nodded, because they knew the relationship between Huan Nanchuan and him, although they seemed to be listening to him at this time. Their attention was already on their next question. Excuse me, Chairman Hua. You? Besides, he was lost many years ago. Hua Feng continued to himself. I didn't find him until recently, so I don't want anyone other than him to claim to be related to me. The reporters were stunned after hearing what he said, and they reacted a beat slower before speaking. The real Mr. Hua was lost? Wait a minute. Why did this big man suddenly reveal the private affairs of the rich family? Hua Feng nodded. His throat moved, and said, I came here specifically for him this time. In the future, I want to treat him as well as I can and make up for the regrets of the past. The reporters were confused, nodding their heads in confusion, not understanding why the boss suddenly started to confess his son here, looking at each other, still nodded in cooperation. So that how it is. Not only the reporters were confused, but others were also confused, and they didn't know how to react for a while. After all, they didn't know who Chairman Hua's son was, and it had nothing to do with this news. Ming Siren, who was standing next to him, leaned on Jiang Qiao, as if he had no bones, and stood there lazily. He was so sleepy that he let it go in one ear and out the other, and didn't take what Hua Feng said to heart at all. Jiang Qiao glanced at him, and pinched his waist hard. The man finally reacted, turning his head to look at her. What wrong? Jiang Qiao. Listen to what they are saying. Ming Siren looked like he wanted to go home. Seeing Jiang Qiao looking at Hua Feng, he glanced in the direction she was looking at, and then lazily commented, This uncle talks a lot. Jiang Zilan put his hand on his lips, couldn't help, and laughed softly. The atmosphere at the scene was inexplicably subtle. Xiao Ran fans on the internet were still fiercely arguing with the trolls. No one took Hua Feng's words seriously. But at this moment, Hua Feng suddenly said, He is here now. On the live broadcast screen, the black fans were brushing words like Ming Siren beggar, lowly origin, and when they heard Hua Feng's words, they subconsciously glanced at the screen. Originally, I didn't plan to say this in front of so many people. And most importantly, when he was unprepared, Hua Feng suddenly took a step forward and walked forward. The reporters were stunned and subconsciously made way for him. But recently I heard that many people are using his background to attack him, which makes me very angry. He is my son, who has grown up excellently, and is a source of pride. But now he is described as a beggar. When the fans of Xiao Ran who were fighting against the black fans heard these two words, their hands suddenly trembled, as if a thunderbolt suddenly struck them on the top of their heads. They stared blankly at Ming Siren, who suddenly appeared in the camera, and then at Hua Feng, who was walking towards him step by step. They shuddered all over, as if they realized something in an instant, and they were numb. No way. No way. No way. As a father, how can I swallow this? Hua Feng walked to the direction where Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao were under everyone's gaze, and stopped. He stared at Ming Siren closely. His throat moved slightly, and his eyes were full of emotions. Ming Siren was distracted, playing with Jiang Qiao hair in his hands, and said, When will you go back? Jiang Qiao didn't answer him. Ming Siren raised his eyes and realized that the surroundings had become quiet at some point. And Hua Nanchuan's stepfather was standing not far from him, looking at him excitedly at this moment. Ming Siren, ? He subconsciously glanced to his left. Once again, ? Hua Feng met his gaze, and involuntarily took another step forward, moving his lips. I'm sorry, I found you only now. In Ming Siren's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, See Ran. I am your father. When the word father came out, whether it was the reporters at the scene, or all the netizens watching, they all exploded in an instant. Xiao Ran fans, WTF. Reporters, WTF. Anti-fans, WTF. Everyone went crazy instantly. How could the reporters have thought that Chairman Hua would reveal such a shocking news after laying the groundwork for so long? They looked at Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren, who had appeared quietly at some point. After being shocked, they quickly rushed up and talked to each other. What going on? What going on? Is Chairman Hua biological son? My brain is no longer enough. What going on? What this shocking news? What a sudden turn of events. From what Chairman Hua said, Mr. Ming is also hearing this news for the first time. The netizens in the barrage were screaming crazily. The only words in the barrage were wow. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by the huge amount of information. In such a noisy environment, what everyone wanted to see most was Ming Siren's reaction. At this moment, reporters, staff, netizens all looked at him. The air suddenly became quiet. Ming Siren, who was surrounded by everyone, still had Hua Feng words in his mind. Siren, I am your father. He was like a question mark. The man who had always been elegant and calm had a blank expression. From birth to now, this was the first time he was completely stunned. Chapter 680. You have a dad now. Jiang Qiao had waited for so many days, just for this moment. Her eyes sparkled. She leaned forward, wanting to get close to him and observe his expression. She held his hand and said very obediently, See Ran, you have a dad now. Jiang Zilan looked at Ming Siren sideways for a few seconds, then carelessly took out his phone and took a photo of Ming Siren. But Ming Siren didn't notice what they were doing at all. His eyelashes trembled slightly, looking at Hua Feng. No matter how high his IQ was, and how quick his reaction was, he still didn't come back to his senses at this moment. The netizens on the barrage reacted from their shock, and then looked at the current situation, and suddenly became extremely excited. He was confused. He was confused. He was really confused. This is the first time I've seen Ming father confused face. I laughed to death. How can he be so cute? My God. I noticed that he was there a long time ago. Just now, he was playing with my sister Qiao hair. Now he is completely frozen. Ha ha ha, you continue to be calm? You continue to be coquettish. Oh my God. Dad Ming is Chairman Hua biological son. What does this mean? Those little bitches who attacked Dad Ming background. Get out now. Who do you say is of low birth? Come here and say it again. So, Dad Ming originally had a good family, but he ended up living outside because of an accident. He is the real noble son. Okay. I just realized now that Dad Ming and Chairman Hua look alike, especially their eyes, as expected. The son of a handsome guy is also a handsome guy. Chairman Hua is so gentle. He said he would be nice to Ming father in the future. Please be nice to him. Please everyone be nice to him. There is too much information now. I don't know which one to be excited about. Ah. Ha ha, wait, Sister Qiao. Your head is almost touching your husband's face. How much do you want to see his confused face? And Brother Zealand, what are you doing? You took a picture of him secretly. Don't think I didn't see it. You are so mean. The netizens who commented on the barrage were as excited as if it was the new year. Even the black fans who were cursing just now were all looking like WTF, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Is there no way for Ming Siren and Jiang Qiao to slap them in the face? It would be fine if it was normal, but now we finally found a point to attack him, and he can even show up as his father. It would be fine if he had one, but he is a rich and powerful man. How can this be played? Tell them, how can this be played? The mentality of the black fans was completely broken. Ceylon. Hua Feng said in a gentle voice. Let go and talk alone, okay? Ming Siren's eyes moved slightly, looking at Hua Feng, thinking of Hua Nanchuan motives, and Jiang Qiao abnormal behavior in the past few days. All the seemingly unrelated information finally gathered together. He understood. Ming Siren didn't say anything about Hua Feng's proposal. At the signal of the bodyguards, even if the reporters had more questions to ask, they could only hold back their excitement and watch the two leave. In this quiet environment, Jiang Qiao shouted directly to Ming Siren back. Don't be afraid. Husband, I will protect you. Ming Siren, who remained calm, almost staggered at her shout. He turned around. Everyone around him laughed. The man looked at Jiang Qiao, who immediately gave him a big smile like the sun. Ming Siren. Huafeng chuckled. Let go. The father and son went to talk, and no one else knew what they said. Jiang Qiao was waiting outside. She was satisfied. Very satisfied. She raised her elbow and bumped Jiang Zilan. Brother, give me another look. Jiang Zilan raised his eyebrows and took out his phone. When the lock screen opened and Ming Siren's handsome face, which looked a little confused, appeared, Jiang Qiao chuckled. I can see this expression of his for the rest of my life. Jiang Zilan snorted and waited for Jiang Qiao to finish reading. Then put away his phone. Okay. I'm leaving first. You all come to my house for dinner tonight. After that, he raised his chin in the direction where the two of them left. You stay with him. Jiang Qiao said cheerfully. I know. Don't worry. No matter how much they wanted to see him, they were never vague about major issues. After saying that, Jiang Zilan left. It was very quiet around. The reporters had been asked to go somewhere else by the bodyguards. Only Jiang Qiao was waiting outside for Ming Siren to come out. After about an hour, Ming Siren came out alone. Jiang Qiao went to meet him, and at the same time she leaned over to look behind him, and said, Where Dad? When Ming Siren heard her address, he raised his eyebrows. Who are you calling Dad? Jiang Qiao looked up at his expression. Eyes curved. Don't you recognize it? Ming Siren didn't say anything, took her hand, and walked down the stairs. Jiang Qiao leaned over, smiled. Don't you recognize it? Ming Siren pressed her curious head back, and said in a dangerous voice, You knew about this a long time ago. Jiang Qiao immediately changed the subject. Is Dad behind? I go call him. As she said that, she was about to run inside. Ming Siren pulled her back, and said lightly, He is going to hold a brand press conference. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Jiang Qiao immediately understood. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned over and kissed him on the face. I love you so much, Brother Siren. Ming Siren looked down at him, and said coldly, You have been hiding it from me for so many days. How do you want me to settle this account with you? Jiang Qiao, what is our relationship? Is it worth fussing about such a small matter? After saying that, she didn't wait for Ming Siren to say anything, and took out her mobile phone and started to send WeChat messages to Huafeng. Dad, come to my house for dinner tonight. Watching her skillful movements, Ming Siren was speechless. It was dusk, and the sunset cast a layer of warm light on the woman. Jiang Qiao had clean eyebrows and eyes, and a transparent temperament. She was not bound by the past. Ming Siren looked at her, and the emotions in his eyes gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but hug her in his arms. Jiang Qiao hugged him back, thinking that he hadn't recovered from the incident yet. So she patted his back and comforted him. I'm here. Ming Siren pressed his slender fingers on her waist, exerting a little force, and said, Qiao Qiao, let me hug you. Huafeng sat in the press conference. While the reporters were still waiting, he extended the time by 15 minutes. Huafeng was thinking about the conversation he had just had with Si Ran. After telling him everything, the man was calmer than he had imagined. Looking at his expression, he was a little nervous. Si Ran, can you forgive me? Forgive him for not finding out about all this until now, and for not finding him until now. Facing his gaze, Si Ran's answer surprised him. I don't have anything to forgive or not forgive. From the beginning to the end, the only one who was hurt was Qiao Qiao, and she was the only one I cared about. Chapter 681 Wedding. Ming Siren curled his lips, and she doesn't hate anyone, so I have no reason to blame anyone. In this matter, Huafeng was just an uninformed person, and the one who really did something wrong was not any of them. The special assistant came over. Chairman, are you okay? Huafeng came back to his senses. His eyes were a little red. He smiled, and stood up. They are really two excellent young people. I don't know what to do for them. They were more transparent and gentle than he had imagined. They did not vent their anger on others, and tried to accept the warmth. They were excellent and pitiful children. At this time, his cell phone rang, and Huafeng took it out and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Qiao. Dad, come to my house for dinner tonight. Huafeng couldn't help laughing. He replied, Okay. The fact that Ming Siren's father was the chairman of the Hui group not only triggered public opinion, but also shocked everyone around Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. As soon as Ming Siren turned on his phone, calls kept coming in. First, they were from a few brothers. Fu Jiuxiao, you have a father? Just as he dealt with him casually, another call came in. Qin Shimo, you have a father? Ming Siren hung up directly, and the phone rang again. Xietchen asked 3 questions in a row. You have a father? What going on? Tell me. Ming Siren almost smashed his phone. Just 2 seconds after the silence, Jiang Qiao's phone next to him began to vibrate wildly again. Jiang Qiao just pressed the answer button, and Wu Xiao's loud voice came from the other end. Fuck. Brother Siren has a father? Ming Siren. He pressed his eyebrows. They are all so fucking idle. Jiang Qiao explained to Wu Xiao, turned off her own and Ming Siren mobile phones, and then said, Where are we going now? Ming Siren, let go to Grandpa first. I haven't told him about this yet. Jiang Qiao smiled and hugged him. Okay. Grandpa will also come to our house for dinner tonight. In the evening, Mr. Wu Fengming and Mr. Ming came to the villa of Jiang Qiao's parents. Jiang Qiao ran over immediately. She was already in a relationship with Ming Siren, so she called him sweetly. Grandpa, Dad, you are here. When Wu Feng heard the word Dad, he felt as if his heart was hit, and he wanted to give her money on the spot. Mr. Ming smiled and gave Jiang Qiao a red envelope. Beside him, Wu Feng's special assistant was also working hard to move gifts into the house. Jiang Qiao's parents came over, and the two sides greeted each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Jiang Qiao was like a little socialite, chatting with everyone quite lively. When free, Jiang Zilan knocked her head. How is the relationship between those two people? Jiang Qiao looked in the direction Jiang Zilan pointed. Tonight, Wu Feng and Ming Siren didn't talk much. Mr. Ming had a good chat with Wu Feng. Wu Feng looked at Ming Siren from time to time, but the latter was chatting with Jiang Qiao's father. It shouldn't be a problem. Since Siren intends to accept this relationship, he will definitely handle it well. The food was served, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Wu Feng and Ming Siren sat very close to each other. Wu Feng wanted to talk to him several times, but when he saw Ming Siren in different face, he hesitated. Just when he didn't know what to do, a piece of fresh fish was put into his bowl. Wu Feng was startled, turned his head, and Ming Siren beside him said in a gentle voice, Today fish is delicious. Wu Feng opened his mouth, a little flattered, and hurriedly said, Okay. I try it. Jiang Qiao saw the scene, and went to see Jiang Zilan. She had a proud expression on her face, saying, My husband is perfect. Isn't he? Jiang Zilan raised his eyebrows, and didn't bother to pay attention to her. I heard that the wedding of the 2 children is scheduled for next spring. Wu Feng asked. Yes. They are all busy, and they will have more time next spring. Jiang Qianheng looked at Wu Feng. Do your in-laws have any ideas? Wu Feng smiled and said, I don't have any ideas, and everything depends on their arrangements. Xiao Qiao has such a good personality, and it is Si Ren's blessing to marry her. Jiang Qianheng waved his hand, smiling, modestly saying, No. I have a good temper, thanks to Si Ren's tolerance. The two of them praised each other business, and the chat was quite speculative. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Mr. Ming's body could not hold on, and felt a little sleepy. And then it ended. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren arranged for them to get in the car. During the farewell greetings, Jiang Qiao took the time to quietly ask Ming Siren, I just heard that Dad wants you to inherit the Hui group? Ming Siren glanced at Wu Feng, who was talking to Jiang Qianheng. He means that. Jiang Qiao immediately had a bad feeling. She swallowed her saliva. Do they think we have too much time? Jiang Qiao alone has 2 companies including Zhou Airlines. Luckily, she has her brother, and Ming Siren is busy with the huge Ming group. Now there is also Wu group. Jiang Qiao's scalp tingled just thinking about it. She leaned her head towards the 2 fathers, and just happened to hear them talking about cooperation. The meaning behind their words was that they wanted to continue to expand and strengthen the company. Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren. No, why do I feel that their future is so worrying? Because of this big news, the internet has been very lively for several days, but the protagonists of the 2 events, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren, are very low-key. If it weren't for the previously aloof official account of the Hui group now actively liking the 2 people Weibo, I would have wanted to carve the words Ming Siren is my young master on my forehead, and almost let everyone think that this incident never happened. The reason why Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren didn't show up was, of course, Because they were busy. Very busy. Their marriage was originally a strong union. And now with the Hua group, you can imagine what the situation is. After that day, as Jiang Qiao expected, the two were very busy, talking about business cooperation, planning the wedding, and building the relationship between father and son. In more than a month, Jiang Qiao and Ming Siren were alone together for no more than a week. Jiang family. Jiang Qiao was very angry, and walked over in high heels, and threw her bag on the coffee table. I'm so busy that I don't even have a chance to get pregnant. Ming Siren pulled her over, covered her mouth, and chuckled softly. What nonsense are you talking about? The two fathers were talking on the terrace, while Jiang Qiao mother Wan Qiao was in the kitchen picking out ingredients for lunch. Jiang Qiao let him cover her mouth, staring at him with a pair of big black and white eyes. Ming Siren looked at her, and then he put his hand down. No one was paying attention, and he lowered his head to kiss her. They really hadn't been together properly for more than a month. When their lips were about to touch, Wan Qiao came out of the kitchen with a fruit plate, and said with a smile, Come, eat some fruit. The two separated instantly. Qiao Qiao, there is a guest list for your wedding on the table. Take a good look with Si Ran to see if anyone is missing. Jiang Qiao was so angry. She had a stern face and said nothing. Wan Qiao patted her head. Did you hear me? Don't take it lightly. Time flies fast. It will be here in a blink of an eye. I know. I know. Ming Si Ran smiled and took the guest list for her and looked at it carefully. Wan Qiao sighed. We are still obedient. Jiang Qiao. Just as Wan Qiao said, time passed quickly, and everyone lived a peaceful life for a while. The Hua Group brand took root in China and began to show results. The more Hua Feng looked at his son, the more satisfied he was. In the midst of the busyness, the two families also spent a lively spring festival together. After the spring festival, it was finally the wedding date for the two. A week before the wedding, the internet began to boil. The jewelry Jiang Qiao wore was designed by Yi Suiyu herself, and her wedding dress was extremely expensive, beautiful as a dream. This wedding, whether in terms of the name list, scale, or luxury, can be called the wedding of the century. Netizens have been waiting for a long time, commenting on Jiang Qiao Weibo every day. Please, don't keep your wedding a secret. Let us see it. We watched Sister Qiao and Brother Si Ran walk all the way, and we are all witnesses. Woohoo! Why am I going to cry now? Me too. I will definitely cry miserably on the wedding day. Chapter 682. Under the persistent comments from netizens, until Jiang Qiao finally replied that the wedding would not be kept secret, then netizens were relieved. Their wedding was naturally more grand than Jiang Qiao's birthday, and more people came to attend. One netizen posted on Weibo that, if you go to the airport to wait these days, you may not see any big shots. On the day when Jiang Qiao tried on the wedding dress, Ming Siren was talking to a few friends by the window. Wu Xia came over excitedly. Brother Siren, Qiao Qiao is amazing today. She is so beautiful. Ming Siren put one hand in his pocket, with a delicate face. He didn't even turn his head when he heard it. He snorted with a smile. Is my wife not beautiful sometimes? Xie Chen was so angry when he saw it. He pointed at him and said, Why do you think he looks so naive? Fu Jiuxiu sighed. It's just a marriage. Look how proud you are. Ming Siren said lazily, I'm sorry. Everyone. Dad is happy. It hurts your heart. The fists of the two men hardened immediately. As they were talking, a voice came from behind. Qiao Qiao wedding dress is ready. Everyone turned around. Several men exclaimed. Ming Siren casual eyes slightly froze when he saw the person standing in front of him. Several of Jiang Qiao friends couldn't help laughing and moved aside. Wu Xiao looked at Ming Siren expression and said, I just said, Qiao Qiao looks very beautiful today. Ming Siren stared at the woman in front of him. Jiang Qiao was wearing a snow-white wedding dress, with smiling eyes. Standing quietly not far away, she just looked at him. Ming Siren looked at her for a long time, put his hand on his lips, couldn't help but chuckled, and then walked towards her with long legs. Today is not the wedding yet. Isn't it too early for you two to look at each other so affectionately? Xie Chen teased. Ming Siren ignored them. A few people smiled, and walked away tactfully. Ming Siren held Jiang Qiao's hand. Why are you so beautiful? I will be more beautiful on the wedding day. Jiang Qiao blinked, and said, I still have jewelry to wear. She looked so cute when she said earnestly that she would be prettier. Ming Siren laughed softly, and said in cooperation, Really? I'm looking forward to it. Through the French window, Wu Xiao looked at the two people talking inside. I want to get married too. Rui's beside him didn't even raise his eyelids. Find a girlfriend first. With family and friends by his side. And with the lively preparations, the wedding day finally arrived. Since Jiang Qiao promised her fans that she would not keep it secret, she directly arranged the live broadcast. Fans were deeply moved and waited in front of the screen early. As soon as the live broadcast started, netizens rushed in excitedly. Here I come. I am the first. Ah. I am so excited. Xiao Jie. I love you. Fuck. This place is too big. Sisters, put the arrangement on the public screen. Before the wedding started, everyone was already excited. The number of people watching the live broadcast is still soaring. Not only fans, but also passers-by are rushing in. The comments are simply spectacular. Now it is time for the guests to enter. Netizens are watching the big stars come in one after another, screaming with excitement and taking screenshots crazily. These stars and wealthy bosses are also very respectful. When the camera captures them, they all greet everyone with a smile and are very friendly. Among them, the most eye-catching ones are the best man and bridesmaids. As soon as the men and women with different temperaments but top looks appeared in the camera, the atmosphere instantly reached its climax. Ah, I am dreaming back to the charity dinner of that year. There were so many beautiful women and handsome men. I still remember that I had just met my father Ming and sister Qiao not long ago. At that time, they were still breaking up. In the blink of an eye, they are getting married. Time flies so fast. Watching them all the way. I have also graduated from college now. Gone? Don't say it. I am about to cry before they come out. In the barrage, old fans counted the people who came one by one. Mulan, the genius painter Lin Chong, the rich and beautiful and Dai. These familiar faces. In addition to them, there are also composer Jin Sheng, designer Yi Suiyu, Wu Xia Rui's, who I met later. They all came. Everything that happened in the past emerged in his mind. He liked Jiang Qiao not only because of her, but also because those days were the time in their lives that could never come back. The music slowly sounded. Jin Sheng sat in front of the piano, playing the piano with his slender fingers. The melodious and pleasant music was romantic and moving. After everyone sat down, the wedding officially began soon. It was dark all around. Ming Siren walked in with the music, and the barrage filled the entire screen in an instant. It my father Ming. Wow wow wow, my brother Si Ran. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. He's so handsome, I wish my brother the best of life. Ming Si Ran was dressed in a suit, handsome and tall. This man who was admired by countless people finally stood in the hall of his wedding. Ming Lao and Hua Feng sat in the front row, surrounded by friends who sincerely wished him well. He was no longer alone. Not long after, the tune changed, and a wedding march reached everyone's ears. Whether it was the netizens in front of the screen or the people at the scene, they all sat up straight instantly. Barrage, here it comes. Ah! My Xiao Jie. My Xiao Jie is here. She is so beautiful. She must be a fairy. I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to cry. They are finally married. The camera fell on the woman who came last. She was wearing a wedding dress, accompanied by her father, and slowly walked into everyone's sight. Jiang Qiao was so beautiful today that it made people tremble. The snow-white wedding dress added a sense of holiness to her. Everyone watched her walk towards Ming Siren step by step, recalling everything that happened along the way, and felt indescribably moved. Fan's eyes were red unconsciously. Typing frantically, Jujie. We really love you. Jiang Qiao handed her hand to Ming Siren. The man clenched it, and the two looked at each other. The scene was very quiet, and the atmosphere of moving was floating among the crowd. At this time, Wu Xia, who was responsible for the host, suddenly walked quickly to the stage, and he coughed lightly. Are you all ready? The wedding officially begins. Listening to his unreliable announcement, Ming Siren whispered to Jiang Qiao, who arranged for him to be the host. Jiang Qiao. He insisted on being the host. Wu Xia glanced at them, sternly said, the two newlyweds. Please stop whispering. Are you afraid that you won't have time to talk tonight? Hearing his joke, everyone couldn't help laughing. After his interruption, the atmosphere instantly became relaxed. The wedding ceremony was in progress. Below, Hua Feng's cell phone in his pocket vibrated. The wedding of two children was on the stage. He didn't answer, and hung up directly. The other party seemed to know what day it was. and did not call again, but sent a text message. Huafeng took it out and took a look. His face darkened. Chairman, I just received the news that Wen Nanchuan escaped. A few minutes later, Huafeng walked out of the field and called his subordinates. What happened? A few days ago, the hospital said that Wen Nanchuan didn't eat or drink, and our people didn't pay much attention to it. When we went to deliver breakfast to him today, we found that he was gone. Wen Nanchuan treated the young master and Miss Jiang Qiao so badly, the chairman would certainly not let him off easily. He had been half dead before. Who would have thought that he would run away? The subordinates were a little nervous. Chairman, do you think he will come to trouble the young master? Huafeng said coldly. Add more manpower. No matter what. There must be no mistakes today. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Huafeng looked around and walked back in. Not long after Huafeng went in, a man dressed as a waiter walked out from the dark. He lowered his head, and his eyes were gloomy. He walked to the door of the auditorium. Looking inside from this angle, you can see the couple with faces full of happiness. Wen Nanchuan looked at them coldly for a few seconds with sinister eyes, and took out a gun from his pocket. The black gun body, which emitted a cold light in the sun. He pointed the gun at Ming Siren. Laughter continued to come out of the auditorium. Wen Nanchuan pursed his lips little by little, and his fingers gradually exerted force. Just when the trigger was about to click, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from behind him, but in an instant, they took away his gun, covered his mouth, and dragged him back with force. Wen Nanchuan couldn't even make a sound. His face flushed red, and the man dragging him had great strength in his hands, like a machine without feeling, dragging him directly into the dark. Wen Nanchuan felt his breath being sucked away bit by bit. He struggled desperately, raised his eyes to see who this person was. But all he could see was a cold chin. The man was wearing a hat, with the brim pulled down very low, and his whole body was cold. Wen Nanchuan fainted, and the man unloaded his gun, without even looking at him during the whole process. Music came from the auditorium. The man stayed there for a while, then slowly walked to the front of the auditorium. Jiang Qiao was wearing a wedding dress. It seemed that someone said something to make her laugh. Her cat-like eyes were bright. She was holding hands with the man beside her, looking happy. The man looked at her quietly for a while. He curled his lips. He turned and left. Almost as soon as he left, Wen Nanchuan was discovered, and someone immediately notified Huafeng. Huafeng did not alarm anyone and sent him away. And this time, there would be no chance for him to escape. Why did he fall here? I don't know. It seems someone knocked him out. Who? Huafeng asked. We don't know. Huafeng didn't understand, and turned back to the auditorium. At this time, a gust of wind blew outside. Jiang Qiao's eyes fell on the outside, and she paused slightly. Ming Siren beside her asked her gently, What wrong? Jiang Qiao came back to her senses, shook her head, met Ming Siren's eyes. She shook her head. Nothing. The atmosphere was relaxed. Wu Xia continued to host, he said. The rings have been exchanged. What next? Without waiting for anyone to answer, he began to clap his hands. Kiss! 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 As he led the way, everyone at the scene began to echo. Jiang Qiao glanced at Ming Siren, and immediately raised her face. Wu Xia, sister, can you be more reserved? Everyone laughed even more, and Jiang Zilan shook his head and held his forehead. Only Ming Siren. His eyes were gentle, with a smile in his eyes, and he lowered his head and kissed her lips gently. Cheers rang out at the scene. After the wedding, netizens were happy and moved, and they were reluctant to let him go until the end, and kept posting the words I wish you happiness forever in the comments. At night, Ming Siren was taken to drink by a few brothers, and they finally got a chance to get him drunk, so they wouldn't let him go, and didn't let him find any excuses, and they got him drunk. When Ming Siren came back in the middle of the night, he was basically helped in by Xie Chen and the others. Why did you give him so much to drink? Jiang Qiao looked at the man who was carried in, and her eyes widened. The other people also drank a lot. Wu Xia had already crouched under the table. Xie Chen leaned against the door. I asked my sister-in-law to take care of us. We leave first. Jiang Qiao. The door closed. Jiang Qiao glanced at the man lying on the bed, walked over and pushed him. See, he ran? The man's collarbone was half exposed. His shirt outlined his sexy waistline. The corners of his eyes were red. He looked like a seductive demon. He half opened his eyes. He heard the voice. He responded in a low and hoarse voice. Jiang Qiao leaned over. Are you drunk? Ming Siren looked at her, with a smile in his eyes. No. Jiang Qiao was suspicious, staring at him. Really? He kept looking at her in this posture. His voice was light and gentle. Really? Jiang Qiao felt relieved, and crawled into his arms, preparing to take a rest. Today. She stood in high heels all day, and she was very tired physically and mentally. But she had just closed her eyes for a few seconds, and felt someone kiss her forehead. She opened her eyes, and met Ming Siren's smiling eyes. Wife, I love you. Jiang Qiao was very pleased, rubbed his chin. Me too. Ming Siren, I will always treat you well. Ming Siren, I love you. My wife. Jiang Qiao laughed in his arms. How many times do you want to say it? Ming Siren looked at her. His eyes were as gentle as water. I may have fallen in love with you earlier than I realized. For example? Ming Siren looked at her, as if he saw the little girl who took the initiative to lean over and talk to him when he was young. Ming Siren closed his eyes, and said only, "It very early." Jiang Qiao held Ming Siren's hand. His palm was warm. And he closed his eyes, and said in a lazy and sexy voice, "I love you. My wife." Jiang Qiao stared at the man for a few seconds. Holding back her laughter, she ran. "Are you drunk?" Ming Siren said, "No." But he said the next second, "Qiao Qiao. Marry me." Jiang Qiao couldn't laugh anymore. She moved closer to him, looking at him curiously. It was the first time she saw him like this. "We are already married." "Really?" Ming Siren squeezed her hand, chuckled and replied, "That great." Jiang Qiao's shoulders trembled with laughter, and deliberately asked him, "What good?" "I will treat you well." After a few seconds, he came back to his point. "So Qiao Qiao, marry me." Jiang Qiao leaned on his shoulder, laughed out loud, but her voice was very gentle when she answered him. "Okay." The man closed his eyes. "I love you." Jiang Qiao kissed him, full of love. "I love you too." The night was quiet, and only the two of them whispered in the room. Jiang Qiao snuggled in Ming Siren's arms, patting him gently, and talking to him tenderly. Ming Siren had a dream. He dreamed that he was back to their childhood, and the little girl pushed open the window, saw him, and leaned over, and asked him, "What are you doing?" She had a clear voice, and her eyes were crescent. It was him, the love and redemption of a lifetime. The end of the article. I originally thought that typing the words the end of the article would be a relief, but when it really came to this moment, I didn't expect that I would feel more regret and reluctance. This is my first time writing a cool article. Although I knew this concept before, I didn't really understand what it meant. So many problems appeared later, and readers were dissatisfied but couldn't find a way to solve it. First of all, I'm sorry for Si Ran and Qiao Qiao. They could have been written better, and I'm even more sorry for the readers who have been following me until now. The update has not been working, and I couldn't find a way to solve the problem during that time, and I'm really sorry for making everyone wait until now. And to the readers who have supported me till now, my managers, thank you very much for accompanying me till now. Thank you very much. The next extra chapter will probably write about Si Ran and Qiao Qiao marriage. Thank you very much for your tolerance and support. Crazy Bao. Chapter 683 Extra After Marriage. I'm pregnant. After more than a year of marriage, life was peaceful. In late April, it was Jiang Zilin's birthday. Even if a man always has an icy face, it couldn't stop everyone from getting close to him. On the night of his birthday, there were many guests in the Jiang family villa. Especially Jiang Qiao group of friends, who liked Jiang Zilin even more, called him Brother Zilin all the time, and had no intention of going back until 10 o'clock, and chatted enthusiastically in the villa. Wu Xiao was playing cards with his elders. He turned his head, and saw Jiang Qiao coming down from upstairs. He immediately said, "What wrong with you? You've been staying in your room all day, and didn't come out to play with us." Jiang Qiao glanced at him, ignored him, and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Wu Xiao was curious. "Auntie, what wrong with her?" Ruan Qiu touched a card and said indifferently, "It seems that she had a quarrel with Si Ran." Speaking of the word quarrel, she paused and changed to a more accurate statement. She bullied Si Ran again. Don't worry about her. Wu Xiao looked at her cards. You should be nice to brother Si Ran. I didn't bully him. Jiang Qiao immediately retorted, How dare I? But her words were not convincing. No one paid any attention to her. Wu Xiao focused on her cards. Hello, I won. Jiang Qiao. The living room was noisy. Some people were talking, and some were playing cards. Jiang Qiao had no sense of existence. Ming Si Ran went on a business trip half a month ago. This time, he didn't make it to Jiang Zilin's birthday. Jiang Qiao had a tense face and coughed twice. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she coughed twice loudly. Jiang Zilan, who was standing beside her, glanced at her and said casually, "Does your throat hurt?" Jiang Qiao. She raised her chin slightly and said, "I have something to announce." Jiang Zilan looked at his phone nonchalantly. The surroundings were still noisy. Jiang Qiao patted the sofa and raised her voice. "I have something to announce." Ruize didn't even turn his head towards her, and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead." "Who's stopping you?" The people around who heard it laughed out loud. Their faces clearly said, "You can do your tricks. If you can't attract our attention, we lose." Jiang Qiao looked at the attitude of this group of bad friends. She suddenly said in a faint voice, "I'm pregnant." The living room was originally very lively, but the noisy sound suddenly stopped. As if she knew that everyone didn't hear clearly, Jiang Qiao calmly stroked her skirt, and very considerately repeated the sentence to them again, "I'm pregnant. It's been a month. And it was just found out today." After saying that, she took out the test report and neatly placed it on the table. In the silence, the cards in Wu Xiao's hand fell on the table with a click. Jiang Qiao stood up without changing her expression after throwing out a big news. She said proudly, "Oh, I'm tired." The expectant mother is going to rest. In the huge living room, only the sound of her going upstairs was heard. Everyone looked at her back until she was about to disappear. And then they reacted. "Oh my god! Wait! Jiang Xiaoxiao! Wait a minute!" Huafeng, Ruanqiu, and Jiang Qianning, the three elders, hurriedly chased after him. "Qiao Qiao." Jiang Zilan took Jiang Qiao's medical report and read it for nearly a minute. Wu Xia, who was standing by, sighed, "I'm going to be an uncle now." He was a little slow, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Fuck! My brother Siran is going to be a father?" Chapter 684, Extra After Marriage. Ming Siren will return to China in 3 days. In the villa, Jiang Qiao heard the sound of the door opening, and was refreshed, and immediately turned her head to look at the door. She wore light makeup today, and her hairstylist had just done her hair, and her smooth hair was draped over her shoulders, and she looked very well behaved. Ming Siren was on the phone when he came in. Jiang Qiao made eye contact with him, and the man motioned her to wait. Jiang Qiao. After the special assistant greeted Jiang Qiao, he went to the study to help Ming Siren get the information. Jiang Qiao held her face up, and looked at the man standing in front of the French window, and making a phone call. She was quite patient at first, but the longer Ming Siren talked, the more tense her face became. 5 minutes later, Ming Siren finally finished the call. Jiang Qiao was about to speak when the special assistant came downstairs. He took a stack of documents and said to Ming Siren, "Mr. Ming, take them." "When are we leaving?" "Let go." Jiang Qiao's voice suddenly rose. "Where are you going?" "Sorry. My wife." Ming Siren came over and put his arm around her. "I've been too busy lately, and I need to deal with a lot of work." "Didn't you just come back? How long will you be gone this time?" "Probably another month." Ming Siren kissed her. "I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Jiang Qiao laughed when she heard what he said. 1 month? Ming Siren's eyes fell on her face. And seeing her little eyes, he couldn't help but curl his lips, and said in a pleasant voice, "Miss me so much?" Jiang Qiao immediately retorted, "I don't miss you, you miss me so much." "Okay." Ming Siren raised his eyebrows, stared at her, stretched his voice, and deliberately said, "Oh really? I don't miss you that much, brother can bear it." As soon as he said this, Jiang Qiao's eyes immediately widened, and those cat eyes were full of disbelief. Ming Siren couldn't help laughing, and just when he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Qiao immediately pushed him away, turned and went upstairs. After a few minutes, she changed her clothes and came down. There was no anger on her face. She met his gaze and even curled her eyes. "If you don't want to, then don't. There's nothing we can do about it." Ming Siren, ? She didn't look reluctant at all. She glanced at her watch. "What time are you leaving?" "I have a program to record now. I'm very busy." Ming Siren looked at her for a few seconds and said casually, "Oh? Really? Then I take you there. I stay with you for a while, and then leave." Jiang Qiao still had that super cool expression on her face. She didn't even glance at him when she passed by. Ming Siren put one hand in his pocket, and didn't care, and followed her lazily. Jiang Qiao was going to a talent show. As soon as she got there, the staff came up to her immediately. Seeing Ming Siren, they were even more enthusiastic. "Mr. Ming, you're here too." Jiang Qiao said coldly, Don't worry about him, he's just the driver. Ming Siren glanced at her with a half smile. Well, the driver will leave soon. Jiang Qiao sat on the judges' panel under the arrangement of the staff. Besides her, there were 3 other mentors on the show, all of whom were popular idols. Before the show started, Jiang Qiao glanced at Ming Siren. The man was tall and slender, with a lazy and smiling expression, and was also looking at her. She snorted and retracted her gaze. The lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, the music started, and the show officially began. Barrage, here we come and see my sister Qiao. Come here, since the wedding. Sister Qiao has not shown up, I miss her so much. I heard that Sister Qiao will only be here for 1 episode. I can't wait to see her reaction to those greasy contestants. Ha ha ha. I want to laugh now at this time. Sister Qiao has not realized the seriousness of the matter. After introducing the guests and going through the process, it was the contestants' turn to show their talents. This show has only aired 2 episodes. But because of the uneven quality of the contestants, it has been on the hot search many times. However, Jiang Qiao didn't know until the first male contestant came on stage. He gave her a humming and hanging tone as soon as he opened his mouth. Hello, sisters. I am the #1 contestant Wang Mengjia. I am. He thought for a while, stretched out his left hand, and tilted his head to the side. 22 years old. Jiang Qiao. May I ask if he has any serious illness? The netizens on the barrage instantly started laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. Look at Sister Qiao's expression. I'm really dying of laughter, after so many years of quarreling. When has Sister Qiao ever been so confused? Is this the little milk dog you want? Love it. You're 22 years old. I fucking thought you were only 2 years old. Ha ha ha. Shut up, help. Amid the crazy laughter of the netizens on the barrage, Jiang Qiao began to regret coming to this show. However, this was just the beginning. Then the male contestant with eyeliner flying up to the sky thrust his hips on the spot. The muscular man stuck out his tongue to act cute. The show lasted 2 hours. Jiang Qiao wanted to flip the table no less than 10 times during the recording, and netizens laughed so hard that their cheeks hurt. The next step was a separate interview. Since the program team had invited Jiang Qiao, knowing her popularity, they would not miss this opportunity. Jiang Qiao took the time to glance at Ming Siren during the recording. The special assistant came over and said something to him. The man looked down at his watch, and then looked at her. It was obviously time to leave. At this time, the person in charge of the program interview asked Jiang Qiao, Sister Qiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you have any happy things to share with everyone recently? The two looked at each other. Ming Siren gestured for him to leave first. Jiang Qiao looked at the man figure, raised her eyebrows. Happy things? When Ming Siren turned around, she said lightly, Nothing, if I have to say. It probably the pregnancy. Oh, so it pregnancy. The interviewer was halfway through his words, when he realized something and paused. The noisy venue suddenly became quiet. The fans in the barrage slowly raised their heads. Question mark? Ming Siren, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks, and the special assistant behind him almost bumped into him. The man suddenly turned around. Jiang Qiao put her hair behind her ears and looked at the shocked staff. The interview is over. So that it for today. She stood up and walked down from the stage in front of everyone. When passing Ming Siren, she looked at the completely stunned man and said slowly, Aren't you going to work? Aren't you going on a business trip? I won't see you off. I'm tired from being pregnant. See you in a month. After that, she walked out. The audience and the netizens in the barrage exploded in a few seconds. Wait a minute. Qiao Jie is pregnant? That what she said? Didn't I hear it wrong? Yes. She is pregnant. I heard it clearly. My Qiao Jie is going to be a mother. Fuck. Congratulations. Ming father is going to be a father. Ah. Don't go. Let talk for a few more words. Qiao Jie. There was a commotion in the venue. Ming Siren came back to his senses from his daze, and immediately chased after him. The special assistant was confused behind him. Hey, Mr. Ming, are we still going? Ming Siren ignored him. Wait, Qiao, wife. Wait for me. It was sunny outside. Jiang Qiao was hugged by Ming Siren, who caught up with her. Her smile spread. They hugged each other, looking happy.